pressure, devoid of gas. Gas tries to go to where there is no gas, low pressure point. Well, apparently gravity stops that from occurring. But the moon, on its orbital path, right, if the atmosphere was where it was originally a couple of years ago, the moon would be like this tidal wave of progression of aiding the motion of that gas toward the privation, so it would help and aid the higher pressure movement to the lower pressure point of space, right? And this is the problem with that. You have to extend the atmosphere out to the moon in order that you no longer have this gravitational body and vector that would aid entropy. Entropy being pressure movement of high pressure to low pressure. That's all, dude.
And there's another reason why they made that stupid statement also. Is because after what the flat earthers were saying, after 40 years, why hasn't the ISS been hit by meteors and shit and destroyed? So guess what? It gets hit by a meteor, and the guy puts his finger in the hole, and then he puts a piece of duct tape, right? So the reason they said that there's atmosphere to the moon is because if it were a vacuum, it would have destroyed the ISS, this meteor. And you wouldn't be able to stick your finger in the hole and put a piece of duct tape. That's what I think.
Oh, it would have exploded. Yep. The moment there's a hole
This
in
is
there.
the story, though, from NASA.
I still find it a little bit annoying that he would attribute like me, I don't know, trying to answer a question to like me trying to make him look stupid. Like that's really annoying. It makes me feel like I can't fucking like answer a question like normally.
Crack, I need to dumb it down, bro. You're just talking way over our heads, bro.
No, I'm actually struggling to quantify these things as I speak. I already have my own learning difficulties and problems. Like I know,
Hang on. I just thought about something. Crack, do you want to tell us your IQ, and this is going to explain it?
Huh?
Do you want to tell us your IQ? Because that will answer the question for the gentleman who
Tell
wants to dumb it down.
tell that new guy to keep listening. Wait till Gregory comes on and see if he can understand Gregory.
That would be funny, actually. Yeah, he would hate. I don't really. Maybe he doesn't know how high the level some of the conversations are.
No.
Like if you don't speak that way, you get had to go at. So like if I don't
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is my cup of tea, man. I got brought in here from somebody else, and I love coming in here and listening to you guys fucking argue with each other for day on and day out about some bullshit. And I like coming in here and learning and trying to learn, but at the same time, I don't like how sometimes some of you guys, when you try to like over-explain somebody.
First time in the server, bud. I thought it was your first time in the server.
No. You can look at me. It's my third time in here. Okay. And also, I came from the Flat Earth server, and then also from the Purple Palace. It's just that everybody always has the same fucking. It's like the same goddamn formula. You guys, you as soon as somebody brings up an argument, you guys always go into this like argumentative.
What's your question then? What question do you have?
Okay. Actually, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll bring a real question. All right, if that's what you want.
No, get it out. No, I prefer to actually hear what you were originally saying. To be quite honest, like,
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
What is the Purple Palace?
Let's let him chat with Pete. Maybe Pete can tell him about the Earth.
Please.
Far away.
Is the Purple Palace a globe server? A Globey server?
Oh, what the Purple Palace? I have no fucking idea. I got invited from the Flat Earth one. I think it's Jin. You guys know who Jin is? Jin's Flat Earth. That Jin guy. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he dragged me in there. Yeah.
Right. Let's keep going. So, Pete, did you have? I don't know, Pete. Have you just woken up, or are you up for having a conversation?
It's 9/11 here, so. What's dicks and butts? What's your dicks on butts? Okay, we get that. But what's your objection here? Crackfillin spoke very eloquently.
Oh, my objection here is to learn. Honestly, yeah, I just love to hear you guys talk, and I love conspiracy theories and all this talk about. I don't know. He was explaining that the atmosphere was expanded. I didn't know that. I know it went up to the ionosphere. I didn't know there was something past the ionosphere. I guess now it goes to the moon. Which is pretty interesting. I haven't looked that up yet. I told you I would look that up.
Look it up now.
That's pretty interesting. So I mean, I come in here and I learn, but I just don't like when it gets derogatory. When you guys get mad at
I
someone,
wasn't being
and you,
derogatory or mad though. I
no,
really didn't.
you get all you
Uh,
start saying just big words and fucking,
like
you
it's
know,
violence.
Hang the witch, burn the witch.
like
for
you're
saying
trying to
big
just
words.
you're trying to confuse people, man. It's an
I
easy
really
game,
am
dude.
not. I promise. Like I
It's easy
legit.
to confuse people, man. Yeah.
No, but I
Apparently, what they
honestly like.
say also is that the Earth's magnetic field goes even further out than that. So you'd be stuffed on the moon trying to use a compass.
So
Oh,
a
you,
compass on the moon would point to the North Pole.
according to the globe, it could do so, right? It points north up through a vast distance through
So
actual
I'm confused.
geography.
Is this a
Dixon,
flat Earth server?
Have you ever
Or-
considered that the
No.
moon and the sky is actually local to you?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
Have you ever considered that the sky and the moon and the stars are actually local? They're like in it. They're like a. They're
I
in a
thought of
lo-
it. I thought of it more than that. I self-interpolate more than that. This is like a simulation to where all this is my reality. But also yes,
That
but
you are
I
the
also
star.
yeah. But I've also noticed that I went for my run the other day and I noticed that the Big Dipper is not in my northern hemisphere anymore. So obviously something must be moving, correct?
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. Now I have the Orion in my north right. So Orion's very apparent over there, and I can see Betelgeuse, the little what's that? That's like the closest star, right? Betelgeuse.
Yep.
It goes in a circle, right? It's what, a yearly cycle, isn't it?
You're
No,
gonna be able to see it at night year round.
up here we only get the same stars. They just move like north and south.
Well, the ones in the north you're gonna see year round, like Polaris.
But like I never see the south hemisphere stars. No, never.
Obviously.
So my reality from somebody who they look at the stars compared to somebody else on the other side of the globe who says they look up and see these other stars. Now that makes me ask some questions like, oh, if the Earth is flat, how are you seeing some other constellation?
So,
You ever
so you're
seen-
defending the globe. Is that what's happening?
We do see
I'm a
them.
glober. Yeah, I believe the Earth is a globe. Yeah, 100%.
Have you ever seen a time lapse photograph or video taken at the equator?
Say that one more
Actually,
time.
if you ever seen a time lapse image taken or video taken of the sky, right?
From the equator?
From the equator, yeah.
No.
So what we observe,
Post it
right,
in chat.
is what we observe. If someone can help me out and do that, that would be fucking brilliant. I don't have the ability to do that at all. Anyway, we have what appears a clockwise, anti-clockwise, all right, rotation in the same frame,
Anti-clockwise?
anti-clockwise and clockwise. Okay,
At the same
we have
time?
two at the same time in one frame of reference in one field of view. Right. If this was the southern hemisphere was doing this, and all we need would be the Earth to split in the middle and rotate. But this doesn't even that doesn't it wouldn't be able to explain it at this point, right? Because we see this in the same field of view, the same
Yeah,
reference.
that
frame.
wouldn't happen on a globe. Exactly. That would happen on a Earth where the stars are above it, and they actually are making those movements. But a globe, you wouldn't see those two simultaneous movements. Those two
You can't.
different vectors at the same time. You would see one in the north, and you would see a different one in the south, but you wouldn't see them both at the same time, unless you were in the north and the south at the same time, which is impossible. or if you took like one imagery from the south, like a video, and then one from the north, and then you just pasted it together on Photoshop. That'd be the only ways you could do it on it.
Really?
Have you never seen this? Can someone show him it?
Doesn't
I mean,
work.
I've gone down rabbit holes to try to look up pictures of the Earth, and like watching pictures from like the space station or like weather balloons, and like I don't know. To me, that seems. I thought we weren't even arguing flat Earth anymore at this point in our timeline. I thought we've established this a long time ago from math, from people who had never even been to space.
We haven't thought very much, have you?
It's a stationary Earth. And I think
So the Earth is stationary.
Yeah, and it's planar. The base geometry is planar, and water.
So the sun's going around us.
Yep, the sun circles. I think so. The sun circles above stationary planar Earth. Yeah.
Is that Gregory?
I mean, that's probably thank you. That's probably the most honest thing anybody said here. So that's hard to question because, like, I mean, can we measure places on the sun? Like, can we put a marker on the sun to see if we're actually rotating around it?
Wait, that's what you're claiming is on the globe, that we're rotating around the sun, right?
Yeah.
We're saying that it goes around us.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, yes.
Okay, sorry, reiterate your question.
Oh, is there a way that we can, like, measure a point on the sun to see if we're actually rotating around it? Isn't that kind of difficult?
By the way, I
No.
just posted an image of the
Complicated.
2 different star rotations from one position. That's one of them.
Now, is that from, like, the North Pole?
No,
Where's that from?
it's within the range of the equator. Basically, where those 2 meet is the equator.
Okay, so the Earth doesn't spin on a straight line, right? It's kind of tilted. Right.
That's the claim in their model. Yeah.
Oh, in the model. Yeah. Okay, so the model that I learned in school. Okay, that I hear you guys. I hear your point of view. So in the model that I was taught in school, yeah, we're at like a certain angle here, and that's what would cause a picture like that, correct? If you were at the point the point where the rotation was starting, right there in the middle, and you took a picture, would it not?
Not if what I can't see it actually, so I shouldn't just say no. But it's what I described.
No, the 23.4 degree tilt would
That's
not
a time lapse.
Be connected to this.
Well, that's a time lapse. I don't know how long.
They claim this is happening because when you're on the north part of a ball, like above the equator, you're going to see a certain star rotation because you're on a sphere. And the fact that you're moving on a sphere, the stars are going to look like they're doing that in the one position because you're moving on a sphere. And I'm cool with that, at least to a degree. Now, if you went to the south,
it should do the opposite.
Yeah, it would do something else. But the thing is, from one position, we see it doing both simultaneously.
That's pretty cool. That's some math. That's some physics shit, dude.
It's not possible on a spherical Earth. This is one of the things that is not.
Is that one shot or is that a panoramic view?
That's a Well,
the last one is some kind of panoramic thing. Yeah,
that's a time lapse panoramic view.
It doesn't matter.
The other one I posted though is not.
No, you can tell these 2 things are happening. These 2 motions are happening simultaneously. If you actually see a time-lapse video of it, it's better because you see that there are 2 opposing anti-clockwise and clockwise motions that are occurring in real time. It doesn't matter how long the time lapse is for. It's in one field of reference. You're seeing 2 different directionalities of rotation.
I got one last question.
That's impossible on a globe, no matter how long it took, no matter what. It's impossible on a globe. It's just a fact.
I got one last question for you then. All right. Let's stop all this. So say the Earth is flat. Okay. Say all this, we've been lied to our whole lives. I mean, NASA's fucking lying. The globe.
Why will they lie?
But why? Yeah. What is the? But why? What's the goal here? What
Control.
For control. Okay, to control the populace, huh? That's what we want. So you think that if we make up all this
you keep people stupid to think that they can't leave the place.
You think we would go so far? You think they would go so far?
You have to stay in this area. You're stuck here.
Yeah. So they would go so far. They would go to this extent that they would even get like scientists in to make up like fake science. They would bring in people.
No. They don't need to get nobody.
They would change books. They would change history. You think they're that committed to controlling the populace?
Dixon, say you had a lab, and
My name is Aaron, by the way. You can call me Aaron.
Aaron, all right.
Yeah.
And I'm NASA, right? And I tell you, well, hey, I'm gonna hire you because we need some, I don't know, some experiments that you need to do for us to take to space, right? So the next thing you're gonna do whenever you're gonna have a conversation about space, you're gonna say, "Whoa, I did this and it was going into space, right? So NASA doesn't need to tell you.
$1 billion.
NASA doesn't need to tell you that it's fake or anything. That's my point I'm trying to tell you. So
Wait, but their argument is this. Isn't most of flat earthers' argument is the money that NASA is funded is like some kind of like they're getting funded like these billions of dollars, but they're not actually like bringing fact. They keep getting funded all this money, and it's like some kind of fucking like right.
So right now, I thought you say you were new to the conversation. Now you know what we say about NASA.
Oh yeah, I might have been around the block. I'm new to the stream.
It's not a good term, mate.
Hey, I don't care. I'm here. I don't know, man. You guys tell me, dude. Like, what do you guys think, dude?
Yeah, they can have a lot of people working for them who don't know about this. That's another factor. Like, you could go to school, learn about in a particular field, and especially when it comes to, like, okay, first of all, dude, scientists, quote unquote, there are no scientists that have a measurement of curvature. Meaning, like, the idea that all these
I don't know about that.
The idea that all these scientists or people are out there measuring the Earth, they're not. Now, there are some claims, but they're not by those dudes. There's geodetic surveying, which
I thought we gave up on this years ago, though.
Well, check it out. So there's two types of surveying. There's planar surveying and geodetic. Planar surveying is obviously just as it sounds. It's planar. Geodetic surveying, in geodetic surveying, they use planar surveying readings to do calculations into a sphere model. So even they're not even measuring any curvature. And so I'm saying that most people just believe the mainstream globe model, and then they, like Silent was saying, like they're paid to do certain tasks, and they do that engineering, and then they pass it off. Whatever work they do, they submit it and pass it off to the next department.
Gio, listen to the question he asked. He said, I thought the Earth was determined around a long time ago. Why are we still talking about this? This is what he just said.
I'm pretty sure that we figured out the Earth was fucking round thousands of years ago. At least hundreds. I don't know about thousands. At least hundreds. I'd have to fucking go and look right now.
So we checked those sources.
So even just experiments you can do in your backyard with fucking like the sun.
We checked those sources, and they're just stories. We can't have any confirmation in those sources.
How many people does it take to make it a scientific fact? How many people have to observe the same thing before it becomes fact?
Well,
probably one, and then one confirming it.
So it just takes two people.
When you look into the claims of the globe, like, they're extremely weak in my viewpoint. For example, like ships over the horizon.
No, that's dumb. Yeah, but okay, yeah.
Well, there's that one, but that's clearly been.
That's dumb.
Well, it's been shown that happens over a planar surface.
There's a lot of reflection that has to do with that too.
Hang on, but the ships over the horizon.
You can make ships look like they're floating.
The ships over the horizon is the exact reason we were taught in school, in education, that the Earth was a sphere. Here's the proof. The ships, the last thing we see is the mass.
We just said that, but we're not talking about that.
It must be curved. This is what they told us. So did someone lie?
Who told you that?
Education.
Dude, what education did you go to? What school did you go to?
Dude, that's one of the first proofs.
I didn't learn that.
That's what they say. Another one is what was I gonna say?
You didn't learn that.
The one you mentioned before, the sticks in the ground. So okay, the ships over. Let me just say real quick: the ships over the horizon is not possible. Oh no, sorry. I can understand why someone might think the Earth is a globe, honestly, with the ships over the horizon. Like, I can kind of understand it. You see the half cut off or whatever, and you're like, oh, maybe it's over the curve. That's cool. But when you really look into the phenomenon more deeply, there's several things that occur that would not happen if it was a sphere, and several things that occur that would happen if that's an effect over a planar surface. And the fact that that's a variation shows, and the fact that we can recreate it and show that happens on a planar surface shows that it is the optics and perspective, and it's not actually going over.
No, it doesn't show an absolute. It just asks a different question. Stop giving absolutes. There's no absolute answer to any of this.
And then one of the other ones, the sticks in the ground, That one's easy because
Well, that's
yeah, that one's a problem too. Because you mentioned that when you said the sun in your backyard or whatever. I assume you might have been talking about that one. I mean, these are like literally the top. Like, if you Google like why is the Earth a sphere, you're going to see these. You're going to see ships over the horizon. You're going to see.
well, fuck the ships over the horizon.
Sticks
That
sticks
has to
in
do
the
with
ground
the
is no
sun.
good either. Sticks in
That
the
has
ground.
to do with the if two people on the opposite sides of the Earth do that same fucking basic fucking what was that basic experiment we did in elementary school where you look at the shadows where the shadow is pointing. So if you have two different people on the opposite side of the Earth and you say where the sun is at right now, they can't see the sun for one. If they're on the other side, there's no sun. But if anybody can see the sun, you ask where and you ask them to do the angle from where they're at with a compass, and it's pointing at either opposite or a different direction, or it has some different variant. Does that not? No? I mean, that's got to ask questions, right? I mean, I'm explaining that fucking experiment very badly because I am drunk. But I will Google it if you guys want to do the experiment in your backyard. You guys want to do the experiment? We can do it right now. I'm in California. My son will be up in about 3 hours. You guys want to? I'll put it outside and take a picture. You guys want to do it?
Well,
You're
the
just
sun
saying-
angles.
so
The
are
sun
you- are
angles
you just
match.
saying-
The sun
are you just-
angles match a planar Earth with a close and local sun.
Okay, so what in the
Because,
flat
like, if
Earth
you know-
model?
if you know what
Where
a
does the
sun-
sun go?
Hold on, real quick. Like a sundial. A sundial is
That's
a
what I'm
little-
talking about. Yeah.
It's got like a flat planar disc, and then it has a what's called a gnomon, which is a little rod, and then that rod shows the shadow, and the shadow tracks on a planar disc. So the sun with a simple sundial can be shown how the sun's position is positioned over a planar surface.
Okay. Well, let's do the experiment. Where do you guys live? Anybody here? I'm in California. Anybody here like in the other side of the hemisphere? Anybody in like Australia, England, anything?
Yeah, mate. What do you want?
Oh, it's a good point, dude. Like, remember
Well,
when?
we'll do the experiment, dude. Later, we'll do the sundial experiment, dude. We'll do the angle, man. You get a compass. You got a compass?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll get a compass for next week, and we'll do the experiment with the sun. And we'll go outside and we'll look where the sun's at. And when the sun's at 12 o'clock, each of us 12 o'clock, we'll measure where the fucking at 12 o'clock the radius, whatever the fuck compass fucking reading is, and we'll tell each other where it's at. And I don't know, isn't that what Galileo or one of those fuckers did like a fucking 500 years ago to figure this shit out? I mean, I'll look more of this up. I didn't come in here very prepared. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying here. I will actually come prepared next time with experiments for you guys if you guys want to fucking hands on.
There's no need if you're just gonna Google stuff and repeat like a parrot, like we
Oh,
heard.
because Google and a parrot, yeah. So I mean,
Well,
facts are
it would be
dumb.
nice. It would be nice, like for you to read, and then critical think about what you're reading and make up your own mind.
Oh,
and
I'll do
think
that.
about
No,
the
no.
things- Hold on, let me finish. And think about the things that you're reading, right? Because if you're gonna just do confirming bias, it doesn't help nobody. We have that all the time with
I
everybody.
think I have as much facts about all this as you guys do, in my honest opinion. I think all this is just fucking what you think is fact. I don't think any of it is fucking fact.
You're funny.
Okay.
Man.
Why
In the
you
world
think
of the
that?
obscure.
If
haven't
none
done
of it's
any-
hang on,
hold
hang on. If none of it's fact,
You
then
haven't
where's
done
your
any
proof
research,
about
and
the?
you think we're wrong. Like, makes no sense, bro.
If none of it's fact, then where's your facts about the globe Earth without NASA?
I said your facts.
No, your facts. Where's your facts about the globe Earth without NASA? Go.
Give us your first fact. Give us if you had one go-to fact about the spinning ball Earth, what is it? Something definitely true, something that can't be doubted, something that's the foundation of your further belief system. What's one fact? Give us one fact about it. Dick's
If
on
I throw this bowling ball into the air, it falls back down.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, but that's,
Right. So what you have medium,
Depends where you're
which is
at.
the air,
Let's say
and
I
you
put you
have-
in the.
And where I'm at, if I throw this bowling ball into the air, it falls back down.
Well,
let's
that's
say
a
I put
fact
you in
right
the
there.
Let's say I put you in a denser medium, like
liquid
water.
mercury. Liquid mercury.
The
liquid
sun
mercury or
rises
whatever.
in the east and sets in the west
Alright.
every day.
Yes, but how
Oh.
does this?
Both
How does
of those
this
things happen on
conform
a
to
flat
sphere?
plane. You have anything a little more substantial?
That's just something that applies to all of us. But how
Both of
does
those
this?
things happen on a flat
Yeah.
plane. You have anything like that shows curvature, or that shows where there's a
Yeah.
there's a curve somewhere, or we're spinning?
No.
That's what I asked you for.
We checked into all the globe facts, so they're really not globe facts. They're just explanations. Like you said, I throw a bowling ball up, it comes down. That's proof of gravity. It's an explanation. There's other reasons. Like, for example, you have a medium, which is the air in this case, and you have an object, right? So the density of the object has to do, and the medium has to do with if it's going to go up or down, right? So bowling
Are
ball
you
will
guys
drop
all
in the air.
scientists? Hold on. I didn't know what kind of fucking maybe I got into the wrong kind of stream. Are you guys all
Everybody's a scientist.
scientists?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, dude.
Let
I
me
didn't
get to
know.
my.
I didn't know I was in some scientist goddamn lobby. Go ahead. Hey, Godric, it's you, man. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me get to my point. Look, so it has to do with the medium and the object in question, right? So let's say we blow smoke from our cigar. Which way does smoke go? Does it go up or down?
It goes up.
Right. Now, despite gravity,
proven.
it
Unless
goes
you
up.
blow it down.
Why would that be? Okay, let's use another example. Let's say a helium balloon. You let it go. Which way does it go? Up or down?
Which way did you point it?
Point it wherever you want.
Any
Let it go.
direction?
Which way does
It's
it
a
go?
helium balloon.
If you point it up, it goes
Does it go
up.
up or down?
What if you
point it down,
what if
it'll
you
go
point a
down.
helium balloon down? It will go down. Will
If you
point a
point a
helium
helium
balloon
balloon down,
down?
it goes down.
Yeah, it matters which way you
Bro.
point it, dude. What are you saying?
You're an idiot. Come on.
Somebody needs to buy him a helium balloon, dude. Go to Party City. You're in California. Go to Party City. Pay $1.25 for a helium balloon and let it go, and see if you can point it down and see if it goes down.
If you can get helium to go down, dude, like you're onto some serious fucking like invention and technological advance there for real.
And let me continue. Let's say you have a cup of water, and it's 12 noon, and it's hot, and you pour this cup of water over the concrete, and at 12 noon, and you come back in an hour. What's going to happen to the water? Where did it go?
It evaporated.
Right, and evaporates up, right?
It does evaporate up.
So
Depends on which way you face it.
balloons, smoke, waters, these things are going up. So you don't need gravity for that. All you need is the medium and the density of the object.
So you're saying that these gases defy gravity.
Yes, and also, as far as your bowling ball, if you laid your bowling ball
So is it only
in
matter
a pool,
is matter?
Hang on.
Does gravity only affect matter?
hang on, if you laid your bowling ball in a pool of liquid mercury, you know that your bowling ball would float in that liquid mercury? Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
And-
so
and-
we have a little video of an anvil. The anvil they use like blacksmithing, floating in a pool of liquid mercury, right? So the point is, if you have an object that's lighter than the medium it's in this case, bowling ball in air, heavier, it would go down. If it's lighter, like hydrogen or helium or
So
evaporation or
only
smoke,
matter.
it would
is
go up.
So only solid matter is affected by gravity.
So here's the real story. It's not stuff falls
Oh,
down.
Godric,
It's some stuff
Godric.
falls down and some stuff also goes up. You have to say
No,
both.
Godric. No, Godric.
Yes.
No.
Some stuff goes
No.
up and some
No.
stuff goes
No.
down. So what it is, hang
No.
on. It's an equal
No.
balance. There's no
Please-
downward bias.
Please stop for a minute.
There's no downward bias. Stuff goes up,
There's
stuff
no
goes down.
downward bias.
You don't need gravity for that.
Excuse me, but may I step in?
Yeah, go on, Chair.
No downward
I'm
bias.
done. Go ahead.
But if you've got a heavy liquid, it's liquid and it's thick and it's being drawn down because that's how it's being drawn. It doesn't float into the air. It's going down. If that liquid is going down and you put something else that isn't as dense on top, why do you think it comes to the top?
Like I told you, it's an equal balance. Light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom. has to do with the density and the medium.
And
where's that line drawn?
And why is that?
Let me answer him.
Why
This is where the line's
is
drawn.
that dense liquid?
This is where the line's drawn. You can take a cup
why
of
is
water.
that dense liquid being drawn down?
Hang on. This is where the line's
Why
drawn.
is it dense
You
at
take
the
a cup
bottom?
of liquid.
Why
You take a cup of water, and you put an egg in it, and the egg will sink. And then you add salt to the water.
That's
You stir it
buoyancy,
up.
dude.
Hang on.
That's
You stir it
buoyancy.
up, and the egg will now float.
That's
the
buoyancy,
balance.
though.
Buoyancy.
That's the balance right there.
That's
Yeah,
anti-gravity,
buoyancy.
man. That's buoyancy.
What we've done, we've added density to the water, salt. Right?
Yeah,
So now
and weight
the egg is
and weight,
less dense than the
weight
salt.
and
Egg goes up.
buoyancy require gravity.
Yeah,
Weight
see?
and buoyancy require gravity.
That's where the fuckery starts.
Yeah, you can
What is
say that.
gravity
But you don't.
then?
I didn't say
What is-
buoyancy. I just said density, and that's all I said. I said
The
buoyancy.
density has no vector. Density does not have a vector. You're just saying it's dense. You're not saying it goes in any direction. Down means there's a vector, and that means gravity is down. Buoyancy is a denser medium going further, like heavier, compressing the lighter medium up.
Okay, so let's go
We
to
can
this.
we can
You were a
actually
Boy Scout,
affect.
yes? Let's go to
We can
camp, right? Light a campfire, right? Light the fire. If you put your hands over that fire, what's going to happen?
What are you talking about?
Put a
can
hand
change
over that
vector
campfire.
with
What's going to happen to your hand?
Hot air rises.
So no downward, no gravity. Got it.
Hot air. No, you're not talking. No, that's absolute crap. Where does that come from? You said put your hand above a fire. What do you think happens? I said
The fire
hot air
goes up.
rises, and you said no gravity.
Fire goes
No,
up.
hot
That's all I'm
air
showing
is
you.
expanded air, which takes up more room, therefore is less dense and will rise. That's buoyancy.
And that's what I said, except I didn't use buoyancy. Light things
You
on
didn't
top,
say anything.
heavy things on the bottom. That's it.
What?
Equal balance.
No, there is no equal balance. There is called a gravitational force that pulls heavy objects down. The denser they are, the more they want to go to the center. The lighter the object, it gets forced up like a bubble. The bubble in water, it just gets forced up.
But does that have to do with atmospheric pressure? That's my argument. So, like, the argument is now the more, because if you put it in a vacuum, they fall at the same place, and it's atmospheric pressure pushing against the object that is either falling or lifting, that is either changing it by its density.
That kind of half made sense, but not really. Slow down. Go again.
So, okay.
I kind of got it, but
So supposedly they're trying to argue that with gravity it has to do with atmospheric pressure. So like when you drop a bowling ball and a feather, if you drop them in a vacuum, they fall at the same equal rate. We've established that. We've done the experiment. Now, if you drop them outside of it equally, the feather will float. Now, the only force that's acting against that is atmospheric pressure. So now, does that have something to do with our gravity?
No, it's not the pressure. It's the drag. It's not the pressure itself. All right.
Well, the farther up we get,
the pressure will change the density of the air that it's traveling through. So on Earth it's 14.7 odd, right? On Mars it's
I don't know.
about
You
1
can
or
tell me any
2%.
scientific fact. Yeah, I believe it.
On Mars it's 1 or 2%. So there's a bit of a less drag, but the actual acceleration is the same. A heavy object doesn't want to move. So when
no. So like the reason that's like, so like that's why the feather floats.
Yeah. It's got less pull on it, but
it's the same pull.
General, let me try to debunk
it. It has the same pull, so it has the same pull.
You can't debunk gravity.
Nobody's gonna debunk gravity.
If you drop the bowling ball and a feather from a high distance, right? Wouldn't the feather stick to the bowling ball on the way down? Because
no, it's not. It's not small enough. Now, if you were to take an atom,
I'm asking the general.
Sorry, yeah, I'll shut up.
No, why would the feather stick to the bowling ball?
Because in the Cavendish, two things supposedly attract to each other. So why would the gravitational bar should just go right towards it?
No, it's not a fucking magnet. It's gravity, right?
No, I
Did I
think
Magnetic
say it was a
gravity
magnet?
must be
forces
a magnet.
magnetic
You're
forces
supposed to
might
Cavendish
cause that
claims that
because
mass attract the mass.
excuse me, Godric, the gravitational forces are extremely weak at the size of a feather and a bowling ball, like minuscule.
Okay, no, that's fair. So the feather doesn't have enough mass, right? So let's drop a BB
Well,
and a bowling ball together,
Sounds
right?
like that
And
Witcher
let's make them
film.
no,
close
It
together,
has to
right?
be bigger.
Wouldn't
It
the
has to
BB
be
stick
bigger.
to the bowling ball?
Has to be bigger.
Godric,
This
Dude,
you're
is the
still
type
let
of
talking about
argument
the
two
we
general answer.
things.
You don't know about the cabinet. Let the general answer.
You're still talking about two things that are very minuscule in a
Doesn't
gravitational
don't your
field.
minuscule things?
Stop, please. Let me finish. You're talking about inside a gravitational field. So we're on the surface of Earth dropping two things. The most massive thing here is the Earth. So the things are not going to bother about each other. They're going to bother with the Earth. If we took that into space somewhere and tried that again, that might work a bit better. But on the surface of the Earth,
I'm glad
you were
you said
talking
that.
about a massive Earth, two little things, both things that they're concentrating on the Earth concentrating on them. They're not even bothered with each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, except we looked in space and nothing attracts to each other in space.
Yes, it does.
Things just
And
floating
you're
around like
lying,
a
and
pen
that's
would just
bullshit.
float around the ISS. Doesn't
You're
stick
just
to the
lying
wall.
now. You're just
Doesn't stick to
lying.
the ISS. Skittles don't stick together. But lead balls
You're
don't
just
stick
lying
together.
again,
So no
and
Cavendish.
you are lying and uneducated about what's happening.
In what regard is
I
he
just
lying
don't see
though?
mass attract to mass. The end conclusion is they stick together. Show me them
Yeah, but
sticking together.
It has to be at a certain It has to be at a.
what?
It's not just any object is gonna create gravity when you drop them together because they're free falling.
No.
You're saying dropping objects together. That's just a free fall. Now, I think gravity has more to do with like the motion of also the Earth rotating and spinning around another object. So it's already creating its own. You know what I mean? Its own
The
force.
end result is these masses stick together. Show me in
Yeah.
space.
And
Show me on a Cavendish. Show me
Yeah,
dropping bowling
okay.
balls next to
Okay.
BBs.
Godric,
And let me see them stick together.
here you go. Here's the proof. The Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, our moon,
So if there was
other
really
moons, other planets.
planets,
It's
if there's
called
really
orbital
planets
mechanics,
and they had
and it
gravity,
works
wouldn't
on
they
the
just stick together like
gravitational
grapes?
constant. And it
Wouldn't they
works,
stick
mate.
together like
You
grapes?
can't. You can talk over me, mate. But the whole thing is, we have satellites in space. They orbit the Earth using orbital mechanics. Gravitational
Show me the
forces are
satellites
taking
sticking
in.
together. Show me anything sticking together in space.
incorrect, dude. Google them.
You're telling me actually the opposite of gravity. They don't stick together. They don't attract.
What the fuck are you on about? Dude, did you drop out of school in grade 8 or 9?
You just
Because you're
claimed
not
that it
bringing
happens
anything.
in space.
You're not
Satellites,
bringing anything
planets,
logical, mate.
they're not
You're
sticking
making up
together.
random crap.
What's the end result of mass attracts mass? What is the end result of mass attracts mass? What is it? They stick together. Let me help you. Doesn't happen in space. Doesn't
On a
happen on the
large
Earth.
scale, dude.
Does it happen on a
it's called,
Cavendish?
it's called planetary formation.
Yeah, do you understand
solar
the
system
scale that
formation,
takes?
Galaxy formation.
Now you're just galloping. Now you
No,
just
you
got planetary
you asked for the fucking
Okay,
the
you just said
examples, and I've
planetary
just given
formation.
them to
Show me
you,
a
and you
planet
just
for me.
hand waved them away.
Show us a planet forming in a sphere. I'd be love to see this.
Yeah.
Planetary formation. That's one.
What would you like to see?
Physics
You
101.
just claimed planetary formation is a proof of gravity. Did you not just say that?
Yep,
Show me a
I
planet
can-
forming.
Yep, can do.
A planet forming?
You want to see an accretion disk?
How does a planet form?
According
Would
to
you
him,
like
it's
to
from
see an
gravity.
accretion disk?
You'll have to tell us what the accretion disk is for the room.
Planets
Then you
form
can
out of
post
the
it.
penis of men that
You
train
do
in
know
you.
that the asteroid belt in our solar system is an accretion disk. That's a remnant of the accretion disk.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So this asteroid belt, all these asteroids, wouldn't they stick together and form a planet again? Because of
Is that-
gravity, because
No,
of Cavendish?
no,
They would just come
no.
together and form a planet.
No.
No? Why
Because
not?
of
There's no,
tidal
there's no gravity then.
because of tidal forces created by
Tidal
gravity from the
forces.
larger planets.
From a
Jupiter
larger
is
planet.
huge, and it pulls things apart.
I just
Saturn,
want to see
same
mass
shit.
attracting mass. You're
Same
telling me why
thing.
mass doesn't
You
attract
just want to see,
You
but
wanna
that
see mass
doesn't
attract
mean it
mass?
has to be.
You're telling me why mass doesn't
You wanna
attract
see
mass.
mass
I want to
attract
see
mass?
mass attracting mass.
You want
Look
to
at the
see,
moon, the
but
Earth.
Whoa,
You want
what
Does
does
the
that
Earth
say?
attach to the moon? Are they
you
colliding?
want to see something,
Hang
but
on.
that
Let me
doesn't
look
mean it
outside.
has to happen or
Are they
it's
Godric,
colliding?
reality.
That's mass
Godric,
You
mass.
want to
remember,
see this
remember
and
the
you want
moon
to see
originally
that.
came from the
That
Earth.
doesn't
Remember the
mean it
moon?
happened.
Wait there, remember the moon, Godric, to make your point, to help you make it. Remember the moon came from the Earth originally,
From an
so the idea,
asteroid.
the mass
And
attracting
how
mass
did it
is
ever
going
split
on.
apart? How did the moon ever split apart from the Earth if it came from the Earth? That
We
makes no
got
sense to me.
hit by an asteroid
Oh,
and
you
it broke
moron.
apart.
See, again, you guys are
The
arguing
debris from the
the point
asteroid is
that
what
you
the
don't
moon was made of.
understand the original model. You do not understand it, and
The
therefore you
original
make claims
Australian
against
model.
it. You make claims against
Tell us the
the
original model.
moon
I'm all ears.
forming, right?
Tell us how
How
it
the
happened.
moon just
Grab a
break
ball.
away from the Earth.
It's a
It
ball
didn't
that
just
goes
break
around a
away from
ball.
the Earth.
I don't think the
There was
moon broke away
another
from the Earth.
planetary body that came in and
Collided
collided
with,
with the Earth, and it
and the debris,
rotated off.
the
It
debris on the
didn't just
face of the
break
planet.
away from the Earth.
I think it was
It
debris, yeah.
coalesced into a ball slowly, and then apparently it was thrown away from the Earth at one time, exactly to the distance in terms of size to distance, ratio needed for us to
Oh, who
experience eclipses of the
cares?
sun.
Fuck, mate.
I'll give
I'll-
you that. I'll give that to you. That happened. Now, when does mass attract mass?
Wait, what?
We
I'll give you
see
the moon
mass
broke off. When
propelling
does it
mass
attract? Yeah, right. I said the right
there.
thing, right?
Well-
When does mass attract mass?
We actually see the opposite in that example. And
Well,
yeah.
we're a
Yeah,
And by
mass.
the
like the
way,
moon, the sun,
this whole
all the planets.
scientific Big Bang thing, all the matter was in one little place, and then it somehow expanded, exploded /
Oh my
Big
god.
Bang. How did
Change
it
the
even
subject
expand
again.
to begin with? If there's gravity in that one place, it would be
There
so
wasn't
dense,
gravity in that one
it would
place.
never expand to begin with.
You don't
This is
understand it, and
this
you
is
are
the
making
opposite of
claims
gravity.
against it. You don't understand shit.
I'm asking for mass attracting mass, and you're telling me everything is the
There
opposite.
was no gravity in the Big Bang. It all was a mess. Everything wasn't as it is now. You don't get it, and yet you claim against it. You haven't
Hey,
So
studied it.
Hey,
there's
that's
gravity
getting
now.
You haven't
disproven.
studied it. You
Slow
don't
your roll.
understand
Slow
it.
your roll on the
So
Big Bang
stop
there. Hold on.
claiming.
Okay,
Slow
let
your
me
roll on
make
the Big Bang though.
this is new. This is new for me. So there's gravity now, but there wasn't gravity at the Big Bang. Did I say it right?
It's
Well,
also
slow
a
your
ball.
roll on the Big Bang. That's getting like slowly disproven.
He just claimed that the reason that it
Yeah,
was
I
able
know,
to
I know, I
expand
know, I know.
because there
Big
wasn't
Bang,
gravity.
Big
There
Bang,
was no
Big Bang is
light.
being
There
disproven. So
was no
slowly.
light. There was no gravity. There was no this, no that. It was a confusion
Yeah,
of
in the
everything.
beginning there was nothing. That sounds very much like Christianity.
Not nothing. No, we didn't say. I didn't say there was nothing, did I?
I appreciate all your explanations, but all of them point to the opposite of mass attracting mass. Never mass attracting mass.
What is the opposite of mass attracting mass?
What you said.
The moon somehow from the debris of another planet that orbited from its collision course with the Earth at a time when the Earth actually needed a replacement for its about to burn out molten iron core. Thankfully, a theater wave of planet 4.2 billion years ago came on that collision course and actually gave us, right, as
Who
it
the
struck
fuck
us,
is talking?
right, a theater wave of planet actually deposited
Damn
its
shady.
molten iron core into ours, and by doing so, replenishing ours before it burnt out. That same collision, the debris therein of the strewn across the face of the Earth, right? That eventually coalesced into a sphere on the side of the Earth that was then thrown away exactly 400 times the distance to size ratio with the sun that we can experience eclipses.
Dude, you're
That's
doing that
exactly
again.
how we got the moon. That's how we got the moon. And that moon, in fact, right, left this planet, isn't attracted toward it, which means that's the opposite of mass attracted mass if the moon is cast away from this Earth.
You're doing it again though, man. Hold on, slow down.
You pay,
Can't
why don't you pay
stop
attention and
laughing.
listen to what Crack has to say?
I have to do it that way, otherwise people talk over you if you speak for longer than like 10 seconds, okay?
These arguments remind me about 5 years ago. This was the level of ballers.
Dude,
it's,
could you,
it's Groundhog Day, bud, over and over and over and over
Villain,
again.
could you please provide citations for what you just said about replenishing the core of the earth, etc., etc.?
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
No, this is your model's claim.
Oh no, you can't.
You event.
Right. No, it's not our claim at all. That
You
doesn't
asked
equate
you asked
to
me
our
if I
claim at
would
all.
provide citation, right? And I just simply stated, no, I won't. Okay?
I think your math is bullshit, dude. Say that shit again.
If you type in, how did we get our moon? Type in 4.2 billion years ago as the other way with planet. This is the heliocentric explanation as to how we got our sun.
It's
And
a
how,
theoretical math, dude.
chronologically speaking, the Earth's molten iron core was
Theoretical
about to
math.
burn out. Dude, this is the claim of the globe, the heliocentric model,
No,
not
it's
mine.
not.
This is an event.
It's a disingenuous claim. It's not the
Okay.
scientific model at all.
Everyone can look it up. They can
This is a YouTube bunch of shit.
I'd like to hear what Shady has to say about where our moon came from.
I'd like to hear that too.
This is an unscientific claim. This is
It's
YouTube crap.
dude,
Because the
you're recorded
scientific model does
agreeing
not
with it.
claim what you're
You
claiming
agreed.
about it re-energizing the core of the planet or the sun crap. It does not say anything about that.
Well, I only
No,
read
you
that
said you were going to
from
explain the
NASA.
moon. Now go ahead and explain it.
Well, he agreed with the premise earlier, right? That it came from the debris from a wayward planet called Odysee, right? 4.2 billion years ago.
Yeah, something like that. Science doesn't claim to know this. It's our best understanding of how things happen. Given the makeup of the moon, the makeup of whatever, it's sort of our best guess.
And it was needed, that event, to happen because chronologically in the Earth's actual evolutionary story from its creation, in this origin story of the Big Bang, the Earth's molten iron core, according to that, was about to burn out. That's why it's the other way with planet.
Hang on, man.
Did that also?
Sorry to interrupt. May I just what do you mean by the iron core was going to burn out? Just if I can clarify that point, please, mate.
Our molten iron core apparently was about to burn out, according to NASA. 4.2
There's no
billion.
burnout.
He's gonna do that shit with the math again. Hold on, listen.
It's not math. Saying 4.2 billion years ago, it's not math. That's not my claim. That's just what it says online.
Counting things. Counting is math.
The heliocentric
counting is math, by the way. Yeah.
The iron core was burning out at some point. There is no burning out of an iron core. All right.
Well, then maybe I read
Fella
the
can't
NASA
understand counting
incorrectly.
So, don't use maths or numbers.
The molten iron core wasn't about to burn out, but you agree this planet hit us 4.2 billion years ago, right?
Something like that.
All right, thank you. So, okay, exactly at the right time, with the exact amount of debris that would then coalesce into a ball be thrown away from the Earth. Remember the thing that we're claiming that the moon is attracted to via the convention of mass attracted mass. What we have here is a throwing away of a mass object away from another mass, not mass attracted mass. We have the opposite, actually, in fact.
No, it's not. No. It's something impacting, and the gravitational force virtually holding. It's like
Even
when
now,
a
how many
volcano
times
goes
has it
off
now?
or an asteroid hits, shit gets thrown into the atmosphere or above, a few hundred miles up. But it will continue to rotate with the Earth or as it's thrown out and come back again. And that's one of the main things that is a bad thing with an asteroid impact.
Show me
because everything gets tossed into the atmosphere. It's very hot.
Show us rocks coalescing into masses off the face of the planet. Show rocks coalescing into spheres off the face of the planet. Even tell me for a second that you think that is even possible. or could
We
occur is
we've got
ridiculous. You have to stay off the face of the planet because we never observe any rock ever coalescing into a ball on the surface. So you would need to say
dude,
debris off the face,
you're
right?
lying. It's
It's a
straight
You
lying.
question.
probably we
Like, how do
we
you lie with
always
a
You know, it's
know.
the
question?
whole cake.
You can't
you
lie
do
with a
know.
question, dude. You can't lie with a
Slice,
question. Not with a
slice a piece of
question.
the cake. I'll take a
You
small
do
piece.
know that we have meteorites that have fallen to Antarctica that they're really easy to find because you're just on white snow. Black rocks fall down, pretty easy to find, right? We
Yeah,
have
what do you
meteorites found on Antarctica and on the snowfields that come from Mars.
Of course, they're not black when they're in space.
Sorry?
Those could have came from a volcano.
Why would they be black
No,
when they're in
they're
space?
from Mars. All right, they've been hit.
They're oxidized.
They're meteorite impacts on Mars. There are massive craters on Mars, and some of that ejecta was thrown out and has landed on Earth. There are probably
You're on
moon
about
rocks.
panspermic activities.
How do you know they came from Mars?
Can you prove that they're
Because
from
we've
Mars?
actually sampled rocks from Mars.
Do they have like the Mars gene, the Mars element? What element is that?
Yeah,
We see it in the microscope.
the makeup. Yeah, the makeup. It's like we know that the moon, when
Compared
we
to what
sample
rock?
moon rock, are
Compared to what rock?
mostly very similar to Earth.
Oh, don't
Mostly
even
similar
talk
to
about
Earth.
moon rock that
So
was faked. Moon rock
Wait,
that
no,
was
wait,
faked.
wait.
he's onto something. He's onto
General,
something.
no, hold on. General,
Moon rock.
what are you arguing? Hold on. Hold on. General, what are you arguing?
I'm
He's
just
claiming we
saying
have
that.
Mars rocks on Earth, and that proves something.
Yeah, we have rocks from Antarctica that have been shown to match rocks that we brought back from Mars or sampled from Mars.
Let's say I want
Yeah.
to use a critical eye, and let's say I want to challenge that statement. How do we prove it?
Probably
Have
pretty
we ever
well, I guess.
had a craft go to Mars and then come back?
No, yeah, and I did get that wrong.
Ashes.
Thank you for
Where do we
picking
get
me up on
baseline?
that. I did get that wrong. They weren't returned. The data was returned when they sampled. We haven't done that yet. One of the latest missions to Mars should return samples back to Earth. But so far it's probes on their sensors. But yes, I was wrong in saying what I said. Thank you for picking me up. That's fine.
Well, of course you were wrong.
Well, we
Where
have
did
the
you get your
data back. But we
baseline?
just
How
didn't
did
get
you
the
get your
samples back.
wait there? How did you get your baseline to actually test the strata mineral? What's actually contained within a rock from Mars? Where did you get your baseline in order that you could measure it next to a meteorite that apparently came from Mars on the Earth? Thank you. Go ahead.
That's a good question. No answer
We
for it.
found meteorites in the snowfields because it's one of the best places. Either the deserts where you can nothing moves, nothing rains, nothing gets, and the ice fields, so they melt into the surface, but you can find them fairly easily and they're not corrupted.
How do you define where they came from, though, dude? Remember, you have no baseline.
Getting there. By looking at the surface structure of how it's entered the atmosphere, you can tell it's entered the atmosphere at high rate of speed. There's bubbles and deformations, ablation points where the
Do you
heat
know
shock to it.
that science
Okay.
cannot explain? Do you
Can we
know
stick
that
to the
science
question I
cannot
asked, though?
explain? Science cannot explain where sand comes from on Earth. So how could they analyze a rock from Mars?
That's an absolute lie.
How do we again?
That's totally. Who said that?
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
Who said that? Who said we don't know where sand comes from?
No, I'm
Well,
kicking
they
rocks,
said it.
guys. Hey, you guys have been fun, man. I got to bounce. You guys are awesome. I love this chat, dude. I love this idea of coming together and argue and fucking yelling at each other and telling each other we're dumb. I fucking love it, dude. Hey, I'm new to this shit, dude, and I love you guys. I got to bounce. I fucking got a girl here. I'll be back in a few days. I'm gonna research some shit, dude, and I'll come back in here to fucking argue with the best of you.
All right.
Is that you, Dixon?
Yeah, fucking
You're
hate
gonna
you
do
all.
it, mate. You're going to do it. Fine.
You take care, brother. Have a good one.
Ah.
Who
That's
said that
unfortunate
you
that
don't know where sand came from?
that's unfortunate that would like part of what he just said.
Why?
Well, that he
So he-
thinks that like he thinks that
Come back
like
in 3 days.
that his experience here is that people are telling each other they're dumb and just trying to, tell.
Yeah.
'Cause that's really not the intention of this live stream. People do
No,
it
actually,
obviously,
yeah.
but it's like it's more about coming together and being able to share our ideas.
I think that was a bit of a
in
joke.
the debate vibe, people obviously want to assert their position, and then they fall into their own toxicity thing.
I get his thoughts, but yeah, it's probably not the
wait there a
way to
second.
be.
Yeah, but Gio, he claimed that I was calling him dumb earlier by the words I was using. I never called him dumb, right? I never once said he was dumb. I tried to be concise, and he basically conflated me using big words with effectively just calling him outright stupid. You can ask anyone that was here.
Overall, he was all right. He was opinionated, but he wasn't completely disrespectful. So
ask the general why you call me a moron.
No, I think what he just said was more tongue in cheek, though. I don't think it was
he was all right.
representation of this place like at all.
We
yeah,
can
no,
all
like-
have a bit of a joke and all have some good fun. Sometimes it gets heated and whatnot, but generally it's a good chat.
I know I would like to go back to the baseline because like there has to be some like fundamental mechanism in which you would derive that you have an ability to actually define this piece of rock that's apparently from a meteorite, right? That like apparently is from Mars. Can we get to that baseline again?
Yeah, it's just the mineral makeup, chemical and mineral makeup. Like, they can age it to a certain point. The formation of the rock itself. Like, I'm no geologist, mate, but it's like, did you know? Like, Instafact, right? Very quickly. Scotland and New York both have the same rock, and they call it the red rock of something or other. There's an area in New York on the northeast coast of America, and an area in Scotland which is along the walls of Loch Ness, and they're the same rock, and that's where you've got that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and splits the continents. It's the same rock.
Yeah, Shady, you're giving a good analogy here, but you're not addressing the question that was asked to you. Those two rocks can be compared against each other, and a comparison can be drawn that those two rocks are of the same origin. Now, if I understand Crackvillain correctly here, he's asking you where the baseline was drawn for the analysis of the rocks you claim to be from Mars, air brackets. Where did you get that first initial baseline to draw the conclusion? I believe that is the question that Crackvillain is asking.
It is.
If I'm wrong, please put me right, Crack.
Okay.
No, that's correct.
Good question. But as I tried to make an analogy between those two, like they can tell the origin of the rock, when it was formed, how it was formed, whatever. And moon rock and earth rock tends to be pretty similar, apparently. Some areas of it. Mars rock. And then having samples, I think the first probes went in the late 70s or early 80s to Mars, and we got sort of a idea. But by looking at that and meteorites found on Antarctica, that we found that that's the way it is.
Yeah, but now you're talking about going to the moon, observing what the moon is made of, objectively, even in your own description of Mars, it's objectively described by you guys as something different altogether than the moon. This isn't a way of you deriving a baseline. You can't just reassert that some rocks are similar
Mars
to
is
other rocks
completely
in different
different than the moon.
locations. Your analogy about New York, however, right, and Scotland proves that you need to be able to look at the strata of both rocks, the compositional minerals within inside of the rock itself, that you need both in order to draw to the fact that they're from the same origin. Again,
Yeah, and
this
that's
then needs
been
to be
done. It's been
but you need to
done.
proportionately apply that logic, right? You need to apply
It's
that
been done.
unilaterally
Why are
across the
you
board to
questioning
your
it when it's
Mars
been
rock.
done and proven?
I'm not questioning whether that part's been done. I'm saying that you need to unilaterally apply the same rigor to your argument when it comes to rock from Mars, apparently, right?
And it
You have
has been
no
done. That's what
collective
I'm
baseline.
saying. Why are you questioning it?
When did anyone go to Mars, collect rock, bring it back as a baseline that we could test other rocks found here to assume that then, for us to correlate that then actually it came from there
It
originally?
was sampled by rovers or whatever, landers on Mars. It was sampled. And the comparison added up.
Okay.
Do you know the
Nick,
size of the sample that they took on Mars? Do you know how big that is?
Oh, wouldn't have a clue.
So you wouldn't be able to see the strata levels. You wouldn't be able to see the rate of decay. You wouldn't be able to
I
see.
don't know. And you're making a claim now. I said I don't know, and now you're making a claim that wouldn't be able to do that. Maybe we did. Hey, we need to
JD,
research that a bit further.
Do you know if these were actual physical rocks returned back to Earth,
They weren't returned
or were
back to
they,
Earth, no.
or was it just a data stream that was allegedly transmitted from that place?
Yeah, they weren't returned to Earth, not yet. I think the one they landed last time failed. There was meant to be a return, but I don't think it worked. Don't quote me on that one. But they're planning on one that will return rocks from the surface back to Earth.
So there's been no actual physical comparison.
It was a data from the sensors sent back.
So no actual physical comparison.
No actual physical, but if we had the
claim.
same sensors that were on the lander on Earth, because we'd use the same sensors, so we'd sense it with this sensor on Earth, and we sent that sensor to Mars, and it sent back X data. So data still remains as true.
Well, that's your belief system, yeah. And we can appreciate that.
Well, you're denying the fact that if we used, again, 3DP, you're denying the fact that if we used the sensor on Earth or the sensor that we sent to Mars, it would be different somehow.
Like I say, Shady, you believe that data stream has been sent from that planet you claim to be Mars. You believe that, okay? Now, what that data stream has sent back for you to believe in, I don't really care, right? Your core belief.
All you want,
it's right. You can talk through me, Shady. Your core belief is in that planet, and that we, the collective we, have been there to enable us to send that data stream back. That is your core belief, okay?
Yeah.
Now, everything you have just stated about rock samples hinges on that core belief, and I don't share that core belief with you. So for you to say that data stream that has come from somewhere that you believe in, because you believe that they sent people not people, but machines to that core of your belief system.
I get you through. That's fine. That's fine. But your denial of anything that happens doesn't really matter, mate. Anything that we say,
I'm denying your core belief system. Yeah. I don't care.
I don't hold anything. It doesn't matter what we do.
That's right. You talk through me, Shady. It's okay. I don't hold the same core belief system as you, so therefore that data stream matters nothing to me. Okay, because I know that your core belief system cannot be supported by factual evidence in
Cannot.
any way, shape, or form. You cannot even demonstrate the basics. You cannot even demonstrate the basics of your core belief system, Shady. So, for you to come in here and preach about your belief system is fine. Is fine, Shady. But just don't expect us to believe the same as you do and then call us deniers when we question your belief system.
No. What I'm questioning, mate,
I second that.
Is the fact that you deny all science.
There you go. You deny.
No, stop.
I don't
The thing
deny.
is that your belief
I'll let you talk. Please let me go.
relies on NASA. That's the problem.
I'll let you talk through DP. Please let me have my say.
Thank you for that honour and that privilege of you actually letting somebody talk, Shady. It must have been
and
the final frontier for you.
You can say that all you like, but it doesn't go anywhere. Now, look, you deny geology.
I don't deny geology. I've told you that time and time again.
Well,
geology is a core science.
You're talking over me again.
No, I'm just correcting you.
I'm
correcting you, Shady.
Yeah,
geology is a core science. I do not deny geology. Get your facts straight.
Then explain PNS waves.
I'm not dancing in your fairy tale realm, Shady.
See, you'll say that it's not wrong, but you won't play when I ask you to play.
Right, so you want to base another part of... Hang on, let me address that point. Let me address that point, Shady. You made a point, let me address it. Okay, now you are invoking P and S waves. Okay, so you want to believe that the bounce back time of these P and S waves, as you claim them to be, demonstrates a model to you, the shape of something, in that the time reflex of the time return in these signals, the time return in these signals actually illustrates the shape of your model. Again, part of your core belief system. I'm not trying to take that away from you, Shady. I just do not hold the same confidence in those PNS waves giving you the basis for your model that you do. Because there are other parts of your model that cannot be supported in any way, shape, or form. Now you can talk.
Right. So you said that geology was actually a relative field of science. Then I bring up PNS waves and you deny them and say that they are not a relative field of science and can't be used to do this and do that and do the other. Where geology disagrees with you absolutely. It's one of the highest fucking forms of understanding the planet. You deny it. You said, blah, blah, blah. I don't deny anything. I don't deny geology. And then you deny it flat out in front of everyone.
Right, Shady.
Oh, you
paused. You paused there, Shady. Let me address that. You paused, Shady. Let me address that before you scattergun.
You can let me finish.
Before you scattergun.
You can let me finish, 3EP. You can let me
before
finish.
You scattergun, Shady.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Before you scattergun.
I let you go. I let you go, and now you're interrupting me.
Well, the only thing, Shady, it's also important not to. You got to be concise, because if you end up going on too long, then you end up bringing up so many points that
all right,
they can't even be addressed. So try to keep it concise to one point.
And the only point I want to address here is that Shady's analogies between the rocks in Scotland and the rocks in New York can be proven, demonstrated. Okay, now you want to place your faith in PNS waves to give you the result which your model says you must have. Okay, I don't have that confidence in those PNS waves.
Me. Can I finish my sentence now?
On you go.
Now you denied PNS waves.
I didn't deny PNS waves.
How do you think? Excuse me again, mate.
You're building a straw man,
How
Shady.
do you think geologists and oil companies and mineral exploration companies, how do you think they find things underground?
No,
They use PNS waves.
You've asked me a question, Shady. Now let me answer it. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Now let me address the question.
Still stating that you support geology.
Yeah, Shady, it is a little
not a
confusing.
PNS.
Hold on, man. It's a little confusing because you are asking a question, but then you're answering it instead of letting him answer.
Yeah, I get it.
And you wonder why you get muted when you come into these servers, Shady.
Yep, that's okay. Go. Yeah, we can get a bit heated. That's okay. I'm still being cool. Go for it, mate. Go.
You think PNS waves are the only way that these things can be located underground? Do you seriously think that, Shady?
How do you think they are created underground?
There are a multitude.
Located underground.
There are a multitude of ways of locating things underground. Shady.
How are they found underground?
There's a multitude of ways of finding stuff underground, Shady.
Sonar.
Sonar returns give you density.
Is a water-based item.
Right? Oh, you think you can't use sonar on the ground, Shady?
No, you do not use sonar on the ground.
You think you can't fire sonar into the ground to give you
You do not use sonar on the ground.
Okay, Shady. Okay, Shady. Okay. Whatever you want to believe, Shady.
Failed, mate. Look up the fucking meaning of sonar, you numpty.
Okay, Shady.
You talk big, but you've got nothing, mate. You can't. You can't bring anything.
Just as a side topic, is it anybody able to find a video of the amateurs making those rockets like Elon Musk's rocket? Apparently, it was maybe Jesse the other day, I think it was, that said, look it up on the internet. There's loads of YouTubers doing like these rockets that can land back on their ass, and they're making these amateur models. I've been searching the entire internet. I cannot find any evidence of this.
BRS space.
What's it called?
BRS space.
Okay, thank you.
He's a dude that I think he wants into the space industry. He's young, an engineer, very smart. He's actually built landing booster rockets and all kinds of shit, like in model scale. Really smart dude.
Have you seen the videos at all?
Yeah. Smart dude. I think it's BRS space.
Can I just correct? Sorry, can I just correct myself here? I just want to correct myself. It's a ground penetrating radar rather than sonar. So sorry, Shady.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, mate.
My point still stands. There are other ways.
Yeah, agreed. You had it. You had the technology wrong, but yes, agreed. Ground penetrating radar, yes.
Right.
Agreed.
Sorry to cut in there, Carlos.
And
now
sorry,
it'll be interesting to see that video. BRS space. I'll look it up. Thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, 3D Paper. I should have told you what it was, not to shut you down on what it wasn't. All right. Ground penetrating radar is yes. But GPR.
So the point I was trying to make
about 30 or 40 feet, no more.
Right, okay.
I can actually send you, and it's a really good thing to watch 3DP. When they were doing seismic testing of the Great Dividing Range in Australia, like the Snowy Mountains, they made their own tracks through the hills. It's a really like wild area, and they took in trucks with vibrating pads that would shock the ground and read the ground all around it to understand the geology of the subsurface.
Yeah, well, this has been done through time immemorial. I mean, it's how they used to survey for oil fields in America. They used to just set off explosive charges and measure the bounce back of the signal. Yeah. So the point still stands that your confidence in P&S waves to give you the model that you to give you the model that you must.
Gas fields because of
That's
it.
right, Shady. You can cut me off again. To give you the model that you think those P&S waves give you, when there are other more fundamentally basic things that demonstrate your model is a load of bunk, Shady.
I asked you what those fundamental and other basic things were. Please name them.
Do I have to go into it again, Shady?
Yes, please name them. List them.
All that P waves and S waves are, you're basically just emulating that onto a model.
Please don't step in, John. Please don't step in, John. I want 3DP. I'm just asking for a list, and I want him to answer that list, please. I want that list.
Just hear Crackvilla now, and then I'll address your points. If you're so desperate, Shady. But I'd just like to hear.
Your list, 3DP. Name
this is a conversation, Shady.
You should have it. Now give it to me.
Shady, hang on a second, right? This isn't the Shady Demands show where you demand what you want and people produce. Shady, don't talk through me. This isn't the Shady Show and Demand show, okay? Where you come in here, you make demands and people jump through your hoops. This is supposed to be a conversation, right? And it is evident at the moment that you are just not capable of having that conversation. So please, Crack, make your point.
Like, so there's an emulation of the points of exit of the oscillation created by seismic shift underground, right? All we have is seismologists effectively with their stations at different places all over the earth, right? Then what we have is the representative permeation through the different mediums under the ground and beneath our feet, right? And that's what they're recording is different readings of vibration based on that oscillation and movement of that vibration through the rock. The reason why this then appears to reify a globe, well, it is a reification of a globe because those points are emulated to presuppose that those places are different locations scattered across the face of a spherical ball. If you emulate these points actually onto a map that in fact is more land masses that are on a flat planar nature, they actually start to make a lot of sense. And then the refraction part in P waves and S waves also starts to make a lot more sense because you can start to get rid of most of that because you don't need to account.
Doesn't make any sense on a fucking plane.
Wait for the nut.
It doesn't make any sense on a flat plane. You're denying geology again.
Have you done that? Have you emulated?
You're going with 3DP and denying geology.
I'm not denying geology, my friend.
Do you understand? Do you understand antipodes?
Yeah.
All right. You understand the antipode?
Yeah.
Without sounding terrible, can I ask you to explain it to me?
No.
That BPS channel doesn't have any real model rock. He only does all of his stuff simulations on the computer. Do you have any real links?
Do you know what antipodal means, Shady?
And now we'll go back to 3DP, where I said to 3DP about he's denying geology, and then he's calling P&S waves this and that and the other. And I'm going to hold your feet to the fire, 3DP. You can't run away from it and get someone else to fucking distract me. I asked you the question, now please explain.
What was the question? You go off on so many tangents, Shady. It's really difficult to keep up with you.
No,
so
I stayed,
please,
and you
please
tried to
restate the
swerve.
question. Please restate the question.
State how P&S waves do not work. Please state how P&S waves do not show what they show. Please state how you deny P&S waves when you accept geology as a science. Now, you do actually deny PNS waves show us anything. You are claiming that geology is okay and is a science, but denying that geology actually uses PNS waves to
No one's
show us.
claiming that there aren't PNS waves.
Yes. Yeah. Excuse me. When did I deny? Can anybody else in the room? Can
No, you didn't.
anybody affirm what the implication that Shady is making here? That I have denied that PNS waves are used in geology, and they do demonstrate things at depth, rock structure.
And they demonstrate a globe.
Now, hang on, Shady. This was a question to the room, not a cue for
They
you to
demonstrate a
start.
globe.
This was a question to the room, and not a cue for you to start monologuing again. So please, anybody in the room, can you kind of back Shady up here in my denial of PNS
Never
waves?
happened, mate. Never happened. He's full of shit.
No.
As
Thank
well,
you.
he's a
He
trivia.
doesn't have a bullshit. Yeah. Well, please
but you're talking
provide
about
citation.
PNS waves. Talking about PNS
Citations,
waves,
please.
like you've got a gun that you fire them into the ground with, dude. How do you derive PNS waves? What is a P wave as opposed to an S wave? What is the
primary wave and secondary wave?
differentiation?
A primary wave and a secondary wave.
What's the secondary indication that they're separate entities?
You don't even know what you're talking about, and you're asking me for fucking descriptions. I don't have to describe this shit to you. You have to learn about it. That's the problem. You don't understand it. You deny it, but you don't understand it. It's like
I didn't deny it. I didn't deny it, actually.
Nobody's denied it. Not one of us have denied the use
you
of it. Not
deny
one. Sorry, Shady. I was in the middle of my sentence. Not one of us in here has denied the use of PNS waves. What is your problem? What is your major malfunction here, Shady?
Yeah, it's the conclusion.
3DP. My major.
It's the conclusion drawn.
Malfunction, mate, is you calling that geology is a correct science and then denying that PNS waves show it's a globe.
Right, you were talking all the way through Geo there. Geo was trying to make a point, but you decided to speak through him. So sorry about that, Geo. Please, can you state your point again?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, like the it's the conclusion drawn from the data that is in contention.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the right way of putting it. That's what I just should have said. Very well said.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't hear anyone deny the existence of primary and secondary waves, but it's what they claim the results are showing that, in my understanding of it, there's several fundamental assumptions that are built into it.
And not least on that list is the geographical location on their sphere model of the stations that emit these PNS waves. They need that geographical location on that model to begin with to get the results that Shady is claiming here.
That's a good point. Yeah, and then they build the model, and then the timing, in terms of the claims of the timing built within the model. Yeah, there's a whole part of that to it as well.
There's another element to it as well. You could technically have all of this apparatus, right, with absolutely ever any measurement or reading either. Technically, you could build this whole suite of sensors all around the world that that involve themselves in primary and secondary waves. Like, these aren't things that we fire down into the ground ourselves. The data is took on via things that are receivers of information based on an event that's not necessarily predictable. That being seismic actions.
And so.
So stop acting like it's a primary source of measurement. Like when it's a second.
You have no fucking idea. Why don't you open your fucking mind, mate? Like, it's like listening to someone's heart with a
Every time that was hilarious, Shady. Shady, are you here all week? Because you're hilarious.
Stethoscope. you can hear what's happening inside. That's the thing. You can hear through the sonic waves what's happening inside. And that's PNS waves. You can see and hear what's happening by working with the data, what's happening. And as much as you just sit there and laugh, that makes me laugh harder at you for being so uneducated and so silly.
Yeah. Okay, Shady.
You know, well, tell me, 3DP, do you trust MRI machines? Do you trust CAT scans?
Shady, I've recently had an MRI scan, and yes, I do trust MRI scans to give the results that the physicians are looking for. Yes, I do trust MRI scans. Do you know how MRI scans work, Shady? Because I've been looking into
it. Magnetic resonance imaging, son.
Yeah. Can you explain?
I'm a bit ahead of you. That's obvious.
Shady, can you explain exactly how and when in that magnetic image resonance scan the image is actually taken? Can you explain to the fine degree how that image is taken and how the first half of the scan sequence relates to the second half of the scan sequence? Can you give me that in-depth detail, please?
An X and Y axis, maybe, yeah. But
no,
can
Shady,
you?
I'm not talking.
I'd like to hear you. I'd like to hear you answer. I'd like to hear you answer because I'm saying
Shady.
I don't know.
I am not talking about an X and a Y axis, right? I am talking about the sequence
you dumb
event.
fuck. I don't know.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's just. Can we not go into that?
I don't claim to know.
Please.
So please explain it to me now, 3DP.
You're the one that claimed you were leaps and bounds ahead of me on this one. So the floor is yours. Off you go.
You asked me. I said, I don't know. And I said, floor is yours. Please explain it to me. I do not know.
And you were tail spinning into ad homs as well. So if you don't know, then just say you don't know.
Come on, 3DP. Come on, 3DP. Explain it. You are asking. Now, I said I don't know. Now, please explain it to me.
All right, then you have to not talk and listen if you want to hear it.
Absolutely. That is key here, Shady. Right, but I just want to reiterate here before I go into this that you said you were leaps and bounds ahead of me on this one and then called me son. Okay?
Oh, in many things. I'm leaps and bounds ahead, but keep going. Go on. Now, explain MRI imaging to me.
You don't know when in the sequence the image is taken, and you don't know how the imager works. Am I right in that?
Please explain it to me.
I'm just asking if I'm right in that assumption.
Please explain it to me.
Right. Okay. You understand that an MRI scanner is a big magnetic field, don't you?
Yes, mate.
Yes, and that when you go into the scanner, your body's magnetic field is aligned in one direction. You understand that, don't you?
Not entirely, no.
You understand that your body generates a magnetic field. You understand that, yes?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that magnetic field is aligned in one direction when you enter the machine.
Okay.
Right. And then that machine flips through changing the polarity in its magnets. It flips your body's magnetic field. You understand that?
No.
Right. Okay. Well, that's what the MRI scanner does.
I'd say it would flip its.
Are you going to let me finish the explanation that you have asked me to give you?
I would think it flipped its imaging of the magnetic field. It would not flip your magnetic field of your body.
Well, if it changes the polarity in the magnets, then the polarity of your
imaging,
body's
not your fucking magnetic field in your body.
Are you going to let me finish? The polarity of the alignment of your body's magnetic field must also flip.
I doubt
you with
this,
me?
And I'll have to I doubt this, and I'll have to go and look at it.
And it's during the course of that flip, that instantaneous split-second flip, that the image is taken.
Yeah.
And it is a
Yeah,
series.
yeah,
It
that
is a
makes sense.
series. Can I finish? It is a series of images that are like planes. It's a series of 2D planes that go through.
It's a flat
You can
cut
talk
through.
me, Shady. You've asked me
I'm
to explain this,
I'm
and you
agreeing with
cannot
you.
stop fucking talking through me.
I'm agreeing with you. So to save you explaining further, yes, I'm agreeing with you. Yes, it's a planar cut through. Yes, planar image. Yes, I'm agreeing with you, so you don't have to reiterate what you're trying to say. Yes, planar image.
I'm waiting for you to finish the explanation, seeing as you now know everything about it.
No, I agreed with your explanation, so you didn't have to go further with that particular point. There you go.
It's done, Shady. It is a series of planar images that are then stacked up in a computer, and then you can drop through these images like a stack of, I don't know, slides, if you like, the old photographic slides.
Yeah,
And they build up a
I think that
3D... Shady, again, you cannot stop fucking talking. What is wrong with you?
I was disagreeing. Yes, they're a stack, so you can actually rotate them as well, so you can look the other way across the stacked images when the
And now
computer
you're the
builds it.
expert. Now you're the
Yeah.
fucking expert.
No, I'm just saying I know that's how it happens.
They take pictures of like inside of you.
So I'm agreeing with you. It's a flat planar thing, but you can rotate the planes. You can turn them sideways, X, Y axis, and see everything. It's outstanding.
So you're all up to speed then, yeah? MRI scans do work, and they are a very useful technological medical innovation. Yes.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. It's one of the probably the CT scan and the MRI is probably one of the highest levels of medical shit we've come through, or keyhole surgery.
They are great technological innovations. Yes, I would agree with you.
Absolutely.
Well, like the problem.
It's a non-invasive, non-hurtive thing. X-rays hurt you. MRI and all that, might be a little bit invasive, but it's not. There's nothing like an X-ray and better,
Of course. The problem is like the tonality which 3DP's taken with you, right? You get where that comes from, right? Because it's like this assertion that like we don't understand the fundamentals of these like very, very beneficial machines that have been created. This idea that like somehow people are tying that the holding of the worldview that the Earth is somehow a globe and a heliocentric model, that effectively, therefore, that informs the very hands, motions as they create the next best advancement for society and mankind overall. Like this is like an overall thing. This like a blanket assertion now that like all inventions, all things scientific are derived from knowledge directly relating back to the globe somehow. This is like a stupid fallacy.
No, that's not correct at all. That's your
I've argued
delusion.
this in the last day that people have literally said this in the last day.
Well,
delusion.
hang on, Shady. That's exactly the path you were going down, because you said you accused me of being a science denier, and then you mentioned the MRI machine. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
and
Shady, are you going to let me finish, or are you going to talk through me
yet
again? Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Now, as I said in my statement, the MRI machine is a great technological innovation.
It is. And may I now have a minute?
Go ahead, Shady. Go on. take the floor on it. Yeah.
You accept MRI. What's the other one? The CAT scan. Other things. All that, you know. There's heaps of shit we've done, like X-rays and heaps of crap we've done. But anything where we look up 3DP, you deny, mate. This is what I don't get. We look at the stars, and we've made telescopes that can detect things a long way away. We have radio telescopes that detect other things, because the spectrum of light we see is something like, if you had a piano keyboard 2,000 miles long, the spectrum of light we see is about 8 keys or 9 keys long on that piano.
I thought you said it was I thought you said it was the same size as a grand piano keyboard. If you had a keyboard that was 2,000 miles long, you said it was the same size, which is about 8 foot, I believe.
Yeah, it's something, but it's 2,000 miles long. You know, if it's 2 inches or 20 feet, it's not really.
Well, the thing I'm trying to say here is please make your analogy this time the same as the analogy you made last time. Otherwise, you tend to make yourself look. Otherwise, you tend to make yourself look a bit of a moron.
No, I don't. If it's 2,000 fucking miles long, if I say it's 2 feet long or 8 feet long, what's the fucking difference, dude?
Or 8 keys.
Or 0.000000001.
Or
That's
8
the
keys.
difference. Now
or 8
stop
keys.
being a dickhead. Come on, mate.
Or
2,000 kilometers. 2 feet, 8 feet. Who cares? All right.
Or 8 keys, as your last analogy was.
You're being pedantic and fucking stupid. It's 2,000.
Get your analogy straight. All I'm saying, Shady, is each time, please get your analogies the same. Otherwise, it makes you look a dick.
2,000 miles.
That's all I'm saying, Shady.
It's 2,000 miles long. What you can see in front of you will be somewhere along your hand span. How's that? Your arm length.
Well, there you go.
Right?
There's an analogy you can keep and use time and time again. How about that? Cool.
Well, don't be so fucking pedantic, mate. I said it was small compared to 2,000
All I'm saying
miles.
is get your analogies the same each time. Otherwise, you look a complete dick, Shady.
No, you're looking like a pedantic dick, mate. All right.
Whatever you need.
There's how it is. So anyway, we produce telescopes that can see in radio, in ultraviolet, infrared,
in
gamma ray, this, that, and we see different things. What I'm saying is our eyesight, which most of us concentrate on, the things we can see, is a very, very small part of the information coming in. It is information. Light, gamma rays, this, that. It's information coming in. We see a tiny portion for our eyes. So radio telescopes, X-ray, gamma ray, infrared. What do we use? We look up to see a lot of things, and we have learnt a lot about our universe, and all you want to do is deny a lot of that. That's what it takes to be a flat earther. You can't.
You're pointing out of like our denial of things that we can critique directly, logically, poignantly so, saliently so. Right, no, but the point is if we are able to do that, dissect it point by point, and show that there are inadequacies in the explanation, we are allowed to say we want to have another look at this from a different directive. Okay? We're not therefore denying the premise of science overall. Okay?
Of course, brother.
To do that is to be sciencing, right? To be questioning the material world around us, the natural world, should I say?
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that most look,
Shady, hang on. Shady, can I just ask you? Can I just get one question here, Shady?
3DP. No, 3DP. Stop. Wait.
I just want one question.
No. I was talking.
Just
Please
let him
stop.
reply quickly. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll get my question after. It's all good.
I'll be done in a second. Just wait. What I'm saying is that, look, I don't want to talk down to people or this or that. What the problem we find as Globus is, you guys claim to know the heliocentric model, but you don't understand it at all. You think you do, and you make claims that you do, but you really don't. And when we try and explain it to you or point you in the right direction so that it sort of makes sense, you deny it or run away or wave your hands and say, bleh. And if you just understood it, it would make much more sense. You want to argue against it, you need to understand it. And that's the point. You don't understand it. You say you do. You think you do.
Have you finished your monologue, Shady? Please.
Ask Zanik if I understand it. Ask
confident that you know about it.
Shady, have you finished your monologue?
Claims about our model, and we pull you up on it. You refuse to accept that you are wrong about the model.
Okay, Shady, let's let 3DP go now, innit?
Right, it's just a question. Answer. It's just a question about the fundamental basics of science, Shady. Would you say that science is the act or the process of questioning? Yeah. Let me finish the question, please, before you jump in with your answer. Is the act or process of questioning established norms?
I don't know how that wording is very funny. You were correct. It's a process of understanding our surroundings.
And do you question?
And just hang on one, if I may. It's a process of understanding, and as we understand more, or as we gain technology, I guess nowadays, especially to understand further, we update our understanding.
Right, and do you question what is the established normals, what is established to be the normal at that time, through that questioning and
always.
So science in itself is the act or process of questioning the established structure, shall we say, of what is accepted to be normal.
Not a lot is accepted is a funny word. Everything in science is challenged.
Sorry, it was just a yes or no question. That's all.
No, everything in science is challenged. You can't just say yes or no question. That's a cop out. All right.
Right. Okay. Right. Shady. Right. In that case, everybody in this arena, from the, I'm going to say, flat Earth side of it, are scientists, because they are questioning the established norms, what is perceived to be normal by the scientific, as you claim, community. Okay, so everybody in this server that is questioning by your own standards.
Incorrect.
That is questioning the established normal is a scientist.
You are lying.
We are all scientists, Shady, according to you.
Lying.
I've just used your own logic to demonstrate that we are all scientists, Shady.
Absolute full of shit, false claim.
I've just demonstrated by your own logic we are all scientists.
You just twisted everything and made a false claim.
Excuse me, I'm going to put this to the room. I'm going to put this to the room, Shady, so please go on mute. I twist?
Put it to the room.
Please go on mute, Shady. I'm putting this to the room. Did I
I agree.
twist anything Shady said just then?
No.
No, you did not. And this is getting painful. Can we move on?
Yeah, it is
Man,
getting painful,
you
isn't it?
twisted it, all right. Yeah, I'd rather 3DP and I always butt heads, and I'd rather chat to someone either nice or I'll head off and have a
Yeah,
bit of a
you head
kip.
off, Shady. Good night. Have a nice sleep.
I don't run from you, little
Go
boy.
and sleep. Go and sleep it off, Shady.
I don't run from you, little boy.
Go and sleep
I
it
just
off.
don't need to deal with your crap all the time because you twist shit.
You were Shady, like we were speaking to Zanuck earlier, right? And then like Zanuck's even talking about how effectively space-time is a ridiculous explanation. That it doesn't, it holds contrary to all like perceived notions of what could be causality for what he
There's a word.
what he asserts
if I may,
based on the reading. Wait there. What he asserts based on the reading of the accelerometers, right? Of us at rest at 1, g. Then when we're falling, at 0, and then when we're accelerating up at twice the speed of 9.8 meters per second squared, there's double of a 2Gs. But the point is that he holds that because that's happening, that therefore the Earth, without moving vertically up, is also accelerating toward you at 9.8 meters per second squared, that you too are accelerating up, but at a slower rate than the thing that's pushing you up into that acceleration that you too are partaking in. That would be like claiming that if you push the end of a rubber on a pencil, that when you push the rubber end away from you, that the tip of it also didn't move at the same time, that it did so at a later date. That is akin to that same claim. And it's an untenable position, and that's understood by people
No,
like
it's
Zanuck,
not. You
because he
don't
says
understand it.
that it took him a long time to wrap his head around and explain and do all these stupid backflips to where he could actually logically and coherently hold this position in his mind. It's tenable. And then we
You
spoke
just
about this
don't
earlier.
understand it. You can rant all you want and keep wording, but you just don't understand it.
There you go.
Please
Your
go and
default
learn more
position.
than that.
Your default position, Shady. You don't understand. When in fact we do.
No, you don't. You fucking don't.
So go
3DP.
ahead.
You, of
Go
all
away
people,
then.
are one person who understands virtually zero.
Well, sorry, Shady. I explained to you the mechanics and workings of an MRI scanner that you didn't know about. So
Well,
I've demonstrated you this. I've demonstrated to you. I've demonstrated.
Would you like me to?
Shady, you can keep
I'll
talking through me
demonstrate
if
to
you
you
want.
the internals of a jet engine, a
You can
scramjet, a
keep
ramjet,
talking
a
through me
rocket
if
engine.
you
What else
want,
do you want?
Shady.
You
I
think
have.
you
You hear
get
what you
one up
said,
on me,
3DP?
son?
3DP, you hear what
You
you just
think
said
you
there?
get one up on me, 3DP? You don't, boy.
Wait, let me just say this very quickly. Yeah, but like you're saying that you can explain these engines. The point is like you kind of like tried to make a point that 3DP didn't understand like an MRI, sort of goading him into explaining how it works. You thought he
I
couldn't.
actually said I
He's
didn't.
not asking you. He's not
I
asking
said
you
I
to
did not
explain these
understand.
things. You know.
I said I did not understand. Now, if
I
I
know you
ask
did at that
3DP right
point,
now how
but
a rocket engine works, can he explain it?
what? So that's the point. He didn't just do it off the bat like that. That's the point. You kind
I
of
said
you
I
chuckled
didn't
and
know.
commented like you couldn't understand it himself. I know you
I
said you didn't
said
know. I'm not saying you didn't say that, bro. That doesn't
I said I
disinclude
didn't know,
the
mate, and I'm
potentiality.
honest. If I do
But it
not
doesn't.
know, I will not say I do.
But
But
just
what I'm
because you
asking is,
say, just
someone like
because you
3DP,
say, oh my days.
I've asked 3DP for many fucking questions and explanations on things, and every time he runs away, changes the subject, swaps the goalpost.
I never
stalls
run
the
away from
conversation,
you,
he runs.
Shady. Stop
You do.
making such ridiculous fucking statements.
Explain tides.
Shady, you don't even know what tidal
Explain
node.
tides, 3DP.
Excuse me, can somebody
This will
mute
be about
him?
the 10th
Can
time I've
somebody
asked
mute
you,
him
3DP.
while
Yeah,
I
hold on,
do
Shady. Are you
exactly
talking
what
over people on purpose, or what's going on? Like,
I don't know, man.
he told me to explain tides.
3DP.
Can somebody
all right,
mute
if you're
him?
gonna ask a question, man,
Give
you
this
gotta
man
hit
a
mute,
mute.
and you have to actually not just interrupt them. You know what I mean?
He said it again then
At
as
this
well.
point, it's like a tactic you're doing, and you're just kind
Absolutely.
yeah. So
right, last time you were in here, Shady, you came in with exactly the same demand. Explain tides, right? And I asked you if you know what a tidal node is, okay? And you said no. And you said then that you would go away and do some research and then drop some stuff into the chat regarding tidal nodes. And there is another one that's tidal nodes and a morph. And I haven't finished, Shady. I have not finished. There's there are tidal nodes and amorphic
I asked
points.
you to explain tides,
Shady.
and you refused and went to tidal nodes.
Please
you
keep
refused
showing
to
your
explain tides
weakness by
and ask
talking
me another
through me.
question, dickhead.
Please keep.
I asked you a question, explain
Geo.
tides, and you went to tidal
Geo,
nodes,
can you?
changing the goalposts.
Yeah,
Explain
Shady,
tides.
you're still interrupting, man. Yeah, like here's the thing, dude. Let him speak his full thing until he's done, and then you will be able to speak your full thing until you're finished. So we'll offer you the same thing, but you gotta like not just talk over everyone the whole time, because then it's just unlistenable. Go ahead, DP, and finish.
Right, I'm just going to say from off the bat here, right? I am sick of Shady coming in here and saying we deny, we don't show anything, right? Last time Shady came in here, he brought this exact same point. He demanded that we explain tides, okay? Now, there are many different facets to the way tides work. Now, one of these facets is something called tidal nodes and amorphic points, okay? Now, I asked Shady if he knew what tidal nodes are and amorphic points are last time he came in here. He said no, he didn't, and he also said that he would go away, do some research, and look into tidal nodes and amorphic points. Okay, now he's come back in here with the same demand that I explain the tides to him. He has obviously not looked into tidal nodes and amorphic points as I asked him to do last time he was here. Therefore, if he's not done the research into the points that I raised, I do not need to address the point that he is raising.
Well, he really should have looked there by now. I remember that conversation actually. Believe it or not.
Yeah, you were here,
okay.
Greg.
Okay, so can I get a word in now? No,
yeah,
that's how a back and forth works. Yeah, that's how a back and forth conversation works. What you were doing before was just walking all over people and asking questions and just running a whole babbling like a babbling brook, an insulting ad homing babbling brook.
I know. But look, here's my point, right? When I originally asked this question, I asked how a tide's formed. There were actually 3 questions, I think, that I put down was explain tides, explain the 2 celestial poles, and explain meteorites. Now, we'll just go with the tides, right? So I asked, explain the tides to 3DP, and he went off on a tangent like he is now with all these different things. Now I'm saying, what causes the tides, 3DP? Please explain. That's it.
Okay, so to understand what the tides are, Shady, to really understand what the tides are and how tides are formed, you need to look into amorphic points and tidal nodes, because tidal nodes, as the name suggests, relate to the tides, Shady.
Are caused by what?
Go look into it yourself, Shady. I'm not here to walk you through it.
No. I asked you to explain tides. What causes tides?
Right, you have a paradigm.
Don't bullshit me with fucking nodes and fucking anamorphic points, right? I asked you what causes the tides. Bang. Now answer what causes the tides.
Shady, do you want me to repeat?
Here we go again, running around the question.
Shady, can I answer
the fucking question?
Why do you feel the need to walk all the way through people when they're talking, Shady.
Answer the question.
What makes you think that your voice is the
Answer
most
the question.
important voice in the room?
Answer the question. What causes tides?
Do you want me to repeat the mantra of your model in it's the moon's gravitational pull on the surface of the water? Do you want me to repeat that for you? Is that what you want? Is that the only acceptable answer you will take, Shady?
To explain the tides.
Well,
what's
one
your
thing.
cause? What's your explanation for the tides?
Can I interject real quick? One thing that I've always questioned was if there's this crazy, spin of their ball, and there's this constant force upon it, like the centrifugal force of it would not even allow the waves to be the way that they are, the swirls of them, the crashes of them. Because if there's this constant crazy spinning of a ball as it circulates around the sun in their globe model, how does water independently react the way that it does, or should I say act the way it does? Because typically, go ahead.
Apok, sorry, brother. Long time no see. Good to see you again.
Good. Yeah, for sure.
It's been a while, man.
It has been. And I'm asking the question that's really, really, like, I've thought about it.
Good question. Good question.
Because how does if you have this centrifugal force spinning, how does the waves act independently and go against that force all day, every day, if not a stationary plane, and they act accordingly in our belief? Get it?
Absolutely, good question. There is because everything's been in motion around the globe. It's a ball. Because everything's been in motion for so long, there's no drag or no reason the water would fall behind or want to lag. It's all one thing. So it
Who's fucking live streaming smoking a dart?
The centrifugal force, etc. On the equator, it is very, very low. Seeing the Earth only does 1 RPM, like 1 RPD. That's 0.006 RPM. Like it's 1 rotation a day. The centrifugal force is quite low. If you do the math, everything works out. There's no massive change. There's a little change, but it's very, very small, man. And you only have to do the math to work it out. And look,
but how does math?
calculate? I get it. As long as many of you hate math, you're thinking it is hard, man. It's fucking
but listen though. How does math calculate a force that is for spinning, right? How does it calculate a wave to counteract that force constantly, every day, all day? And the tides, they all have their own,
What wave, if I may?
Any wave, like any wave, a wave crashing at the shoreline. How does that go against a centrifugal force that is spinning?
It doesn't go against it, because where the whole Earth is spinning, the water isn't lagging behind the Earth. The air isn't lagging behind the Earth. It's all one thing.
But that's the whole point, though, brother. Like, listen, if there is a spin, then how do waves go in a different direction constantly against this?
What do you mean different direction?
Like, for instance, if I was in a pool, it was a real pool, okay, and there's this force drawing me to the center, because that's the way this spinning is happening, then what would allow this other wave to go opposite or counter it without the force being applied upon it? You get what I'm saying?
Bro,
it doesn't make sense on the spinning ball.
No, it does. But I think I get where you're coming from. I think I get where you're coming from. It's scale, right? You're on something that is so big that it almost looks flat.
No, but he's talking about the actual physics. No, but he's talking about the physics of a spinning sphere and the water.
Exactly.
But
it doesn't.
Thank you.
And all the water, us, the air, the clouds, everything is all spinning with it. It's not. There's nothing to stop us. The water, the cloud, the air. There's nothing to stop us from rotating with the Earth. There's no drag. Nothing. We are all going around in the same.
Okay, imagine this. Imagine a washer, agitating the water. All right? It would make sense.
No. That's no.
No.
No, you miles off.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean no? Like let me finish my point. If there is water going in a certain direction, okay, let's say the water's just circling like a whirlpool, okay? And then all of a sudden, one part of the water starts independently acting as a crashing wave, but it's not necessarily going to adhere to the properties of physics of what that whirlpool should be. So once it steps out the guidelines of how the water should be reacting, then we have to question.
Why is it stepping outside the guidelines?
That's my point. How is that? How does it step out the guidelines of the way water should be reacting to the centrifugal force, and it has its own flow of it, so to speak?
No, dude. You're looking at water inside a drum where the outside has friction. It's slowing. What you have to look at is if the entire drum is rotating.
Yeah, but you guys claim that there's
drag on the outside. There is nothing.
Well, you guys claim that you guys claim that there's centrifugal force, meaning that things weigh differently at different latitudes and all that. So you guys claim that there's centrifugal force. So where is that force acting upon the waters on the sphere? If the centrifugal force, it should be there.
Exactly.
It does. It does.
No, but it doesn't though. No, listen, brother.
And we have the measurements for it, and we give you the measurements for it endlessly, and you fucking deny it and say it should be more. No, we do the math and we tell you it, and you deny it.
No. Listen, it goes against the calculations that you're providing, because if I have a whirlpool going on, and then somehow these waves are crashing not according to the calculated.
Stop, bro. Stop.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why are you talking about waves, bro? Please.
Because waves are the ocean. The crashing at your sand beach. When the waves are coming in.
What do you think could be different if we were on a ball? Why should the waves be doing something weird? You're stating that they should be doing something weird and they're not.
No,
but
that's my
shouldn't
point.
be doing
That's
something
my point.
weird because we're all
that's my point.
rotating together. There is no big fuck up.
Well, Shady, let him try, dude. You were interrupting DP. Now you're interrupting Apocryphon. Just let him fully finish, man. Let him say his point.
Yeah.
Apoc's all right. He's a good lad. We've had our history.
Yeah, stop with the preaching, though, Shady. Stop with the fucking preaching. We can all look up.
Yeah. So hold on. So let me explain this real quick. If the centrifugal force has water spinning a certain way, then how does a wave crash against that force? Where, for instance, a wave should not crash towards me. It should crash towards the right of me because that's the rotation that it's spinning. Do you get what I'm saying?
No. No.
Okay.
Dude,
It's like if
you're
you
like
were
you're like
you were-
Xanax 2.0. You're Xanax 2.0 tonight. Interrupting,
I love
screaming.
it.
All you say is no every time.
I love it.
Apoc's a good. He's a good dude, man. We've had a history. He's a good lad. Let us get along. We'll deal with it, okay? I won't. I respect him. I like him. We won't go too far. It'll be cool. All right. Just let us get
All
along.
right, that's good.
Look, it's like how I explain. If you're in a bus in a bathtub,
all right,
the water doesn't rush out the back of the fucking bus when you're doing 60 miles an hour. It's traveling with you, and it's the same thing. We always try and get through to you guys. On the surface of the Earth, everything is pinned to the surface of the Earth. If I gave you a 8-inch round ball of like a ball bearing magnet, and we stuck shit to it, and we spun it, the shit would remain on the surface of the magnet because that's its frame of reference.
But okay, so
the
with that being said, wouldn't that water being traveling a certain direction? Yes or no? It would be okay. So if it's spinning to the right,
it would be attached to the surface.
So what I'm saying is this: if I took, okay, let me play devil's advocate. Let's say the rule is the ball, okay, and then I start spinning the ball, and that water, if I'm spinning right, then the water should be going left, okay. Now,
yes, it
okay.
should. If
that's what I'm saying.
hang on, just let me clarify this for you.
Okay.
If you started spinning the ball, yes, the water would lag behind.
Yeah.
But if you spun that ball for 4 billion years,
that's fine.
The water would be standing still on the surface of that ball, yes? It's not lagging behind anymore because it's dragged with it.
No, because you're taking away centrifugal force.
Stirring your coffee. It's like stirring
because
your
you're
coffee.
taking out the element of
You
centrifugal
stir
force.
the cup. You stir the cup, and once it's up to speed, it continues to speed.
Okay, that's fair. Now, let's say all the water should be going a certain direction accordingly, but what do you explain once that water is now going against this force? Because waves crash in and waves are now coming in against the centrifugal force, so that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but
I know you know what I mean.
It's still all going the same direction. You now, like at the equator, we're doing 1,040 miles an hour, Rod. Right? Given. At the poles, we're doing 0. It's just rotation. One rev per day. On the equator, 1,040 miles an hour, right? But the water's traveling at that. It's staying with that. It doesn't matter whether it goes forward or it doesn't. Hang on.
Okay.
It doesn't matter whether if I'm standing on the equator and I'm doing 1,040 miles an hour, right? And I get a tennis ball and I throw it east, that tennis ball is now doing 1,100 miles an hour. If I throw it west, it's now traveling 900 miles an hour, whatever, you know?
Okay.
But
I'm following.
That's relevant to 0.
But
if
hold on though.
I'm on the equator and I throw a ball and I throw it west, it's doing 100 miles an hour. If I throw it east, it's doing 100 miles an hour. There is no fucking no 1,000 miles an hour added into it because we are already doing that.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but the direction of that ball is going to be adherent to the centrifugal force that is being carried. Once you take that ball and it counters this direction that it's quote unquote should be going, then that raises red flags, because how does it go opposite of the way and direction that it should be going? I feel like you're not listening to. Maybe it's a bias.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I? Because, like, look at it this way, right? This is how rockets are flown from Florida, right?
Okay. All right.
Right. Now, or from any spaceport, they want the spaceport on the equator because you gain 1,000 miles an hour. When you launch into space, you do not go up. You go with the curvature of the Earth and gain speed. So you gain 1,000 miles an hour straight away if you launch off the equator and go west. Sorry, go east.
I get you. Yeah.
So you get a spin off and a push.
Okay. But shady. What happens when that rocket is now going a different direction? Because we're talking about waves. I feel like you changed the argument, because we're talking about water and now you're talking about rockets, but it's okay. But what I'm saying is, what happens when I'm saying what happens when that rocket, if you want to go that direction, what happens when that rocket is now going in a different direction according to what the centrifugal force should be pushing it, or having this pseudo force upon it? It raises red flags.
No. Because once you leave the surface of the Earth, there is no centrifugal force.
But the water's on the. Well, let's go back to water. The water is on the surface.
All you gained was that initial. When you're on the ground, you're doing 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
And then you lift off, and you retain that 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
It's like throwing a ball.
But let's get back to
water. It's the same as
water.
throwing a ball.
Let's get back to water, brother. Let's go
but
back
you
to the
gain that.
water. No, hold on. You're changing the argument.
Yeah.
Let's get back to water. Water.
Yeah. Go.
Water is supposed to be spinning on a ball. So let's go back to the washer with water.
It is. It's a factor.
Once,
yeah.
if okay, imagine this. Imagine I put clothes in the washer, and the washer is spinning, but out of nowhere, there's these waves being created, and it's going against the centrifugal forces. How is that even a possibility in your belief? Go ahead.
All right. Let's hold this back. Right now, you just said you put clothes in a washer, and they're spinning, and these waves come out of nowhere. Now we've lost everything already, because where the fuck did the waves come from, and
that's
why
the
are the
question.
waves in a washing machine?
That's what I'm saying. That's the question I have.
Why are the waves in a washing machine, and where the fuck did they come from? You made no sense there, man. I'm sorry.
No. The red flag that we're throwing out like a soccer ref is that it's going.
You made no sense, bro.
No, I'm making a lot of sense. The red flag that's being thrown out.
There can't be a wave inside a washing machine. What are you talking about?
Fucking general, let him expand upon what he's saying, and then comment at the end of it.
Okay, so if the water should be going one direction because of centrifugal force, but once you have let's go back to.
Hang on.
Right.
Do you think the tides are caused by a centrifugal force where the water's washing one way? That's a
no. That's my point. there can be no tides and waves if there was this spinning motion.
Tides are not waves. Tides are not waves.
No, I
Waves
said
are
tides and
completely,
waves.
utterly different.
No, hold on. You're right. I said tides and waves. So
Yes,
if you have
utterly different.
if you have a spinning ball, okay, and your tide rises because your belief is that the moon is pulling it higher and is dropping lower once that gravitational pull's out of there. Beyond that point, what is creating the waves when you should have this centrifugal force pulling the water in its spin one direction? There should be no waves then. There should not be no waves then.
No, what are you talking about? Waves shouldn't happen. Are you, dude? Please stop. Just stop for a second. Stop.
Is that too much logic for your mind to comprehend?
Tides are caused by the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun. Right? A slight
your belief.
No, they are not. No, they're not.
Hang on. Stop, dude. You are.
Look,
you are
Shady.
miles.
Hang on, Shady. Shady, you've made a claim there. Shady, hang on, whoa. Shady, we heard you. Shady, right? You've made a claim. You've made a claim there, right? And last time you made this claim, I asked you to go and do some research.
You're making it impossible to listen to.
Just let me get in, mate.
A little bit of patience.
I asked you to go and do some research about tidal nodes and amorphic points.
And I've done it.
Which
Now stop.
You have failed to do, Shady.
Stop. I have done. Stop.
And what was the outcome, Shady? What was the outcome of the research that you did into amorphic points and tidal nodes?
Stop. 3DP.
What was the outcome,
you just
Shady?
dropped into the conversation out of random, nothing. What we were talking about,
Shady, all you're doing is repeating a mantra.
3DP. We were talking about waves and tides, and I was trying to say that waves and tides are two completely different things.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Now you dropped in the middle of that conversation
tidal
and tried to break
and
into
amorphic
it.
points.
Now I don't give a fuck about your nodes and shit.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't, because you wouldn't care about the nodes and the points because they blow you out of the fucking water,
You're breaking
Shady.
the fact that I was talking about tides and waves are two different things.
But you won't look into tidal nodes and amorphic points.
Breaking up about other things. Stop moving.
Shady, these two things are part and parcel of the very subject you are trying to talk about.
Let's work out waves and tides. Let's just work out waves and tides without breaking the subject, 3D.
You have to look at amorphic points and tidal nodes then, Shady. And you just will not do it because they break your paradigm. Okay?
Exactly.
Last time you were in and you were spouting your bullshit about this is how the tides work, this is just repeating the narrative basically, because you have no way of thinking outside of the box and looking at the things that you hold to be true in question. You just are not capable of doing that, Shady.
What you do is Google what he has to say.
And we fully understand that. Now, last time you were here, I asked. I hadn't finished my point, Shady. I hadn't finished my point. Last time you were here, I asked you to go away and look into amorphic points and tidal nodes, Shady. If you had have done that, you wouldn't be back here spouting the same rhetoric.
He would.
So it is obvious that you have not done your basic homework, Shady.
Shady, all I'm saying is this.
And it's obvious,
Shady.
3DP, that you deny
Shady, you have a bias, and that's okay. You are not grasping the physics of what I'm trying to point out, because your water is going in one direction in the spin of things, And once the water goes counter that spin, this is where the flag is raised. Now, I get it though. You cannot accept it because once you do accept it, you will realize that it doesn't make sense logically. But if you want
wrong. You utter fucking moron. You are wrong. Physics says...
Okay.
You can be wrong about being a moron.
The water does not have to stick and lag behind the rotation.
I didn't say
you
that.
You are incorporating drag. There is no drag on the water. Once it's rotating with the surface, it continues to rotate.
Don't put words in my mouth. You have to compare apples to apples here, not apples to oranges. What I'm saying is that once you're okay, put yourself in a pool, okay? Put yourself in a pool and everybody run in circles and it creates a whirlpool. And that's centrifugal force of that whirlpool will have water constantly spinning in a direction, be it counterclockwise or counterclockwise, whatever you want to bring up. But the second that the water starts reacting and acting, waves crashing, not according to the spin, this is where this flag is raised saying, how are you justifying this opposite direction of the centrifugal force? And once you can grasp that, then you realize why we believe what we believe. Then you maybe, I don't know, maybe not. But I'm saying this is a very, very simplistic example of how the water is acting accordingly on its own without a spin. There's no spin. There's no movement. It is literally a flat plane, and the water goes left, the water goes right, the water goes straight, the water goes back. It has nothing to do with a spin, because once you incorporate a spin, then all the water should react accordingly, but it don't. And that's my point. Okay, go ahead.
So wait, you're not concave at all anymore, right? No more concave, right?
What?
No, I'm really,
no more concave.
This is ridiculous, mate.
And Witsit took Goon apart. Witsit took Goon apart with the spin. It's never been proven, cannot be proven.
Oh, wait,
so,
Apocryphon, aren't you concave? Like partly thinking it's concave, possibly? I thought.
No, not at all. Not at all. No.
You never were?
No. Huh?
Really?
Who was talking about the water in the pool?
I'm sorry.
No, there's another guy that sounds just like you. I thought that was talking concave, or your other account.
No. I'm not. No, the concave is a whole nother. Concave
Who
is
was talking the water in the pool?
Shady, it's not your show. Other people were talking.
And I asked who was talking the water in the pool.
You shouted through the other people talking. Sorry, New Perspective. Shady, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
I was just like, man, I thought he was going or I thought you were kind of like more on the fence of concave.
No. I'm not. Okay. Concave, convex. No, there's no bending to the Earth. Bottom line.
Okay, I'm glad that's not your opinion.
Okay. All right. We
I don't know why
I thought that. All right. I'm just saying.
That's crazy, though. There's some people that you never would expect all of a sudden coming out talking about concave. I'm like, what the hell? Where?
I know. I know. That's crazy. I know.
May I please ask who was talking about the pool? The water in the pool.
Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead.
Shady, you're just boring, bud. You're just fucking boring. Give us some ventures into what might be. Give us something to test. How have you tested your own spinning
Just
baller
ask
theory? Give
him
us
who
something
was
that you've
talking about the
tested
model and the
against.
ball.
You went along with an idea and you followed it to its fruition. It didn't work. At least give us something different than what we can just fucking Google and we all left behind years ago. Give us something that you've tried and tested yourself.
Shady, listen. You have to understand this, Shady. All of us, once upon a time, believed in the narrative that we've all been taught.
Don't
He knows that
with
well,
that
bud. He's
shit.
been here
Fucking
years.
shut up.
Shady's been here years. He knows that well.
That's
We were
ridiculous.
just like you before
I
we
asked
got
a question. Who was talking about the? Who was talking about the thing with the pool? Can someone please answer?
I was.
I'll ask you a question. Why does the Mediterranean only receive 3 inches of tides? The Mediterranean Ocean, a vast body, or Mediterranean Sea, a vast body of water. Why does it just receive 3 inches of tides? I have an explanation for it in terms of a flat Earth layout, but why do you say that is?
There are some points in the Mediterranean Sea that don't actually have a registerable a tide that is registers at all. Yeah,
Exactly.
there are some points in the open ocean that don't have a tide that registers at all. There is actually no registered tidal drop or rise or drop. These are these tidal nodes that I was talking to you about, Shady, last time that you would know about if you'd have done the research.
I get
Okay,
it.
hold on,
I did
everybody, hold on. Let me say this. With that being said, what about how do you explain when the moon is not even over a body of water, but the tide rises? Because that does happen, and there's no pool on the water. How? So there's times. Hold on, let me finish. There's times when the moon is not even in the sky because on the other side for its purposes, and the tide rises. So some people can argue that that's why we argue that the moon is not pulling a tide, because sometimes the tide will rise and the moon's not even in the sky to do so.
And you're arguing through lack of understanding, because the fucking model states that we have an antipode, right? So we have
you're arguing through lack of understanding.
And here we go. Everyone wants to jump in and carry on. But I'm saying, if you understood it and you'd research it and why it happens, you'd understand it.
Right. Okay. This is coming.
A developed explanation for it. Apocryphon. Now, can we just consider flat Earth for a minute, just momentarily? I've been told by a ship's navigator of 25 years, dead now, Jim, that all tides in open ocean surge from the north. If we look at the Mediterranean Sea, the only way if that was the case over at Gleason's map, for instance, for the sake of it, we have a very, very thin lip, a very thin band of area that the water can actually get in via Gibraltar there, the Rock of Gibraltar. So we have a very, very thin sort of leeway into the Mediterranean. So I'm happy enough with that in terms of explaining no tides. It doesn't make sense at all in terms of the vast body of water that it is and the moon being the major influence. Shady, can you comment on that, please?
Exactly.
You comment on what I just said, Shady.
If you go and look at our model correctly, and not just carry on and talk shit, but if you go and actually look at the model and how the faces of the moon, where the moon is, how the tides work, the modeling is exact and it works.
Why can't you address the point that Pete raised, Shady? Why can't you address directly the point that Pete raised?
Yeah, I'm asking you to consider another model in order to test your own model against it. Now,
okay. So your model says that the tides rise because the moon is in the sky. Now, hence...
No.
Oh, they don't rise. Okay.
The moon can be on the opposite side of the planet, and we still get antipode.
Oh wow! That's another flag. That's a flag on the play, because how are you?
That shows you don't understand shit.
Okay.
That just shows you don't understand shit.
Okay. Explain to me how a tide would rise without the moon in the sky. Go ahead.
My God.
Just do it, Shady. Just give us the basic rundown of your model. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
When
all
the
here to
moon
listen,
is on
mate.
one side, it causes a bulge, right? I'm not even going to try here because you're just fucking carry on and fucking.
He's thrown in the towel. He's Apocryphon. He's thrown in the towel. He said he's not even gonna try. He has thrown in the towel. He doesn't understand his own model, and he cannot explain the point he's trying to make, and the point that Pete tried to get him to explain. He doesn't understand his own model, and he's thrown in the towel.
Papers, everything 3DP. Keep talking. There are many scientific papers, videos, explanations about how the antipode works. I can't describe
You've thrown in the
it.
towel, Shady.
It's a bit complex.
Yeah, we know, Shady. You've thrown in the towel. Yeah, you can't explain your own model, Shady.
You dumb fuck.
You can't explain the things you were asked to explain.
I can't. It is complex. I can try and explain it, but I probably wouldn't do a very good job of it.
So you can't explain the things on your model that you know so well.
Okay,
I'm no expert, and
so why can't you consider
the way
an
I would
alternative
explain
position,
it might be wrong. So I'm not going to try.
So Shady,
but
can you answer my
go
question?
And look it up.
Shady, can you answer my question then? We don't need you. I would say we don't need you at all then, because all I have to do is just Google the official story and everything, and I get it in a more coherent sense than you. But if you're a truther and you have to find out the truth, why can't you test your model? A lot of us here are flat earthers. I gave you the stipulation that they
tested, you mong.
I gave you the stipulation that
the whole model, the whole heliocentric model was proven as going.
No, it's a misinterpretation.
Point of view about talking over someone.
Well, bring on your model. Bring on your model, boys. Come on.
We have the model.
Bring on your map and your model. Come on.
Okay.
You just bagged mine. Now bring on yours. Show me how yours work.
Yeah, you're fucking
Come on. Bring on
Shay,
a map and bring on a model.
Hey, hold on.
Ridiculous.
You want us to explain fucking 5 dimensions for you?
You can't do anything. You can't do shit.
You want 5 dimensions in the English language?
Hang on a minute.
You can't do shit.
Hang on a minute. Snacks was trying to say something, and Snacks, your mic's really low.
Oh, good.
All right, look, Shady, look it. Let's put it this way. Let's put it down to like layman's terms, okay? Let's say that when I personally came close to the barbecue, the fire, right? Let me give you a visual. There's a fire in the center of all of us, okay? And when I came upon the fire, for some reason, the fire drew towards me, okay? And I'm going to say that's because I draw the fire towards me. Okay, now, take me out of that scenario, but the fire is still being drawn towards a certain direction. But I'm not there to justify it. So how do you justify this fire being drawn to a point where I'm not even in the vicinity? Because typically we would say it always draws to that point because I'm there, but I'm not there, and the fire is being drawn there. So do you see the logic of why we question the theory that I draw the fire? If the fire is being drawn to a point without me being there, then that negates the fact that I draw the fire. Do you understand that simplicity of the logic in it? Yes or no? Okay.
He doesn't get shit. He doesn't get shit.
I'll take your silence as a conceit.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck?
You weren't listening, right? You zoned out.
That?
You zoned out.
Yeah.
Holy wow! That's
You're
the
not here
Is
biggest
that your
to talk about
response?
anything. You're not even here to fucking give your own point of view on
dressing I've
anything. You're
heard.
just here to repeat, like the rest of you. You're just here to repeat. Oh, we don't need you. All you do is fucking look up Google. That's all I have to do. So
Dude, can
shut
you
the fuck up.
please make some sense out of that last 2 minutes? Because none
I
of it
think
made
that was
sense.
pretty accurate. I think that was really, really well explained. Me personally,
He drew the flyer. Can you explain how I drew the flyer?
I'm saying that I'm pretty sure that the logic of what I just spoke is very, very self-evident. Now, if you
There
don't
was no
grasp that,
logic. There was no reason, no logic, no coherent sentence in anything you just said. None.
wow,
You're just
okay.
You're just trying to frustrate you, Apricofan.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Wait, you drew the flyer? How do I draw the flyer? Why does the flyer draw to me?
rest
What
my
the
case.
hell does that mean? What are you on
Go
about?
through it again. Go through it again for him, Apocryphon. And
What
Shady,
is
you better fucking
drawing a
listen. You
flyer
better have a
to
Let's
coherent
say
answer.
whatever
for
mean?
okay, I will. Listen carefully, okay? We have a bonfire on the beach, okay? And when I come close to the fire, it draws towards me, okay? And
No.
listen.
No.
Just listen.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Just listen. Just listen. In the argument's sake, I'm saying the fire draws towards me when I get close to it, okay? Now, we have a clear understanding that, oh, wow, the fire draws towards Apocryphon when he's close to it. And when he's, running circles around the fire will draw towards him. Now, guess what? The fire is drawing towards a point, but I'm no longer there. I'm not in the vicinity of the fire. So how do you rationally explain that the fire is drawing towards that point without me being there? How does this not make sense to you in your head? That's very, very logical. Like, that's very, very self-explanatory at this point. Like,
when
for
you
real.
say draw towards me, what do you mean by that, Apocryphon? Just to clarify. Would you say
The same way the waves and the water draws towards the moon. Now, the moon pulls the water to a higher elevation because it's pulling it. But when the moon is not in the sky, the water still pulls up, but the moon's not there to pull it up. The same way I'm not there to pull the fire. So
no. All right. Okay. Can I respond?
Do you get what he has to say? Do you get what he has to say, Shady? First of all, yeah. You're going to comment. Okay,
All right.
go ahead.
With the analogy with a fire, like, all right. So say like
This
a
is why
magnet.
you should not do crack cocaine.
It's a magnet in a motor. It's the same thing. The
I only
magnet
did a
is
small
a
bit
head.
snack. I didn't do too much. It's just breakfast time.
The magnet is a head of what it's pulling in the motor, which causes that turn. Right? Same as the fire following you kind of thing. You get me?
Guys, this is a boring topic.
So it's pulled towards something. But I'm trying to...
So the moon's a magnet, Shady. Is what you're saying now, then?
No.
Well,
What I'm saying is...
Shady, I feel like you're only
Hang on. What I'm saying is there's a lag behind a pull like that, like a magnet that's moving doesn't do a direct pull. It pulls around.
So you're saying okay. So let me understand you.
Before the magnet is moved, is in one direction. As the magnet is moved, the angle changes slightly, and it's curved. It's following. Now,
you're
what you were
saying
saying about the moon in the sky is incorrect. There is an antipode of tides. We have a high tide on either side of the planet and a low tide, top and bottom, or whatever you
and it
want to
depends
call
on the moon, right?
it. It is because of the moon and the sun.
Now,
And our orbit.
now, with that being said, Shady, what happens when the moon is not even in the sky above the water, but it still rises?
You obviously don't understand what I mean by antipode. An antipode is, say you got a basketball, right, and you've got the valve at the top, like you hold it straight up and the valve's at the top.
Okay.
The antipode is the bottom. If you put your finger on the left, the antipode is on your right.
But it's spinning in your theory. It's spinning.
No, hang on. Don't go too far. Stop. All right. So the antipode is any point on the opposite side of that ball. It doesn't matter up, down, left, right. You know, it's the opposite side of wherever you touch the ball. The opposite side of that. That's called an antipode.
You're not getting it.
Sorry.
No, he's really not getting it. He's really not getting it, Buxton.
What happens when
the
moon orbits? It pulls the tide up, but that actually causes a slight, because of the Barry center, that causes a slight antipode of tide on the back end of the ball. It doesn't all follow the moon. All water doesn't rush towards the moon. It makes an antipode that travels.
You didn't listen to me.
Hang on, Apocryphon, can I just get a clarifier here? Does that mean that if there are two high tides, each high tide and low tide will be antipodal to one another?
Yeah, they're 12 hours out.
Well, that's a load of bollocks.
That's why we have
No.
the way we do.
No.
That just blows you out of the water.
That's logically impossible in your theory model.
What's impossible? We have what's the time difference between high and low tide?
You're not grasping what I'm saying.
Answer me that one question. What's the time difference between high and low tide?
Depends on your location. It depends. Hang on, Pete. It depends on your location, Shady. Because as we have stated, Shady, there are tidal.
What's the average time between
Can
high
I
and low
finish?
tide?
You asked a question and then you steamrolled me halfway through my reply.
Because you didn't answer it. You didn't answer it. You're just getting pedantic. What's the average time between high and low tide?
You just have to flap your
This is such a boring topic.
Every 6 hours.
What's the average time between high and low tide?
There are places. Hang on, Gio. There are places that do not have
average time
tides.
Between high and low tide?
There are places that do not have tides, Shady. They are known as, if you'd have done your research, tidal nodes and amorphic points. There is no tidal movement in these locations. Some of them can be on the shoreline and some of them can be mid-ocean. Now, if you'd have done your research, as you said you were going to do, you would already know this, and we would not be stuck in this circular argument with you, because it is a very circular argument, because you do not go and do the research that you say you're going to do.
I just feel like you're not grasping what I'm saying, bro. Like you're not understanding what I'm saying, and that's okay.
He doesn't care to.
Yeah, because there's a bias, and that's not allowing you to accept the logic of what I'm speaking, and that's okay. That's what we're trying to break down. We're trying to get you to a point for you to realize the logic that if the moon is not in the sky, but the tides rise, then it's no longer the moon that is causing the tide to rise.
No, No, that's you not understanding the antipode. It's your lack of education, not any other problem.
Okay.
It stands true to all nautical navigation, everything, cosmology, astronomy, fucking everything backs it up.
If you're
Your
saying
fucking denial of it, saying,
saying the
that
same stuff
shouldn't
over and
happen,
again.
can't happen, is impossible, is just the fact that
so are
you
you
haven't
so are you
understood,
saying
that you haven't researched it
It's the
and
same
understood
shit
it.
over years and years.
That's
so
it.
you're saying that the tide can rise without a moon in the sky?
Yes.
There you go.
Antipodes. Look it
There
up.
you go. There you go.
Look it up.
They do say
Get
that.
Get off
They do
here
say that
right
as part of
now.
their model.
Just open your browser and look up tidal antipode. That's it. Go to your Google browser.
Okay. So let me say this.
Right now, go to your Google browser and look up tidal antipode.
Let me say this. I feel like that's a cop out of you guys trying to justify how you hold on, hear me out. I feel like that's just you trying to justify how this phenomenon could happen without the moon being present, because you need to have this idea that the world is a ball and it's spinning. But you're not able to concede to the fact that it doesn't make logical sense. That's all I'm saying.
Mate, to justify
you
everything.
just
Hey,
go
Shady,
to
1
Google
second,
and
please.
look up what I told you to look up.
Shady,
and
1
it
second. There's an
explains
explanation
everything
for everything.
that you are trying to
Shady.
deny. You are trying to deny
Shady, stop being
everything.
difficult here, man. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You're a guest here in a forum. We all can see right through you, and you're so antagonistic at times as well. We know there's an official explanation to everything. The point is that none of it fucking makes sense, and all you're going to say is go back and refer to the official explanation, and you'll find your sufficient answers. We don't find any sufficient answers there. What I try to ask of you is to consider something outside of the box. Consider an opposing possibility. Can you develop it any further? No. You knock everything and revert back to the model that Apocryphon and the rest of us have all raised many objections to. So that's the issue here. That's the issue. I take it I'm talking to a man. If you tell me you're honest and you're out for truth,
Evidence
I want to hear
shows.
you referring to the official spinning ball Earth model, because I've already been through that. And
You
I know
just
if I
keep
showed it to somebody, I can go and
keep
Google it.
denying facts and science. That's all you do.
Yeah, but that's fair enough. That's fair enough if you say so. I affirm that I've been lied to about the shape and nature of my home and also my own nature. I affirm that.
Mate, I'm happy that, look, if you believe that or whatever,
listen,
that's your choice. That's your choice.
Listen, 1
okay?
second.
But
Let me go
what
to
I
it. Let me hang on, please.
do,
I'll ask a million people. The same question. You go into your toilet. I'll go into my toilet, and we'll have a shit. We're pretty much antipodal to one another. Out of those million people, how many people do you think would say yes, they're definitely shitting in opposing directions, or how many do you think would say, according to their own life experience, that we're shitting in the same direction? Whatever else anyone has to say, I can land on that. What do you reckon? That's what it comes down to.
That's your big claim, is it? That's your proof.
That's ultimately what it comes down to, man. You accept that.
That's your proof. Is it?
Pete, that reminds me of a joke that Democ said once. One time he changed his name. He changed it to "I shit globes bottom up."
But
that's hilarious.
That's your answer to everything, and this is why I have such a problem with so many of you, because you are uneducated, you don't research, you don't understand what you're talking about.
So I'm educated.
You do not understand what you're talking about at all.
2013.
You don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand the heliocentric model for a start.
I would beat you hands down in any globe Earth
you don't
quiz.
understand physics.
So you're just shouting someone down, and you're not actually saying
Hey,
anything. You paid to be
Shady,
here, bud.
wait, hold on. Let me talk to Pete. Let me ask Shady something. Like, do you realize how crazy it is for you to be here arguing with us if you really think that it's just because we haven't done enough research?
No, I know, it's madness. That's what I'm saying.
That makes you crazier than us, right?
And
If
bearing
we
in
just
mind,
do the
that's why I
research,
asked him, Dave.
like,
Is
think
he a
about it. If we
truther? Are
used
you
to
a
do the
truther?
research,
Hey,
we're just
Shady, are you a
misinformed, and we're
truther?
sitting here talking
Shady,
to each
you're
other,
just being
right?
disruptive.
the only
If this
reason
was my
I'm here,
room, I'd give you a few
Hey,
more
Pete, real
and
quick.
say, listen, bud, we've had enough of you.
the only
This is
reason I'm
getting
here,
disturbed.
George,
the only reason I'm
whatever your
here,
name is, Shady. It makes you crazier than us. If we're just misinformed,
it
then we're just
does,
stupid
it
sitting here
does.
talking to each other about something that's not right, and then you're coming in here acting like you're all upset that we're not right.
Yeah, and you know
That's
why?
insane. You realize that?
Do you know why I do this?
because you're insane.
You're paid agent.
Not you.
No, you know why I do this?
Because you're insane, Shady.
No.
You're trying to think of something other than insane. You're trying to think of a word that might not mean insane without saying it.
Can I? It's because I have a scientific background, and I hate the way people are disingenuous, dishonest, and lie about science.
Well, that's lie about science.
Who's lied about science?
Wait, hold on. There's a difference between being
You,
misinformed and
3DP,
lying.
for a
Who's
start.
lied about science?
You deny science, 3DP. And let's start. Let's start. Please, no one mute me. Don't mute me.
Who's lied
I
about
wouldn't give you
science?
the time of day,
Shady.
bud. You're a fucking fake and a bluffer. I wouldn't give you the time of
Yeah.
day.
I have to say,
nobody here.
He's taking up the whole chat.
Let me have a
Taking up the whole
conversation with
chat and you're
3DP
denying
for a
everything.
second.
All right, one at a time.
Nobody here has
Let
lied
me have
about
let me have
science.
a conversation with
3DP, then
3DP.
Shady. Shady, you have to give people a chance to talk. 3DP is going to ask you something or say something, and then you're going to go. Okay?
Well, hang on. Let me just say this to begin with, Shady. We've been having this backwards and forwards all fucking morning, right? And you are as boring as they come.
Yes, he
Okay,
is.
we have covered this science denial bullshit that you keep claiming ad nauseum this morning, and it's wearing thin. And the conversation in this room really does need to move on and away from you because you're dragging it down.
No, it needs to move on from science denials like you, 3DP.
Oh, come on in, Shady.
I've asked you several.
What have you got,
hang on,
Shady?
hang on. I've asked you several times about what you believe. You keep saying science says this and science says that, and then I ask you about fields of science, and you say they're pseudoscience.
Right, Shady, hang on. Let's have a clarifier. Let's have a clarifier here, right? Science is this, science is that. Please clarify what you mean.
Acknowledge fields of science.
Hey, Shady,
Peer
can you do a
reviewed
thought
acknowledged
experiment?
fields of science.
Hey, Shady, how about a thought experiment? Do you like to do thought experiments?
He can't
Can you do one
think.
for me?
So how can he
I
do a
know,
thought
but
experiment?
can we do a thought
Not even
experiment? Just
listening, Dave.
imagine.
He's not
Imagine
even
that
fucking
you
listening.
like to imagine.
Hang on, stop.
The globe makes you
Everyone's
imagine everything.
talking.
Right?
Everyone's talking. Shut up.
Shady,
Shut up.
please don't talk over me. I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so just
Yeah,
imagine
yeah.
this to begin with, right? Imagine that you had a family or a group of people that got enough money and power to pretty much control the narrative for like the rest of the people in the world. Like, let's just say that happened at one point, right? And then they realized that the best thing to do to keep most of the knowledge for themselves is to give a false knowledge to the masses, right? And then they decided they'd make it really complicated. So people like you become the perfect specimen for them, right? You think you know everything, but the thing that you're so sure of knowing is that your reality is exactly the opposite of what it seems in every way, right?
No.
Then they know they control the world. They can get man to think that his reality is
you've just
opposite of what
failed.
it
You
seems in
failed
every way.
already. You
Then they
failed
own
already.
you. Just imagine
You
that's
failed
true
already.
for a second, for maybe 10
This
seconds.
is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I don't know why you even bother. More so you, Dave, because there's such a great mind to you.
It was more to
This
make the
guy is
point. He
fucking
is the
ridiculous.
perfect specimen.
You're just fucking ridiculous, man. All of you. I mean, I'm saying to all the ballers, I'm talking about Danik, Moyoc Man, it's a Shady here. They're all the same, so I'm going to engage you more. But ultimately, they're about denial, bringing us back to square one. Like, what will it at?
Exactly.
I think it's hilarious that we still take this so seriously. This guy's insane.
Please,
this
you asked. You
he's begging
made
us to
made a
believe
statement. Please let me talk for a sec. All right. You made a fair statement. Well, that's good. Well appreciated.
Okay, good. All right.
It's like talking to a robot.
That's pretty much what it is, right? If we're right, that's what it is.
Hang on, come on, guys.
If we're
Please.
right, that's what happened.
Look, the whole thing is like you said. They'll teach you this, teach you that, and blah blah blah. Right. The thing is that if they wanted to keep us totally stupid, they wouldn't teach us as much as they do.
That's the
modern
trick.
technology,
That's the trick.
science.
They teach you too much.
Hang on.
They make the equations too
Modern
hard and too
technology,
complicated.
science,
So it
and
couldn't
everything
be
like that.
accurate, right? Make the lie
These
big as
things
possible,
would-
and every man's paralyzed by the thought of it.
The modern
The bigger the
technology
lie,
wouldn't
the
be.
harder it is to
Hang
believe.
on, shut up.
Trying to entertain
emotional,
people.
Shady.
Conversation
technology
goes
and-
back and forth, man. It's not that
Modern
complicated.
technology wouldn't be
My fault,
shared
sorry.
across. Modern technology
Go
wouldn't
ahead,
be shared
Shady.
across the internet or known or whatever.
And we don't
Yeah,
know
I
about how
agree with
cannabis
you.
oil
Not
cures cancer.
everything.
We don't know about that in the medical industry.
Oh
we
my
don't know about
God.
that.
Shady.
They want to keep people in the dark, man. It's pretty basic. That's what people do when they want to control people. They want to keep you in the dark, believing in lies while they have the truth hidden.
Yeah, and the problem
and they
is
make
that
it
we
really
all know the fucking
complicated lies.
truth
Really
because it's all
complicated
out there
lies.
for us to see.
Yeah, like your everyday experience, right? 24/7, you experience a stationary
Like
level
modern
Earth. That's what
telescope.
your whole
Anyone can
experience
buy
is.
one.
It's right there for you to
Modern
see.
telescope. Anyone can buy one.
Why did you have to talk all through New Perspective there? Did he hurt you by what he was saying, Shady? Why do you have to talk through people? Do they really
I was
hurt
talked through.
you?
Well, answer the question, you dumb 3DP. You suck, mate. You biased little twat.
Again, you spoke through me when I was making a point, Shady. These words must really hurt you deep
You make
in
no
your
point.
core.
You're a
Deep
silly
in
little
your
boy.
core.
You're a silly little boy with no fucking intellect. 3DP.
Deep in
You got
your
nothing.
core, the words hurt you, Shady. And that is why you come in here and you
Can I
spout.
point to your doll
See?
on where you touched me?
See, you have to talk
May
through
I?
me, Shady, because I am making sense
Can I
to
buy you a
you,
doll and let him touch me? Is that what he said?
Shady. You talk through us because the words we say at a core level hurt you. You spoke all through New Perspective while he was making his point. You have spoken through multiple people while they've been making their points, Shady. It's all you do when you come in here. Because you know the words we're saying deep or hurt you.
Well, you take someone's balls away, it's bound to hurt.
Absolutely.
No cupcakes. See, you love to think that being 5'3" and then being on the internet, you can act tough. But
Is that what
your
you are?
little
Who's
intellect
5'3"?
with about an IQ smaller than your shoe size of 6. You think that's
Why did you name yourself generally shady? Why
How
did you name
tall
yourself
are you
generally
really?
shady?
Can you
As
be
if to
honest about how
indicate
tall
that you
you
were
are?
here for
6'2".
Other purposes. Why did
You're
you why did you
6'2"?
name yourself generally shady?
I'm
Like a
6'2".
rumpus.
I do
Yeah, why did you do that?
security guard, body work.
Yeah, and you didn't have
personal
to dox
protection.
yourself. You didn't have to dox yourself that you're 5'3" either.
Oh well, I
Yeah,
don't
no
care.
personal details, please.
Yeah, I know. If
just
you
like
had
to
just
stand
gone with
over
like
3DP and
5'10",
give
we
him.
would have believed you that you're not 5'3", but you went with 6'2".
Anyone remember the old Bud Spencer and Terrence Hill movies? The old westerns. I
Change
just
the
want
subject from your height real
I
quick.
just want to snot 3DP on the head like Bud Spencer.
Now,
That-
Shady, can you be
I'd be
honest with
happy,
you?
dude.
You're not 6'2". I think you were embellishing a little bit, right? You're not 6'2", are you?
No, I'm 6'2", mate.
Really?
I'm 6'2". Yep.
That's nothing compared to 6'4" here, cunt. 6'2" shit.
Yeah, well,
I'm
this
6
is
foot 1
the
and
manliest boy we've ever talked
6
to here.
1
This guy.
3/4.
You're like 22, and you've got more testosterone than all of us put together, I think.
No, I got a little tiny dick, mate.
Speak for
Weenie.
yourself, bruv.
Oh, okay. At least you're admitting that.
Yeah, Shady,
yeah.
I didn't realise they stack shit that high, but there you go.
Did you hear Shady at least admit he's got a little dick?
3DP, you should wipe your chin more often because those brown stains from your verbal diarrhea are getting a bit thick.
I was just repeating what you said. You said you had a little dick, didn't you?
Yeah, it's tiny, man. It's fucking tiny.
Tiny? Okay.
Our
Well,
Shady is pretty intelligent, Dave. Let's not
Maybe
give him,
you are a true believer.
Yeah, so much of a hard time. But the problem is that he won't venture into.
If
he's a truther, he won't venture into areas of exploration. Why don't you challenge your model? I'd love to hear you challenging the model and making some sort of inroads into your own, developing your own thoughts on what it could be as an oppositional.
We don't have to challenge.
The guy's compensating.
You idiot.
I totally get him.
We don't have to fucking challenge accepted fact.
I thought that's what science. I thought that's what science was all about, Shady. Was challenging the accepted.
Science has done with we live on a globe. We live on a fucking globe.
Look, hang on, Shady. All right. You agreed earlier that science is all about challenging the accepted norms, right? You have an accepted norm that you live on a spinning space ball, right? As I stated earlier, we have all challenged that accepted norm. So by your logic and your definition, we are all scientists, and therefore we do not deny science. Your own logic negates your claim, Shady.
Plus you guys say that science doesn't prove anything, but then you say it's a fact that it's a ball.
No, 3DP, you are wrong. Just questioning things does not make you. Just questioning does not make you a scientist. Questioning does not make you a scientist.
Yeah.
Questioning it in the correct way, where you gain knowledge, that makes you a scientist. Okay? Not questioning. Questioning in the correct way, where you gain knowledge. That makes you a scientist.
How have you
we have done
Shady,
this 3DP,
one question.
And we've been there and done.
How have you gained your knowledge through your own science, Shady?
Hey, real quick, Gio, does this remind you of talking someone down from a bad trip? You're still here, Gio. It's like
it's madness.
It's gonna be okay.
I think it's madness, Dave.
It's like he's just babbling and like it's like he's on the point of like freaking out. Like it's like the total tension. It's like this is gonna be the way it is, and you guys are gonna listen to me, or I'm gonna freak out, man. Right? It's okay, man.
Shady. Do you want to address the question?
Make it weird.
Yeah, like you talk about like fighting your own.
Ask the question.
Yeah, you talk about fighting your own resistance.
Right.
Ask the question.
When someone's tripping really hard and you have to get them in that relaxed spot, and they're just like, no, it can't be, and they're laughing and crying at the same time, and like total frantic state, but it's expressing itself in this weird way with this guy, but it's the same kind of feeling.
Yeah, keep trying.
It seems like you're tripping, bro. I always say,
Shady, very good.
I would say flat Earth.
He keeps saying answer the question.
Flat Earth is like that. It's like the acid of information, right?
Ask the question you want me to answer. If you're telling me to answer the question, at least ask it, hey?
Did you not hear New Perspective talking there, Shady? You spoke all the way through him yet again.
Because you said answer the question, and I kept saying ask the question, 3DP.
Yeah, Shady, we all heard you. We all heard you. But we all sat back because we realised that New Perspective was talking to Geo. You see, we have in ourselves this self-awareness where we can see that somebody is talking to somebody else, and we can sit back and wait until that part of the conversation is over. This is a self-awareness you obviously do not have, Shady. And when you gain this is when you become an adult, is when you enter the adult world. So,
or when you just stop tripping, right?
Or when you just stop tripping.
Yeah. You gotta stop. You gotta stop freaking out, man. It's okay. It's not a ball.
Right. Okay.
You realize it. That's why you're here talking to us.
I asked the question by 3DP, who then fucking put it off onto something else. He asked me a question. I asked what the question was. He said, "You didn't answer the question." I said, "What was the question?" And then he muted me and carried on like I talked over someone.
Whoa, that new perspective. Hang on a minute. He's just accused me of muting him. Shady, I have told you many times.
Stop fucking around, you moron.
I do not have mod powers on this server. It is not up to me when you get muted when you are in here, Shady.
Okay, wait, Shady, I got a good question for you. Honestly, it's a good,
Ask the question, 3EP.
Okay, let's say it's kind of
this is like 2 minutes now.
No, wait.
Ask the
Hey,
question.
talking
You
to
said
me,
you were
Shady.
asking me.
Shady, I'm going to ask you questions. Please shut up for a second. Here's the good question, okay? Let's say that 5 or 10 years from now, everyone, including you, then realize that it's not a spinning ball. It's stationary and level, just like it seemed your whole life. Don't you think there'd be a lot of money in counseling services for people like you?
I might start one of them.
No, there'll just be lots of mental hospitals for people like you.
Well, if it was flat, it would have to be for you, right? Would you admit to that? You might have to attend. You might have to spend your life savings on treatment.
It sounds like a threat, though.
I'm sorry that you're delusional and the world's a fucking globe. So
I'm
you'll
sorry
be the one in the mental hospital.
You can't even answer the hypothetical. You're asking what the question is, and I'm just asking you to answer
You'll
the
be in the
hypothetical.
hospital, not me.
I tell you what, new perspective, it'd be Shady and Ruhif would be the first clients in that therapy session.
Oh yeah.
And 3DP will be the first one punching out
Rumpus,
buttons.
Ruhif, and Shady would be the first 3 in line. Please help us.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, people with knowledge. Yeah, people with intellect. Yeah.
People that
we're
they had
the ones
knowledge, but they
that'll
had bullshit.
That would hang on. Let's just go to Shady's answer. Dave wouldn't be in a mental hospital, Shady, because the truth of Flat Earth is after coming out. So Dave wouldn't be in a mental hospital. He would say, well, I'm perfectly sane because I said it 10 years ago. What would be needed for mental health wise is yourself, people who were so invested in the ball that now that the truth has come out, how are you going to mentally deal with it? How are you going to capably function when everything that you realize or held to be true is not true, and also that you should have listened 10 years ago when you were told. So how are you going to mentally deal with it? That's the question.
Yeah, well, Pete, you're going to be the Dr. Say that he goes to see, right? You're going to be in there waiting for him with your clipboard, and you're going to be like, 10 years ago, I told you, bro.
We'll wave hello to you from outside of the gates of the asylum.
One at a fucking time. One at a time. Thank you.
That wasn't me that muted you, Shady. I do not have mod powers in this server. So please do not accuse me of muting you in here again. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, so what's up, Crack? You've been around all day, all night.
Okay. Not a problem.
From a machine, we all know this.
There was some good talks in here earlier.
Yeah, man, it's been good combos, for real. That's why I stuck around. I was just telling everyone to shut up so we could, so it wasn't talking.
Yeah, it's just a freak out. Did you hear what I said? It's like talking someone down from a bad trip, really.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They're freaking out.
There's a Jamaican bar.
Have you ever seen someone on a really bad trip?
Yeah, mate.
Can I just
like
say
a really, really bad
I once travelled to Birmingham.
Yeah, I had a roommate that took some acid to a party in his hand, and it went through his hand, and he freaked the fuck out for 2 weeks, and ended up having to go to the hospital. But it was the craziest scene, dude, because he was this big guy with long black hair. My roommate took like 15 hits of acid to a party and was selling them out of his bare hand.
Oh,
and
shit.
They soaked into his hand, and he started tripping. He was tripping for 2 weeks straight, and it was the craziest thing you ever see. He was a big dude, big, lanky, skinny guy, long black hair. He'd come into a room and take a seat and move it across the room and sit on it backwards. Talk to someone he doesn't know, some woman, and be like, "Hey, lady, I'm gonna take you out for dinner." Real confident, worked on cars and stuff. He was just like this hippie guy that had a lot of things going for him, but it was just a little bit, off too.
Well,
At the
what
same
happened to
time.
him again?
He took 15 hits to a party that he was selling out of his bare hand, and it soaked into his hand because he was sweating, I guess, or something. And it got into his
shit.
bloodstream, like 15 hits, and he just was on like his
This
wall went
bro
down and it never went back up. And I was the only one he would talk to. He
got
kept
stuck.
asking for me to talk. And I was like his like voice box to anybody for any kind of sanity.
Consigliere, acid
And it was at the
consigliere.
school where we had no grades and we had no. It was like a total free school, the Evergreen State College. Like we had no grades. Our essay for our final for our whole year was to sit and write an essay for 3 hours based on the 9 books that we read. And that was our total final for the year. Because you take programs instead of classes. Anyway, so his was one long sentence. There was no periods. It was crazy.
Oh wow.
If I may, right? I'm older and worked like I've done security and a lot of shit. I worked in a lot of nightclubs and crap. What you're saying about acid? We had a bunch of dudes that lived. The nightclub was in the bottom of a high-rise building, and we had a lot of people that worked in the club that lived in the high-rise, like in the apartments.
Call it low rise.
One of the dudes brought in an A4 ream of Chinese dragons.
What, real dragons?
Chinese dragon trips. An A4 ream, like a whole ream of paper.
Field.
It was an A4. And we sat down the next day with 2 lots of nitrile gloves on and cut all this ream up into singles or strips. The poor chick's cat come over and decided to play with us, and even through those nitrile gloves we were getting a bit iffy. And a freaking kitten come over. It was about 8 months old. It came over and was saying hello.
Oh no.
And managed to lick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Cats go crazy on acid as well.
It was 2 days. We tried to coax it out of the wardrobe. It would go along the floor and then
oh my god,
sense the ceiling was the floor and
I'd have to kill it. I'd have to
try and
kill
grab
it.
hold of the ceiling and land on its back and
I couldn't put up with that for longer than an hour. I'd have to kill it.
There's one thing that actually does away with LSD is orange juice, pure orange juice. It's the vitamin C and a few other things you can reduce. So we're trying to feed this kitten orange juice with a syringe.
That's so weird.
I
thought orange juice.
We were all messed up at the same time.
I thought orange juice increased the effects. We would always drink orange juice because we thought it increased the
It
effect.
does. It does.
No.
Yeah, it does.
Most Oki, things like that. Pure orange juice will actually stop it a little.
He's effectively wrong.
Don't touch grapefruit juice.
That's with opiates for one.
Grapefruit juice actually increases your intake and
of a different drug. Of a different
why would
drug.
Grapefruit juice
Grapefruit juice in the use for benzodiazepines or opiates or opioids is frowned upon due to the fact that it's a potentiator due to an enzyme in it. It affects the way that it works. The drug that you were referring to, however, my friend, is ineffective with grapefruit. So you apply
grapefruit goes through the roof. With
and
certain
orange
things,
juice
you just whenever you even when you're doing
you're talking through me. Orange juice actually will not stop acid from affecting you. It doesn't do what you said. Don't trust that advice at all. You need burnt toast.
I've used it and it seemed to have helped. Maybe it was probably
but it doesn't. It actually can make it more effective. Actually,
yeah,
so
the cat must have freaked out even more. You didn't realize. Wait, but cats don't drink orange juice anyway. It'd be hard to get them to drink orange juice, especially on acid.
It was terrible.
Yeah. Anyway, so I bet. So what about the cat? Did it live?
Oh, it was cool. It was cool. But the poor little bugger, cats have those slit eyes. This one had moon eyes.
Oh, just like huge, wide.
Oh, I frown on that kind of shit. Like, and they had a bird as well. And they used to blow cones, like they'd have a smoke and then blow the smoke into the bird cage.
Mm-hmm.
And the fucking, I think it was a lorikeet, and he'd end up hanging upside down off the perch because a natural bird's claws is closed. So even if they fall asleep, they hang upside down off the branch. Their natural feet is closed, not open. But the poor little bugger had fall off the. Yeah, it wasn't.
You got too
They
relaxed.
weren't very nice people. They weren't nice people. But the cat, yeah, he was alright. He got along eventually, and he was
Did you
pretty
trip
cool.
with those people? Tell us about your acid trip with those people. How was that?
Sorry?
How was your acid trip that you took with them? Those people.
I worked in Gold Coast nightclubs in 88 to 92, which was the peak of certain things.
Yeah.
I won't say too much more, but most things were freely available here at that point. If you know what the Gold Coast is, Surfers Paradise is in Australia, most things were. And I started working at a nightclub. Oh, geez, I started working at another nightclub.
You're answering like a woman.
I was like 17. I wasn't even old enough. I wasn't even old enough to be a bouncer, and I started before I was old enough. Then went in, and most fun time I've ever had in my life.
Did you forget what the question was?
Yeah, I have. Yes, I did. Yes,
He's gone
I
to his
have.
happy place now.
How was your acid
Yeah, I
trip?
did. Yeah, I went to that. Yes, yes. I apologize. It was a
Did
happy
you
place.
trip
It
with
was.
the
Yeah.
cat? I'm asking, did you trip with the cat at all?
Oh no. The cat was cool. He
No,
bounced along the floor for a while.
Trip with the cat? Did you take the same acid with the cat?
Oh no. He was on pingers.
What?
They gave him he licked our fingers, but then
it wasn't acid.
He did. He licked our fingers when we were cutting the sheets, and
Right.
then the dude's girlfriend. We had bags of fingers, and she gave him the dust.
Did you say you have bags of
the
penis?
bag. So,
Did you say
so
you have bags of penis?
This poor little kitten had eyes the size of cue balls.
Hey, can you hear what I'm saying? I thought you said bags of penis. What did you say? Bags of what?
Pingers, ecstasy.
Oh, pinas. Okay, I didn't know that was ecstasy.
Pingers.
I thought it was the Red Dragons. I thought it was the Red Dragons.
This poor little bugger. I was so. He was so fucked up.
Wait, are you mixing up the penis with the Red Dragons?
He was obviously very happy.
What happened with the Red Dragons, Shady?
But he was very fucked up. He was obviously happy, but
he can't stop thinking about the cat now.
But he was cool later on. He was back to normal.
So was the cat tripping when it saw the Red Dragons, Shady? Where did the Red Dragons come into
the
it?
Red Dragons we were cutting up.
Are those ecstasies? Is that ecstasy you're talking about now, or acid?
No, sheets of acid.
I thought that you said the cat took ecstasy.
The
cat's owner.
You listen to the story.
remnant.
The cat and the
cat's owner.
The cat
Gave
ended
him the
up on
remnants of
acid,
bags.
acid and ecstasy. On acid and ecstasy so far is
Oh,
what
he's
I've heard.
Yeah.
Oh, candy flossing.
It licked our fingers while we were cutting up the sheets, and then she gave him some remnants out of the bag.
Gotcha.
All
Wait, did you
right.
guys the question I had before Shady was, did you guys
Whether you
candy flip?
mean that means
Were
you,
you guys
you
candy
let the
flip
cat
too?
lick your fingers. That means you let the cat lick your fingers, knowing full well what was happening.
Yeah,
You
that's
fucking
true.
prick.
Not mine. Not
You're a
mine.
cunt. You're a cunt. Liar. You said
No,
our
not
fingers.
mine.
Cunt.
Not mine.
People.
Not
Oh,
mine.
You
I
let
would not
people,
do that.
and you
Let
letting
the
people
people.
feed
Wait, the
ecstasy
other
and acid
people.
to cats. You prick.
The other people gave it to the cat, is what you're saying. The people that would blow the smoke at the bird, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
gave him ecstasy and acid, and he stood there and watched.
I didn't
Yeah.
watch. I didn't fucking know. Don't
Licked off
fucking
our fingers.
assume anything,
Wow,
fuckwit.
those are bad people.
All right.
What?
I love animals, and I did not see what happened.
But
I
wait,
would
Shady,
not
I was trying to
fucking
ask
agree
you. You
with them.
keep talking, Shady. Don't talk through me. I've been trying to ask you. Did you candy flip too, you guys? The people you were with and you? Did you guys candy flip?
Did you take acid and ecstasy on the same day?
There are more
Or
than that,
either?
mate.
Tori Amos wrote a song about
I
that.
wanted to hear the trip story more than the cat trip story.
Yeah, but you
What
can't
would you
seem
like
Anybody
to
else
hear
want to
about
talk about
trip?
candy flipping?
What would you like to
I've
hear
never
about
candy
trip?
flipped. I've never candy flipped. Have you?
Candy flipped
This is where
in
you take
your
ecstasy and acid together.
They don't call it candy flossing or candy flipping. Yeah.
Tripstasies. Yes. He dipped in acid. Yes, done that.
How was it? How'd you like it?
Probably a little full on. The A took over the E slightly. Enjoyable, but yeah, a little overdoing.
That's funny. The A took over the E. We had a song
Ended up
actually
in
we wrote one
A&E.
night. We had this ecstasy, and actually it was more like acid. We thought we were taking ecstasy, but someone put acid in the ecstasy, so it was like the song was, "Who put the acid in my ecstasy?"
What was it? The
And
British.
I went with my girlfriend, and we're like, getting down, and I'm like thinking that it's going to be an ecstasy sex, but then it turned into acid sex, and I'm like, maybe we should just go hang out with everybody else.
And anything in moderation is good. All right. No.
What about flat Earth? Flat Earth in moderation, is that okay?
No, that's.
I was going to say,
that's
what
the
about
only
all
thing,
the
right?
all the trolls?
Good call, lad. Good call. I like that.
The only thing that should be abolished
anything in moderation is good, as long as it's small. Start small.
Like your
you
penis?
can grow it. So if you drop a whole pill and you waste it off your face, that's a bit of a waste. Drop a quarter, and build on. It's like having a drink. You don't fill a bottle, you have a drink.
Yeah, microdose it, right?
Yeah, and I do that with mushies. I get magic, and I microdose on mushies. At 0.01, 0.02 of blue meanie.
Okay, now wait a minute, Shady. Wait, you're microdosing on mushrooms and you don't realize the Earth is stationary and level? I mean, that's the most obvious thing. It's like you got to trip. Next time you trip, just consider what we're saying. Be like, oh,
No.
of course they're right. You'll be like, oh my God, of course. It's the fucking the most obvious thing ever. Try it.
Never.
Try it. Just imagine it. Try to convince yourself to just believe it for 30 seconds.
I now realize I was in a
for 30
religion.
seconds.
It's called reality. It's called reality.
Maybe you could do it now, Shady. Maybe now you could just
It's called
for 30
reality.
seconds,
It's gotta be
for
good.
30 seconds, just pretend you don't believe in the ball. Just totally try to get yourself to fully not believe it for 30 seconds.
I can't not believe in it when it's facts. I'm a scientific based. I'm 53.
Belief,
I'm
do you hear?
flying up
He
in
said
the
belief. At least he admitted it. It's a belief.
Yeah, and actually, you said the
It's
word
lit.
fat. Yeah, I remember when you first came in. Actually, Pete Shea was asking you because you were saying you have facts that the Earth's a globe, and to this moment you haven't presented one.
No,
I don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it just stands, man. It just stands.
Well, let's
So
pretend
just
that
the
you don't
belief,
have.
We have GPS. We have satellites in space. We have all kinds of shit. It's up to you guys to prove otherwise.
Well, no. See that if there's any possibility we could prove otherwise, that means that there's a possibility that you don't know for sure, right?
No, we know for sure. We're just
Well,
laughing.
then why would you be here talking to
I'm
us
sorry.
about it?
I'm sorry.
To begin
That
with,
sounds terrible. I enjoy talking to you guys, but it's
all right.
We're pretty much laughing.
Right, exactly. But wouldn't it be ironic if you were the one that's wrong and we're laughing at you?
And that's a possibility of 0%. So
yeah, but then
You'd
you
be
go so
surprised,
far with
mate.
it to say 0% and
Zero
100%.
followed by.
Extremes make it sound like you're trying to convince yourself.
Nope, it's just 0%.
What if there was just a 1 and a 0 in front of your 0? Then it would be 100%.
Show it to me. Show me the doubt.
Well,
show me the
just
diamond.
stand
Show me the
upside
ice
down.
wall. Show me the
Just
evidence.
get-
Show me your map. Show me your model. Show me something. Come on. We keep asking for evidence and we don't get a lot.
But the irony in saying that is the evidence is every bit of every second of every day of your life you experience a stationary level Earth.
Exactly.
If that's not
The
evidence, what would it be?
He wants the
But
5D summed
every
up
moment-
basically for him. You got to experience
Every moment
5D
of
for
every
yourself.
day.
Exactly. Every moment of every day is the now, and that's the whole point. That's where the truth comes from. So you're going to be looking at the fifth dimension, mate, and you want that put simply for you. It's not possible. You got to know it.
There's just no way to argue against that. It's too strong an argument. Like everything about my experience versus all of your stories. It's not fair. Sorry, man. You're lost like just on that basis alone.
Absolutely.
No, it's just unfortunate that your lack of education and knowledge. and I keep saying it, and you keep hating it.
Well, I have plenty of education, and they never even won me over on the globe in the first place. I will say that I did generally accept it, but I never was committed to it or believed it in that sense, or had any of that firsthand desire to believe it and reinforce it. So they never even got me on it in the first place, even though I know all of the information that is promoted for the globe idea.
And Shady's reification there is an appeal to authority. He's never been out and verified what he thinks is true or believes to be true for himself. So there he is just appealing to what he considers to be of authoritative figures.
Every geodetic survey agrees with him.
It's just
so
like
what Shady needs to do is go out and verify his model for himself if he puts such a firm belief in that model. Whereas New Perspective pointed out, our day-to-day realization is nothing like their model insists it should be.
You
the
do
opposite, actually.
Shite Mike's in. What are you saying, Shite Mike?
I have a shite mic.
Yeah, you always do. Carry on.
Chunky, go ahead.
You have to believe in authority for things that you can't do yourself or don't have the means to. So I've never performed surgery, but I'll trust that the doctor knows what he's doing when I go in there. I don't need to perform that surgery myself.
But if a doctor told you have to deny all of your common sense and all of your common senses for him to do the operation. That's what you have to abandon all that just to do the operation or believe that the operation worked, right? Like say that this is the only way to make the operation successful is if you totally abandon all your common sense. Would you do it?
What surgery would have to do that? And more importantly, what surveyor would have to tell us to abandon all logic?
Well, that's kind of the point because your example is a non sequitur, right? It has nothing to do with the
It's like,
have to believe.
It's like you go in for a leg surgery and they just start cutting your head open and doing brain surgery, and you're just sitting there.
Right.
You don't say anything at all.
Exactly.
No,
Like,
you
no,
guys
this
are
works for your leg.
discounting
You see, you're
authority.
not going to feel your
So-
leg after this.
Okay, so let's
Doctor,
go
why are you
back to
cutting
the
into my head? I
authority.
thought this was a leg surgery.
We're just cutting the nerve off that goes to your leg from the leg to the brain, and then you just don't have to worry about your leg anymore. See?
Okay, I'll just trust him, whatever he does.
Okay.
Well,
Yep,
you know,
he knows.
it's funny. You can have a sore back because of your leg. So sometimes those things do make sense.
That's
And
totally.
no, I didn't
totally
believe at
making your
first.
point. Totally making your
I
point.
didn't at first believe my physiotherapist when she told me what to do. But you know what? The stretches she made me do worked. And they weren't stretching the part that I thought was injured. So yeah, I
Gio,
did
how
believe
would
in
we
authority.
go about opening a clinic for these guys? Because I think there
But
really
let-
is some money in it.
Yeah, they
Let's
don't
go back to
measure the
surveying.
Earth in geodetic surveying. They calculate it with planar surveying data.
What makes
Absolutely,
you say that?
it's a calculation added after the fact, and Jeff, the main surveyor, has stipulated this quite a few times. There's nothing to do with the first order measurements. The first order measurements are Euclidean geometric principles taken from a established horizontal plane with a perpendicular elevation change being the measured elevation change at a perpendicular to the established horizontal. Now, these are all first order geometric measurements, okay? And as Jeff, the main surveyor, has plainly stated on several occasions, anything to do with geodesy is a calculation added after the fact.
Does it add curvature or does it remove the curvature?
It adds curvature because there is no curvature to Euclidean planar measurements. You cannot measure, as you have correctly stated, Chunky, you cannot measure curvature using
What's that, Jippy?
Euclidean three-space geometric principles and standard
What's that,
surveying
Jerry?
techniques. You were absolutely bang on when you made that statement, Chunky. So well done with you.
Yeah. Look at the bird's eye
Sorry,
view
Gary,
of a city.
your mic is
Just
tight,
blocks,
Gary. I can't hear you.
miles and miles of grid, right? How do you have miles and miles of straight blocks for a city on a ball?
How do you have blocks? Because blocks are
Euclidean
very
geometry,
large on
straight
the
lines on a ball. How do you have straight
12,000.
lines on a ball? Straight lines in the cities for
Where's the
miles and
curve?
miles.
Are you talking about geodesics?
Talking about in a city that you look at from a bird's eye view, and it's just perfect grids, straight streets up and down for miles and miles and miles. How do you have those straight lines on a ball? Huh?
Because that's a very
Euclidean
insignificant
geometry.
portion of.
No,
Sorry,
you
you
would
can
notice
go ahead and answer my
there's enough-
question.
There's enough that you would actually see the curve in the city.
No, you go ahead and answer the question since you fucking keep talking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't mean to talk over you.
A city, even the largest city on Earth, is very small compared to the entire Earth. So those are geodesics that you can't tell are curved very much because they're not very long.
That's what you believe, right?
That's what he
No,
has to believe.
that's what I understand.
That's what he has to believe.
Can you draw straight lines on a ball? Let me just ask you that.
I would just
Are we
like to
talking
say
about
this is
straight
the
lines or
longest we've
geodesics?
gone. I would just like to say this is the longest we've gone with no interruptions since Shady joined the conversation. This is like this is so nice right now. It's like a cool breeze.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Chuck. I actually interrupted you to say that.
No,
I
asked the question.
appreciate that. I'll give you that one.
Is there such a thing as a straight line on a ball? Just answer honestly.
I think not, because I don't consider a geodesic a straight line.
Okay,
I consider
no
an
city has any
analog
straight-
to a straight line.
So no city
So
has
do
any
you-
straight lines.
Sorry?
No city has any straight lines, even though they look perfectly straight.
I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean
Well,
the
if we're on a
streets
ball,
aren't
then there
exactly
could be
straight?
no straight lines. Therefore, the cities have no straight lines.
Fine, yeah, if that's what we're going with, correct.
Okay,
If we're talking
that's
about streets.
that's your belief. Then it doesn't look like that to me at all.
So looking like it is your belief, is it not?
Oh, you mean things being what they seem as a belief now, huh?
No, I agree that they look straight because they're
Okay,
very
so
insignificant.
that makes no sense whatsoever then, right? That they actually be straight and look
But-
straight. That's
Hang
crazy.
on a minute. new perspective as well. And those streets would be surveyed using Euclidean straight line geometry. So they would be surveyed to be straight if they appeared to look straight.
What about other geodetic surveys that acknowledge the curve 3DP?
Such as
the channel.
The what?
Which channel?
The channel.
The channel.
Channel tunnel.
You don't know what the channel is, DP, and you live there?
The channel tunnel changes its elevation. Elevation? Yeah, under sea level. Because it goes through the softer rock.
Through the chalk layer.
They tunneled through the softer rock.
It follows the chalk layer, and if you actually understand the engineering of the tunnel, it follows the curve of the Earth. That was incorporated into.
Well, that's your claim, Shady. And
no, it's not my claim.
Shady, hang on a minute. Have you actually
the engineering drawings of the channel? All right, it's not my claim.
Shady.
I'm stating if you go to the engineering of the channel, it will state that it follows the curvature of the Earth.
Wind your neck in a second, Shady. Have you actually been through the channel tunnel?
Oh, so I have to have been through it.
It was a straightforward question.
That the engineering drawings are correct.
Yes or a no? It was a straightforward question.
Do I have to have been through the tunnel to claim that the engineering drawings are correct, do I?
It was a straightforward question. A yes or a no?
No.
No, you haven't.
Now you answer mine. Do I have to have been through the tunnel to have claimed that the engineering drawings are correct?
Did I ever state that you did? I asked you a simple question. Have you ever been through the tunnel? And did I ever state?
I answered yours.
Fuck's sake,
I
Shady.
have not. Would you answer mine now and say, does that mean that the channel engineering drawings are incorrect?
Well, I never stated that channel tunnel drawings were either correct nor incorrect, Shady.
Well, so states that they allowed
kind of a red herring non sequitur. Right, Shady, when you go through the channel tunnel, right, it's not a constant curve. It does go up and down in elevation as you go through the tunnel. It's not a constant smooth kind of downward under the sea and then a smooth run and then it comes upward at the other side. It does actually go over humps, like little hills, if you like, under the sea. So what?
So you haven't answered my question. In the engineering drawings for the channel tunnel, curvature of the Earth was taken into account. Please refute that. Find me anything that refutes that, because it states it in the engineering of the tunnel.
I never made a claim one way or the other regarding any drawings. You brought that in, and it's a red.
Claiming that there is curvature involved. Now, please,
if you want to post what you've claimed you've found, so we can have a look at it, and then we can refute. Because at the moment, it's just you spouting shit as usual.
I have done that. Let me go and do it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
So Dippy, with
please
your
take your time.
Surveying,
please take your time, Shady.
Dippy, with your vast surveying experience, do you find as-built drawings to be accurate?
Dippy and Chunky.
Or let me ask it better. Do you find them to be inaccurate, and when have you found that?
As-built drawings. I've looked at plenty of as-built drawings in my time, thank you.
And when have they been wrong?
It's the as-built. How could the as-built drawing be wrong? They 9 times out of 10 they are not the same as the plans, the original plans. Let's put it that way. But the as built, then seldom wrong.
Somebody's eating chips. Did my question come through?
I don't think anybody's interested in anything you got to say, Chunky. To be honest.
But your question came true, and his answer came true as well. Chunky, did his answer not come true to your question?
No, the answer. The question was, when has DP shown as built to be wrong? And then he said 9 times out of 10, they're not what the plan showed. I didn't ask.
He gave an answer.
How many
It was
times
the
out of
answer I
10
wanted,
as
but he
built
did give an
different than the
answer.
plan?
You're confused,
Was that
Chunky.
never DP?
You're confused, Chunky. Take a step back. Have a think about what's being said. Analyze it a little bit if it's possible for you to do that, and then rejoin the conversation when you've caught up.
I don't need to analyze my question or your answer to my question. It didn't answer. How many times have you shown as built drawings to be incorrect?
Excuse me, I'm going to put this to the room. Did I not answer this question already?
Was the answer never?
Chunky, just because you weren't paying attention doesn't mean to say I haven't answered the question.
Mate,
Please,
Pretty
move on.
stop running. Just answer questions when you're asked, mate.
The answer I heard was 9 times out of 10, the as-builts are different than the plan. Was that your answer?
That may have been what you heard, but that wasn't what was said, Chunky.
I think you said.
You didn't even hear whether his question came through, so maybe your connection needs to be.
Is that correct?
If you could sort your mic out a little bit, it might help your delivery of the questions, Chunky. Because at the moment, you, yeah. I didn't want to go that far, Pete. But yeah, in essence, get it out your arse, Chunky.
Is that better with my mic?
Whoa, there we go. Only takes a little bit of effort, eh?
Back up to your nose and your mouth again. It doesn't smell too badly.
So now that you can hear me, and you could hear me the entire time, are as-built accurate?
Are as-built accurate compared to what, Shady?
That wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, Chunky. Yeah, sorry. I get confused. The bullshit coming from the pair of you is the same.
Well, you know,
is the same.
Accurate as compared to reality.
From your own verbal diarrhea, and I can't post anything in chat because I'm blocked. So.
Well, that's not my problem, Shady.
About the channel.
Yeah, that's not my problem.
Are they accurate compared to reality, Gary?
Hang on, we got Guy with beard, Gerald, Geo, General.
You're Gary. I'm going to call you Gary until you get my name right. You prefer Dippy or Guppy? Gary, I think you're on mute. I can't hear you.
I want to hear the 1v1 with Shady and Pete. Sounds wonderful. I want to hear Shady fucking space out.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Let's arrange that. I wouldn't mind a one-on-one with General E. Shady.
Right now, what do you reckon?
We can
oh, mate, it's not hard to destruct half of you dudes. It's just a fucking hilarious joke.
So,
who can support
so we're just going to let DP not answer the question? Is that what it is?
Yeah, GP can just run away.
Was there a question for me? I didn't hear my name mentioned at all.
Really?
You always run GP. You never hear.
Yeah. Are as-built accurate? Yes or no?
Did you not hear this the first time I answered it?
You didn't answer it.
No direct
You
answer.
said, are they
just
accurate
no.
according to what?
Yeah,
What
are
do you
they
think they're for?
accurate according to what, Shady? Are they accurate to the
was
first? Let me
built?
answer the question. Or you can talk through me if you want. Are they
No.
accurate compared to the original plan drawings? No. 9 times out of 10, no. The original
Is
plan
that the
drawings.
question I asked you?
The original plan drawings seldom resembled the as-builts.
Did I ask you if they were accurate to the original plan drawings?
I asked you compared to what, and you said reality, and I'm just reaffirming that the drawings, the as-built drawings, are very seldom the same as the original plans.
Mate,
Are they
Sweetie
accurate
Pea,
to what
They
was
are.
built?
Are you a politician? You're a local government politician, aren't you?
When you two talk,
every question.
When you two talk through each other, it's really difficult to keep up with the pair of you because you're
Dippy.
talking through each other.
Are they accurate to what was built?
Oh, being as-built drawings. What would you think, Chunky?
I already know the answer. Do you know the answer?
Yes, I do know the answer, Chunky. Being
well, the answer is obviously
being drawings taken from the as-built.
So,
Yeah, that kind of that bit of the name of the drawings kind of gives it away a little bit, Chunky.
Yeah, it should. It really should. So appealing to an as-built drawing, that wouldn't be an appeal to authority. That would be an appeal to talent.
You need to sort your shite mic out again.
If you appeal to an as-built drawing or reference an as-built drawing, is it better now?
A little bit, yeah. It's just that it kind of sounds like you're at the bottom end of a bag that's being beaten up with a crowbar by a drunk man outside of a Tesco.
Great.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
It just has like garbage after it was recycled and then made back into something that could be used and then turned back into garbage.
So you can't hear the words I'm saying? Instead of answering the questions, you want to complain about my mic.
You make perfect sense to me, man. And everyone
If you
else.
can't hear the questions
not
you're
functionally
asking
retarded.
because your mic's shite, Chunky, it's kind of a...
Do you hear the
Everyone
words
else-
that come out of my mouth, DP?
Everyone
Every time
else
I ask
is
you a question that's
complaining.
about to hurt, you complain about my mic.
Everyone else is complaining, but I can hear you fine, bro.
In that instance, Chunky, I couldn't hear a fucking word you were saying because generally Shady, surprise, surprise, was talking all through you.
Okay, well, generally,
It'll
Shady
sound like
asked you
a
that.
fast food box.
Holy fuck.
I'm
If
reiterating, I can hear him fine.
If we reference as-built drawings, is it not then, according to what you said, basically referencing what was built?
As-built drawings, 9 times out of 10 represent what was built. Probably, I'd say probably a greater proportion than 9 times out of 10 represent what was built. Because the as-built, as the name suggests, they are drawings taken from the as-built. How many times do I need to reiterate this to you, Chunky? You seem really hard of understanding at the moment. I've reiterated this point like 3 or 4 times, but you just cannot grasp. You cannot grasp what I am saying.
Don't tell me what I can't do.
Well, you are not grasping then. It
Well,
is a
it seems
plain
like you
fact.
just
You
said
are
that
not
9 times out of 10
grasping,
or more.
you are not grasping the things that I have said to you on more than one occasion through the course of this air brackets conversation.
For argument's sake, can we accept them 100% as truth? Because you just said greater than 9 out of 10. So you said you've looked at many as-built. So how many times out of 10 or 100 have you found them to be wrong? Is the answer 0?
Well, that's your assumption there, Chunky. Because
no,
I've looked at as.
Question,
Shut up! Shut the fuck up,
Asking
Shady. Nobody cares about you, right, Chunky? Right? I have looked at as-built drawings. Yes. Have I compared the as-built drawings to the as-built project? No. So you asking me my opinion of how often as-built drawings actually relate to the building that they represent, I'm giving you a off-the-cuff figure that 90%, 95%, yeah, they're probably accurate. But how many times does somebody actually reference an as-built drawing to the as-built project?
All the time.
No, doubtful, Shady. The only person, Chunky, the only person that would reference that is the person that drew the fucking drawings.
Incorrect.
Yeah, according to you.
No, those records are kept on
so
file.
a builder who builds something to spec
Hold on, Shady.
doesn't look back.
Shady, just hold on for a minute, please.
No, they wouldn't. A contractor is brought in to build the project. They build the project per drawings. Then somebody else is brought in at the end of the project to produce as-built drawings. The contractor never looks back at those as-built drawings.
Nope. But our mine was built over 25 years ago, and we look at those drawings all the time now when we're making changes to the mine.
So what?
So we look at those as-built drawings all the time, is what I said. You said they don't look at them.
So, but a mine, you said it's a mine. Is the mine constantly not changing?
That's a stupid argument.
Not the surface structure, no. I'm not talking about the shafts and drifts. I'm talking about the surface buildings.
But what you choose to do with your as-built drawings is entirely up to you, Shady. Chunky, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the two fuckwits in the room. I keep getting them muddled.
You don't even remember your own name.
Well, it's not hard because we all know you're the biggest fuckwit in the room, cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can't even remember his own name, Shady. Anyways, I just want to remind you guys that the as-built drawings of LIGO show the Earth to be curved, so that's really damning. Yeah, there's no evidence except for
only in your opinion, Chunky. And nobody cares about your opinion, which is
that's not my opinion, Gary. That's the opinion of the engineering.
Chunky, why do you think you're doxing me by calling me Gary? Why are you
unable to read my name?
Why
I don't think I'm doxing you. You said it's not your name.
No, it's not. But you are addressing me when you say the name Gary, right? And you've got this limited understanding that is not my name.
That's what I'm going to call you.
Oh, you see if I care.
Well,
you're calling a Discord avatar Gary. Well done, you.
I'd call him Nigel, Gary. To be honest. Nigel. You know, one of those weak handshake little boys.
So you've both decided to call a Discord avatar either Nigel or Gary.
No.
Well,
are you a Discord avatar?
You call us a fuckwit.
Yeah, well, you are, Shady.
DP,
well, there you go, Nigel.
Are you an avatar?
Okay, Nigel.
You're addressing a Discord avatar when you speak to me.
I'm addressing you.
Well, to be honest, Chunky, right? I address your Discord avatar because it is an empty shell, just as the person appears to be.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna get back to work and
yeah, off you go.
Oh, and yours, 3DP, your avatar is a little blue alien-looking character in a fucking gimpy suit.
Yeah, that's old mate Jim Beam, mate. That's it.
Yeah, so you don't know what that is, Shady. You've got no clue what that avatar is.
No fucking I don't want to know.
And that really,
stupid. When you're calling other people's avatars stupid.
Do you know what?
That doesn't work.
When did I say his avatar was stupid? I said his avatar is an empty shell, as the person appears to be.
And I said yours is a pile of shit, and it looks like a fucking amateur little anime.
Shady, well, obviously to you it would, because you don't understand what it is.
No, and I don't want to know what it is because
Well,
it's fucking
yeah,
ridiculous.
that just shows how
It's
geometrically
ridiculous.
inept
It's
you are,
ridiculous.
Shady.
You might think it's good, but it's fucking ridiculous.
I don't care what your opinion is, Shady.
Oh,
Good.
That's the whole point.
Excellent.
Slim Shady,
Now,
would you please stand up?
I've been sitting down for about 3 hours now. It might be time to stand up. Dang
Be careful as you do so. You may
it.
fall back
Fucking hurts
over.
when I'm 53, man. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay, I'm sitting
That's
back down here.
brutal. It can't be that hard, can it? Jesus Christ.
We didn't really need to hear you actually try and attempt to get up. I hope you are now stood up. If you are
Welcome
not,
to getting old, bastards. Welcome to getting old.
It can't be that bad at your age, mate.
Yeah, well,
Bloody
I've had a
hell.
lot of damage. I've had a lot of
Yeah.
damage in it.
Yeah,
It
must
shows
have.
now.
you had your rear end compacted, I bet.
Oh, lovely. Who was that? Who's talking about my fucking Uranus?
Whoa, no one spoke about Uranus, mate. What the fuck?
Someone's talking about my ass. Who the fuck?
Like a tailbone injury. Well, you were sitting on
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I can tell it was 3DP. It's 3 double penetration.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah, he's been taking notes from Chunky on that one. That's what Chunky
sure
keeps
you like
getting
you like triple double
mistaken with.
penetration, DP?
It just shows your mentality, Chunky. That's all.
What's that?
It just shows
Triple
your playground mentality, Chunky,
It
and the
just
fact
shows
that,
you
the
don't
fact
have
that
a
you
very
have
good
never
judgment.
grown up.
What's my name, DP?
It just shows you
3DP.
don't
What
have
is
a
my
sense
name?
of
He has an
humor.
accent.
Oh,
he has a hard N in his unkies.
Your name is Chunky. It's Chunky. Not Chucky, it's Chunky. So unlucky.
Who's saying that? Crack villain?
No, 3DP said it first, so now I'm just saying it on top.
3DP? 3DP.
Yeah, free deep heat. Like deep heat has been imprisoned in the United Kingdom, so we're asking
No,
that
it's like
people
third double
free
penetration.
deep
Triple
heat.
double, yeah. Triple double penetration. That's
I
2
think
and
I figured out why these guys are
Oh.
here talking to us now, and I'm kind of creeped
be
out.
3x2 DP. Sorry, what's my name?
3x2, I like that.
That would be for triple double penetration.
Yeah.
What were you saying? The perspective about why people are being overtold?
I said I think I figured out why these guys are here talking to us now, and I'm kind of creeped out.
Go on then.
What's
your
theory, mate? What's your theory, your perspective?
Sexual stimulation that they get from the, I don't know, conversation.
The sensations in their brain.
So you guys don't realize
it's amazing.
you
I find it amazing. I find it amazing that the 3 characters in my name. There are only 3 characters in my name. Those 3 characters can give these 2 clowns such stimulation and jollies. I find it absolutely hilarious.
You know what?
What's my name,
funny?
DP?
I just made a
Everyone's
comment.
listening, aren't they?
DP, what is my name?
The most ironic thing here is, you guys, listen, if we convince these guys, if we get them to, like, we talk some sense into them, it's the cringiest thought ever is to think that these guys would be here talking about flat earth with us. You know, like, if they become flat earthers, we've lost in a way. So maybe it's just better.
When you guys realize how to read, I will use
perspective wants
3DP's
to
name
tell us
properly.
the truth.
You come to like a retreat with us,
Better off you
Shady.
keep believing what you believe. I think we're better off if you do.
Sorry, Daryl.
Come to a mushroom retreat, I reckon, with all the lads. I reckon Earth Awakening server organises a retreat in the bush.
Oh yeah, I had.
And we can
bush
awaken
toast,
all these
man.
flat earthers.
Been to fucking hundreds of bush tours.
We can dance around a fire. We can do the whole lot. You know, this is the experiences you need. You need this tribalistic experience with dancing
I'll show you the
and
globe fact, mate. I'll show you the globe fact.
you'll be gone with the globe. You'll be like, hang on, the globe's
I'll
in my
show
head.
you the globe
My head's
fact.
the globe, eh?
Think about it.
It's
They tell us
basic.
it's flat, and then they start attaching a bunch of pseudoscience to it, saying this is how high the dome is. We know for sure it's exactly this. We don't have proof of it, but these guys believe it now. And then you guys become like the zealot flat earthers that are just making claims we never made. That would suck really bad. Because you want to still have all the answers. You want to know exactly how high the dome is. Believe the people that
He's got me
measured it.
going now.
Yeah, bushed
Haven't
off
been
with the
for-
fucking
you into
Earth
this
Awakening
conversation.
server.
Haven't been
Fuck
for a
yeah.
while. That'll be a fucking awesome thing.
Well, that's the only place, I think, the only experience that these Globers need to have, right?
No, it's
To
the
awaken
thing
them,
that flat
awaken
earthers need
themselves to
find to wake up.
something, their higher being, their
Find to wake up.
third eye. You know, the only way you can connect is through these tribalistic ways and dancing around a fire and things like this. You know, I don't think talking shit over Discord, obviously it's entertaining and it's reassuring to some of us that, you know, have the right information and want to hear it. Just, you know, because you can't constantly be in that state, but to get there, you know, you've got to rise through these experiences. Don't you think? I feel like all of us have gotten there.
Yeah, we've normalized the conversation. That's the biggest success I think that we should maybe even hope for, because otherwise these guys are going to be here trying to talk about exactly what the flat Earth is and how they know exactly how high the dome is and how, you know, there's water above and we can prove it, but we can't really prove it. We're just going to say it, and now it's scientifically proven. And even though it's pseudoscience, now we're going with that assurity. That would suck, wouldn't it?
Going upwards.
Yeah, we're going upwards. Yeah, they'll go with the flat Earth as long as they're moving, right? They just want to keep moving. No, the planet's moving no matter what. It's going upwards, like Flat Earth Society says.
Oh man, shit.
No one's ever experienced in their day-to-day life, in the now, every day, nothing ever, you know, has ever proven anything about a spinning Earth or any of this. Never has been proven.
Why should
Nothing.
you? Why should you?
What do you mean, why should you? It's all in your fucking head. It's all programming, bro. It's all matrix
No,
code.
why should you? You don't
You
understand the math behind it. You deny the math
What can I
behind
put
it.
for you, mate? No, you say the math. It's all like this delusional
We give
shit
you
that you never
Part of your
experience
globe
in your
religion.
life. You never
In
experience it.
gravitational constants, we explain buoyancy. We explain everything with science, and
you
it makes
explain something
sense.
to me?
Everything works, and
explain to
all
me
you
this.
want to do is deny it to be special.
Shady,
I'm
Shady, I have a
sorry,
question for you.
but
Can you
you're not
explain something?
special.
Shady, you have to explain something. How did they determine the threshold for what you would or wouldn't feel as it pertains to all the different movements? Some like, what was the test that they did that's comparative to the vectors and speeds of the Earth that proves to you that we wouldn't feel any of it? What is the experiment? Can you describe it? Can you give any details?
How I can put it, right, is if you were on a magnet, a ball bearing like 6 inches round, and it was a magnet, and you were magnetic. It's basically gravity. Magnetics is not gravity, but what I'm trying to say is if you were attached to that ball by a force pulling you down, and the ball was rotating, you would not feel any rotational force.
That's the test that convinced you.
You only sense acceleration, not rotation.
Right. Well, linear plane direction is all you got. Right?
The only acceleration.
The
only accelerations we're feeling are the acceleration
I do have a
toward
link.
the Earth.
I have a link for you guys. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put the link that shows.
We're attached. We're attached to the ball. That's the whole fucking point. We're attached to the ball. The gravitational field.
That's all you need. I'm glad you're going to be a baller forever. I hope you are a baller forever. If that's all you need and that's good enough for you, please stay over there.
Well, dude, if you can't understand physics, it's not my fault. All right.
Yeah, see,
if you
you're
are uneducated and can't understand physics, that's not my fault.
That would be great if you never
You need to research better and stop listening.
See, your attitude makes me never want to have you on our side.
When you're sitting or standing on Earth, Guy, new perspective, I think, the only acceleration you're going to feel is that towards the Earth and the Earth to you.
But you know, we've all been through these things, right? We've all heard it before. It's
New
not good enough for
perspective,
you.
you're right.
Did you
It's
first
good enough
hear
for
it
you,
in
but not-
physics class?
It's not about that. I just put the test in the thing, the threshold test. There's the maybe a flat earther should look at this too and see if that's good enough, you know, to prove that we wouldn't feel any of it. That's what I was given by Matthew Learns.
So you've got 9.81 meters per second up, 9.81 meters per second down. What else do you have that's going to be close to that?
You got the orbit, you got the Earth, the sun flying at 500,000 miles per hour. In another vector, you got the 66,670,000 miles going in our orbit around the sun that's going 500,000 miles per hour, and then like a million something with the turn of the galaxy. It gets ridiculous. So I don't know how you did a test. I don't know how a test would ever compare to those movements, but the math works out for you, and math is not dynamic. So sorry.
You don't feel movements. You feel acceleration, right?
That's all you need, right?
This is something you want to consider mentally, Cliff.
It's your mantra.
Sorry, Pete.
Yeah,
You're
That
adding
mantra was enough
you're
to convince
accepting
you
the
your
theory
reality is
behind
the opposite of what it is. That's fine.
No,
He's
that's
accepting
not a
the theory
mantra.
behind it
That's
without
demonstrable.
demonstration, which is the very basis of
Oh, yeah?
science. So
Show
what
me
they
how
are
it's
is
shut the fuck up.
scientists, Dave.
Show me
New
how it's
perspective.
demonstrable. Show me how it's demonstrable. Don't tell me. Show me.
Show you how
Show
you
me-
can feel acceleration?
No, show me the test that convinced you that you wouldn't feel all those movements.
You don't feel movements. The mechanism in your body that feels acceleration is your inner ear.
You feel a
Yeah,
change in
demonstrate.
direction, don't you?
Demonstrate these.
Feel a
things.
change in
That's an
direction. You feel a
acceleration.
change in. You feel it, and we have a change in direction. We have multiple vectors.
How many vectors do we move in at once?
Well, there's like 5 or 4 and 11 according to SE.
No, there's one.
No, there's not.
Your vector
You only
mass
move in one vector at a
mass
time.
is not reality.
Show me how
Mass is
something
not
can
reality.
move in more than one direction at once, please.
Vector
as a
mass
diagram.
is not reality, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Dynamics and mass are not the same thing. You're talking kinematics and you're talking geometry, and you're using geometry and kinematics as if they're forces. But dynamics
No,
are the
I'm
are the
not.
movements of bodies. You have to look at the dynamics. You don't even know those are separate things. You're just treating them all the same. So you don't really know.
Are we talking about acceleration or are we talking about
Day one, day
Dude,
Cliff, back to day one every day.
you're a dynamic doofus, right? Exactly, cricket. No way of refuting or rebutting what I just stated. Objective.
what you stated was just a waste of time? What?
Yeah?
I don't know
That's
how these
subjective.
one line
Fuck does
answers
what
are
you're
good
a
enough for
dynamic
you to
doofus
describe
mean?
reality. You just have to hear one thing that makes it seem plausible in your
I
head,
heard.
and you just go with that and keep
No.
repeating it. Right? That's all you need.
No, you can do tests to see if you can feel
Oh,
movement.
that's what I was asking about. Do the test. Show me the
Sure.
test that made you convinced. Show me the test. What's the test you can do?
Anything
You
at all.
claimed it.
When you go to sleep in a car, you usually wake up when you're slowing down, right? When your mom or dad slowed down the car, that's when you wake up. So you're feeling
That's all you need is a
acceleration.
car. So now the
Yeah, it
Earth
slows
is a
down
car
gradually.
going in one linear direction. Now the
Okay,
Earth
your
is
mom and
exactly
dad are driving you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the mechanism you have in your body to feel acceleration is your inner ear. You have no mechanism in your body. This is biology, not kinematics, to feel movement, unless you want to tell me what mechanism you have to feel movement.
So we
The
might,
vestibular
Biology is
system.
kinematic.
Vestibular
Yeah.
systems in your yeah, that's what you feel movement. You feel change in direction. You would feel high speeds. You don't live in a car. You're not enclosed, right? You're like completely in an open environment.
Yeah.
You're
Which
not
in
a
relation
machine.
to we're not moving. When I'm sitting here right now, I'm not moving in relation to this earth.
I
That
know,
is
but
pulling
that's
me
what
down.
you're
And
In
the chair that's
relation to
pushing me
the
up.
Earth, no, you are not moving. But what you are not fucking getting, what you are not getting is this. And again, we go back to the train and the plane. If you're sitting in a plane doing 500 miles an hour, your body does not tell you you are doing 500 miles an hour. It will only tell you acceleration up, down, forward, back, whatever.
You know, I have to say, I'm glad you guys believe that. I don't want you to become flat earthers ever. I'm not going to try to convince you you're wrong. Just keep believing it, please.
And
Do
are
it.
there
You can't
are there
tell us what's
Shady?
wrong when you
Shady?
can't.
Shady, are there points in the claimed orbit of Earth around the claimed body of the Sun where the Earth accelerates or decelerates in its orbital speed?
Okay, good question. I'll answer that. But I'd like to just point out that you've moved the goalpost a little. But I will answer that. Yes.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Let me just reiterate.
Yes, the orbital speed does change.
Okay. And,
But do you think
both
it
of you,
changes in?
both you and Chunky have stated that it is only an acceleration or a deceleration that is detected
Yes,
by the
and you
body.
didn't let
And
me answer your question. You interrupted me halfway
stated
through my
you
answer.
have
You
also
interrupted
stated
me halfway
that
through my
the
answer. You
Earth
asked me a
in its
question
orbital
and you
path
interrupted me.
around the Sun does
You
have
asked me a question and you interrupted
and
me halfway through my
deceleration,
answer.
and neither of these acceleration or deceleration are detected by anybody.
You interrupted me halfway through my answer. Will you let me speak? Do you actually think that the acceleration of the Earth's orbit around the Sun, while we are connected to the Earth by the pull, would actually cause you to trip over? Are you that thick? The acceleration
Hang on.
is the
Shady.
acceleration in the
Shady.
orbital plane is so small
Shady.
that it's
Whoa.
negligible.
Shady, hang on. Can you back
Your
it
model
up?
requires we flip over every day, Aaron.
Yeah. Can you? What do you mean? When you just before the bit when you said, "Are you that thick?" Because you were kind of implying something through something
Yeah,
that
you're thick.
I didn't say. Shady. So you're implying that I'm thick through something that I didn't say. Well, thank you very much. I didn't say
What
that
didn't you
thing.
say?
So
What didn't you say?
therefore, I am not thick.
What didn't you say?
Thank you very much, Shady.
What didn't you say? You said we should feel the acceleration change in the orbital path of the Earth, correct?
Shady, both you and Chunky have stated that the human body will feel an acceleration or a deceleration. Okay? You have established that in its orbital path, the Earth does indeed accelerate and decelerate in its journey around the Sun according to your model. Okay?
Correct.
Now you have both
No,
contradicted your
that's
model.
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Well, now you're contradicting each other, so I suggest you
No.
both go toe to toe on this one
You're
and sort it out
not
between
going
yourselves.
to feel any acceleration or deceleration on the scale given. None.
In an orbit,
you will not
Can we get
feel it.
Can we get a 1v1
It would be like being.
Yeah, Crack's got a good idea here.
No, Shady is correct. You wouldn't feel the acceleration towards the sun, but the Earth is only accelerating towards the sun. That's what matters.
What was that, Dad?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, it would be like
we're
feeling.
built to feel acceleration and deceleration. Both you and Shady have said this, but you wouldn't feel the acceleration towards the sun.
No, you wouldn't feel it because listen 3DP, listen 3DP. It would be like feeling. It would be like feeling accelerating from 0 to 100 miles an hour over 1,000 years. The acceleration would be that small. You're not going to feel it. You would think you're feeling still.
That analogy is a great claim, Shady. Claim.
Don't quote me on the numbers. What I'm saying is the
Oh,
acceleration
believe
is so
we won't.
small.
We won't quote you.
You're not going to feel acceleration that small.
We won't quote you on a fucking word you say, Shady. Do not worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry, and we laugh at everything you come up with too. Because unfortunately for you, son, I can bring up numbers, science, this, that, and the other. You make a lot of claims, but I have never, ever, ever seen you bring up anything that's backed by science 3DP. Nothing.
Well, you've obviously not been around long
just the
enough. You're,
same fucking
yeah,
spiel from this
you're
guy
obviously
over and
new
over again.
new to
You
this game,
you
Shady.
say you have, and you talk.
This
you
is
have,
actually insanity. I feel like
but
I'm
you
going
don't.
insane by still being here listening to the likes of Shady. Honest to God,
I'm
people should be called out.
I'm finding it great entertainment today. Actually, Pete, it's
Kidding.
well,
It says
it's
the same
kind of
things though again and again.
yeah. But to go over the same things with these doofuses is just hilarious. I'm finding it quite funny today.
It's actually doofy, collective term for doofus.
Oh, thank you. Doofy is doofy. Yeah. Yeah. Today it's quite entertaining. Normally,
No, the funny thing is, I will just say this: that I know that General E. Shady and most of the rest of them have great brain. I like them to explore or speculate a bit further into, what it could be. At least give some leeway, give out some rope, as opposed to just constantly with the same. Come on, it's disrespectful, Shady, and you have to know that there's some great minds here. And just repeating and going over the same fucking stuff again and again come on.
So, can you answer what mechanism in our body allows us to feel motion?
The vestibular system.
How does it do that?
There's a balance that you have within your whole body. That's by both ears. Like when you have an earache, you'll be off balance. If you only have like one ear that's balanced.
That's not acceleration.
3 semicircular canals in your ear that are filled with water.
Yeah, it's all to do with fluid motion, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. That level even state of fluid again. And it comes into play in this system in your ears. That's quite amazing, isn't it?
Motion will not cause that fluid to move. Only acceleration will.
Actually,
and
angular
there's
change.
acceleration within your model.
Angular change is because and angular change is because there is an acceleration downwards on Earth. So
but you didn't provide the test that was good enough for us to see how you were convinced. You just have to have that one line, acceleration's all you feel, and then believe it's within this threshold, and that it wouldn't be that much.
You're supporting it.
You're supporting it. It would be like you have to get on a roller coaster and not feel it, basically.
If we were moving, you wouldn't feel it moving.
Acceleration. Genius.
Yeah, he said you're a genius in perspective. He's bowing to your superior knowledge.
Yeah, so the roller coaster could be big enough that you could go upside down on a roller coaster and you wouldn't feel it. If the roller coaster was big enough, it could do loop-de-loops and go really like millions of miles per hour, and you just wouldn't feel it if it was big enough, right? And consistent with turns and everything, right? Wouldn't feel it whatsoever.
If it was graded enough, according to them, no. Apparently, Zanuck says you don't even feel anything when you get pushed off a building.
So the question becomes, for all the world then, hang on, Cliff, for all the world then, or Brad, for all the world, if we were moving, and we wouldn't feel it, so we wouldn't know if we were moving. So if we take away our own experience of it, how do we know we're actually moving then? What other presuppositions have you to make, or what do you have to land on to make that conclusion? On the basis of what you said, if we accept it.
Well, they say that we are moving. That's what they say.
That's what I'm saying. How did they then? What did they do based that we are moving on in order to say that we don't feel the motion because we are moving? You know what I mean?
To at least admit it's surprising that there's no test that can prove or detect that we're orbiting the sun whatsoever, but people think it's a fact. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, Pete, there's this thing called roller coaster force. You can't feel it. You can't detect it. There's absolutely no way you can know it's happening, but you're actually flying and whirling and twirling at
as long as it's not, as long as the math is convincing, that's all you need. Abandon all your common sense and all your common senses.
Right. So that's what I'm asking him then. What's the best evidence that tells us that we are actually a motion? What's your pillar? What's your foundation, Brad? that you hold.
And what's your question, Snack? What were you going to say, Snack?
I'm going to pass on it. I'm going to self-edit.
No, go on, Snack. I'm sorry about that. I didn't hear you trying to get in.
No, well, it's just about like, it's usually men that are having this discussion, and we're not want to have like huge boobs, but like I think women have a different experience on a roller coaster, and I'm probably watching for it if I'm on a roller coaster. And
Thank God.
You know that
it reckons to me that like we don't have all of the sensory equipment in the to be comparatively saying that all humans cannot experience.
This is a matter of interest. It's one Dr. Stoppenfloppen who invented the bra, the ladies' brassiere. So that's
Stop and flopping. It was Dr. Stop and Flopping, was it? Pete.
I think
you say that with such certainty. I'm
Pete,
worried that you actually think there is a doctor called Dr. Stop and Flopping. Do you
That's a
believe
joke
that?
my father told us
Thank
when I
you
was
very
about
much.
5 or
Okay.
6.
That's a very good joke. Very
just
good
shows
joke.
you how twisted history is, because the toilet was allegedly invented by Thomas Crapper, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
So Stop and Flopham invented the bra.
Well,
and Crapper invented the
that's
toilet.
accurate though. So the Crapper one, that's accurate.
I like the Stop and Flopping guy, Dr. Stop and Flopping. It's a very good joke.
Did you know that it was Peter Pendulum
it was a
that
timely
invented the
joke as well,
Foucault's
Cracker.
pendulum? Was Peter Pendulum? Actually,
No.
the reason he discovered it is because he got old enough, his balls hung down, and they started processing a bit. Then he got the idea. That's how he got the idea.
Yeah,
I always say Foucault's pendulum means got fuck all pendulum.
Fuck all
pendulum.
I like how Lemon calls it the false cult pendulum.
Right.
Oh wow!
I like that. I like that because it's like depending on how you engineer the system, you're going to have like these internal motions that wiggle out, and so you can have precession and just yeah, they do. They just unwind themselves after a little bit periodically through each rotation. So
yeah, you guys ever been in a house with a chandelier? Those things totally precess after a while. You have to stop them and get them to just be sturdy and they start precessing.
Can I just back it up to
no, just if you swing them around well, if you swing a pendulum around, well, like you've ever seen like somebody do like a lasso, like those cowboy rope tricks and shit.
Yeah.
When they're doing that, it looks like they're just like rotating it, but they're actually also twisting it in their hands, because if they don't, the whole thing will kink up on them and it'll just not twist.
The three chandeliers I have in my house aren't on a swivel.
Can I just back it up a bit to Pete? You asked Chunky, you asked him a question, and then the conversation kind of went down a sideline. So can you restate that question that you asked to him?
Okay, is he here? Is he here? Do we?
Yeah. Fat easy.
Okay.
Chunky.
Well, what I was saying, Brad, is okay. So once we accept that basic foundation, that if everything was moving, we wouldn't feel it at all. There's no way to determine whether we are or we're not moving. So what is your pillar? What is your established sort of go-to to determine that we are moving? You know what I mean? What's the foundation on the very pivotal decision to make for all of humanity, isn't it? If we're on a surface that moves or a surface that doesn't. In terms of, let me just say, in terms of any in terms of any movement that we can ever experience or appreciate in this Earth adventure, we are not moving. We're not moving. So we could be moving, but we're not moving according to the experiences we have. So what is the pillar? What's the foundation of your thinking regarding the proof that Earth moves?
Bearing in mind that it can't be measured.
Acceleration, right?
Yeah.
Just the same old line.
Chunky, floor's yours.
The many being chased every day, and life's finding really hard to bear. All the many
just looking for something that further thinking then relies upon. You know what I mean? What assumption I'm trying to get out of him is made, and he clings to in order to allow us to further this.
Yeah. Do you guys got anything more than the line that says you wouldn't feel acceleration and comparing it to like one linear motion? You got anything more than that proves it to you?
It's easy to assert there's no perceptive feeling.
I didn't think so.
Chunky's got nothing, obviously.
Man, I chase every day, find it easy to conceive.
Who's
Chunky,
trying
Of
to
Gary.
the
twist the
idea
calls,
of
Todd,
rotation.
blah blah blah.
Your
Who
mind.
are you? Who's Chunky, Gary?
Well, Pete addressed the question to you, and you ducked out of it. So,
Oh, did he? What? Sorry, I'm at
They
work
do
right
this
now.
on purpose. They do this on purpose.
yeah,
Chunky,
do
the
you want
question was
When
what
you say
convinced
Chunky,
you?
I don't hear you. What did you say, Peter?
Chunky,
You're
Chunky, what
running from
convinced
the
you were
question,
moving
I
Chunky.
can't
besides
hear
linear?
you over all these retards talking.
Okay, let me
Okay.
just reiterate
Go
then.
ahead. Go ahead.
If we okay, we're the two positions. The Earth's surface is either moving or it isn't. We accept if we accept what you say is so that we wouldn't feel it if it was constant acceleration. We are going to feel this, and so accepting that. What led you to believe, or what leads you to hold that the Earth's surface is in motion? If we wouldn't feel it, or we would feel it, you know what I mean? So we could be still, we could be in motion. What leads you to hold the position that the Earth's surface is in motion? Then, what must you revert to? What is the foundation of your thinking which allows you to continue on in the course?
Continue on with intercourse. Wait, it's just dependent
That's
on
just what I want to know.
contingent
You know, I fucked
It's
up the
got to be
question.
agreed on
The-
by both
the-
parties. Intercourse.
The evidence leads me to believe that. Easy answer.
Body of science, I guess. Is that,
Which
is that
evidence?
what you're trying to say?
hang on? He's saying evidence, and there is no evidence that the Earth
Which
is
evidence?
moving. Yeah. So, which evidence are you referring to, Chunky?
No,
Chucky.
there is evidence that the Earth is moving.
It's never been measured. Rotation has never been measured. Witsit went through
Thanks,
this with
Bob.
Goon. Witsit went through this with Goon the other night, and Goon
Who's Goon, Gary?
buckled. He buckled. He absolutely buckled.
Goon's
Who is
Goon.
Goon, Gary?
Goon is Goon.
You know McGoon, one of
No, Gary, I don't.
one of the preachers of the globe religion.
Matt Goon. He's the son of a
I think
goon.
it's Mick Goon. Mick Goon. I forget. Is it Mick Goon?
Yeah, that's the one.
Mac Goon, the son of a goon. That's good.
Wow. It's like English Cockney slang gone backwards. Love it.
Anyway, I don't think there's any answers because we would have found them already. We're not depending on Chunky to give them to us. That's for sure.
But a pendulum wiggles.
Yeah.
Right. We should actually go into.
So there's a worm beneath my foot.
We should go to a store of chandeliers that do not precess. That would be our selling point. These will not swing like pendulums.
Like, I don't know.
Chandeliers are not on swivel mounts. They
Like
have hooks.
Like
and
string is all
rings.
twisted, right?
Right.
Wait, let
They
us
are
talk
not
for
swivel
10 minutes
You guys
about
are
his
fucking retarded.
chandeliers. Wait there, the dude with
Unbelievable.
chandeliers, can you please talk about your chandeliers? Go ahead.
How about if they don't naturally precess, we will sell them to precess. We'll have them on swivel mounts, and they should all precess the way that the Foucault pendulum does, right?
Why would you put on a swivel mount? Now you're introducing a weak point to something you want to be strong.
No, we
I don't
want
know.
it to
Maybe
be
design these things.
Foucault's pendulum, not strong.
Why would you design something to be weak?
Because we want processing
We want it to
chandeliers.
swing. We want it to show the spin of the Earth. We want it to swing in our living room.
What if we do ceiling fans too, though?
Yeah, there you
My
go.
ceiling fan processes.
Well, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Well,
Can
you
it
can
pro-
get the whole room full of.
fan.
Can it
It's a ceiling
process and rotate
fan.
at the same time?
It's a stupid bug.
Fucking hell. That's a whole new equation there.
Sorry.
Nobody would be without a fan. It would just come around and it would be like a rotating fan naturally.
All we have to do is think about a planetarium and just changing it up a bit. So we have a dome or a certain sort of contour, a certain dimension to the
We actually have this
screen.
procession.
Just make it two screens. Make it designed a certain way that you get a different output. You know, but the input is always coming from the ground, and it's coming from the center as well. But depending where you are, depending on how big it is, you get to see different things based on ultimately where your positioning in relation to mirror itself. What it is, isn't it? Ultimately.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's the cable made out of is probably the most important part of the Foucault thing. Well, that and then the joint connectors, right? Because you want to isolate
And the
and the
gearbox.
magnets and the gearbox. Yeah, okay. There's a tackle box in here, right? Right,
But
because it's got to like shift. It's got to shift, right? Like,
It's
there
pretty
has to be
hard. It's
something
pretty
to
hard
it
to
in
make it work
reality,
exactly.
Snack. Snack, there has to be something to it in reality. And of course, this is where the ether, wind, and the ether comes into things affecting a hanging body in a
Yeah,
continuous
there
sort of
seems to
drift.
be.
I'm just saying, like a string.
You've seen those paintings, right? Where they have the paint just dripping out of it. It makes the geometric patterns. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Right. So that's like that super entropy on a pendulum, right? Because it's like
vortex.
losing its own. Well, it's losing its own mass. So it's like that's kind of
Mhm.
part of that equation, right? It's like whatever the flow is on the container. But they're really cool, like prints, like made from paint and
Yeah,
stuff.
they are.
Yeah. But
It has
I don't know,
nothing
man.
to do with the spin of the Earth,
I
man.
think
That is
people
just
have
so
been like,
stupid.
do you know how long people have probably been like fucking with pendulums for? Like
Exactly. So simple.
And in the East too, like they've got they'll just take like a flat bit of sand and then just run the pendulum over it. It makes these like little concentric circles and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
totally.
Right. So you got all these like things about but anyway, if it's a string, right, then it's like got twist in it already. So you would need something like straight, like pin straight stainless steel cabling and like little braid, like more braided maybe. I'm not really sure. Like, but then right, you're gonna get into like paramagnetic, things that could go on with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so, like
Of course,
what
yeah.
you need a material that doesn't stretch, that you can organize, like that is not going to twist. So just engineering a fucking perfect Foucault pendulum is like trying to get free energy or some shit. It's so hard. Seriously, it's just there's so much flaw built into it. Like it's
And
going
the best thing would be
now, right?
also the best thing would be if you could hang it from some sort of neutrally buoyant helium balloon or something. You know what I mean? It was something that was not affixed to Earth, which is part of the
exactly.
non-inertial
Contradiction.
Wow.
The
Yeah, that's an
contradiction.
interesting thing. Well, there's got to be like a neutral buoyancy point. You could have like a balloon and then make a Foucault pendulum happen from it.
Yeah,
But
I'm
then-
guessing you could do that somewhere. You could even do that locally, but yeah, you couldn't.
But then the
you couldn't
balloon
have
would be,
too many-
man. Yeah, we should just play around with helium. And
That was
make
done
make
before.
funny voices.
Somebody
sorry.
put half helium and half oxygen into a balloon and found that neutral buoyancy point where it just hung static in the air.
Like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't come up with
Nice.
a better device that they claim makes the total proof for it. Because it's just silly. These guys depending on the Foucault's pendulum to make them think they're spinning. It's just I feel bad for these guys' arguments. It's really bad.
And
I
the
guess
thing that
they
makes
should be able to predict the pattern underneath the pendulum that should be predictable based on longitude and latitude. They should be able to correlate the motions of the pendulum to the different motions of the celestial bodies in which are causing these motions to be translated down to the pendulum.
Right,
They're not
and of
able to
course you
do
would have
that.
taken like pendulum science if you're in fucking college, right?
I think they actually do that though. This is
No,
my
they
point
don't.
about the
They don't. They don't do that with the pendulum.
Yeah,
I've
but they do it
spoken
in a
to
different
all of
way.
them
They
about
tell
it.
us about what it says about the contour of the Earth. As we take the pendulum, do the same experiment at the equator and north and south of the equator, we get these specific results. So this is their theory anyway. So I think in a way that if we were to transfer that to a barrier, for instance, over a flat surface, then it might be telling us something about the contour of the barrier and the gradient along which the ether moves around. You know what I mean?
The
So if it's
vortex that the ether moves
lesser
in.
along the
You're right.
equatorial areas where you have longer stretches, but then that would
Yeah,
sort
it's
of
not
make sense.
completely false. There's something to it, it seems. There may be some perception that has something to do with the vortex energy that surrounds us with this Machian effect. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they're telling us the fucking truth, but just in encoded form. We just got to take what they give us,
But
apply it to
but
reality.
you don't need
and
something
maybe
so
it will
obscure
make some advancements.
But if there is some kind of like energetic principle that can be displayed or captured or something within a Foucault's pendulum, then surely there's another vehicle to like observe this. Like, we got microchip technology and shit, right? We can make miniature bullshit that works, right? Like that'll detect and be like, oh yeah, there's the fucking reading, right? Or where's that tech?
It makes me laugh as well that Chunky was asked to where the reference point is for this claimed spin, this claimed motion.
Nothing to say. No
Where is
answer.
the reference point that this motion is referenced to? Well, he can't give that reference point, and his immediate knee-jerk reaction is, "Thanks,
Sorry,
Bob."
sorry, Gary.
Well,
What can he
how
give reference to?
fucking ridiculous is that?
It's so
That
stupid.
he can't
What?
give the reference point that this claimed spin is measured to, and his
Yes, I can.
his first reaction is, "Thanks, Bob."
I very much can. Can you hear me?
Well,
Yeah.
you were asked about half an hour ago when Pete asked you the question. So on you go.
I don't think he asked it. The spin is referenced to the axis of Earth, axis of rotation.
The spin is referenced to the axis of rotation.
And what a pitch.
Yeah, that's.
So
In other words, you're
rubbish.
talking about Polaris. In other words, he's bringing the sky into it. You're bringing the sky into it, right?
What a
Know
load of
something.
old drivel. What a
The
load of
axis
old bloody drivel.
The axis of Earth isn't the sky, Pete.
Well, it is in a sense. It's related to the sky. How do you identify it otherwise? Or how did you decide that the Earth's axis of rotation, the Earth is moving in the first place? That's the point. What are you going to say? Well, we know the Earth is moving because Earth moves in relation to its axis of rotation. That's a bit.
Well, it's not just one thing that leads us to know that the Earth is moving. It's everything that should be expected if the Earth is rotating.
That's in terms of
leads
your
to that.
final model. You can have 100 models
Yeah.
for the same phenomena. That's in terms of your final model.
I don't know a model, but if you can
How did they
present,
decide then?
if you can present an alternative model, Pete, that allows for the Yacht-Voss, Foucault's pendulum, Coriolis, and sky rotation, apparent sky rotation, sunrise and
Before
sunset.
presented the model is the
then
double
you listen to
toroidal
that,
field.
Dude. We're nearly there, by the way. We're not
Did you
far
hear
off.
the answer? Or
That.
like you fucking 3 people cut me off before the end. So you know what? Fuck
I
off.
told you the answer to the model.
No, you fucking
It's the double
interrupted.
toroidal fields. You asked for an answer.
Yeah. You're finished, Chucky, and yeah, Jared, that's a good answer. You were finished, Chucky. You got your question across.
Hey, Pete.
An alternative
Pete, at
model
least
can be presented, then you might listen. You might take on board.
At least you're able to read my name, so congratulations on that. And you
Well,
know
we
that I
all know
like
your
you. You're
name's
the smartest one
Chucky.
of the bunch here.
We all know your name's Chucky. It's just that Chunky just sounds a lot more realistic and better.
Why is that?
I don't know. It just reads better as Chunky. Just sorry, it does.
Really?
I could just call him Brad. Sorry about that.
A good friend of mine's called Chunky too. So.
Do you like cheese?
Oh,
What is this?
no.
Do you ever see Borat, the outtakes? What is this? He goes along in the American supermarket and he asks the guy, what is this? It's cheese. And he moves on and like, what is this? Did anyone recognize that clip?
I forget that part. Was that the second one or third?
Yeah, it seems that you have a fabulous memory for scenes in movies.
I used to always joke about this with my son inside in the supermarket. I'd catch him out loads of times when he wasn't expecting it. I'd go, what's this here? He'd go, cheese. And then I'd take his attention away, ask him that. And I'd end up asking about 3 or 4 times. And then he'd cop on and we'd burst laughing because it's such a funny scene. Borat, deleted scenes. I'll post it now for you if you haven't seen it. It's hilarious.
Okay, I'll check it out. I laughed my ass off the first time I saw that with the fat guy at the end chasing him.
Oh, you
through
love the
banquet
cheese scene
hall.
then. You love the
That was
cheese scene,
hilarious.
Dave. I have it here.
The naked fat guy running through that fucking. That was hilarious.
I posted it now, but yeah, I used to play that game with my, because it's so funny. I used to play that game with my son in the supermarket or elsewhere. And yeah, he'd say he'd repeat it 3 or 4 times. I just posted in chat there. He'd repeat it 3 or 4 times, and then he'd cop on and he'd understand the reference because we saw the movie.
He's from your neck of the woods, isn't he, Chunky? Oh, he's gone. He's not here anymore.
Thank God. Really, if anyone comes up with the perfect model, don't give it to that guy, please. You guys agree, though? It's probably better that it doesn't become so popular that these guys become flat earthers.
Yeah,
I almost think that'd be worse.
I don't want these people on our side. I agree.
They don't understand the fundamental concepts, right, to fully understand it. So even if they were to theoretically
These
know,
people know the Earth is flat, Jared. Let's not fool ourselves here. It's a tough gig being a bowler because you have to defend every single aspect, you know, and there is no, all you can do is sort of mentally work your way around it. There's no practical demonstration for anything. But let's not fool ourselves. These people are playing some sort of collective role. And maybe in their own way, they're helping more flat earthers become. And anyone else, anyone new listening here will see, they're a mess. They're a right mess, all the bowlers.
Yeah.
You know, so they'll see that,
It
and
should be
hopefully
like,
it'll
you know
encourage them
what?
to look further into it.
First rule of Flat Earth Club is no dogma. Never talk about dogma on Flat Earth. Never use dogma to define your reality.
These people in a sense are they're the religious zealots. They cannot in any way whatsoever demonstrate any of the basic foundation principles upon which their whole model, whole worldview exists, and that's nothing at all. Nothing at all, from the simplest to the more complex. But yet they preach it. They preach it till the cows come home, 24/7. So these are the true religious zealots. And what are they? The religious? Well, they're heliocentric cult members, active cult members. And I will just say again, it's all scripted. Who's the father of heliocentrism? One Aristarchus of Samos.
There we go.
Ancient Hellenic times. That's Greek times. It's funny like that, though, isn't it? When you put it that way.
We should put out a plea. Just please don't join us. We don't want new. Flat Earth is only for those that can get it, and that's it. If they don't get it, if these guys have been in this conversation that long and still don't get it, really, it's better off not to have them.
I'm sure
they make the most noise, and they get the conversation going, and people happen to listen because you can just talk shit back and forth.
Yeah,
you don't really grow, I don't think, from most conversations, other than those that are truly listening, of course, and can see the nonsense and the way that they react emotionally.
I'm sure if their bread and butter of mainstream information came out next week and said to them the Earth is not as you have been told your entire life, and laid out some kind of pathway to the truth for them, I'm sure they would still argue for their model, even if mainstream media and the opinion of the masses changed. I'm sure they'd still fight for their ball.
You know what would be funny if we all got together and organized a day that we all take a little table with a sign and go out and sit in the middle of a park, and it's heliocentric, recovering heliocentrists come here for counseling. Like a serious okay,
an awareness day
for all the people that gave up on the globe. I'm just here to help people. No, I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat, but there's a lot of people now that need help, that realize that it's not a ball, so I'm here to help them. And we all do it, all across the world, every country. And we just film each other, take a good video of it, and we show some of the reactions of people coming up, wondering what the service is for.
That'd be hilarious. Like an ex-heliocentrists recovery awareness day.
Group, there you go. Right. We'll have a day. We'll have a day that the Ballers Tears Day, we'll call it, or something.
Ballers Tears Day.
Blowborson Day. How about that? No, it's honestly, a kind of a parody where we're just honestly trying to help these guys. And there's got to be a lot of them out there that are dealing with it, that don't have the balls to come in here and talk to us. Because we dealt with it. I mean, it's a crisis. If it's a crisis of identity, a paradigm shift, to some degree, it has
definitely, 100%. And like someone has said earlier, we can experience the way they react in psychedelic trips, imagine if you gave this person a psychedelic, they'd wig out and they would present themselves the same way they do in these scenarios when it comes to actually contemplating things. And they go down rabbit holes, right? And they just mentally fuck you with bullshit that is not physically ever experienced. And they can't take the true science because they can't comprehend it.
It's like offering a permanent hit of acid in a very literal way. If you went up to any normal person and asked them if they want to take a permanent hit of acid, nobody's going to take it. But that's literally what goes through their mind, is they see like their whole life in front of them, having to explain to other people that they think their reality is different than everyone else does. And they know they're not going to be able to, have that contrast the rest of their life like we are going to have. So it's like we stop tripping and we realize that they're tripping, and that makes us feel like we're tripping because we stop tripping.
Yeah, but the real tripping begins when you get to flat Earth and beyond, and then you enter a whole new magical realm.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, we're tripping
Fucking
forever
beautiful,
now.
isn't it?
Right?
I'm enjoying my trip. That has to be said.
Right? It's hilarious.
It's that realization, yeah. Yeah.
Never a dull day on flat Earth.
Absolutely.
That's been true. That's been true ever since we started saying it 5 years ago or whatever.
Right, and they want to hide that spark. They want you to be just a fucking machine. There's no spark of consciousness, there's none of that playful sense you had as a child. That's what they take away with the globe. Because you got to consider the opposite.
What is that, Jared? War is peace, freedom. I was thinking about this the other day. Freedom is slavery, and there's another sort of slogan. Remember that from 1984? So war is peace, freedom is slavery, and there was a third pillar in it as well. But I was thinking, this is exactly in the midst of heliocentric spinning ball thinking. Everything is backwards. War is actually probably peace with all the fake wars, but freedom is slavery. Yeah, you think you're free in a world where everything is a lie. And I can't remember the third one off the top of my head now. It's not coming to me anyway. Freedom is slavery, and it's not good as bad. It's not so obvious as that. Or can anyone help me out?
Well, it's all about freedom, isn't it? And that's what the Highlanders have been yelling for hundreds of years. And they felt most free when they were in war, fighting against a true enemy. This is what the human experience was all about for hundreds of years. It was into just fighting as a man, straight into war for freedom, and we projected it.
That's what I was thinking. Sorry, Jared. Ignorance is strength is the third pillar from 1984. And if we think about it in terms of heliocentric life, spinning ball Earth life, and someone immersed in it, ourselves being even immersed in it, everything we used to believe, this is the truth. So we thought we were strong in strength, but we're actually ignorant, right? We're actually absolutely ignorant. It's the same thing with freedom. We think we're free in relation to some regimes around the earth, communist China, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're the least free in the West here. And again, war is peace. Another brilliant sort of reversal. What we think is, I think there's no wars going on, very few anyway. But what's presented, like all the drama, the what do you call it, the war zones on the television, it's all nothing happening. Nothing happens, so it actually is peace. So everything actually applies to our view of living in that bubble, which is called heliocentrism. Can I just say one more thing, and I better go then? It was just to Gio. We had a great chat the other day about people you meet, and how you just say what you have to say. It's not about convincing anyone. You're just having a chat, but you just take it in the moment, and sometimes it goes well. I was busking the other day, and tree builders came out from a shop across the road just after moving in there, and they're doing it up, whatever they're doing inside. But they were just coming out to the car, and it was about 5 o'clock, it was darkening up, so I said I'd go over and ask him. And I went over and asked him, and I said, lad, are you working with a spirit level inside? Yeah, we were. I said, if you took that spirit level on your boat, You sail from Ireland, let's say down to France or something like that, or went further. Do you think that spirit level, would that bubble in the centre of spirit level, would, as you went around the Earth, gradually go up and up and up until eventually, as you got to the other side, it completely out of centre? And one of them said immediately, no, that wouldn't happen. And he explained why as well. Water's always flat, and no matter where you were on Earth, that it would always remain in that way. And I said, are you a flat earther, bud? I said, the reason I'm asking that is because I'm a flat earther. I actually agree with you. I say that the earth is not a globe and you're not going around to an antipodal direction. And he said, no, I agree with that. I said, are you a flat earther? He said, no. I said, are you telling me this is the first time you've ever heard the possibility the earth might not be a globe? He said, yeah. I said, but you're a flat earther already. Honestly, it was such a great encounter because he must have been a man in his 50s or late 50s, something like that. But that it sort of almost clicked with him immediately. And I was bringing up something that he probably was just after using as well, a spirit level. So very good. I wanted to tell Gio that story the other day because it was very good. And one of the guys then jumped in and said, but gravity.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, there you go. Well, that's what we all experience. That's what everyone experiences, especially the older you get, or you go through things. You know what we've experienced every fucking day, and when we felt pain, and when we felt good, and we know that there was none of this shit that they feed us ever being there. It's all just in the now, and it's all toroidal fields are the true settings. Like I've said many times, it's all about now. And the illusion of time, and how the mind, connects with reality in fractals, right? We seem to see the same thing reoccur.
I would see the true patterns of nature, and maybe what came before, Jared. You said you were 22, but what the heck? I actually thought, Jared, for the longest time that 22 is the perfect age. And yeah, I told you about two in Irish being do, so dodo. I just be dodo. So in a sense, I'm 22 forever. But maybe up to now, it was absolutely vital that you were fed. It's not quite the lie. Don't view it as a complete deceptive lie. It's a lie for the purposes of getting towards the truth and considering what you're considering right now. So if you have the contrast, then that you can come back to the truth, understanding that the lie was purposely built, or at least potentially purposely built on the truth. I like the fractal reality idea. I do.
Of course, this is like the demiurge. Sorry.
To any Americans, I guess, happy Thanksgiving. I gotta go to bed so I can get up and have turkey or whatever. Good night. Take care. Good combo. That was funny.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
good one.
Take it easy.
Hey, it's like the demiurge. What do you know about the demiurge? How we live in a false representation of the original blueprint, and that we live in the upside down version of God.
Yeah, I think that's Lord God. I think the demiurge is Lord God of Genesis 2 and beyond. That's what I think. So he's Lord over the destroyed realm here.
And that's got to be what we're in tune to, I believe.
That's why we're promised the city of gold at the end in Revelation 21:22. Once a city of gold, we want to get back to nature. Gold and all of these precious stones and jewels. It's like taking a watch, right? A beautiful, intricate clockwork watch, smashing it to bits and selling off all the little cogs and pieces that put the thing together and making that the value as opposed to the greater work itself. And that's what I think Lord God is, the one who broke the watch, if you want, and is valuing all of these intricate different pieces that come from the thing to begin with.
Well, Lord God sounds beautiful, but my question is Lord God a singularity, or are we fractals of God in a way that our own souls are just as divine, right? It must just be the same thing, right? It is all of us and it is one of us, perhaps in a way that we can't comprehend, but who's to know?
Well, who's to know? You're the best to know. Come to your own reckoning about that. I think that everything has to go through the heart. I think that's where the blend lies. Lord God is associated with the Jew. The Jew rests in the ground. The Jew and the money. You know, this is the material. I think that's why the Jew is circumcised. This cut off from the circle. The J and the G sounding very similar as well. G is a very important letter, but as it applies to us, it applies to our own system, our own sort of structure, divided structure. But funny, demi-urge, demi is half, or in twain. Oh yeah, I think it is all a greater metaphysical story for us to come to terms with. So all the powers ultimately possibly lie within us. It's all a game. It's all a venture into fucking Simland. Do you know what I mean? Or something like that.
Definitely. But my question would be in terms of reincarnation. So in terms of reincarnation, with this considered, everything you just said.
I didn't hear the question. Did you ask the question?
In terms of reincarnation,
yeah.
Do you believe we can transcend this experience through
yes, I do.
potential
Absolutely.
awareness? Or, if we don't become aware of it or transcend it, we simply repeat it.
We repeat it, but I think actually we might volunteer to repeat it. You know what I mean? Imagine coming to realization at the end of our lives that we entered this life for very specific reasons. We were the one who maybe ultimately challenged ourselves in conjunction with the greater love, the greater higher power. And I think we'd consent to go back in if we understood then what it was, and if we understood that we had eternity, we were outside of time. You know what I mean? I think I'm happy enough with that being a possibility anyway. But there is no bad, ultimately. This is about an experience and a greater journey onwards. You know?
I agree. Perhaps it instills us almost like a whacking a hammer, right? Who whacks a hammer? You have to have a force behind it. So perhaps this is the soul force, right? To whack that into you. That you're in control and always have been.
Yeah, I do like that thought though. I mean, imagine, ultimately you are in control, but you imagine you had eternity on your side. 10 lifetimes, 15, 20, 2 lifetimes won't seem so difficult. You'll understand, you'll have a greater picture, you'll understand, okay, life is strewn with difficulties, but at the same time there are moments which makes everything worthwhile, you know. But yeah, I like this thought that once we exit, we find ourselves in a deep, dense, thick fog, and there's an angel, there's something that looks like an angel, a Baphomet or something like that, and he's simply going, there's no harm or there's no threat, he's simply going, which way wouldst thou goest? And he's pointing downwards, he's pointing upwards, he or she, and you have to make a choice. And I think that the vast majority, and not so much now, definitely before, or who knows, but the vast majority would be tempted to go upwards because we're told heaven is the aloof, the alaf, the above, you know, and hell is beneath. But if one thing my experience taught me this time around anyway, that everything is inverted. Everything is inverted. So whatever is given to us as the so-called truth, no matter what the source, you have to at least consider inverting it and mirroring it and seeing where that lands you in a new context for thinking. Yeah, I like that thought though. I like that thought. And of course, if I had that, I'd have to pick down. Where wouldst thou go? I'd go down, bud. Because I think if you go upwards, now you're just going. Now you're meeting a very close barrier, and you're meeting cold waters beyond when hell freezes over. You know what I mean? So I could see something like that in play, and you know, I see myself setting myself that challenge. And even if you went the wrong way, then you were just reincarnated into another life, probably a little more advanced stage or a greater advanced stage, and maybe you have the wherewithal to work it out and pick the right decision the next time round. That you set yourself the challenge beforehand, that you already knew you could do. You know what I mean? You already knew beforehand that you could do.
Exactly.
You said to yourself, if I don't do it, you know what I mean?
You'd fucking hope that you hang on to the knowledge or the awareness that you came to in a certain life and the next one, right? What if you lost it? I feel like there has to be a progression to the field of knowledge. In a way that human bodies, you know, we reference things like the soul, and perhaps that's all for a reason. So you're looking at older souls that can be aware of these certain things, right?
Xanax
as opposed to others.
49.
It doesn't even have to do with genetics. Because you can look at your siblings, who are You know, they won't understand the flat
Genetically
earth. They
inferior.
won't understand spiritual things. There'll be an NPC, but they're still your genetic sibling. So the only other variable I can see is that being the soul, and that's the consciousness that is within the mind. Correct?
I think
I
you.
don't know. It's got to be linked with something.
Their conscious mind is probably part of the earth too. Right.
Exactly, but you know, we don't exactly completely bond with the earth. Perhaps we do, but there seems to be almost a mental, an iconic link connected to most people, almost like a leech into our brains or minds that makes us look down on earth in a way, right? And treat it like rubbish. It's just too many people these days. I think it's just hit 8 billion. 8 billion people, and you know the land mass that we currently share.
Yeah, actually, no, yeah, but there is a landmass that is huge that we could actually inhabit, right? We're objectively kept to a very small parcel of land when actually the amount of land that we have is far greater than what anyone would anticipate. We have tens, if not hundreds of acres of land per person.
Usually that land is pretty inhabitable. Like we could go out there, but who do you think's gonna? You'd have to think about who's gonna build the road, who's gonna build the, you know, the water, the electricity connection, then the house itself. Yeah, but you know the government isn't going to. Well, they should, but at least countries like Australia. I don't know about other countries, but they obviously spend tax on shit like Illuminati shit. You know, it all goes to the government. And then you're looking at Centrelink. Oh, I wouldn't even get into what Centrelink's about here in Australia, man. It's fucked. The amount of money that they give away. I don't know if you guys have a Centrelink-like system, but the government just gives away money. If you're slightly Aboriginal, I think you get like $1.5 grand a week. Blah blah blah. Anything you can sign up for Centrelink, and you just get money fortnightly. That's what the government does here. Point is, they give away your money like it's fucking worth nothing. They spend it on shit. You know, and that's Australia. This is the Commonwealth. It's a good country. I don't mean to carry on, but the point is, when it comes to this uninhabited land, you know, who are you counting on, right? Most people just find it easy to rent a house, right? They look at renting a house or moving into a house. There's no real sense of you can go to this part of land and build something, because it's either owned by the government as national park, or it's owned by a generational rich cunt who owns like fucking half the fucking land around, right? So it's either a national park or the otherwise. There's not much land that's up for sale, I don't think.
So it's got a biochemistry lab.
What's this?
Does it have a biochemistry lab? Did you say?
Does what?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
So, bro, I was carrying on, yeah. Point is, the land is hard to take hold of. Would you not agree?
I've never tried to take over Australia yet, mate.
Any other land, though, in the world where there's
Bro.
apparently lots of land to build houses, it's owned by someone.
Yeah, well, it's a different story going on. Hamlet said, "I could be abandoned in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space, were it not for the bad dreams. I'm not so worried so much about land or more land or look. There's this world in play that we have no idea about. What it will take is just the truth to come out, and when the truth comes out, then none of these considerations, none of these worries we have will have anything to do with it." It's not as if this is something that may emerge or should emerge. It's already in play. It's already in play. There's some greater script that is playing out. And it's, you know, obviously we can think in a few different ways. I often say to myself, like, we're either fucked, we're really, really, truly fucked, or else we're saved. It's one or the other. And I guess it's only when we come to realization or fruition, when these things happen, that we can surely rest peacefully, rest calmly. That, you know, all our previous concerns, all our mundane life concerns right now will fade away. I think something like that is happening already as we speak. You talk about the money that they're giving away. Of course, we realize, I think they're printing more and more money than ever now before, because the system in play is dead. That's the system based on the birth certificate. So they print the money, and the money itself is debt. And of course, we should all know now that money doesn't bring you happiness. That's not what the key is here, especially when it's
Yep.
coming from such foul, deceptive sources as well. But yeah, I get your concern. But you sound a bit, you do sound down. I have to say, Jared, have you become exasperated with dealing with people in your own life, and just.
I gotta say I have a pretty bad case of sleep apnea, so my throat blocks off. Even though I'm a pretty fit bloke, I work general labour, but I can't sleep properly. So I see life in an entirely different way, almost like I'm constantly. It's like I know what real life, as hard as it can get, it basically is. And I understand people, and they're all fake, all of them. And the only real people that you can listen to is those that are suffering, right? And most of those that are suffering are misunderstood or misinterpreted, right?
It reminds me
People
of
assume
Lord Byron.
things.
It reminds me of a Lord Byron quote: "Sorrow is knowledge, and those who suffer most must mourn the deepest over the fatal truth. The tree of life is not that of the tree of knowledge is not that of life." But I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, we have such a brief picture or glimpse into the life of others. You know what I mean? How many people do you get to meet during your daily excursions? But I get what you're saying, but most people seem lost, but they have been driven that way as well. I think all it will take is a wed week of sort of if the airwaves were taken over and truth broadcasted 24/7 to wake everyone up. All of these different conspiracy tales are serving to do that, and even though the ball earthers here in their own way are helping at least each individual if they take the time to awaken out of their slumber. So fake people, I think we're all fake on a big level. I guess we have to just. I'm not saying this to you, but I'll say this to myself. We have to start with the fakeness within. The fakeness is within all of us. What even fake notions, thoughts and notions am I incorporating right now into my daily routine? You know what I mean? And these are deeper questions. I suppose get myself right is what I have to do.
Well, then the question would be free will, and is free will real, or is this designated via the genes of oneself, right? But there's also something more than that. Than genes, like I said, as we can, refer to our siblings and see how different we are mentally, or according to our mind and how you converse with someone. But when it comes to behaviors, they're very similar. So it's almost like our behaviors and who we are somewhat separate.
Right. And it's the mentality then. I'm thinking if I met myself now, maybe a bit more than 10 years ago, let's say 15 years ago, when it was in the heart of heliocentric atheism, I don't know what I would say to myself now. I would consider myself a right buffoon right now. You know what I mean? My then would have considered me a fucking idiot, right? Everything I'm saying is fucking bollocks. You're talking shit. You're on drugs, man. You're a fucking drunken paddy. Everything you're saying is nonsensical, is bollocks. How can you go against all the great minds? How can you go against all the news? How can you go against everything? Everything you're saying is fucking off the wall. But yet at the same time, I hadn't a fucking clue back then. So it was a matter of changing minds, and I reckon that I was led into this conspiracy land, and not just by internet and the different discussions that came up, but I think in personal life as well. 9/11 is very central to my life. I could tell you a good few stories that is just so intimate, which connects me in some way or other to 9/11. But yeah, it's only because my mind has been opened. There has been some energy put my way in general, or our way in general, which allows us to sort of be born again, if you want, to be born away from the lie, closer to back to the truth. And I think that capability is within all of us. So that free will to make that decision, yeah, it's there within all of us. And you never know. The person you might, I'm not saying this, Gerald, of course I'm not saying this about you personally, but you never know that the person that you might have gave up on most If you had only taken the time to say something and say "fuck it," it might have such an impactful effect on that person's life, just in a way that you wouldn't have been able to predict. So I'm not saying that would happen as well, but it's all possible. Don't give up, I would say, but don't give up. Even though I understand.
I would never give up. I'll say one thing. It's a crazy story, and no one ever believes me. But I think it's like something not many people get to experience. So anyway, there was this emote on Discord. I was in this random server that I joined from 4chan. So it was this really obscure emote that was from their server, and it was real in capital letters. Anyway, after saying I like the emote, so I would reply with this real emote. So I went into 4chan and I started, commenting real, like that would be my response to something I agreed with. And I probably did this for a couple of days, and that was true and real as well. Give it a few months, people started saying the real thing, right? Like I could see it. And then it was all over TikTok. And now it's one of the most famous sayings. I don't know if any of you guys are on TikTok or like modern social media, but you'll probably have heard someone say or comment just real. It's almost like saying based or red pilled or something, right? It's like a concept. It's not the original word. It's now become like a cultural movement thing. Anyway, I know for a fact that I started it, right? And the whole world caught onto it. And now I see it almost every day or on almost every second YouTube,
What did you say
TikTok
the
video.
expression is again?
It's just real. Because it was originally a Discord emote, and you would respond real, or there was fake, or there was,
Okay. So just the meme itself, real.
It's just it's become a meme. If you were like someone my age and you've been on social media, you would know exactly what I'm talking about. Like people weren't saying it before, right? Like I knew for a fact that I started it, and the point is that it's caught on.
Keeping it real. It was just real.
It's just
REAL.
It's just exactly. That's what people comment, and anyone hearing this, I'm sure one person knows what I'm talking about, or has at least seen it. Because man, I'm telling you, I fucking started it. It sounds crazy, and people don't believe me, man. Because it's so hard to fucking, it's such a crazy idea. Exactly, but like the point is that it caught on to billions of people. Like I'm saying, this is one of the most mainstream sayings there is today. I'm not saying I made the word real, but it's like the way you can affect the world. I think that was the original point. The reason I brought it up is that you can affect the world with just the right jab. People were waiting for it almost.
That's excellent to sort of follow on for what I was saying, because what I was saying was just, it wasn't particularly to you, but the person that you say is most fake. They might surprise you, or you might be able to affect some sort of transformation by just foregoing your thoughts and just being yourself, saying something that you normally mightn't have done because you had some sort of a judgment in play. But perfect example there then. Well, bud, nice one. I have a sort of equivalent term, which I don't believe was in operation before I sort of put it together. The two words were already in play, but putting them together in a certain context. Ramshackle vagina. I'm sure you remember that.
Man, that's a classic.
Oh yeah, but very good, man. I mean, very good. And maybe
it's crazy, bro.
Maybe that's what it's all about. So you've affected.
Yeah, and every time I see it, it's like I can't describe to you how my conscience reacts, right? Knowing that no one will ever understand that I started such a worldwide. You know what I mean? It's such a little thing, but it's so meaningful because I know for a fact I started it. But it's so hard to prove that I did, right?
Yeah. I understand, and I think something like that you just have to let go. It reminds me of, do you remember the 2000s? So they were called the Naughties, but the pun there as well, naughty and naught, N-O-U-G-H. But my brother-in-law, which is my sister's husband, claims to this day he started it. Not to this day, I haven't spoken to him in a long while now, but he claimed at the time he fucking started that idea, and it spread to millions. And I'm thinking in his situation, yes, I'm thinking he came up with it in his own mind, but it happened maybe many different places at the same time, because it's almost waiting to happen. But
Well,
when
exactly.
other people heard it elsewhere, then, and he started to say, "I came up with that term," and it spread around like wildfire. No one believed him.
Well, I think what my take would be in my situation, I don't know if you know about 4chan, but it is the center of the internet, especially the pages I was on,
Okay.
/poll. So it's the center of the internet. What's on there is repeated like wildfire.
Very good.
So my take is, I know I was the first to say, I didn't obviously make it up because it was a Discord emote on this obscure server, right? But I started replying to it in comments on 4chan, and 4chan's the center of the internet. And then obviously people thought, it jabbed in the right place and it was just smooth. It was just good enough, right? And in the right context, it was almost like a new Based or a new Red Pill. I don't know if you know the 4chan talk. But then obviously it was repeated multiple times, and it's almost like fractals and wavelengths, It repeated itself until it just doubled, tripled, it kept on tripling itself.
That's mad. I think the best way around this is just to accept it, though. Accept that, just be happy enough. Let that glow rest within you. It reminds me of the people who are sort of ghostwriters of especially famous songs. The Beatles had lots of ghostwriters. Some of the greatest songs ever written, and you never get to hear about these people. I think they sort of rest in the backdrop, happy enough, just knowing that, the truth is the truth. And let whoever else take credit all they want, but yourself. That's a great story. And what is it? Is it just like is it just when you do you, like, if you were to write it down now, would you just write or capital or EAL and what do you call it, exclamation point or exclamation mark or something like that, and then everyone would understand what you're referring to? You know what I mean?
It's just real. It was originally real in all caps, like that was the original Discord emo. But now it's just real with one capital R or nothing. It's always it's written on a phone. It's famous on TikTok. I'm sure anyone listening who's on TikTok has seen someone said real. I'm surprised not a single person has spoken up. Because if you haven't experienced it, you wouldn't understand.
Hey Gerald, are you out there?
It's something big. Like, it is big.
Hey Gerald, are you flat out there?
Can you speak up? Anyone here?
Are you flat earther?
Well, it depends how you define a flat Earth, mate. So the horizon is always flat, and so in that terms, yes, I'm a flat earther. But I'm also into concave Earth because I've seen the information.
Have you seen?
That is you're trying to corner me.
Have you seen NASA's recent live stream of Artemis? And you can see Artemis.
Yes, I've seen the bullshit. We had a laugh about it last night. There was 2 live streams. Both of them looked like absolute bullshit from different angles, apparently live streaming. None of it was real. It looked completely fake.
But you could see Artemis approaching the moon.
Well, if you can show me footage of a telescope seeing that, actually zooming in and seeing it, then maybe I'll look into it. But what I've seen was the live stream videos NASA released, and it was utter fucking bullshit.
Listen, I'll leave you to
but
it.
If I gave you that evidence, would you come back to Globe Earth?
I'd love to hear, man.
Pardon me, I didn't hear.
Would you come back to Globe Earth if I gave you the evidence?
Romango, 1 second, bud. 1 second. I'm just going to say goodbye to Jared, and we can finish the last conversation. Jared, great talking, bud. And yeah, I believe you with that one. And good luck talking to Bro Mango here. So yeah,
mate, it's going to be a laugh. I don't know how long I'll last. Pete, mate, I fucking love you. Cheers for the chat.
Likewise, bud. Take it easy. Cheers all.
Hey, Brahmo, what were you saying to me? Come on, we'll see what I'll do with you.
If I gave you a telescope and showed you Artemis near the moon, would you accept?
Yeah, video footage. Yeah, send me footage. Send all of us.
Would you accept Globe Earth? Yes or no? Answer my question.
Yes, if I saw real footage, if I saw Mars, what they're saying in the future is, so Artemis is going to plant humans on the moon. And if this happens, and if they build a little base and they can shine lights with a flashlight, imagine some dude on the moon waving his light, like, yeah, this is me, as if he's lost on an island. And we'll go, fuck yeah, he's on the moon. But it's never going to happen. Like, come on, man. He's like, if it happens, cool. But we know for a fact it's not going to happen. The moon, you can't land on a ball of plasma, bro. You can't even go that distance. There's footage of the Artemis launching, but it's just gone horizontally. We have all photographic evidence
Okay,
of
so you're
rockets
saying the
launching
people in the control
horizontally
center.
and they go straight into the sea. Sorry,
Are you
mate.
saying the people that in the control center monitoring the data, monitoring, telemetry data, monitoring all sorts of data about Artemis in space? Are you saying they're looking at fake data? They're lying?
Yes, because your understanding of people, sorry, mate, your understanding of people in something watching data in a room, your only understanding is of videos that they've shown you. You know, they've shown you that stupid video of like a camera launching into a meteor or something. Like that was one of the main ones, the recent fake ones. But you get this fake idea that there's a room watching the information of this rocket launch, which is not true.
They're
It's
all
launched
fake.
from
They're
an
all
inner
actors,
circle.
all of them.
It is military based, which has been disclosed already. There's
Okay,
no room
okay.
random
So
people
the
watching
problem
this
with that
information.
statement, sir, is the reason why when flat earthers hear that, oh, it's a military base, they immediately think that everyone there is military grade, or somehow they're all soldiers or whatever. No, the only reason why it's in a military base or it's military grade is because of its sensitivity, because the fact that because they're developing technology that if it gets in the wrong hands can be detrimental. So that's why they're in the military base. It's not because
It's already in the wrong hands, Mr. Mango.
it's not because they're trained to be soldiers. It's because it's for safety and security. And this idea that because it's a military base, they must be MK Ultra or whatever. No, that's nonsense. These are ordinary people with ordinary lives.
They're not ordinary people. They are pedophiles.
Who are
Most of them have
engineers.
sex tapes of them touching underage people. I don't know how in
No,
depth I can get
these
with
are
it over
ordinary.
the internet.
You can literally link if you go on to LinkedIn, you can find these individuals on LinkedIn, and you can
And
message
what does
them.
that mean? You can find
Hold on,
anyone on
Let me
LinkedIn.
finish. You can message them and ask them all sorts of complicated engineering, math questions, and they'll happily answer. Are you telling me these highly intelligent individuals are paid actors? You're completely delusional. I'm sorry.
Well, you not only broadly speaking that it's almost you can't even pinpoint what you're saying. You're just implying that there's a group of people that are paid actors when this is so broadly speaking. We
These
can't
are
even get around that point.
highly intelligent people that you can
People like
get
Buzz
into contact.
Aldrin, who allegedly already went to the moon, already leaked that they never went to the moon. He said this multiple times. There's multiple YouTube clips of
It's
him
called a
revealing this
joke.
information.
It's called a
No, it was
joke.
not a
It's not a
joke. Watch it.
revelation.
No, you must be retarded if you can't understand when someone's joking or not joking. Sorry,
It's
but
a joke. He's clearly
no, it's not a
joking.
joke. He's not taking the piss to an 8-year-old girl.
Yeah, dude, he's
We've seen the
talking to an
video
8-year-old
proof.
girl. He's
And
joking
the
with an
point is,
8-year-old
not
girl.
only this, because you say it's a joke, but that's obviously copium. We all know what copium is. Okay, so you're talking about
Dude.
there's a group of people lying, but there's no proof of a group of people lying because what group of people are involved? Okay, so we're talking about a rocket launch. Maybe the people that built the rockets or the
Highly
rocket
intelligent
launch.
individuals are all of a sudden paid actors. It's just nonsense.
Mango, nobody said anyone was a paid actor. Where are you getting that from?
Generalizing.
Just
exactly.
because somebody
he's
said at
saying-
some point, just because someone said at some point that they're maybe crisis actors in certain events and things, that doesn't mean that whatever this blanket statement you're trying to make about people and all that work in NASA or some kind of paid. Nobody said that.
No, I asked him a simple question. I said to him, okay, why are they looking? So he's saying basically the Artemis launch was fake and everything like that. And
Yeah,
I'm
of
saying,
course.
okay, well, there are people. I'm saying, well, there are people that are monitoring the telemetry data of Artemis in space.
Okay,
Are you
this is
telling
the
me that they're
problem.
looking at data that is fake? These highly intelligent people are looking at data that's been fabricated.
You weren't listening to what I was saying.
That's possible, man. Gene Kranz, the guy who ran the entire NASA mission control during the moon landing, he's on a documentary. It's not like a moon hoax documentary at all. It's actually like a celebrating the moon landing documentary, like a mainstream documentary. And Gene Kranz said that they had no way to decipher whether it was a simulation run or whether it was the real thing. So That's coming right from the actual guy who ran the entire mission. Now, are they doing that? I wouldn't say that it'd be hard to know for sure. Like in today's world, maybe back then it might have been different. Are the ones today's actors? That's another question, but they definitely could be sending data that just seems like a simulation. It doesn't really matter how intelligent the people are. They don't have any way to decipher it because they're not in space. They're just receiving data and signals and processing it.
See, the problem with that statement, sir, is I work in these environments. I've worked in these institutions before, and I've conducted experiments. I've conducted simulated tests. I've done all of those things, and there's a clear distinction between simulated versus real.
Well, the point is, no human was actually in this fucking Artemis launch, and you ignored what I was saying originally. So no human was in this launch, and you implied that there was a group of people monitoring.
As someone
you implied there was people.
Let me finish. As someone who's in STEM, we all can clearly distinguish between real data versus simulated data. We know there's a difference between the two, and we know when the data has been manipulated, and we know when the data has been fabricated. So
and I know
it's either real data and they're looking at a real Artemis in space, or these are highly intelligent paid actors. It's complete nonsense. I'm sorry.
There's no paid actors watching. Like I said, maybe the people that built the rocket are watching it. Maybe they're under their illusion that people are watching it. There's a group of people in a room monitoring something. That's not necessarily true at all. You know what? I've seen the live footage, and I thought it was CGI renditions. So yes, it's mostly done by a program.
Okay, see, this is the problem with you. You don't understand why they're using CGI.
The problem with me. Sorry? No, you're full of shit, mate.
The CGI rendering.
Without any knowledge, you're just assuming. No, I never finished. You're assuming that there's a group of people watching.
No, you can literally look it up on YouTube. There's a group of people monitoring the data. It's a normal procedure in a scientific test. You have people monitoring data. Now, what did you just say?
So I hear you, dude, but think about it. Like on another level, it's all compartmentalized. There's different departments. So you're going to have like the mission control people that are submitting documents and looking at data and things. You're going to have other people that built the rocket, but the ones that built the rocket are not the ones launching it. The ones at mission control are also not the one launching it. There's all these different layers and levels. So once the launch happens, the rocket goes up. The people in mission control, they're obviously not up there. They're not up there at all. They don't know what's going on. So they are sitting in an office down on Earth looking at computer screens. So
wait, I just want to quickly respond to what he said about CGI. So again, this is a misunderstanding by the flat Earth community. How do you think they are able to accurately model Artemis in CGI? It's because of all of the peripheral data that they are able to capture. They're able to determine exactly its exact
You're full
position.
of shit. I've seen the footage that NASA released through a live stream. But you're full of shit.
Let me finish. They're able to determine its exact position relative to its launch, and based on that position, they're able to then create a model, a CGI model of where it is relative to from launch to the moon. That it's essentially just a reference point. It's not something that says, hey, look, this is the real thing. They're not trying to say this is the real thing. They're just trying to give everyone a representation of where Artemis is at.
You're assuming that the CGI footage actually showed where the fucking thing was. Actually, it was bullshit CGI with absolutely fake imagery. You're assuming that the live stream showed that. None of the live streams showed that. And actually, the only live stream footage that was shown from NASA was some shitty clip. You can probably see it, and it looks like you can see it's a locally filmed green screen image of a shitty fake
you can see
dark side
Artemis.
of the moon. And there's CGI imagery, and it's not like it's in some weird image position that they needed some sort of fucking visionary to see. It was just fake shit that showed nothing. So I don't know why you're implying there was some revolutionary imagery that was topographically filmed or some shit.
No.
No.
NASA admitted that they used low level technology. They used low resolution imaging to basically relay the live stream. So what you see on the live stream is essentially just really bad images put together. And the reason why that is simple because you're in space and
They
you're
are
far
bad.
away.
They look like the same ones from the 70s. It's terrible looking. It's almost like they went back into their 70s footage and pulled out a couple B cuts and just pasted it together and told people, here it is. You know why I think partly the reason they did that? It's because people are familiar with that. So they figure most people probably won't turn an eye like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. It looks like 1970s stuff. You know what I mean? Instead of having it look different, and then people be like, oh, it looks different. Why does it look different? So yeah, it's really, really bad quality.
Yeah, that's science. Science is consistent, and you get consistent results. What do you want? What do you want them to do? To somehow turn it into?
If you believe it or feel like you need to defend it, that's on you. But
no, they are running. Science is consistent. Hold on.
Dude, why are you interrupting, man? Just let people finish speaking. I was almost done. They're running a hustle. I mean, it's a scam. It's a magic show. It's a series of deceptions. So if you feel like you need to defend it or you believe it, I hear you. But yeah, that's my understanding of what it is.
I'm actually, this is absolutely funny to me.
Imagine monitoring. Is that your only response when you come to a corner?
It's one of the world's biggest scams. It's one of the world's biggest. I mean, how much money are they stealing? $50 million a day. That's a huge. That's like the biggest
$50 million a day.
Bank robbery in the world, and it happens every day.
That's crazy. Fucking Americans, man.
It is no bank robbery. Oh my god.
That's a lot of fucking money, mate. Fucking hell. A day? We don't have a space station in Australia, which must be a good thing, eh? Fuck me. Fucking bollocks. And what are they saying? They're gonna get the fucking Space Force or something? You gotta be careful with that one. You also heard of that. That's gonna be a thing. Fucking Space Force. Eh? What are they gonna get? What? It must be Star Trek and Star Wars in real life. That's what I think it is. Get the fucking Enterprise going. You know what? As soon as someone builds a proper spaceship like the Enterprise, something. Imagine if space was real, man. You'd have like a balloon or something, right, in space or on the moon. They would have sent something out there and would have been like a little fucking. Be something you could see and just go, yeah, that's it, right? They could drop some big red advertisement on the moon easily. Be Coca-Cola sign, anything. They're not going to do that because it's not possible.
Okay. What about? Do you believe in the images that we capture when we go like hundreds and hundreds of miles under the sea? Are you gonna believe in this footage?
Yeah, fuck yeah. If you show me like a megalodon or some sort of deep squid, anything from under the water, yeah, that's legit. Underwater is like outer space. That's going to be the final frontier, I'd say. Or something deep.
We've done deep dive exploration, and the imagery and the videos that we get back are like really bad quality. So, are you also gonna say that that's also faked?
We know that they're not faking fucking deep sea because it's not like they're showing footage from space. It's all
That's a weird
fake.
thing.
There's nothing fake about the deep sea, nor are they only pushing that. There's nothing to see down there. Maybe because that's where the real information can be found, under the sea. This is where you find Atlantis, probably structures lost to man under the sea.
Not only that, the imagery we're getting back from deep sea, like sonar imagery, and they're also using a form of LiDAR under the water. And can I just clarify? You said hundreds and hundreds of miles under the sea. Is that what you said, Eyebrow Mango?
Why?
I'm just asking if for a clarification that you stated we went hundreds and hundreds of miles under the sea.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what you want to believe. Fine. But like I say, that was an aside. The images we're getting back from deep sea exploration are really quite good images these days. So your information that they're not very good images is outdated. Sorry, I just thought I'd interject with that.
I disagree.
Well, you only need to do just like a little basic bit of research on this one. And
See, no, bro. The blurrier, the more I believe it.
But have you seen Artemis approach the moon? Yes or no?
And you're likening that to the analogy or the statement that I've just made. Really?
No, but I'm asking you, have you seen Artemis?
Have I seen Artemis?
Yes.
You mean have I looked at these representations that you are presented that back your belief, if you like, that there is actually something called Artemis approaching the moon?
No, I'm saying, have you seen Artemis approach the moon?
No, not with my. No.
Can I share images in the chat?
Do what you want. Don't bother me.
Can
Sorry,
you do
Gerald.
it? You tell us, mate.
Yeah, sorry,
Sorry,
Gerald.
man. I was taking a whiz.
More like
check out this link to this image.
more like Thotimus.
All of this is fake.
Yeah, so this image you posted was one of the only few frames from NASA Livestream. We can see that's a green screen image. We can see that's a fake rendition of the moon.
How is it
composite imagery? You can look at it. You can see that that's composite imagery, and that is not a real shape of the moon. It's truth in plain sight. For anyone who has the eyes to see, if you believe that's real, you got your head up your own ass, mate.
Can anyone verify that this is fake?
Can you give us the date this happened? Hello, good morning.
It happened like yesterday or the day before.
Right,
NASA did live stream the same footage, multiple frames of the same bullshit, so it's some sort of video rendition.
That's what my point is, because I've been studying a calendar, and the moon goes dark every single month, meaning we can't see it. Nobody could see it in the world anywhere for like, I want to say sometimes 3 days, maybe 4. And that's because the moon is super close to the sun. Anybody can verify that now, meaning with our Stellarium, our star apps, it's happening right now. I can post the last couple days, 15th, 16th, well, what was it, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? The sun and moon are so close together right now. I personally believe that the sun is charging the moon. Go ahead.
Can I just kind of relate that to the picture that was posted? Are you saying that the moon's phases, as we see them, are out of sync with the image that Eyebrow Mango posted?
Absolutely.
Supposedly taken yesterday, yeah? Yeah.
Okay. Or Tuesday, right? Was it Monday? Monday. I think it might have been Monday. That's what I said. Absolutely. Because I was listening like I do, because, I don't really know as much as you guys. But the thing is, you don't have to, right? So I have my own little thing. And what I'm studying is the calendar, because, not many of us are questioning, our existing calendars and how we come to this, and possibly what were the other calendars. So my calendar, I'm learning, I don't have it down yet, is it's showing me that it didn't tell me that where the sun goes. I am observing that through an app. and stellarium. And because, I guess I didn't know where the moon was going, so I started tracking it. I'm like, it's still up there, but where is it? And so First Enoch talks about, I'm not saying this is 100% true, but observing it for the last couple of months, it's really started to become truth for me, as a belief, that he says that the sun, it's a solar powered moon, and they have us believing that a sliver, a crescent moon, is the full moon. That's not the truth. They have us looking down at shadows, and telling us that's when we should gauge our seasons, and that's not true. Full moon is a new moon. So it kind of hit me the other day. I was like, okay, so if it's going back towards, waning, the full moon's already happened and it's almost like a no moon. What do people call that? Because that's a sliver, that's a crescent. And then next thing you know, then it's coming out of today's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we should start to see the crescent. Now, if that's the same as it was ending, why would we call that a new moon? And then you'd start looking into who else had this crescent moon. It goes back to Babylon. So right now, the moon is really close to the sun, and they don't even care that they don't care. We can observably check this out with our apps.
So,
Correct.
Eyebrow Mango, let's chuck that back to you. Okay, as soon as you presented that photograph.
Well, I don't know about Abramo, mate. The question is, if you think the moon is close to us, hang on, I'll ask one question for her.
Yeah.
So the moon is plasma, I reckon. It's not a physical object. Can't be. If it's close to the sun, it's some sort of plasmic, something to do with consciousness almost, like it's some sort of delusion. The thing is, it does have a shape and something we can observe and we can see with telescopes, what seemingly is meteor craters, correct? And this gives us a question as to what is the moon. You seem to know.
I think it's a light source. I don't see anybody. I see it as a light source, a beautiful candlestick in the air. And if you guys have a star app or Stellarium, go look right now. It's not like they're hiding it, because they have us so, with the shape of the earth, we're always, like, what does the sky have to do with the floor? But it does. And we have to ask ourselves, what calendar do we have now? Where do we get it? And do any of us track? We could have probably put this to bed a long time ago. Maybe they would have shut it down, meaning, like, I don't know, say that they're on the opposite side of where the sun, I don't even know. It's crazy. They're not even taking into consideration the sun. Meaning that
So
its
the
position.
sun is the moon. Oh, I asked about the moon.
No.
And you brought up the sun. So perhaps the sun and the moon are connected, obviously, which they are, because we can see this and observe this with the eclipse. All right.
Yep.
So we're looking at some sort of north and south yin and yang system.
Yeah, that's exactly. The sun and the moon are kind of on the same type of path, so they might be the result of the same force, right?
But and then but then it's like this. This is going to sound really crazy, because I'm not saying it's the truth. But what I'm saying is, after it's waning, after a full moon, after like 5-6 days, because I was tracking the planets, and the next thing you know, the moon, it seems like the planets, it's losing energy. And it seems like it's not making a revolution like we can see it go when it's full. because I only tracked the planets for I think it was 2 months in the moon. And it was just, I think it's just losing energy. And there was no way that it was going all the way around again. It was going almost backwards through the planets. Now, I'm not exactly sure about that. That's just my interpretation. I'm still trying to pray about that and ask for understanding and, observe it.
I can explain all of this. So the reason why, from our perspective, the moon and the sun.
Really, says the guy that just posted a fake picture where the moon is super close to the sun. Okay, got it.
I'd like to go back
So
to
the
that
reason
picture.
why the moon.
Eyebrow Mango, I'd like to go back to that picture before you go off on a tangent and take the conversation somewhere else. Can we just address that picture and the point that Blaze of Nazarene brought up, that the moon phase in that picture isn't the moon phase we have now, and that picture was claimedly taken day before yesterday. How do you explain that away? I'm quite interested in your explanation of how that moon phase in that picture doesn't coalesce with the moon phase that we have now.
Oh, but it's actually quite simple, really.
Just stop and look. Okay, stop
No,
sticking up for
I'm
people
going
you
to
don't even
answer.
know.
You just gotta give me a second.
No, but stop. Be honest. We're here with you. We're humans. Okay, experiencing some domination. You're sticking up for people that you're not communicating with.
Let me finish. The other day, I saw a full moon. So I'm not sure what you're talking
There's
about.
no way you saw a full moon. Do you understand that?
The other day, I literally saw a full moon.
What day?
I think it might have been yesterday.
You did not see a full moon. This is
swear I
ridiculous.
saw a full moon. I swear to you, it was.
Well, it was
bright.
something else.
Photographic evidence.
Yeah, I swear it's what I
But
saw. Nobody else saw it.
Again, so the reason why it's bright up is because of its position. Okay, from our perspective, right, we're looking at the moon from one single angle. Whereas Artemis is on a completely different angle, and as a result, it's able to get that image.
Sorry to stop you there. Yeah, it's seeing exactly the same face of the moon that we see from our perspective.
No, it isn't. It's on a completely different
You can
trajectory.
see that the image that they show is complete bollocks, right? So the face
saying
sighting listen. So the face sighting to us, according to you, the same angle that we all see, apparently has the most meteor craters, right? Whereas they show these images that Artemis has released, and not only dark side of the moon, it seems to have no meteor craters as opposed to the
because it's
side
on
we
a different
see.
angle.
No, because it's taking the piss. So according to you, a meteor hits from the Earth side on, and not the dark side.
If you let me
don't
explain,
see
I can explain.
the illogical
If you take
fallacy
a basketball,
in that.
If you take a basketball,
No, the meteor is not. Not only has meteors never been observed, right? Maybe there's lights in the sky that people seem to see, but no one's seen a rock land into the moon or the Earth. It's never happened. The only footage that they show of alleged meteor was in Russia, and that's like a crashing down some bullshit. It's Russia. Who knows what they've fucking seen in the sky?
I don't know about you, but in my lifetime, I've seen plenty of shooting stars.
Shooting stars. So have I. But I'm talking about a rock crashing into Earth.
I saw
I'm
one
talking
this
about a rock
morning.
crashing to Earth.
Great.
We've all seen shooting stars, mate.
Quite recently, I saw through my telescope a massive meteorite literally go.
It crashed into your backyard, did it? You saw a meteor crash into your backyard, and it was just a pile of rock.
Cut through the sky. So again, it's just nonsense. I know you don't like this.
You've lost the plot. It cut through the sky. I've seen shooting stars, mate. What my point was, have you seen a rock land in your fucking backyard? Has anyone recorded a rock, a meteor coming from outer space land in the backyard, which apparently happens all the time, according to the system? And it never happens. And the only time we see satellites come down, they happen to have balloons on them, right? Every satellite that's
this is
been
what
shown to land
happens.
has balloons,
This is
and no
okay, this
rock comes down from space. For fuck's sakes, that's
this
my
is
point.
what
I don't really care if you see a shooting star, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
this is what
So,
happens when you make information freely available to commoners. They take the information and create their own narrative. This is why I believe back in the day when the church had all the information to themselves, I think that's actually a good way, because when you give information to everybody, people start misinterpreting and creating their own
implying
religions.
people are going to believe what I'm saying
Very,
just from the way I speak about it.
it's very
Sorry, mate.
dangerous. It's very, very dangerous.
No, so you're implying that people are going to believe the shit that I have to say just because of the way I say it. That's how we.
No,
That's
I'm
why you bring up
saying
the
this
church.
is.
No.
I'm
That's
saying
exactly why. You think I'm preaching to the wrong audience
I'm
when I'm not doing
saying
it. I'm just speaking everyone's
I'm
mind.
saying you don't deserve this knowledge, because you're taking this
What?
knowledge and you're misinterpreting it and you're distorting it and you're destroying it, and you
Yes,
don't
and now you're
deserve it.
generalizing, and you don't have a specific
Like class
point.
warfare card.
I do believe that certain people should remain ignorant. I don't believe that everyone deserves
Oh,
is deserving
okay.
of knowledge.
Well, what are you implying? That I should remain ignorant and I shouldn't have received the information that I've had? So according to
No,
your
because
twisted
this
information,
is what
and you
happens.
can't be specific
People
about it.
like
You can only
you.
generalize. You said people like you. I can say people like you all day long if I'd like to. I could fucking chant down, you know me. I could have a whole fucking chant fucking for the whole squad right here about people like you, mate.
Look, if
And
you're
you're trying to do it about me.
anti-NASA, if you're anti-NASA, then you're anti-science. It's that simple.
Whatever. You're anti-science. You're anti-common sense. Not to be rude, not to be mean, but you're anti-common sense.
Okay,
You
define
guys should
common
have heard
sense.
him the other day talking about how humans shouldn't try to attain knowledge.
I mean,
That
he
was
comes in
wild.
here every day, just with the calm voice, and it's always. So, what's the word? Contrary?
Well, it's an ego defense.
Yeah,
He's
you're
trying to
contrary
defend his
to
ego.
a group of people that believe the flat Earth just to tell them that they should go Google stuff.
I
We've all
never
seen the
once
information.
told anyone here to Google anything.
He says weird shit and pretends that it's profound.
No.
I noticed that happen.
I'm not trying to sound condescending at all.
I'm just wondering what fantastic information should have been kept from us. Like you said that we shouldn't have knowledge. I'm wondering what knowledge do you think we shouldn't have?
I'm saying because of the fact that information has now become freely available, right? I think it's destroying rather than helping, because when you make information
Hey, you're not
freely
answering my
available,
question.
No, it's his retarded egotistical defense take. I'm sorry, but that
no, it
means
isn't.
nothing.
Like, hear
You're
me
talking
out.
about
When you make
information that we
when,
had. What
when
about
you make
conscious spiritual information
information,
that we were built upon and relied on until you brought up this shit and
The
you just generalized it
information,
crap?
You say he
information
answered the
was
question,
hold
but
on,
I know
hold on. Let
exactly
me
where you're
respond to
from.
that. Let me respond to that. Information was
From.
restricted to those who had wealth, dignity, who were respected within their society. It was restricted inside of a library, but now it's freely available. Anyone can access it through the internet. Anyone can access any kind of information, and I think that's
All right.
detrimental, because people like
Who
you
do you
take
think
this
would access
information.
the information, me or
Hold on,
you?
let me finish. People like you take this information and distort it and create a whole religion out of it and say anti-NASA, anti-science. It's absolutely it's destroying our society.
Who do you think will take the information, me or you? You're not going
You
to hold
took
the
this
information over
information and you
me. So
distorted it,
don't
and now
even bother talking about history and holding information.
Yeah, he
Because you've
thinks
never held it over me.
nobody should know anything because he doesn't know anything.
He
Anyone
never
who
held it
claims
over
to
me,
be as
even if he had a
unknown
fucking
as
gun.
him.
I'm saying commoners like you don't deserve knowledge.
I'm a commoner, according to you. You don't know me. Actually, you do know me.
It's like
I'm sorry. This is a civil discussion. This is a civil discussion, so I'll back down. But don't talk to people the way you are, because you won't get very far. I'll trust you, mate.
I'm not trying to be mean or belittle you. I'm
That's
just
exactly
saying,
what you're doing. You're trying to belittle all of
I'm
us.
just saying that not everyone deserves knowledge, because there are people
Exactly.
out there.
That's what you're doing, and you're implying you have this step up on anyone here. which we all know is completely incorrect.
No, because you haven't gone through the proper channels and the proper training to be
You're
able to
trolling,
handle
dude.
this knowledge.
You're taking the piss. Bro, you're funny troll, man.
No,
Yeah,
I'm being
exactly. Even you're
serious.
laughing.
I'm being
Because
serious.
you know you're fucking around, bro. Come on, someone else fucking talk over this
I'm being
cunt.
serious. You haven't gone through the proper channels.
Yeah, all right. That's like me saying
I'm
you
still
haven't seen
wondering
the
what piece of
information.
knowledge. Yeah, I'm still wondering what piece of knowledge do we need to get rid of? Like, what do we know that we shouldn't know? You didn't give an example.
I don't know, this anti-science rhetoric that you're pushing, the fact that, you somehow have evidence to suggest that we don't live on a globe. I don't think you should have been exposed to this kind of knowledge in the first place because I don't believe in the idea that communists
In order
should
to
have
not be
knowledge.
exposed to that logic, I would have to literally close my eyes and bury my head in the sand.
No, exactly. I'm saying you as a commoner, you need to believe in whatever the people who are of knowledge.
Yeah, common sense. Common
Provide.
sense.
Yeah, exactly. No, but you say us as a commoner, so who are you? Some sort of elitist, who we can all
not at
deck.
all. I'm just
All of us could deck you. No. You call us a commoner. And what if I told you I'm more intelligent than you are? I'm probably more physically able than you are. No, I'm probably more physical, mentally acute than you are. Even in my current state.
He doesn't even think it'll benefit
Even
him
in my
to
current
gain
state.
knowledge. So, like, he pretty much
He has
has
no
like
idea.
firmly sat himself in a
This isn't
position where he
about
doesn't
trying
want
to.
knowledge.
This isn't a division tactic. I'm just pointing out certain, like, there are people who
We
belong in
understand
certain
your
groups.
position that you want to stay dumb. We get it.
No, I'm saying
Yes,
I'm a
you just keep
scholar.
articulating how you want to stay stupid. We get it.
No, it's not about staying stupid. It's about playing your role, okay? And your role
You're
is
the
to
one
be
playing the role.
Okay, my role is to
Nah, tell me,
educate
bro, you're taking the piss. Look, this is
Your
like
role is
genuine
to
elitist
troll,
trolling.
dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Your role is to troll.
Everybody's on
Who's
troll roll.
resorted to? And you got me trying to tell me how I'm physically more able than you. You're just a
I'm not saying
joke.
you're
You're
not
taking the piss
physically
out of all of
able.
us.
Gerald, can you back away from your mic, please?
Hey, Mango,
it's
should I
Jin.
know the knowledge of how good my coffee
It's
tastes this morning?
Jin.
Should I know
Jin.
that?
Wait. I want to ask Jin something. Jin, why did you call me the C word and you called me the R word the other day?
You talking to me?
No, Jin.
Jin, welcome.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice, Gerald. I was
Thank you,
thinking
mate.
about you yesterday.
Oh, fuck yeah.
yesterday, thinking I haven't seen you in a while, and here you are. And I was
Jin,
listening
you're
on
a
the YouTube.
legend.
Jin, why did you
You're a
call
legend,
me
mate.
the C word?
Oh, cheers, mate. Oh, fuck yeah, mate. Look, I've been put down because someone just here said, Gerald, stay away from your mic. And I don't know who was speaking to me. But I'm glad you've
Jin
lifted my spirits,
CBR1.
Jin.
Wait, Jin,
Thank you.
why did you say the C word?
Why are you acting bum hurt? Why are you
didn't
crying like a
call
money mini
me.
miner?
He called me the
You are
C
crying.
word,
Stop crying. Stop
the
crying.
R
Okay?
word. He told me to end my
Stop
life.
crying.
It was insane.
Stop crying, will you? Stop crying and present the scientific evidence for the heliocentric model that is very elusive, that none of us have been able to prove.
Well,
Must
he
have
can't
it.
stop crying
Let's
because he
hear
doesn't
it.
have the knowledge to stop
What
crying.
about the applied science of geodetic surveying? Is that acceptable?
The applied science, is that going to show me the curvature of the Earth that I can actually photograph, put on my wall with the collection of the rest of my family's photograph, yeah? Am I actually going to see the
You can print
curvature
it
that
out.
I can actually photograph it? Is that what's going to do? Please
you
present, please. Present, please. You obviously have
You
the
could
evidence.
take a photo of the drawing, sure, or you could print it out. Do you have a
No,
nice
I
big
want to
plotter?
see it for real, please. Where would I go to do this?
Go there.
Do you have such material, sir?
Yes, it's available to download on the internet.
Can you drop a link, Chunky? I'd love to have a look at this.
Is that Gary?
Just drop a link.
You've had the link at least 5 times.
But you
It's
said it's an
LIGO.
applied. You said it's an applied science. Did you not?
Yes, surveying is an applied science.
It's an applied mathematical calculation that is applied to planar surveying. And you've been told this.
Surveying is an applied science.
Is an applied calculation that is applied to planar surveying. You've been told this so many times, Chunky, and you were even told it by Jeff the Drain Surveyor. So please listen to your superiors. In this case, would be Jeff the Drain Surveyor when he tells you it is an applied calculation to planar surveying.
What does he survey? 2-degree grade?
Babble that again.
You said he's a drain surveyor, so what does he survey? The 2-degree grade that drains into our main?
No, you tell me. He's got a YouTube channel. Goes under the name of the Main Surveyor. On the
you
YouTube
can't
channel.
read. I forgot. So you're saying you're saying that geodetic surveying is not an applied science. Is that correct?
No, he says, and you've been told this many, many times, it is an applied calculation added after the fact. The fact being that all the measurements are taken in Euclidean geometry. And then a calculation is applied to those measurements, those direct first order measurements. You've been told this so many times, Chunky. I don't know why you keep bringing it up and getting owned.
He has never
with it.
told me that. I'm asking the question: is geodetic surveying an applied science?
Well, you can take it to be an applied science if you want, but Jeff, the Drain Surveyor, has stated that the geodetic part of the surveying that you're talking about is a calculation that is applied after the fact being that the actual physical first order measurements are taken using standard surveying techniques and standard surveying methods using Euclidean geometry. What you choose to take from that, and I know you're going to take absolutely nothing from that, because you will come back again and again and again and again and ask the very same question that you are asking right now. And if I'm not here, then you won't be told.
What question did I ask?
You won't be told yet again what I have just told you. I hope that somebody else in this room picks up on what I've just told to Chunky, that he has been told this many, many times, that the geodetic part of geodetic surveying is a calculation that is added after the fact.
Yeah, I spoke to a surveyor on the street, and he said that if they ever wanted to measure over 2 miles, they would do multiple segments. They wouldn't actually take into account curvature with one observation and say, oh, there's this much curvature, this is how far we're looking. No, they assume a horizontal baseline and do segments. Even in geodesic surveying, they would have to presuppose curvature after they make those segments.
That would be a great
surveyor
point.
about it. It was awesome. He was cool.
Wow, keep going. That would be a great point if I have to ask the question.
And in order to
keep going,
globe, you have to literally ignore everything that a surveyor would tell you. So that's kind of difficult.
Okay. That would be a great answer to the question of, do geodetic surveyors do things in segments? But I didn't ask that. So the question is, and I'll ask you because you're smarter than DP, is geodetic surveying an applied science?
Which part of...
Yeah, I don't know why you're ad homing 3DP. He's cool. I don't know why you did that.
Well, I asked him the same question. He can't answer it. He's answering a different question.
Well, I told you.
He can't answer the question.
Did I not tell you exactly what geodetic surveying is? It is an applied calculation. Now, if you want to believe that...
So is that a no?
Oh, shut your face and listen to my answer. If you want that calculation to be a scientific calculation, you fill your boots. I don't care.
Is that a no? It's not an applied science?
You take from that.
Yes or no question.
You take from that whatever you want, Chunky.
Oh, I know the answer. I'm asking you the answer, the question, and you.
You clearly haven't looked into surveying enough, because if you did, you wouldn't be defending it. It's kind of silly.
Why not? Have you looked into
You got to look into it. Man, I looked into what all this geodesic surveying stuff is. So you should do that. Look up spherical excess geometry when doing geodesics, bro.
Yeah. What about spherical excess? And sorry, what's your name?
I'm Jesse.
Write it down.
Just to cut in a second. I've just dropped a link in the chat there, and it is a clip to the main surveyor.
Yeah,
Sorry, I misspoke. It's not the drain surveyor. And just as I drop that link, Chunky has to drop out of the conversation. I hope everybody noticed that, because this is the main surveyor
Run away from the train.
stating that the geodetic part of the surveying is a calculation added after the fact.
Yeah, reciprocating zenith angles are never actually observed. They're just supposed after you take your planar measurement.
Yep.
I actually had to
Telling
really
that
look
to
that up
go
before
over.
I debated MC Toon, because I knew he was going to come at me about his reciprocal zenith angles article. So I
They're
looked it
very
up and I
hot.
found out, yes, it is all presupposed
Reciprocal zenith
spherical
angle is so
excess
hot
geometry.
right now. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, so he didn't have any material for me. Never mind.
Thanks, DP. That was a great question.
JJ, sitting there quietly.
I see you bailed out just as I was getting to the
listen
point.
to the clip.
Chunky, yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the clip. It was great. It confirms what I said.
Yeah, the geodetic surveying is a calculation added after the fact, and Jeff, the drain surveyor, reiterates this.
They remove the curvature after they measure, correct?
No, they can't measure curvature. You have stated that it is impossible to measure curvature using surveying techniques and the standard surveying practices. You yourself have admitted, you conceded, that this is not possible. So how can they take away something that is not possible to measure in the first instance? Please walk us through that one, Chunky.
Tell me again what you think I said or agreed
to. You stated that curvature cannot be measured, and that is a correct statement. Curvature cannot be measured using Euclidean geometry and standard surveying techniques.
Using only Euclidean geometry and standard surveying techniques.
Well, that's all they use. That is all they use in surveying techniques is Euclidean geometry.
So
because
the calculation
that is the geometry they use.
DP.
That is the geometry they use when surveying Euclidean geometry. Well done, Chunky.
So the calculation that the main surveyor mentioned, is that Euclidean geometry?
No, I don't give a monkeys. He is
said
stating
that's all they use.
he is stating it is a calculation added after. Added. Get the word added, not subtracted. Added after the fact. Now you're coming in here claiming that it's taken away from a standard surveying measurement. Now that standard surveying measurement cannot, as you correctly stated prior, cannot measure curvature. So for you to come in here and state that the main surveyor is taking that calculation away, you are completely misinformed and misrepresenting the main surveyor in this case.
No, you would be adding because you're measuring a drop. You're seeing a drop. You have to add the difference.
And why did you say? Why did you come in here and saying it's being taken away in the first instance? Then why are you contradicting yourself right now?
The curvature is removed by adding the difference.
The curvature is removed by adding the difference. The curvature was never there in the first place. So how can they remove it by adding the difference? Because as we've just established, and you completely agree, standard surveying techniques cannot measure curvature.
Incorrect.
No, you have agreed to this in the past, Chunky. I have a DM, not a DM, sorry, a tagged message where you correctly stated curvature cannot be measured using standard surveying techniques and Euclidean geometry. Well done,
now you changed it again.
Now
and
you're
only
backpedaling.
Euclidean geometry. Correct.
Only Euclidean geometry, because surveyors only use Euclidean geometry. Well done,
No,
Chunky.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Like he's expecting surveyors to use curved lines.
Mm-hmm.
That
no.
Straight lines and angles. Straight lines and angles, perpendiculars from an established horizontal plane.
As it is? Yeah. That would be how people would want to survey.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
Using
you say
straight
they
lines.
only use Euclidean geometry.
Up into
So is the
lines.
calculation that Jesse makes after he measures a Euclidean geometry calculation?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're not talking about me. Or are you talking about
No. We're not talking about you, Jesse. We're talking about the drain surveyor.
Dippy said, is that Jeff? Jeff, the main surveyor, said that a calculation is made after they measure. Is that calculation Euclidean geometry?
Is that a Euclidean calculation? What the fuck are you talking about, Chunky?
You claim that surveyors only use surveying techniques and Euclidean geometry, and I'm disputing that.
Well, that's your claim. So you supply some supporting evidence.
I will. You did, actually. The main surveyor said he uses a calculation. That's a surveying technique or a surveying
Can I try to
calculation.
explain something? You guys, can you give me a minute and I'll try to explain this?
Can you answer the question first and then explain it?
You're just going around in circles, Chunky. So Jesse, on you go, Jesse.
DP said that they only use Euclidean geometry. I disagree with that.
Surveying techniques, yes, I did say that.
And the main surveyor said he uses a calculation, which DP cannot admit is not Euclidean, because that would destroy his point. Do you think it's a Euclidean measurement, or he's wrong and he's saying that's all they use?
What is a Euclidean calculation, Arduf? He's
exactly
a non-Euclidean calculation is what you're actually trying to do. So tell me, Chunky, what is the difference between a Euclidean calculation and a non-Euclidean calculation? If you could just outline that small point for me, and then we can move on.
There's no such thing as Euclidean calculation. The point is that surveyors use more.
So what's a non-Euclidean calculation then, Chunky?
Sorry, go ahead, DP. Interrupt me.
What's a non-Euclidean calculation, Chunky, please?
It's any calculation. Euclidean doesn't have anything to do with it. The whole point is that surveyors use more than just Euclidean geometry and surveying techniques.
Not when they're out in the field, Chunky. When the measurements are made, it's all done using Euclidean geometry. We're talking about measurements, actual physical measurements here. First order empirical measurements, okay? And when it's all out in the field, the measurements are taken as is.
Right. They're not even using Euclidean geometry out in the field at all. They're just
yes, they are. The straight lines, angles, horizontal planes, perpendiculars, elevation changes in the perpendicular to the horizontal from established datum points, Chunky. I'm surprised you don't know this after all this time. I really am surprised that you are still struggling at this basic level, Chunky.
So yesterday you said that geometry doesn't use numbers. When the surveyors make their measurements in the field, it's pretty much all numbers.
They're making measurements, Chunky. And what I said yesterday in relation to geometry not needing numbers is that for the construction of basic geometric shapes, in actual fact, pretty much all geometric shapes, you don't need numbers. You do not need numbers to construct a circle, a straight line, a triangle. You do not need numbers to construct basic geometric shapes and forms.
Cool.
Numbers are not needed, and this basic fact seems to escape you. Okay, you can work through Euclid's elements from page 1. Well, you can say, "Oh my God," under your breath, Chunky, but we've been through this so many times, and you just don't understand it. Okay, you can work through Euclid's elements from page 1. Yes, granted, there are page numbers and chapter numbers, and you can work through it to the end, and you will not need to write a single number down. They're not needed for the basic geometric constructions. And he's bailed again. He just cannot bear to hear it. Sorry, people.
Yeah, I mean, I just got a thought bouncing around in my head. If anybody cares, I'll just say it. When I went ahead and debated MC2 and I looked it up, and he even ended up saying it, that they have to presuppose that curvature. They use the R, that's the radius value, when doing spherical excess geometry. It's not actually measured. It's not observed. You input that fancy value in no matter what you're viewing. And the view is always different when it comes to observations. And they don't truly observe, divergence from a zenith angle. They just suppose it's happening after they take their measurement. And even if you were to establish a vertical line perpendicular to horizontal and have two of them a distance apart, if you were to see any kind of divergence from the vertical, you wouldn't even actually call that Earth curvature in surveying. You would refer to a refractive index. And McToon actually ended up telling me that himself. So, I don't know. That debate was good, actually, now that I think about it. I haven't had to think about this kind of stuff so hard in a minute. But yeah, they don't actually observe lines diverging from the vertical. It's assumed. So yeah, surveying just goes ahead and uses the same baseline. They make a plumb line. They got a perpendicular to horizontal, and if there's another one, they assume it's on the same baseline, no matter what. And that's how you a horizontal segment.
Chucky in the text there, he's left a comment, right? He cannot grasp a simple point. I'm referring to me, I take it. Surveyors make measurements in the field. They do not do Euclidean geometry. Okay, well, the principles of surveying are all based around the straight line, the triangle, and even stadiometric range finding, where you can tell the distance of the measuring rod by looking through the stadia hairs. By looking through the instrument, you can tell how far away the measuring rod is, and this is all done on a triangle. It forms a triangle. So these tools can only work using Euclidean geometric principles. The horizontal, the perpendicular, and triangles formed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an equal measurement. Need a baseline. That's why I feel like you really got to not look at what surveyors do in order to defend this stuff.
It's crazy. And they think they've got all the answers. Just by telling us that we're stupid and we don't know and you don't understand and singing their mantra. It's just ridiculous.
They should measure. You know, the two tubes that have vertical lines in them. So you put the bubble in between the lines on both sides, and then that's a straight line. That's a horizontal, straight across. I do that like all the time. People pretend that like there's no way. No, you can't do that. It's always going to curve. If this is going to curve, you're horizontal.
What was you going to say, Snacks?
Just more nonsense, probably. Don't worry about it. I mean, shouldn't they like anywhere that there is elevation, they would have their like how far away off the ball, like till space, that any elevation would be? You would think that distance is going to be constant, right? I don't know.
So if you went in a horizontal off the ball, how far into space would that be?
I mean, they say it's like 50 miles, right?
Yeah, that's straight up. But
Yeah.
you know, if you
horizontal.
if you put horizontal and project that horizontal out on their ball, then what is that distance going out into space that way? That would be an interesting one.
Yeah, that would be the diameter, wouldn't it?
No, because the curve would. Oh dear, this is playing in their playground, and
It's just like, well, like if you have a spinning ball, then it would be generating all these like, well, off the top and the bottom of it, right? It would generate like it would throw force away from those points, you know. So wouldn't the North Pole be like where you'd want to launch from? If you were trying to projectile
That's
off.
right. That's a good point. You launch. Yeah. You launch it from the North Pole, east, south, west, whatever, and just go. How many miles would it be before you'd be off the globe? Many. 8 inches per mile squared.
Wow, you guys are awesome, because I was hearing Demok trying to make this point like a month ago, and everybody being like, "Oh, what the hell are you talking about? You don't make sense." And you guys just said exactly what he was trying to express to people like a month ago. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna post a picture. It's exactly why I made this picture right here. Put it in live stream.
Yeah, they did. They did give us the dimensions, you see. So if they've given us the dimensions, we should be able to find it. Should be able to go out there and see this thing. Should be very easy. No problem. It's just ridiculous. No one's been able to find this curvature that they speak of.
I feel like there should be a whole type of aircrafts that don't even need to propel. They just like hover above the earth and the earth rotates underneath it.
Absolutely. It's supposed to be moving. It's correct.
Yeah, we should be able to go high enough where the gravity doesn't affect us as much the higher you go. Force of gravity gets weaker the higher you go, apparently. So where's my stationary aircraft? Like, that's just in the ground.
When have you proven gravity? When has gravity ever been proven? It's never been demonstrated.
I'm just saying things that like should be a thing,
Experiencing on the body. Yeah. None of them got the evidence. I think no. NASA tells us $67 million a day. They're telling us no, we don't have a photograph of that. And then you've got his name, Robert Simmons. He hasn't been to space, but he creates the Earth how he thinks you would think it would. Bloody mind. Oh, he's very good. What an insult.
Who's the guy that's been what's his name? Mandelbrot set? Is he in here? No. Figures.
Oh my god, this guy bothers me so much because I love Mandelbrot sets, and he is just like such an obnoxious. He annoys me for some reason.
I've never seen him in chat. It would be nice if they had some kind of guideline. If you're not in chat, then don't really. I mean, if you're not in the chat talking or just listening, don't post. Like on a continual basis. Like, just get out of here.
Text chat warriors, that's what they are.
Yeah, exactly. They're on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Hard work being a Glober.
Defending.
They're defending their own ego, right?
So crazy. But I mean, that's what the central planners, that's what they know, that our friends and family really aren't going to listen. So they really don't have to do a lot. They just laugh at us because, like, okay, go ahead. You know what? Nobody's going to listen to you anyways.
They're laughing at themselves. They're not laughing at us. Trust me, there's no one laughing at us. They're laughing at themselves, and they know that they're looking for this spiritual connection, and they can only find it within people like us. Right? They can't find it otherwise, and that's why they love to dig in and dig in. Because it's the dirt splashes back in their own face, and they get a taste of it. They get a taste of the freedom that we come to the conclusion of. The absolute answer is that's at the other end, and that not all of us can fully accept because of people like this, because of these globers that like to contradict us.
I mean, I could
They
only
love to feed off us.
Imagine being in a debate and you can't just post pictures of your quote unquote evidence. Like everything that I would, if I was a Glober, I wish I could just post pictures of like the globe and the Himawari and NASA all day and be like, look, it's obviously a globe. But
exactly,
you can't do that.
They can't do it.
Like so much words and summarizing of an argument. It's crazy.
Well, they can't do it because it's all disproven by especially the concave theory, everything, cameras zooming in. We've proven to them that they have no proof of the globe, even if it has something to do with the horizon. Funny that horizon, horizontal, right? Flat. And that's what flat Earth comes from. Everyone in our daily lives experiences this stationary planet Earth, We all know it's real. And it's so hard to connect with it or, come to the implications that flat Earth comes with. Because it's so beautiful, and it's only people like Pete that can truly go on rants about how beautiful it is, right? It's a hard topic, isn't it? That's why we love having someone denying, because it's easy just to carry on in the puddle and not look outside of it, right? Not put your head up and look beyond. How often does the conversation direct that way?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only time I hear that sort of conversation is when you hear people who've had near-death experiences and they speak about how beautiful the side they see is on the other side, right? We've all heard stories like this.
You know what it is for me, man? Like, I'll never forget in 2018, I was in a different type of Discord server. It was like a hip hop server. And a guy was getting, like, he was really getting, getting the heat from a bunch of people because he was saying that the earth is flat. And I remember listening, just being like, man, like, I think I can debate this guy. And, like, I wanted a chance to jump in and talk to him about how, like, we went to the moon and, galaxies and black holes and just like all my supposed knowledge. I just wanted to dish it to him right then and there. And I'm sure that's how a lot of people might feel, like that they already won, that they could just like come in and just freaking like, alley oop and dunk on people because they think they know the globe already.
For me, it was like 2015. And I was like, wow, that one's a doozy. Because I'm all up for a good conspiracy. So I didn't dismiss it. But I was like, whoa, how am I ever going to be able to defend that? So I was like, yeah,
You're a fucking genius.
Yeah, right. No, but like, and even my
No,
mom,
legit.
after I researched it like for 3 weeks, because it came around for me in 2017 in a different way. And I was like, really? So I researched it for three weeks. And then I was like, I told my mom, you're not going to believe this. She goes, now what? I go, I'm pretty sure the earth is flat. She goes, yeah, well, they lie about everything else. And then it was just downhill after that. My brother was like, don't you ever say that to me again. And now I can talk to my brother about things and he's not like, freaking out on
You
me.
always knew it.
I mean, I don't know that I cared enough to step outside of myself to understand it and even think about it. I mean, to be honest, it just wasn't a thought. But I'm learning to not judge something. I'm trying to not judge something before I hear the whole matter. So, it's one of those things, but these
How
guys
often do people get presented with the information? Like, no one was presented with the idea that the globe isn't real and that we live in this matrix system. Like, it only was around 2015 to 2017, like you said. And that's when I got into it too. And most of us probably around that time, probably 5 years ago, we were, exposed to this information.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when we, like, what other time could you have seen it before then? It would have been the newspaper or the TV. It wasn't until YouTube saw the late era around that time and people were speaking out, and when the algorithm was posting the correct videos and sources correct. That's what you're referring to around that time. Unfortunately, YouTube has taken a steep dive and it's become illegal and you can't speak about this sort of thing. People with open minds who knew, right, like you, sorry to interrupt, but you knew, and that's why, you were connected to the information, just like myself and all of us here, because we already had the soul.
First Enoch, I'm just going to be honest with you. First book of Enoch, like when I first became kind of like a believer, a follower, no spiritual or religious upbringing at all when I was younger. So when I found out, because I knew in 2008 that the world leaders were evil and all that kind of stuff, I just couldn't be with it. And some stuff happened. Anyways, when I decided to go with the good in the world, because I was like, there's so much evil in the world, there has to be good. So I gravitated to the scriptures. And then when I found out they took scriptures out that once were included in canonical versions, I was like, oh, let me check these out. So the first book of Enoch came around for me. I still love that book. And it says that it's for a latter, how does it say? A remote generation. And it has a lot of the cosmology explained in it. I mean, it's not like crystal clear, but it's very, informative. And that's when I started taking an interest in where I live. And it became
the Book of Enoch. That sounds beautiful. I've never heard of this book, actually.
It's fantastic because in the Bible it talks about the giants. In Genesis 6 it talks about the watchers leaving their first estate. Well, I think maybe Jude puts it that way, but anyways, the watchers came down, the sons of God came down, and they saw the daughters of man, and they thought they were beautiful, and they took them as wives. And they had giants in those days. And then it's off to something else. It's like, whoa, what about these giants? And then it talks about the giants really all throughout the scriptures. And that's kind of why we're in this situation. Those giants I believe, are those mythological, little g deities that the central planners kind of worship. Like, I believe our world leaders worship demons. And they also say, have you ever you've heard people talk about demons, right? But where do they come from? The only place that I've seen right now is the book of Enoch explains what the demons are. And the demons are the giants, because God didn't make anything above or below for them. So they were cursed to roam the earth they were to live 500 years, and then cursed to roam the earth after that, because he didn't make anything above or below. So whether the central planners are worshiping these demons, and then it talks about how the Watchers are in Tartarus right now, and then they're going to be released. And then when the Euphrates River dries up, that's when they're going to be released. So it's just really fascinating. And I believe that's where we get a lot of these movie ideas, the ice wall. I mean, it's kind of interesting with Game of Thrones and things like that. And they're demonizing being a believer because they want to change the human being. And if the adversary, Satan means adversary, right? So we have many adversaries. But if they can get enough people to not believe in God, then they win, because they're not going to be in the kingdom. And I think that's why the lie is so hugely, it's got a huge hold over everybody, because they're just like, if there was a God, why, is he letting all this happen to children? Why is he da 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 da? This is what the atheists always say. So I kind of think the atheists know a little something, because we're warned in the scriptures to come out of the end time church. And I think that that's happening now. Sorry, that was a lot.
Definitely, 100% correct.
Yeah, first book of Enoch, there was a guy, flat water, flat earth. That's how I listened to it first, and then I read it. It's really good. Now, they have a second and a third book. It gets very, very occultic, right? Like somebody got the grimy little paws on it and called Enoch Metatron and all. It's like, and see, we have to be able to compare it to,
That's when Enoch
the main book.
That's when Enoch
Pardon
became
me?
That's when Enoch became a transformer.
Yeah, right. Yes. That's really fascinating. There's so much truth in First Enoch about the cosmology. And even in the regular Bible, it talks about, in Book of Job, it talks about the bear and I think her sons, and then the Pleiades. In my star app, I don't know about you guys, but my star app calls the seven sisters the letter M, 45. The cluster of Pleiades, M45. I'm like, why would they call it M45? Because I couldn't find it for the longest time. So I started researching about stars. And apparently there's they say that there's 4 huge stars. So maybe that's what goes in front of, I don't know what happens with eclipses exactly. I really don't. But while I'm talking to you guys, Numpty's in here. I wanted to say hi. I was thinking maybe we could do like a Tuesday night study. If anybody wanted to do a Tuesday night study, biblical, maybe we could go over First Enoch or do something like that. But, maybe not take up the whole room and keep it for Flat Earth. But if anybody would want to maybe start,
Do that in
doing
Livestream too.
Yeah. Or yeah, that'd be great. We could just, have some spiritual conversations. So we could leave this. They're really great here, letting us talk
Yeah,
about
I'm pulling up
whatever we
for
want.
that. I'm trying to read Enoch right now. I'll definitely read it a few times. I read it before, and I'm thinking about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. That's another one I want to read again. There's things that get taken out the Bible.
Ooh, what's that one? Never heard of it.
That's crazy. I don't know if that one's real. It's a weird story.
Well, we compare it to the front of the Bible. That's my barometer.
That's not a biblical rating, though. It's a
Yeah,
hermetic tradition.
Book of the Dead, I think.
But we could have a book study. Like, it doesn't have to be necessarily only the Bible. It can be done for that too.
Yeah.
Can I just ask? You were talking about Enoch and stuff. Is there any much talk about or information on this 8-year Enoch year? 8 years in an Enoch year. Does that ring a bell?
An Enoch year? What does that mean? No.
It's 8 times 364 days. And it's a similar thing with the moon, because the moon returns to the same position every 3 times 364 days. Is this?
No, it does it every month.
No, it returns to the same position, GP, maybe location, coordinates, that sort of thing, in bang on
cycle.
3 times. Yeah. So there's 3 for the moon and there's 8 for the sun, but they call this 8 an Enoch year.
Phase of the moon, right? It's the phase and location.
No. The phase is only in relation to the sun. So if you are not counting anything to do with phases, you're just talking about its physical position, irrelevant of anything else.
Well, do you track the moon? Because I've been doing that the last couple of months, and we were talking about it earlier. Some guy was in here, and he showed us a picture of the space station near the moon. And I was like, when was this? He goes, oh, it was like a day or two ago. I was like, that's impossible, because the moon, every single month, we can't see the moon for like 3, maybe 4 days, because it's so close to the sun. So while the sun is out, you can't see it. And the only reason I can tell is because it's Stellarium and my star app. So when you say like maybe exact, because I would have to compare for the last couple months where it goes what exact position is, but it looks really darn close every month to be next to the sun, the moon next to the sun. And that's it.
You ever looked up at the sky one day and it's cloudy, and the clouds are frilly, they are rippling, maybe is another thing. You can see a frequency pattern, almost like the back of when a ship is sailing away, you see that sort of the way the water's disturbed behind it. Have you ever seen that in the sky?
Oh yeah, geoengineering for sure.
I put it down to when that happens, see what the location of the moon is, and just think about the speed of the air up there, because obviously drift if there's a bit of wind up there. But you can pretty much, what I'm trying to say is that I feel the moon is doing that, and it only seems to be on the days when the moon is local, within give or take 4 hours, probably before, because it's sort of. Anyway, and that was the point. I've been studying the moon for about 5 years now. Stellarium. I use this really wicked app called Non-Shadow Day, which is really good for seeing the sun's position, and it's got so much usage out of it from estimation of time. It's called ZSD, Zero Shadow Day. But going back to the moon, you can go to timeanddate.com, and then you can see what figures you get off timeanddate.com and see what figures you get off Stellarium with regards to positions. They're slightly different. But yeah, the moon goes in the northern hemisphere for 2 weeks, southern hemisphere for 2 weeks. It's pretty much bang on 2 weeks. The weather seems to always change on a Sunday. Is one way of saying that. Every 2 weeks. So the moon for me is affecting the weather. It can go from warm to cold.
I would agree that I think lately this is my interpretation. It seems like the moon, when it's waning, loses power, because it does not appear to me, not like this is the truth, it does not appear to me that it continues its revolution. I don't know, it's so weird. It's just like it's losing power. Okay, so the full moon, and then it wanes. So let me see. So it's like 15, like you said, it is like every 2 weeks. But then it's weird that you haven't noticed that it goes right back to the sun.
Yeah.
Right back to the
So
sun.
the moon and the sun appear or are apparent that they are furthest from the Earth when they go in the northern hemisphere and closest in the southern hemisphere. The full moon only happens when it goes in the northern hemisphere, and the new moon happens when it goes in the southern hemisphere. So I'm slowly fitting the pieces together, what this looks like, and relevance about its revolution or whatever like that, or the orbit, not revolution. It's just getting these ratios, maybe relationships between these two objects. But I loved when you talked about the powering up and the non-powering, because that's how I feel as well. Almost like an anode and cathode, maybe. And the moon is taking on material and it's discharging material. It probably gets that induction from the sun, possibly. And if it loses energy, then it's probably not further away from us in the northern hemisphere. It's losing energy and slowing down, possibly. Yeah, I like that. I like that very much.
Yeah. To me, it seems like a light source. It just seems like that's what it is. It's a light source. And
there's a material called, when I say material, elements, there's a material called olivine, Olivine. And it's got luminous, I'm pretty sure it's got a luminous capability. There's lots of bits and pieces. Yeah, if you say it's a light source, it could be a not like a prism. If you shine a light through a prism, but not through a prism, just more like a spheroid of prisms going to get a Fresnel lens. It could be many different things. Or maybe it's just like them luminous things, the stars that we have on the roofs of our kids' bedrooms, and something that can take on the luminosity and then slowly dissipate it or lose the light. So the light gets. But like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
My last one was like if you get it, so is it solar eclipse when the moon is in front of the sun, or whatever you think is happening. When you look at the moon, you can see it going red, but for me, I think it's actually glowing red, as in like it's getting too hot. It's getting really hot, almost like it's burning like a charcoal at a barbecue. Just going and it's glowing slightly. And I think, yeah. That was it. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
we know the
I
moon
love
its
it.
own light source.
Say that again.
We know the moon doesn't reflect light off the sun.
How do we
It's
know
its own
that?
light source.
It's its
All we
own
know
light
is
source.
it is colder temperature than the shade. Actually, the moon light that it gives off. So it's one experiment that I know off the top of my head.
Right.
We know that the moon is its own light source and it's plasmic based.
I do believe that it's its own light source, but where does it get its light? Because it goes in phases all throughout the month. And, as we're sitting here talking, I'm saying it's a solar powered moon. And then I'm like, okay, well, it's so close to the sun right now. Well, actually, it was like yesterday and the day before. and it's moving away. It's starting to wax now. So how would that even work? You would think since it was at its closest, it would fill it all up, charge it all up at that moment. But that's not what's happening. It happens like gradually. So now it's going to be waning. It was really super close to the sun for like 3 days. And then now it's moving away from it, but it's gaining, it's waxing, it's filling with light. So it didn't fill it all at one time.
If you've got two hula hoops, maybe, and the moon is on the bottom hoop, and the sun is at the top hula hoop. Just imagine you're looking up and you're seeing these. So that there, when they cross each other, would explain the different things. They wouldn't be on the same level. I would say the moon would be closer to Earth, and that would explain those things there. And they would only conjunction and cause an eclipse when it's above the equator, which is what happens. Yeah, sorry.
No, don't be. We're just having a conversation. But it's like it moved out of line. Okay, so when it's waning, right, it's losing light. It seemed like it was right there with the planets. And then it seemed like it was really in alignment on the same line. I'm just going to say a line. And then now it's not in alignment anymore. It's out of alignment. It's out of that line of where the planets are and where they always go around. It just seems like it moved out a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a 5 degree. The sun for me moves at a rate of about 0.3 degree. In simplicity, it was something like if the sun moves at a rate of about just short of 4 degrees a day. I got that wrong. Okay, so go to the moon. Let's just say the sun and the sun's path matches the equator at its midpoint. Let's just say, but then you've got the moon at 5 degrees. So if we just take the sun and the moon and we take a straight line, and then we put an X on it, and then one is 5 degrees, and the X is kind of a gap of maybe 10 degrees. So you've got 5 degrees either side of this central line, and it wouldn't be 5 degrees. There's 5 degrees there difference, but you're not seeing that. Are they crisscrossing each other? You know, they're not like two keychains, maybe not two keychains, but two hoops that you intertwine and you link them. Yeah. So they're never going to hit each other, but they're kind of like are intertwined and at an angle to each other of about 5 degrees. And therefore therefore at one point the sun would be furthest away, and the moon. No, it's a hard one really, because like if the moon is closer and it covers more ground because it goes up as high as 28 degrees, whereas the sun only goes up as high as 23 degrees compared to 28. So to me, if something is closer, it's not going to cover more ground. It's actually going to cover less. It's light, where we can see it from, or maybe.
What we know is that the moon covers the same ground as the sun, and we know this because of eclipses, correct?
Yeah, but it goes up to 28 degrees, so it moves in more ground because it's closer. So therefore, the angle. Therefore, there's an angle. Then is there?
We don't know what's closer. The sun and the moon can affect the same amount of land in respect to the same size of the sun.
Yeah, I mean, if you take like things like planets and stuff, you'll find that their declination midpoint is close to the equator. Uranus is the only planet planet whose declination is bang on the equator, whereas the sun is about 0.25 degrees angled to the equator. So that changes things as well, because we think it's angled to the equator. It's not. It's 0.25 degrees. And every day it's moving at 0.25 degrees to get to 23.5 over 90 days, and through the cycle times 4. So planets and stuff like that are very close to the equator, their declinations, except for Neptune. I got Neptune at like minus 17, or 17 south. Like actually, it spent its time that we could observe it more in the southern hemisphere than the north. Is what my summary was last time I looked. So it's the moon that the moon's, because of this angle, it covers more. But then in other ways, if it's an angle to the sun, is it only actually covering 23.5 degrees in its own angle, because it's a 5-degree angle. So if it goes as high as 28 at an angle 5 degrees, it's going to only have, it'll be at an angle of 23.5 degrees, just like the sun. And then the ecliptic, everything moves in the ecliptic in their own space within that sort of fiber optic cable or tunnel or something. I don't think the ecliptic is
Rome, can you see the chat? Can you see the chat? Because I screenshotted obviously my app, but you can see that it was in alignment. Look in the live stream. This was yesterday. Yeah, I did a screenshot of the app, and then I just did a screenshot of the app so that you can see that it was yesterday. See how it's in alignment? And then I posted, Carol, and then I took a shot just a few minutes ago for SE. So I'll post this one. This is what it is now.
So what's that alignment of what? Sorry,
the sun.
To what?
The sun.
The
moon and the sun.
Yeah, to our perspective.
It's
if you zoom in on that, you'll find that your perception was wrong. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that if you look at something from a distance, it appears that it's such and such away from the object or the focus point. But when you zoom in, you'll find that it completely changes.
Yeah.
So, but according to the moon is closer to us than the sun, correct?
Yes, by maybe 12.5 times, because its rate is 12.5 times quicker than the sun, and I would say it's tropic.
Does it have to be that way, or could the speed be what's different?
Their speeds of okay. So my calculation of their speeds is that the sun is 444 meters per second. You could call it hertz. It's maybe the moon is 420 meters per second. The stars are 460 meters. I think it's about 464. But we'll round it off to 460 meters per second. So they have a relationship there, which, funny enough, the 444 of the sun and the 420 of the moon, bang in the middle is 432 hertz, which is scientific pitch. So for me, I feel that there is some type of music going on here. It's the just like someone said 500 years ago or something. You know, the music of the stars, do you remember? No. Like Tycho Brahe or something like that. He called it like the sonata of the celestials or something like that. Anyway, I'm going off topic, sorry.
We all do it. I guess my whole point was. Oh, go ahead.
I want to say it's all about the music. It's all about the binary code and the wavelengths and how it comes in tune to the mind. Right? That's what we're seeing here. They're a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, I did one study, and it was just random as it always is. and it was positioning myself at 00 coordinates Libreville, which is like Equatorial Guinea, 00 coordinates ish. So, and I was on Stellarium, and I'm at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm observing. I started to notice to do other things that the sky was changing colors. Some days it was light, and some days it wasn't. So I went through day by day, year by year, and I ended up on about 448 years. And what was happening was that the sky, when it was getting its moonlight, it was going like dark, dark light, dark, dark, dark light, and it was almost like a piano keyboard where there's a dark, dark, and there's a dark, dark, dark light. So light is the white, and dark is the black keys, you know. And funny thing is, it matched the sequence of a scale called the octatonic scale, which is 8 notes instead of 7. And it matched that thing. And I think it's Halley's Comet. Edmund Halley. He was he had some scales, musical note scales that he wrote these, and it was the same scale. So Edmund Halley figured out that there was a musical relationship, but he didn't do this thing to do with light, or maybe he did. I don't know. That was my experiment. So it's all fucked up, and you know, you go back to the 8 years in Enoch, which is where I started. It's sort of this pattern. If you take away these leap years and stuff like that, and you synchronize your time accordingly, you can pretty much get a pattern happening every 8 years, where this sequence of light, light, dark, light, 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 dark happens, and every 8 years. Thank you.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Good topic. I'm glad Blaze brought it up, because every time this topic comes up, I can't help but think the following. They tell us that we cannot see the moon right now because it is so close to the sun, that there's glare. That's what they tell us. They also tell us that right now, at this moment, I just checked it out, the sun is visible 0.7%. So
You
that
mean the
means,
moon? You mean the moon?
yeah, the moon. Sorry. Thanks, Blaze. Yeah. You can tell I just woke up. So, yeah. Now, my next point is, take this thought that we have in our heads right now and look at a solar eclipse. When the moon approaches the sun, right? But yet we don't see nothing. We don't see it at all. And then it makes a full eclipse. We see a shadow. It makes the whole area dark, and then it leaves without seeing it, without at all. We don't see a sliver of the moon, nothing, when it leaves.
Who tells us that I've never heard anybody say that the moon is close to the sun. But I mean, I'm not saying they don't. I've just never heard anybody say that.
Oh, let me clarify that, Blaze. When I say close to the sun, I don't mean literally close to the sun. Lined up. In other words, it's lined up. We know it's much closer. That's what they tell us, right? But they don't literally mean close in a sense that it's close to it. But the alignment in our visual effect, it's almost like dead on, like a straight line, except it's 5% off. That's why we can't see it, because of glare.
Who's telling us that we see that?
Well, that's the official story. That's like right now, if you look up, you won't see the moon. They tell you because there's too much glare. But other times in the daytime, you can see the moon, correct?
Well, not for me, because in the calendar that I follow, because that's a big thing right now, is we should be questioning, where did we get this calendar? Because I'm just going to say it. In the book of Daniel, it talks about he's going to change the times and the appointed times and the seasons. And, so I think we should start questioning, why do we have, and I'm not saying I have the right calendar by any means. I am inquiring. We should question our calendar. We're questioning the earth.
We know that the calendar was made by
Babylon.
different Caesars, different rulers. It's been changed through the years. So yeah, definitely.
Well, and because the reason I'm saying that is because the calendar that I'm on is every month. Obviously, this is going to happen, but how I start my calendar is, so it seems to me that Father only, our creator, my creator, I'm not pushing him on everybody else. He only named 1 month, and that is Abib. Now, in the Torah. Now, throughout the Tanakh, the words and the prophets, they start to add some Nisan and things like that. But how I believe my ancestors calculated the time was, they start their day. You guys have heard me say it. They start their days at dawn, not at sunrise, because in Genesis 1:14 through 16, it says he let lights come into the expanse in the heavens, and to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs, appointed times, and for days and years. So Deuteronomy 16:1, Moses, or Father tells Moses, observe Abib. Exodus 12, observe Abib. That's Passover time. So they knew that at sunrise, and sometimes there's a 13th month. That's why you have to get up at dawn when it's still light, so you can use the third witness, the stars. Because if we start our days at sunrise, you lose the stars. And so every single year, these celestial events happen. The stars happen around the North Star. The moon, the stars are around the North Star, I believe. The moon is setting, the sun is rising, and that's how you know it's Abib. Then you number your days. And Book of Enoch first book of Enoch talks about, I think it's first book. It talks about 177 days later, 3 months of 30 days, and 3 months of 29 days. Then it's the turn of the year. Same celestial event happens. However, the stars that ruled with the sun are now at the moon, and vice versa. And so then I start, I continue numbering my days until Abib, which is Passover, which is, spring, I guess. So these events happen all the time. And it even talks about in Zechariah 8:7, I believe, that Father's going to save us from the land of sunrise and sunset. Like, what does that mean? Right? Who starts their days at sunrise? Pretty much everybody, right? And the adversary, whomever it is or whomever they are, they just pervert the existing. It's not like they make anything up. So they just use something and then invert it. Most likely, really, they invert it. So they have us looking for a crescent moon. But it just came to me the other day. When a moon is waning, right? It's almost out, and you can still see that crescent. What is that? And then next thing you know, it goes dark. I think it's called conjunction. I don't know. And then next thing you know, we can see a crescent. Wouldn't that be the same? How is that a new moon if it was that way before it went dark? And then we see a crescent.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. How can you call a new moon the period when you don't see the moon? That's totally ridiculous, right?
Right.
They should call it the no moon phase. What's the new? It's like ridiculous. They can't even name it correctly.
Right, but they have us believing that and not even questioning it, right?
Well, not us.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'm newly questioning this. You know, I mean, I
I've
already
been questioning this for a while, and my biggest beef is the solar eclipse. It's unexplainable. They can't explain it. They cannot reproduce that scenario where a huge rock in the sky eclipses the sun without being seen. It cannot happen in my mind. And physics, the way I said, I've been challenging everybody. Kosho said he'd make a model. I'm still waiting. They all challenge me. They make fun of me when I talk about this, but yet there is no model of this. You cannot do this. You cannot have an object appear in front of a light, just the shadow, not seeing the object at all. It cannot happen.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, but the position of where the sun is for NASA when they have their little station, like, is never even a factor. We should start asking, like, okay, hey, where is this in position to the sun? Because it looks pretty dark up
Yeah, and
there.
what's funny is the official explanation is we don't see it because it's 5 degrees close to the sun, which causes glare, right? So that's why they make fun of me. I put a solar filter. I did a thing. So I figured, okay, you're telling me it causes glare. Let me have a look with a solar filter. Maybe I can catch a silhouette, something, a crisp edge or something, right? And they were making fun of me, but nothing. You don't see absolutely nothing. Nothing. Not during the solar eclipse, not during a new moon. You don't see it, period.
Right. What's your new moon?
Exactly. What is
Right?
a new moon? Yeah.
That's what I want people to take away from. What is a new moon? We have to like question that.
Are you really asking this question in 2022, or are you being sarcastic?
I'm really asking.
Give us an explanation. Why don't we see the moon when it approaches the sun during an eclipse? Tell me it's glare. Go ahead. Tell me it's because of glare. Do it.
It's not because of glare. It's because the opposite side is lit, Effie.
It's because the opposite side is lit. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Even when it's 5 degrees, hold on. Even when it's 5 degrees off, the side is never lit. Just the opposite, just the back, right?
When it's 5 degrees off.
Mm-hmm. As it's approaching 5, 10 degrees, 20 degrees, as it's approaching, we never see anything. It's always the backside lit. That's what you're trying to tell us.
If the moon if the moon's surface is covered in material that is luminescent or luminous or whatever you want to call it, then it could charge up when it's in line with the sun at a different time of the day, and then what you're seeing is a result of a part of the moon that's charged up from earlier on. So your phasing is just a luminescence of like stored energy, maybe is one way of saying it. Maybe not, but it's because it's holding a charge, isn't it? So therefore it's glowing. So maybe what we're seeing has already happened, and we're seeing it later, and we're using this 5 degree as this imperfection.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, but does everybody follow what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
do you guys think it's possible for that to happen without us ever seeing the moon? Personally, I can't see it happening.
Well, I reckon you can see the moon, because if you use stellarium, you can see you can see where it tells you that the moon is, and it's just not getting any light from the sun, because it hasn't charged up or anything, and the sun's behind it. We're not going to see any glare because it's possibly not shining light on it. All it's doing is inducing the surface that is exposed, charging up like those things that you put in the ceiling and you turn off the lights. You hold it near the light bulb. A halogen one is even better, and the longer you leave it there, the brighter it gets. And
Yeah, like a watch. You know the dials of a watch? They're slightly radioactive. I see what you're getting at. Yeah. Nice thought there.
There's radium. There's all sorts. Selenium is selene. Selene is the name for the moon. So selenium, I think, is a key thing in this because selenium is tied in with like silicium, which is silicone. All these old words actually quite sound the same when you go to the original. So I think the moon, the surface, it could just be a gas bubble or plasma, but its surface definitely is got luminescent properties in there. That it's just holding a charge from a different time of the day. And then when you're seeing it, you're thinking, this is happening now. It's not. It's just so, at times it'll be like glaring, but it's charged up from the sun at a different point in the day. If the sun's light is only outward, a bit like when you see a bomb go off, you just see this like flat line going out. The sun's light or radiation is in a flat line in a particular zone, then it's only going to illuminate something in a straight line, maybe. When you flash, you know what I mean? When you've got like a parallel flat line, when you shine it onto something, it sort of widens as it gets there, because the further away the object is, the more spray it's going to get, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense, bro. Yeah.
But who is the one that said, "Are you serious?" when I said, "What's a new moon?"
That was Brad.
Well, do you want to tell us what you think is a new moon is?
Didn't I already? It's when the moon is roughly between the Earth and the Sun, so that you can't see the part that's dark. I thought you guys knew the model more better than we did.
Pardon me?
It's not it's the months do not go in 27 and change days. They go in 30, 28, 29, 30, and 31. So it's a different time of the month all the time. I thought you guys knew the model better than we did.
28 days?
Well, 27 and change.
I thought it was 29.
29.22. 29.22 times 12 and a half, which is a number I mentioned, a ratio I mentioned earlier, is 365. So 29.22, you'll find this number at a website called Tycho. Just type in Tycho Brahe, and then you'll find a website called Tycho. It's all in yellow, and it covers this binary. Sorry.
Could you type that? No, I'm sorry. Could you type that in the live stream for us when you have a moment?
Yeah, I'll try and get the link for you. I'm in traffic now, so I'll do that.
Yeah, don't do that while you're driving. So
yeah, you're right. 29 days, 12 hours, 44 minutes.
So 29.2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So none
I
of
reckon.
our months
In
12 hours and 44 minutes almost.
Yeah, but that's what we think because of in our time format. I think if we were in the right sort of time format, it would be 28.8 recurring. It would just be something that doesn't involve any, irrational numbers. It would just be rational,
Except nature doesn't
that's how
really,
our timekeeping.
Nature doesn't really try to make things easy for us.
Yeah, but I think we're just using an arbitrary type of method. We've selected a value of a second at such and such. If we were to live life 3 minutes and 56 seconds less in a day, then wouldn't you see the sun actually progress in a different direction? Because you think like day by day, wouldn't you see the sun actually receding? And then therefore your understanding of what you're seeing is you're seeing an object because of the time that you're using. You're seeing this object doing something different. It's actually going backwards. It's going eastwards. And on the old maps, the 2 circle maps, if you look at 20 examples and look at the positioning of where they meet in the middle and the positioning of the ecliptic line, you'll see out of 20 examples that you found on the old maps, you try and find out the dates of them, you'll find as it goes from the 1500s to the 1700s, it progresses east, not west. Therefore, they would have used a time, which is celestial or sidereal time, and we went from that to this. yet the impact on the calendar didn't represent that, I guess.
Okay, we do see the sun, quote unquote, recede or slightly go east day by day.
Yeah, so if the stars are 460, then the relationship between us and the stars is 460 meters per second, right? Then that would mean.
What are you talking about?
We would the receding. Now, if we use this time and
wait. We were talking about the moon. What are you talking about the stars now?
Well, no, it's the relationship that what we can measure between knowing information about the moon, the sun, and the stars, because we would measure everything against the background because that's our rotation, and we in just 3 minutes 56 less time in a day, less minutes, 3 minutes 56 seconds less a day. You would see that the sun is going east, and you would see that the moon is going east, as you already know that just by the perspective. And then I was just talking about the star's speed to us is 460 meters a second, the sun being 440 and the moon being 420. You could kind of get there. The speed of the sun is 20 different to the stars, so 20 meters a second, and the moon being 40 meters a second.
Do you mean the apparent ground speed?
Well, the ground speed is relevant, I think, because we need to gather as much different experiments to get this seen from all angles as an expression. We can't just go on when they do these two locations looking at something. What about the third person? No one mentions the third person. So, verification of it's like Battleship.
What do you mean we don't reference the third person? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you want to write your thoughts down and then read them back, do a final draft, and then prepare them logically?
Sorry, it's raining heavy, so it's kind of hard to.
It's raining heavy, so it's hard to think. Yeah.
Anyway, but if you did take any of the information, then cool, and I'll speak to you guys later. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later, bro.
Yeah, nice one, Ron.
What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing?
Hey, good morning.
Well, we just
getting the usual
Just
getting the usual standard kickback from Chunky there. He just can't think outside of his paradigm that's preached to him, handed down to him by the religious leaders that he finds his faith in. He just can't think outside that paradigm.
I think the word you're looking for is professors and teachers. Not
you gotta think outside the box, Chuck.
Professor, to profess. Yes, Chunky, exactly.
Yeah. What about the labs?
Professors? Yeah, all they do is profess.
Yeah, and what about the labs you take after?
If you want to find comfort and solace in your professors, then you feel free, Chunky.
Is my mic still bad? Can you hear what I just said?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear one of the labs. Tell us about one of the labs.
Well, after you listen to the professors and learn and do the readings, you go to the lab and you perform some experiments. And the experiments
give us one of them.
Sorry, Jeremy, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
It's one of the labs. That's what I asked for. I know you said this, that you go to listen to the teachers. They do labs. Give us one of the labs that you did that showed you the shape of the Earth.
I handed them in 25 years ago.
You don't remember what they were about? That something that pertains to this flat Earth realm that proved the shape of the Earth?
Oh, no. I mean, I remember surveying.
Bro, what's the lab that you did? You said, then you go to labs. Give us the lab, please.
I don't have the lab with me.
Tell us about the lab that you
lab
did.
Report in. It was 25 years ago. I don't remember. We learned about capacitance, and in chemistry we did fucking titrations. It was 25 years ago, dude. More than half my life ago.
Capacitors. Is there any labs you did that had anything to do with the shit we talk about, where it has something to do with the shape of Earth?
No, we did practical field work for surveying.
Okay, so that's not the lab thing then. This is something else then.
Yeah. So nobody asked anything. You learn physics in university, and you do labs, and you test out the theories presented. Sorry, you go ahead.
So you're really proud of forgetting this information?
No, I don't forget what I forget what the labs were. I do forget a lot of the things I learned at university. Yes, apparently you do as well. Do you not?
That's fair. It was a while ago.
What's that?
I said that's fair. It was a while ago. 20 years ago. I don't remember a lot of school either. So what about the surveying that proved the shape of Earth? How'd you do that?
Well, I learned the techniques, and I learned how to read engineering drawings. Now we have engineering drawings that show that the Earth is spherical, or at least in those two spots where they put LIGO.
Okay, so we're about to go do the surveying thing to prove the shape of Earth. Let's go. What do we do?
Well, it's already been done.
Yeah. Okay. Let's pretend we want to repeat it right now. What do we do? They showed you and you did this, right? So let's see it. Let's hear about it. Or do you not remember this one either?
Can we just clarify, Jeremy? This is to measure the curvature, yeah? Using surveying techniques, yeah. Yeah. Measure.
Yeah, this is what you did, right, Chuck?
First order measurements, yeah, Chunk?
Did I say first order?
Well, this is how surveyors work with first order measurements, yeah. So you claim that you've surveyed and surveyors measure the curve. So come on, let's hear it. How did they do it? Come on.
I learned surveying at Fanshawe College. They did not teach me that. Where did you learn that? That's
Oh, so you're backing out. You're backing out of your claim now,
Nope.
Chunky. Yeah,
I never claimed they used first order measurements. You did.
No, you.
Where did you learn
that? You
that?
claimed that they use first order measurements to measure the curve after having stated last week that first order measurements used by surveyors and standard surveying techniques cannot measure curvature, which is correct in its
Which is
statement.
why I never stated that they only used first order measurements. So why would I say that a first order measurements can't be used?
When
they're
surveying out in the field, they use Euclidean geometry, don't they? But you've stated
when
that
they
don't use Euclidean geometry in calculations or something. I'd like you to clarify that point for a start. That would be handy.
You're just too much for him.
Has he gone again?
Globe indoctrination started in college, so we understand that. That's where he got surveying. Okay, so that's where they indoctrinated him.
Did it go again?
Open and shut case.
Goodness. Now he was saying something about surveyors not using Euclidean mathematics, and I can't really work out what he's saying. You know, I'd just like clarification on the point from him. But
maybe it's like fog of war, kind of stuff where he thinks he remembers it, but he doesn't really. So he just like reverses it and then says it out like it's the truth.
Hmm.
I don't know.
I'd just like clarification from him on his non-Euclidean calculations that he thinks are done. But he doesn't seem to want to give it, so... Oh well.
Anyone want to share their testimony, how they came to the shape of the earth? I would love to hear some other stories, other testimonies. Anyone?
And I was always into conspiracies since like the 90s. Like I knew like the moon landings were fake, JFK thing was suspicious. Then 9/11 came, and I was just watching YouTube one day. I used to watch YouTube all the time, and they kept pushing flat Earth shit on me, flat Earth videos. I'm like, that's fucking stupid. I love space. I used to love space. I had 2 TVs in my living room back in the 90s, and they used to have a channel that would just show space on it all the time. It was supposed to be Earth from space, but it was so fake. I don't know why I'd watch all the time. But anyways, so after like a few months of them pushing the flat Earth shit, I finally watched one, and I just was hooked after that.
How long did it take you?
I flip flopped with it for like 6 months because I was like, "Yo, how do you have a sunset on a flat Earth?" Like, I was like, "That shit don't make sense." Questions I don't want to get into that, but just like I saw Rob Skiba's video, and finally I was like, "Yo, that's it. That could be it. It could be it." I was like, "I'm not sure, but at least if it's possible, to make something set on a flat surface." And that was it. It was all downhill after that. I saw that.
What about your friends and family? When did you actually start talking to people about it in real life?
Well, my wife thinks that I'm nuts. I did meet another flat earther because I drive Uber sometimes. So I met another flat earther doing that, and all my friends are like, they're not buying it. I do got one of my coworkers questioning the moon landing at this point. It's tough, man. One of my other coworkers was born on the day they landed on the moon, so it's like you've got this kind of like link to it.
Right. Some people just love being in the Matrix. They just, and some people, that I'm reminded of that movie, some people, you can't handle the truth because life can be kind of challenging as it is. And they want everything in its place so they don't have to worry about that, right? Your neighbors keeping an eye on Congress and, filling out all the, going to the protests, and they're doing all that, right? So you just have to take care of what you need to do in life, and then that's it. Like, you're just doing your part. Everybody else is really doing the extra part. Nobody really wants to be responsible for themselves and for the information that they're receiving. Weird. Not everybody has a spirit of truth. Does anybody else want to share? Because I think that's what's missing sometimes when we're talking to these globers. They forget we were them. And maybe we forget that we were them because it's so obvious to us now. Like, I sit here and say, oh, we should have some compassion, sometimes with the globies, when I don't have any compassion, and I'm just like short with them because it's like, stop it. Who are you defending? We're trying to help you. And I say this sometimes. I'm like, we're trying to tell you your house is on fire, but all you care about is what color lipstick I'm wearing or what color, eyes I have or whatever. Turn around, but all you just want to, pay attention to me rather than information I'm trying to provide. Oh, it's weird. But I think testimonies are really important because it takes us back. And, maybe it's about getting related. Sometimes we have to get related because a lot of people believed in space and they wanted it to be true and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people were NASA people. But these globies don't see that in us. But I always find it really weird that they want to come here and hang out with us for hours and hours and days and months and years. Like, what's the appeal? They must know we know something.
Yeah, I think about this same thing.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get to my keyboard to open up my mic again. I think that's a really good analogy you just made there. We're trying to tell them their house is on fire, and they're worried about something completely insignificant. You know, and I think it would be easier to share our kind of backstories with them if they weren't so conceited when they got here. That they come in with this air of arrogance, and you know, you're stupid, you know nothing, you don't think the way the current paradigm dictates you must think, and they come in with this air of arrogance. Why should we share our personal journeys, our personal stories with these people if they're just gonna come with this air of arrogance? I don't.
Because
I
you can
would
break it
share
down
my.
sometimes.
Sorry, go on.
No. You can share it sometimes. I would love to hear your story.
Yeah, I would share my story with you. I would share my story with, just go through the server list. Yeah, probably everybody in this room. But I'm not going to share it with these people that come in with this air of arrogance, because it is a personal journey. I think each and every one of us have been through that personal journey.
Yeah, but testimonies are relatable. You know, these people just think, oh, they forget that we were them. You know, and that's why I believe that it brings us back to base of we were them. And I wasn't a NASA person. I never was into space. I really could care less.
Yeah, I think that's kind of more of a boy thing, because
Right.
I'm right there with Jeremy. You know, I was a NASA fanboy. You know, when I was at school, it was the era of the space shuttle, and I remember kind of rushing home from school to watch space shuttle launches or space shuttle landings on TV. And I kind of had this relationship, is kind of the wrong word, but I had this connection with the NASA side of it. But I've been thinking about this recently. I've never had that connection with the globe. You know, I've never looked at the globe and thought, yeah, this is where I live, because my senses don't show me that. When I'm at the beach, it is a flat, straight horizon line. My senses don't tell me that globe, that not for educational purposes, that toy that sits on people's desks, it isn't where we live. You know, the nature of water is planar in nature. You can form and you can construct a plane using water. Now that plane is extendable infinitely far in any direction, and the surface of the water adheres to the nature of that plane.
DP, is a circle straight?
It's all right. We were having a conversation before you butted in, Chunky, but
yeah, is a circle straight?
You ran away and now you're right back.
Yeah. You ran away, Chunky. You ran away, and now you are demanding that everybody dances to your tune. Well,
okay. Well,
it doesn't work that way, Chunky.
A circle is straight because the horizon is a circle.
It
doesn't. So he's so smart.
Right, hang on a minute. Chunky has built a straw man for me there. Yep. Okay, now let me just clarify my position here. Okay,
you said it.
Now, Chunky said, "I think."
Okay, let's go one at a time, guys.
Yeah, can you just mute Chucky because he was telling his testimony, and Chucky does what Chucky does. So, could we just hear his testimony? I was really enjoying it.
But this is, you know,
But that's okay. Just finish. Don't let him affect you. I know you're not, but I want to hear your story.
Well, yeah, we can do this another time, Blaze. Honestly, I don't want to share it with people like him because they come in with this conceited, I know it all, you know nothing attitude. You know, he thinks he's got me now with a gotcha, in that I've stated that the horizon is a straight line, and this is how the horizon presents itself to us. Okay, he's now said. Is a circle straight, which is absolutely, well, he's told me that I think a circle is straight. Now, how the fuck does, oh, sorry, excuse my French, how does he think he can dictate what's going on in my head? He can't, right? Now, he's also stated that the horizon is a circle. Yes, well done, Chunky. The horizon is a circle, and that circle, as with all circles, sit within a plane.
Just don't let him bug you.
I think Crack's fallen asleep with his mic open again.
Yeah, who's breathing?
Yeah, that'll be Crack.
Well, I can't wait to hear your story. And it is frustrating. Sometimes we want to help. And I don't know why they keep coming here. I mean, it's a good conversation and they're great debates. So we need them, I guess. And it's for the people that are listening more so than the person that you're debating.
Absolutely. I mean, there are no debates in this arena. You know, they're not debates. They claim to be debates, but they're not. Because a debate means having intellectual honesty. And the people we're going up against don't have any.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, this has been exposed with Toon and Witsit recently. You know, Toon was backed into a corner and he would not concede. He would not say, yeah, do you know what, Witsit, you're right.
Mm-hmm. It's about, for them, it's about being right. It's not about truth.
Absolutely.
Here knows that when you have a hula hoop at eye level, it can appear straight. So, I mean, it's just kind of a failed argument either way.
Where does
Mr.
that argument
King.
even go? I've used that argument for our side before, the circle horizon.
Mm-hmm. You know, and at the end of the day, that argument doesn't help them because that circle of the horizon sits in a plane, which means that from one side of the circle to the other side of the circle must all be in that plane. So it doesn't help them at all.
It actually just exposes how lack of critical thinking that they're putting into what they're thinking about.
Yep, absolutely.
The circle thing helps us. I've used that shit before for one of my things. I can't remember what right now.
So feel free to defend your position, Chunky. I mean, you're the one that come in here with stamping your foot and jumping up and down. Feel free to open your mic and defend your position. But we know you won't.
You're right. There's no debate. Earth is a sphere.
That is not defending your position, Chunky. That is just coming here spouting your rhetoric.
What position do you think I hold? Because you misquoted so often.
Well, you just stated it. The Earth is a sphere. That is your default position, Chunky.
Measurable.
And you've not defended it. All you've done is opened your mic and spouted rhetoric with no defense, no clarification of anything, no points proven, no proof brought. It's just rhetoric.
So the LIGO as-built represent what was built at the LIGO laboratories, 2 of them. Those LIGO as-built drawings show that the Earth has a curve at those 2 places because the elevation has to. Go ahead.
Yeah, how much was LIGO to construct and plan? Yeah, well, you can disprove that with a couple mirrors at a lake. So, I mean, what's your point?
What?
You can disprove that with a water level, and Toon agrees with me that a water
How
level
the fuck can you
constructs
disprove the
and
as-built?
you
extends a
can get some
plane.
hand
Go
It's
ahead
right,
and
Chunky.
disprove.
Chunky, you can
Hold
talk
on.
straight through
You
me
go
as
ahead
per
and
usual.
disprove how 2 mirrors and a lake disprove the fact that
you can
LIGO
spend
has
$5 to
increasing
get some used
elevation. Go ahead.
mirrors
I'm muting.
and literally show that a
Guys,
lake
one
has
at a
level
time.
surface.
Yo, slow down, man. I don't know where you guys been hanging out at, but we'll go one at a time here, please.
So speaking too quickly.
No, there's people talking over other people. You can speak as
Well, he asked
fast
me a
or as slow as
question.
you want, but yeah, I know, but you need to wait. Just wait till everyone's done talking, and then one at a time. Otherwise, we can't hear anything. Please.
Well, I can't just whip out my LIGO. I'm pretty sure everyone here can't just whip out their $100 million LIGO system, but we can get some mirrors and disprove the distance that we're supposed to be able to see.
LIGO has nothing to do with that, but go ahead and disprove it.
Been done. Your claim of whatever you think these as-built drawings represent, Chunky, the claim that you have, and it is only a claim, has been falsified many times in many ways, and yet you still bring the same empty argument.
My claim is that as-built drawings are accurately represent what was built. Where's the disproof of that?
The disproof of that is in the falsification of your default position.
My default position is that as-built represent what was built accurately.
No.
Please disprove that.
No, you came into the server stating your default position when you were asked to bring something constructive. You said Earth's a sphere. That is your default position. Now, your default position has been falsified, and your claim of what the as-built drawings at LIGO demonstrate has been falsified by your default position being falsified. Now, which bit of this don't you understand, Chunky?
Earth being a sphere isn't the default position. It's the conclusion we come to after we examine all the evidence. LIGO is just another bit of evidence. Go ahead.
It is your default position, Chunky, which has been falsified.
Sorry, did I misspeak and say that it was my default position, or did I say it came after examining the evidence?
It's your default position. It's what you stated when you came back into the room.
I did not say my default position is Earth is a sphere, did I?
After you were asked the questions, right, you can talk through me, Chunky. After you were asked a question about Euclidean mathematics and you scarpered, right, you came back into the room, interrupted a conversation that me and Blaze were having and other people were getting involved in, and you decided that you wanted to dictate how the conversation went from that moment forward, which is why we find ourselves in the position we are in now. Okay? You came back into the room stating Earth's a sphere. Now, this is your default position, which has been falsified.
Also incorrect, but go ahead and prove it.
Prove what, Chunky? What do you want me to prove?
You said it's been falsified. How did you falsify the sphere?
The surface of water, as you stated, actually, the horizon is 360 degrees around us. If you stand on an island in the middle of the sea, the horizon is a circle. You stated this, and I agree with you. That circle sits within a plane. Therefore, the water from one side of that circle to the opposite side of that circle, all the way around you, the surface of that water must be in a plane.
Yes.
So you falsified it yourself, Chunky. Only you can't. You are just incapable of putting the pieces together yourself. And you come in here with your high and mighty attitude.
All right, let's let him get a response. Though you've been going for a while.
Okay.
Yes, the circle of the horizon is in a plane because all circles will be in a plane. That plane is not in the same position as the observer. However, as the observer gets closer to the surface of the water, the plane will be closer to the plane that he's standing on or submerged in. So because the horizon is a plane does not mean that the surface of the lake or ocean is a plane.
Yeah, it does. The horizon is at that water surface level all the way around you. And that water is in that plane.
Okay, who's wrong?
That's the best you've got. It's wrong.
Yeah, because it's demonstrably not in the same plane as where the observer is.
Okay, that's a bold claim. Now demonstrate it. Practically demonstrate your claim, Chunky. Don't just stand there or sit there with that arrogant smirk on your face. Get off your ass and practically demonstrate your claim, Chunky. Because all you ever do is come in here and make claims.
No, I'm not going to do the work that other people have done because I hate duplicating work.
No.
What was the
Chunky.
claim? I missed it. What was the claim?
Okay, yeah, restate the claim, Chunky.
I missed it.
The claim is that the surface of water is not a plane. The surface of ocean.
Oh yeah.
And how would you demonstrate this, Chunky?
Well, again, I would just refer to the fact that the Earth has been measured and it's a sphere, and the surface of lakes.
So appealing to authorities, there is nothing you can do to substantiate your own claim. Okay, we appreciate that you are of no assistance here. Thank you very much for that clarification.
I mean, Chuck,
an appeal to authority. We sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Is it an actual measurement, or did you do like a whole bunch of calculations and shit and presuppositions and assumptions?
I didn't do it, Jeremy. Parsons did it.
Yeah, did they do any like assumptions or presuppositions or anything when he did it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So when you know what you do when you model something, right, Jeremy?
What kind of model?
Well, like if you're measuring the Earth and then you say, okay, Earth, it might be flat, so let's plot these points on a flat Earth. Oh, that doesn't work. Earth might be a sphere of this radiance. Does it work? No. Let's plot the points in 3D space. Oh, look, it makes a sphere of this radius. So that's what's done. So it's not presuppositions, it's pre-conclusions that the Earth is a sphere.
Hang on, Jeremy. Did you hear that? It's a pre-conclusion. So you've made your conclusion before you've made your measurements, Chunky. What the fuck is a pre-conclusion, Chunky?
Now we've pre-concluded the Earth is a sphere. So when we make measurements, we have. Sorry, go ahead.
Please talk us through what a pre-conclusion is.
Yeah, but let him finish. Tell us what I want to know too. I missed that. I didn't even catch it.
So for the last thousands of years, and very much since the early 1800s, the Earth has been measured accurately with geodetic surveying and has been concluded that it's a sphere based on those measurements, including reciprocal zenith angles and spherical excess measured. So spherical excess deals with horizontal angles, and there's none or very little refraction seen in horizontal angles. And it's been done many times and always comes up with spherical excess that matches what is expected on a globe. So therefore,
do you know what, Jeremy? This is exactly the standard answers that Whitsitt was talking about the other night with Toon, right? In that they've got this standard reply, it's like their parrot sheet, okay? And if you get them off script, they get flustered, okay? And what Chunky's doing here is he's repeating back that script that Whitsitt outlined with McToon the other night, and I find this really intriguing that they all have these standard nothing answers. You know, spherical excess, a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Yeah, really.
Why do you think that's not the answer?
Bev Bev blew the lid off that spherical access thing when I brought it to him. He showed me a huge flaw in it. But your assumption is the refraction part. I can't get into a refraction argument right now. It's Thanksgiving. My whole family's here, so.
Oh
But
shit! It's
please,
football
let's go.
starting. What doesn't make sense about spherical excess there, Jeremy?
You don't have a measurement for it. That's the first problem.
No, they measure spherical excess. So how do they
Yeah,
not
but
have
you
a
don't
measurement?
I've never seen a measurement for it. I mean, if you can find one, I'd love to take a glance at it.
You would need to look at the field notes
Everyone
for
at
an
GEMS.
engineer, but they've been posted.
Yeah, no one at
lots of
GEMS, no one anywhere could ever find a measurement.
Really? They've
Yeah,
been posted many
really.
times.
Sounds crazy. I know. Are you talking about the one that's 3 decimal points after the arc second? You think we can measure that?
Well, I don't know who measured it.
No, you've confused him
Can you
now,
measure?
Jeremy.
Can you have a measurement that's 3 decimal places after the arc second? Do you think we're that precise? At 100
So you
miles, a lot of those measurements were done at over 80, 90, 100 miles.
So you have seen measurements, you just don't like them because they're too exact.
No, it's an impossible. You can't measure that. You're just guessing at that point. I know that that's not a measurement because we don't. It's not within our capability. It's not within the lease value or the anything of the instrument. It's not possible.
Let's see, what is the horizontal accuracy of a theodolite?
Sorry, what?
What is the horizontal angle accuracy of a theodolite?
Well, in the 180 degrees measurement, which is left to right, they have the measurements 3 digits past the arc second. It's not possible, even with today's equipment. And this was done in the fucking 20s or something. That one that everyone always shows.
So you've seen the measurements, you just doubt it.
It's not a measurement. You can't measure that. It's impossible. You're guessing at that point. If I gave you a piece of wood and you gave me the measurement of it in nanometers or something, we're in my backyard, I tell you, hey, what's the measurement of that thing? And you come back with nanometers, I know you didn't do that.
No, we can probably
I
measure
don't have
to 1,000. Calipers will measure to the 1,000. But no, it looks like about 1 second of accuracy.
I post it.
Oh, okay. You posted the measurements that don't exist? Awesome.
Do you have calipers
No,
big
I
enough
said
to
you
measure the
post it.
table?
I said you said it's within one arc second or something.
Where did you post it?
No, I said you post it. Just post your measurement. I don't have a measurement. I've never seen one. I've seen fake measurements, obvious fake measurements.
Okay. Why do you think they're fake?
Because there are 3 digits past the arc second. We don't have that capability to measure that. Thousandths of an arc second at 100 miles.
Man, what kind of total station were they using?
Dude, it's not a measurement. Find one measurement of spherical excess.
So it wasn't degrees.
I double dare you.
And then 0.000 or 3 decimals after the degrees. You're saying it was degrees, minutes, seconds, then 3 decimal places?
Yeah. Post the one that everyone posts. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't clip it, but I'll look for it on
3 digits past the arc second. Not possible. I brought that to Bev, and he's like, "That's Bev knew instantly." He's like, "That's not a fucking measurement. There's no way you could measure that."
Oh, do you have it handy?
No, I don't. I don't save fake shit.
Where did you find it?
Everyone at GEMS gave it to me. All the big ballers. Kosho's giving it to me. Xanax giving it to me. Everyone, dude. Probably
Jeremy,
Rumpus probably.
Is it that we don't have a tool at all, or this specific tool you're talking about can't do it?
There is no tool known to man that can measure that accurate at that distance.
That's not true.
A thousandth of an arc second at 100 miles. Let's
bust it out.
Yeah, we have
instrument.
tools that measure 10,000th of an arc second at
what?
one at 1 AU.
But aren't those for space?
Astronomy.
Yeah, for space. Yeah, that's how I was asking Jeremy. Does it mean we can't do it at all?
When we're talking, no. So wait. So in the context of us peering through the atmosphere 100 miles, you looking into the void of space supposedly would be not the same thing.
I agree with you, Noah. That's why I asked Jeremy. Does he mean we can't do it at all, or specific tools that can do it?
Let's keep it to the surface of the ground, shall we, where it originally started, and let's not gaze off into deep space. And Chunky and Jeremy were having a good backwards and forwards here, so guys, please continue.
I was just asking a question. I wasn't trying to take it away from you.
You can do it with space. I know that there's no.
Mic check.
Come in.
No, I don't know if you could do it in space, but they definitely don't have like theodolites or total stations that can measure it to that degree of accuracy.
It's funny how we can't do it on Earth, but we can do it in space.
Yeah, that's weird.
Huh.
Do anything you want out there, of course you can.
I just think it's these specific tools that can't do it. Theodolites and total stations, right?
Bro, I machine shit.
Stuff we use to measure.
Well, yeah. What do you think they use to measure
it?
I think when they're looking out into space, they're not using theodolites, right?
What are they using?
But we're not talking about looking at space. We're definitely not talking about looking at space.
I 100%
We're talking about
agree
looking across the horizon, right? Across the ground, the ground level, the water level, or whatever you want to call it.
That's why I was asking Jeremy to be specific. Does he mean it's these tools that can't do it?
I mean, it's like plus or minus what? You said how many 1,000ths of an AU? An AU it's pretty large, an AU, so thousands of it. Yeah, so 1,000, like 1,000ths of it is like millions of
No, I said we can measure 10,000th of an arc second at a distance of 1 AU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I agree with Noah. That doesn't apply to Earth and stuff, to terrestrial observations. That's why I was asking Jeremy to just be a bit more specific.
Yeah, I mean, we can just use the same instrument you guys are using to look in space and just fucking you make the most level foundations with it. It's so fucking accurate.
Good.
Yeah, but how come we don't?
It's too expensive for just building houses. Like, you don't need that level of accuracy for construction, right?
Oh yeah, I understand, but it's like I've never seen that tool, whatever the fuck you were used anywhere else.
It would be interesting.
Use it.
Either way, there's no fucking spherical excess actual measurements. I've never seen one.
Nate is gonna.
You just didn't like them.
No, I've seen obvious fake ones because, like I said, if we're in my backyard building a deck, and I send you back to measure a piece of wood laying on the ground, and you come back to me and give me the measurement in fucking nanometers, okay, I'm gonna know that it's not a real measurement, and you just made some shit up.
Well, I'll know for sure you're full of shit.
Would you? That's what I mean. I would know for sure you're full of shit if you come back with a nanometer measurement of how big that wood is.
100%. You're absolutely
full
of
and
shit.
That's what they did with this thousandth of an arc second measurement at 100 miles.
Great Britain began geodetic surveying in 1784, and they had about 2 minute accuracy. So
2 minute.
How did they do that?
Minutes, bro, minutes.
Walk us through the instruments they used, for this surveying.
Chains.
I'm actually also doing a training. I'm slide 51 of 112. So
that's not walking us through the instruments they use, Chunky. You're just making claims here at the moment.
It looks like the whole geodesic word, that whole word right there is a claim in itself. It implies that they're measuring some form of curvature.
No, a geodesic is a straight line, though. This is what they don't understand.
Not necessarily. A geodesic is only a straight line on a plane.
A geodesic is
For
a
instance.
straight line, is represented in our 3D world as a straight line.
Is a geodesic on the surface of a sphere a straight line?
Yeah, you can't have straight lines on the surface of a sphere, but a geodesic in
Right.
our... this is why a geodesic in our real 3D world is a straight line, because you cannot have straight lines on the surface of your sphere. And if a
Right. So the answer is no. A
geodesic
geodesic on the surface of a sphere is not a
is a
straight line.
straight line in the real world, it doesn't apply to the surface of your sphere, Chunky.
Let me make it easier.
Hold on, let me explain the trick. I know.
Let Tucky respond. You can go next, Matrix.
All right.
It's easy. A geodesic on the surface of a sphere is not a straight line, but it is an analogous to a straight line on a.
But hang on,
Go ahead.
let's just clarify there.
No,
a geodesic is a straight line in the 3D world in which we live.
Invention in itself, the entire word is an invention to imply that if the Earth was curved, the line, the straight line that goes above it, the imaginary line, will be straight. It's like the whole word is an inception in the conversation. They made that word to give the implication that there's curvature.
All words are man-made, so yes, we use this word geodesic to mean something specific. It means the shortest distance between 2 points. When you're talking about a curved surface and the shortest distance between those 2 points, the geodesic itself is not a straight line. When it's not a straight line.
But in the real world, a geodesic is represented as a straight line. Therefore, that geodesic cannot apply to your sphere, because in the real world, Chunky, it's a straight line, my son.
No, it's analogous to a straight line on a curved
Earth. If you imply to the hypothetical curved Earth as they claim, then it does apply. This is why they had to invent that word, just to give it some sort of meaning to it.
Can I say something? So, never mind. In geometry, geodesic is a curve representing, in some sense, the shortest path or arc between 2 points on a surface.
Yeah,
so it's already it's already implying a curved surface, right? It's implying so whenever you use the word geodesic, you're already saying that we live on a curved surface, which is begging the question, right? So anytime they use the word geodesic, they're begging the question.
That's why I'm saying, and he mentioned that in 18-something, the English started doing geodesic surveying. That whole sentence is inflammatory. Because why did they have to start they couldn't just start regular surveying? Why did they have to insert that word geodetic, right? They knew that they was gonna start the whatever lie that was, they was gonna start it right there. That when they invented that word geodesic, they had to imply that there was already curvature. So it's already the whole sentence is
they're using it to reinforce the globe, and that's like you said, they're affirming the consequence and they're begging the question. That's what they're doing there. But with that bit of deception,
like they do in every manual, and they put adjust for the curvature of the Earth at the end, right? But you could use the tools, right? You could use the little gyros without having to read the part about how it supposedly conforms to the Earth's curvature. You could take that part out of the manual and completely use the gyroscope normally, right? But they just put that at the end, so the reader could be like, oh, it must be a curve. Why would they put it in the manual if it says it's adjusted for curve? It's mind games.
So why do surveyors have to calculate to remove this curvature if it isn't actually there?
Chunky, we have already established
I wasn't asking you that.
We cannot measure that claimed curvature. You have already stated this last week, and this is the second or third time today that we've been over this point. You confirmed last week that curvature cannot be measured using standard surveying techniques and Euclidean geometry, which is exactly the way that surveyors survey. Right. So that is correct. Yes, Chunky. Now those measurements are taken using standard surveying techniques, and you cannot measure curvature of your claim ball using those techniques. So the calculation you are claiming that they subtract cannot be subtracted.
Let me ask you again, DP, and your answer can be, I never learned how to survey, which is probably the best answer you can give. Where did you learn to survey that they taught you that they only use surveying techniques and Euclidean geometry and nothing else?
No, you're not understanding the statement, Chunky.
I very much
This
am.
is your conflation, right?
Let me clear it up.
In standard surveying techniques, they use Euclidean geometry. Does that clear it up for you, Chunky?
But they use more than that as well.
They use calculations after the measurements are taken. Yes, Chunky, we know this. Yes, Chunky. After they take the measurements, and the measurements are all taken, every single one of them are taken using standard surveying techniques and Euclidean geometry. Okay? Do you understand this now? Because I don't really want to go through this with you again, because it is probably boring for the rest of the room that we've been through this maybe 4 times today now, and that's just today. Okay?
It most certainly is. And I'm still waiting for that photograph.
You have to use all the
an hour
tools
ago now.
that surveyors use, and they
Chunky, I
don't
requested a
only use.
photograph from you. Curvature photograph. Chunky, do you remember? Okay. I asked you for a photograph, and you were supposed to be presenting us all with the curvature photograph that you took with your eyeballs that you saw. Let's go with it. You haven't done
I have never taken a picture with my eyeballs, so I can't give you that.
Well, you used your eyeballs to use your optical equipment to actually take that photograph, yeah? So I'm still waiting. Okay? Why can't you just present that?
I can't present a picture I took with my eyeballs, though.
You know, the pictures that you took with your eyeballs, using your eyeballs and your optical equipment of that curvature of the Earth, that Earth's curvature that you've seen, you've got loads of pictures that I can hang on my wall. I asked you for it about an hour ago.
What do you mean? What do you mean I had loads of pictures of curvature? When did I say that?
No, I said you've taken. I'm asking you for those pictures that you took. I'm asking. Obviously, seen the curvature. Let's have a picture, please.
Well, I don't take my camera swimming with me, but I can post a curvature of the lake that I see curvature on all the time. How about that?
Just show me the picture of the curvature, yeah, that you saw, the curve, yeah. Will we be seeing the curve, yeah? Okay.
Is it going in live stream text 1? Where are you posting it, Chucky?
Yeah, it was on this lake. But this is what the lake looks like today, and let me take a picture. Oh, most of the snow's melted.
Where's the curvature, Chunky?
You know?
Where's the curvature?
All over the surface of that lake.
All over the surface. Okay, so you are in complete disagreement with MC Toon at the moment, who has stated categorically that the surface of water is planar in nature, and that the ends of a water level can be moved infinitely far within the plane that they create. So you are contradicting MC Toon at the moment. So I just thought I'd let you know that.
I agree with that 100%. When you move.
Oh, okay. So the ends of the water level can be moved infinitely far within the plane that they create, which in itself is infinite. Yeah.
He said if you move. You asked if you move the 2 ends of the water level in a plane, will it be in a plane? Yes,
within the plane that they create, which is extendable infinitely. And I did clarify this with him, that the ends of the water level create a plane, and that plane is extendable infinitely, and he agreed. And then I then said you can move the ends of the water level infinitely far within that plane, and the water still establishes the plane. He thought about it for a couple of seconds and then said yes, providing they're within the plane.
Exactly. Providing they're within the plane, they will be within the plane. I agree.
Do you know what happens when they're not in the plane, Chunky? When you drop one end, when you drop one end of that water level out of that plane, do you know what happens?
Yeah, it's not in the plane anymore.
The fucking water spills out, you muppet.
That's why I've agreed with you the entire time. When it's in the plane, it's in the plane.
Extendable at any distance, infinitely far within the plane. The surface of the water conforms and conforms to that planar nature. Yep, you agree.
Yes, your
Toon
water
agrees.
level will always create a plane.
Yes, infinitely far
Level.
at any distance.
Yes, like
Yeah,
Lake
because the plane goes on
Titicaca, for
infinitely far.
example.
Yeah, and the ends of that water
Like
level
Lake.
can be placed anywhere within that plane at any
can you
distance. Hang on, Dicelo. At any distance, and they will still conform to the nature of the plane.
It will be a different plane, but it will still be in the plane. You said if you move the
It
ends in the
will
plane, will
be
the ends be in the
the
plane?
same plane, Chunky. It was made clear it is the same plane.
No, I think you need to talk to Toon again and use your ears.
Oh, don't worry,
You can
don't
host it
worry.
again
I will be getting
you
round to
don't.
talking to Toon again. Don't you
Yeah.
worry about that.
So
Good.
if that's the case,
Hold on a
Chunky,
second.
you
If
agree with
anyone
that?
goes on McToons, anyone goes on McToons, please make sure you know what you're doing. Okay, because a lot of people are watching him that are on the fence. So if you suck, don't go on McToons.
All right,
It doesn't do us any good.
I'm going on McToons.
So Chucky,
very
if you're
soon.
gonna agree with 3P, then what's the significance behind the pictures you posted?
Well, that's two different subjects. I agree with 3DP, because he said if you move two ends of a water level in a plane, are they in a plane? So that's begging the question, because the question actually says they are in a plane. And then you're asking if they're in a plane. So you've already answered the question in your question.
What's the significance of your pictures? I don't see anything.
That's the lake
indicating
that I saw the curve on, and I already explained. Maybe you came in late. I'm not about to go swimming, and I don't take my camera swimming.
What does that have to do with showing curvature in the water as you've seen it?
I don't take pictures with my eyeballs. Do you?
We've already covered that. We weren't asking for
Right.
pictures with your eyeballs.
I think Jin was.
No. He said using your eyes in conjunction with the tool to take the picture. Meaning you took it for yourself.
Exactly. He knows
I
what
never
I mean.
claimed that I did.
Yeah.
So you never claimed that you took an actual picture of curvature yourself.
Correct. Well, unless you consider a horizon, I've taken hundreds of pictures of.
But if you see the horizon, can you see on the back side of the horizon, or can you
Yes,
only
you can see beyond the horizon.
You can see beyond the horizon.
Yes.
So can you provide that?
Something seeing beyond the horizon?
Yeah. Can you provide an image of that?
Yeah, sure. Probably. Let's see.
Okay. Let's see what you got.
He's getting deeper and deeper into that hole of his.
No,
digging
I am
himself a
doing
big hole
training
there.
right now, so I need to pause. Hold on.
It's okay. Don't forget the picture of that curvature. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, he just said that as long as he can show something beyond the horizon in an image, then in his mind that's evidence of curvature. So let's just see what he provides.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to see curve, because all I see is straight lines. Straight lines is all I've seen. Haven't seen anything curving anywhere. 61 years now. So he must have something special.
Wish I had the
What if Neil
countdown
deGrasse
timer.
Yeah. What if Neil deGrasse Tyson saying no one's seeing curve from 120,000 feet up? So he must have some good optical equipment. Must have it. Let's see what he brings.
How you doing, Chucky? You still on the search?
But he's got sweaty palms. He's feeling the pressure.
Who do you think's feeling the pressure?
Oh yeah, and and a public announcement. Yeah, I will be going on MacToons He's tried to schedule December 13th for me, so I've written back to him and said, look, can you give me December 21st to Japan time, 10 a.m. So we'll see. But I've made an appointment there to be back on MacToons and give him some more stick. All right? And I'll be giving him my brand of Flat Earth.
I gotta ask Jeremy, is it acceptable if Jin goes on McToons? Maybe he's gone.
Guys, I'm going to give him my
already
brand of
knows my
fucking
thoughts
Flat
on
Earth.
that.
I'm going to give him my brand
You,
of Flat
listen,
Earth.
I'm not saying you're not good or anything, but if you're not good at debating, like it's fine. It's okay if you're not good at debating. But there's a lot of people on the fence that watch McToons. So if they go see us, talking or being maniacs or something like that's not a good look.
Hey Chucky, where's the pictures? Are you still looking, or what's going on, man?
I have thousands of pictures. What about you?
You're supposed
Okay,
to be
well
posting
we've all
one.
been anticipating, your pictures that you're supposed to be providing.
When did I say I was going to provide a picture? By the way, you guys asked.
You said that you have evidence of seeing beyond the horizon. So I asked for it, and you said, "Give me a minute," and I said, "Okay." We've all been patiently waiting, but you're just like all of a sudden trying to act like this never happened.
Okay, here's going to be one. I'm Googling it.
Put both his feet in the fire, please. Get that fire stoking up a bit more.
I checked my check. Everybody good?
Yeah, we're just waiting for Chunky to supply the pictures. He's said he's going to. So as soon as he's dropped them, conversation will continue, I suppose.
Yes.
He's claiming he's following curvature of the pictures?
Yeah, frantically looking now. He's frantically looking for him.
No. The question was, can you ever see anything beyond the horizon?
You're looking for a picture
the
of
days
that?
of the 1.22 miles, eh? The days of the 1.22 miles geometric horizon, huh? Oh, the good old days.
So Chuck, you're looking for the picture of something beyond the horizon? Is that what you're looking for right now?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, apparently these guys have never seen a sunset.
He did start off by claiming he had a photo or a picture of curving water.
I didn't say picture.
So you don't have a picture of curving water?
Wait a minute. So I've just been waiting this whole fucking time for nothing?
Every picture of water.
It appears that way.
Every picture of water is curving water, but do I have it easy for you to see?
Well, you keep dancing around things. Like you said that you can see beyond the horizon. I want to see that.
He's also said that every picture of water is a picture of curving water, and yet less than 10 minutes ago he was agreeing with me that the surface of water sits in a plane, and that the water defines the plane that it sits in. So how can every picture of water be, as you have just stated or claimed rather, a picture of curving water, if, as you stated not 10 minutes ago, the surface of the water sits and conforms to the plane that it creates. Please, you have a bit of a paradox going on there, Chunky. Please walk us through it. Please walk us through it, Chunky.
Not what I said.
Not what you said. It is what you've said. You said that the surface of the water sits within the plane that it creates, and then you said that every picture of water is a picture of curving water. Now,
You're giving him way
please,
too much wiggle room, 3DP. Just have him provide the picture. He clearly can't articulate what it is he's trying to express, but maybe if we had something that he's viewing from, like we could see through his lens, then we can make sense.
You cannot
well,
see through my eyes.
I was just offering him a way of articulating it because he doesn't seem to be able to produce the picture that he's claimed he could produce in the first place. So I was giving him kind of the extra opportunity of being able to articulate it. But I suppose I was really reaching there, Dicelo. So I do apologise for giving him that opportunity.
He's going against what he said 15 minutes ago, though. That's the thing as well.
No, Jen, first of all, you weren't here.
The plane sets the plane its level. He's going against all that.
Listen carefully. A water level is not the surface of all the water. So the two ends of the water level,
Both his feet in that fire.
Did you hear me
Just
talking,
give us
Jen?
the pic. Yeah, we heard you. Just give us the picture, dude.
So
we
what did
can
I
just
say?
sum this up. It's irrelevant. Just give us the picture of seeing past the horizon so we can clear this up, man.
Any picture of a sunset is seen beyond the horizon.
I'm not asking about the sun. We're talking about the surface curving. So I'd like
Why
to see.
do you need? Okay, I'm sure I can get some from the other server. Hold on. Zanuck puts hundreds there.
No, I just can't see how he can't realise his the kind of paradoxical position he's holding here, where he has plainly stated that the surface of water adheres and conforms to the plane that it constructs, and then he says it curves. Yeah, you did.
I did not say that.
At any distance. Yeah, I walked you through it, Chunky. I walked
you
you
keep
through
taking
it.
out the word level. That's very dishonest. Are you a liar, DP?
Sorry, say that again. You kind of went muffled.
Are you a liar?
No. The bit before that.
The part about you lying, because that's not what I said.
No. The bit where you mentioned the word level.
Yeah, you took out the word level.
Level.
You were talking about a water level, and then you changed it to the surface of water.
Well, yeah, a water level is the surface. The water, unless you are really hard of understanding, the clue is in the name, Chunky. A water level uses the surface of water to level. Okay. Now that level, as you have agreed, constructs a plane, a horizontal plane. Therefore, that level, that water surface, is a horizontal plane by nature. The surface of that water is planar in nature, as you have agreed.
Nope.
Oh, now you just go nope.
Now you're gonna back out all of a sudden.
A water level creates a plane. Yes. That doesn't mean the surface of water is planar. Observably not.
Observably not, but you can't show us a picture.
Yeah, how is that the case when you can put that that water level in contrast with the surface of water and see that it's completely parallel?
Sorry, say again? I posted that picture of seeing beyond the horizon.
Oh, you did? Let's see. Where's it at? Livestream text 1?
No.
Livestream 1 VC, yeah. No, maybe
Livestream 1 VC. I don't see it.
No.
Okay.
Try again, Chunky.
For some reason, it always puts me in there.
Maybe you're in the wrong server, Chunky.
Yeah.
But regardless, a water level in contrast with the surface of water itself will show that it's completely parallel. So unless you could show it deviating in any way, then, how can you get off saying that's not the case?
because we can measure it deviating.
Go on, then. I've asked how this is done. Go on. Show us measurements for the deviation of your claimed surface of water from a horizontal line.
I don't measure it. I let experts do it.
Well, now we've firmly established that you do absolutely fuck all, Chunky. You just come in here and try to ridicule people by taking on this high and mighty attitude, and you really come with nothing. We've already established this, that you do absolutely nothing. Okay, this is firmly established. Now, what I'm asking you for is some input into a way of measuring your claimed drop of the water, which is what you claim the level line does, even though you have agreed that the surface of water constructs and conforms to the plane. Okay, in that those water levels construct the plane, the surface of the water is the level line. That level line sits within the plane, and the ends of those water levels can be moved infinitely far within that infinite plane. You have already agreed to this, Chunky. Now, you have also stated that the surface of water curves, which is in direct contradiction to the agreement you formally made.
What about the picture? He says he's got a picture. Where's the picture? Chucky, where's the picture? Livestream text 1. That's where you're supposed to put it, dude. We don't see it. You're making another false claim that you provided evidence when you have it. Chucky, where's the picture, dude? It's not that hard, bro. Just post it.
It's his first day on Discord. Give him a chance. It's obviously his first day with the argument because he's got nothing.
Man, I'm embarrassed for you at this point, Chucky.
I think the best thing you can do at this moment is drop the call, Chunky. Just press that red end call button and you'll be fine. You can come back tomorrow with your same bullshit because you just go on a reset.
I'm not gonna leave. He's just gonna go on a little bit.
So that's what you're gonna give me? Some fucking horrible picture where the water surface is all choppy and shit due to bad conditions, and you got clearly a swell in the water there,
now,
obstructing your view.
This isn't even his picture. This is one of B-Ball's pictures. You do realise that, don't you, Dicelo? Sorry.
Well, it's pretty clear that he didn't do the groundwork himself, and he's on someone else's.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And now B-Ball's claiming that there is no refraction in this picture whatsoever. Okay, and Chunky's just gone. He's just dropped that picture and gone. Okay, now B-Ball's claiming there's no refraction in this picture, but if you look at the rooms of the hotel as they get closer to the water horizon line there is actually compression in this picture, and that compression is refraction. So even the guy that took it doesn't know anything about the picture that he's presenting as, what, a proof? He's also using an auto level over 14.4 miles. There's no measuring rods in that picture. There are no measurements taken in this picture. So at best what he's got here is a telescope with crosshairs in it. And what can you measure with a telescope? Absolutely nothing.
So, he just took off?
Yep.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
It's been quite a funny day in here today, Dicelo. We had Generally Shady in earlier, and it was Chunky and Generally Shady together for a little while. Yeah, it's been quite funny today. It's been quite a funny day.
It's funny. It sounds like you're calling him Chunky.
Sorry?
It sounds like you're calling him Chunky as opposed to Chucky.
Oh,
Yo,
that
Brothers
must.
of Nazarene, don't you find it crazy that how when you're fucking debating these guys in the text chat who never come into the fucking voice chat, how fucking illogical they are?
Yep.
Like
It's
you're
like they're
asking that
peeping
Mandelbot.
Tom.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, bro.
cowards.
Bro, like you're asking that
Spineless
Mandelbot.
clovers.
Jesus, Jin. You're asking that Mandelbot guy, like, can you show gas pressure without a container? And then he's like, well, yeah, the atmosphere. And it's like, buddy, you can't use the point of contention as the support and example for your fucking claim. It's ridiculous. It's like if you and me were arguing if a rock is fucking round or square, and then you said, oh, the rock is square because it's a square. Like, sorry, that doesn't fucking work. It's circular logic, bro. These people are ridiculous.
I mean, seriously, even I understood that. I ride bicycles a lot. And someone explained it. You know, you ride bikes, the tire, it needs what? I'm like, air. What else does it need? A container, an inner tube. I mean, it's not that challenging. I mean, it's not that difficult to understand that. Okay, and then what are they saying? The atmosphere is, I mean, like, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, and I'm not great. Listen, Jeremy, do not ever worry about me ever going on McTunes because I would never do that. I keep saying that I'm the example of you just have to use common sense. And these guys have so much invested in their college, you know, and maybe papers that they've written. 3DP is right, you know, it's their pride. And they don't want the truth. They'd rather be right. Unfortunately, I'd rather have truth and eat humble pie and say, okay, well, I'd rather learn something new all the time. I want the truth. And I think that's the difference between us and them is we don't like to be lied to.
I like them to just admit things. Like, admit when you're obviously wrong. Like, just because you're wrong on one thing doesn't mean the globe is wrong, right? Like, if you said something that was incorrect, it doesn't fucking disprove the globe. So I don't understand why they have to contradict us on every single point, first off. And then when you find that they're wrong, you show them an internal contradiction. Instead of saying like, oh, hey, bud, thanks for showing the internal contradiction. You really strengthened my argument, actually. I should just take this out of here. No, it's some sort of ridiculous double down on whatever it is if anyone fucking says the opposite. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's either that double down, like you just said, or they bail, like Chunky just did. You know, I presented him with the contradiction that he admitted to. You know, he had in one hand he had the surface of the water constructing and adhering to that plane, and he did agree with that. And then in the other hand, he was stating that the surface of the water curves. Now, there's only so far you can go with that before you surely you realise the contradiction in your head, and you have to bail. Now he'll be back again tomorrow on a reset.
Cog dissonance is a motherfucker.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest ones, I think, to overcome, you know. And it's all based on arrogance and pride and ego, you know.
And maybe they don't care about being lied to. They just don't care.
I think they like to argue. That's what I think it is. And I like to argue. I think everyone, to a certain extent, likes to argue. But for them, it's like to the point where you can just... Yeah, but... Like earlier, what's going on? Like earlier, I was having a combo with that same guy you're having a combo with, Nazer Bazarine, and then I was like... I was talking about Star Trails and the Celestial Sphere. And he was like, yeah, they have nothing in common. No connection. So I was like, oh, a video of the stars and a model of where the stars are located have nothing in common, doesn't answer. And then literally he just comes in and says like, well, the things you claim have nothing in common. It's like, bro, something that literally models the other thing has nothing in common. It's just time. It's not even, I don't even think they're honestly here to even prove any point. Because that right there just shows me that person's just here to waste my time.
Mm-hmm.
Got it, bro. That's exactly it. You gotta be able to.
Whoever that is talking,
but
it's
Chunky
coming in really, really echoey.
Sorry. Very low there. But Chunky displays a very high level of intellect, you see. By the way he uses the English language, you can see that he's a clever man, right? He's not dumb. He's not an idiot. This is willful ignorance, or he's being paid to infiltrate servers to dumb people down. I mean, it's just silly the way they carry on.
Well,
Clearly obvious.
I heard the CIA employs people to go on platforms. This is all proven, and essentially try to gain intel. And they've hired so many people to the point where they've started spying on each other. Like that shows you how many people they've employed to do these specific things.
I can confirm he's not working for the CIA.
One agent is
one
agent is supporting the other. That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. It's spy versus spy at this point, because there's more hired spies out there than there is actual fucking people doing nefarious acts.
Wait, so you think when we're here in the Discord, do you think that like say on Geos and that new Tartarian server that there is actual paid agents with us right now, like real time?
So this is coming from the Jimmy.
No one's that dumb.
This is coming. Hold on, Jin. This is coming from the Jimmy Dore show. So if you go on jimmydore.com or Jimmy Dore on YouTube, he's got a video where he shows the sources and everything. This is pertaining to the game Call of Duty. So they've hired people, military primarily, and CIA to infiltrate Call of Duty game, the video game Call of Duty, to try and not only recruit, but mainly to try and see if there's like terrorist activity going on and I don't know, some other weird shit. And yeah, it got so bad to the point where they were spying on each other because there's literally so many of them. So you got to think, if they're willing to do that for a fucking video game, what are they going to do for a platform like Discord?
Yo, and if you think about it, bro, the fucking conversations they have on like Call of Duty lobbies and shit, because I play that game and shit with my friends. There is no intellectual conversations going on in those debate lobbies, bro. It's all just slurs. So if they're paying CIA agents to monitor people slurring at each other, how much more would they pay for an intellectual debate between people who don't believe in the globe? Like, you're probably right. There probably is literal, like, that fucking Melbot guy who literally doesn't say anything substantive and only wastes time. That has to be a bot or like a fucking something. You know what I mean? That can't be a real person where you just come, you never make a substantive claim, never add any value, never add any info. All you do is contradict what other people say. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a real person who's a loser. But like, I don't know. Maybe I think it's an agent.
Yeah, I think there's a fine percentage of each, of losers and paid provocateurs or agents. Yeah.
Why would they come in here though? This is live streamed to YouTube.
That's what I'm thinking. The text chat, bro. I think they probably listen on YouTube, and then like all these people who are in the text chat that you never see in the VC, and all they do is just whenever you say something, they comment something contradictory and waste your time. Like you press something and they're like, no, that's not true. It's like, well, you saying it's not true doesn't add any value or info. And you sitting in the chat here all day just saying whatever I say isn't true is kind of weird. Like, would someone actually do that? Would someone sit on YouTube live stream, listen, not say anything, and then sit in the text chat and just contradict everything you say? It seems kind of weird.
Great point. That is a great point, because that's what I've noticed past couple of years now. They come in, they plot up, they only speak negative, and then they don't say anything for hours, and then they just speak negative. Nothing else. Nothing else but just opposite to what you're saying. That's it. And then there are times when they just sit there for hours saying nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a different headset. Is that any better?
Way better.
A lot better, yeah.
Thank you.
You go into a server, you plot up, you don't say anything. Hours and hours and hours. Can you do that?
Was that Mr. Rob Keane?
So,
Yes, sir. How you doing, DP? It's been a long time.
Yo, Rob, how you doing? Long time no speak to. Hope you're well, Rob.
Oh, I'm great. I was just listening on the YouTube earlier, and it was you and some girl, and I was like, hey, I'm going to just hop in there and say hey to DP.
Good day to you, sir.
You're
in Canada, aren't you? You're not doing the Thanksgiving thing, do you?
No, not me. That's not us.
No.
Ours was
Yeah.
No. Nice to see you putting Chucky Bradboy in his place again. He's not new. We all know he's a super troll.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Is it just stuck on that repeat loop, like all of them are? And that some girl who's Blaze.
Hi.
Blaze the Nazarene there.
Oh, sorry, some girl.
No, that's quite all right. Rob on the level. Nice to meet you. I would even think the media would have something to do with that as well. Because obviously they're owned.
Your name always reminds me of Brenda's new name. Was it like Ellen of Zyrene or something?
That's disgusting.
What's that? What's Brenda's new name now?
I think it's like Ellen of Zyrene or something.
Kind of disgusting, bro. It's kind of weird. That's another person who just comes in and makes no substantive arguments. And it's kind of
There's a whole slew of them.
I really want to fucking get down and argue this person, but like, what literally happens is Brenda makes a claim. I say, okay, how do you know that claim? Oh, let's say it's gravity, right? Oh, Cavendish. Okay, explain how Cavendish exclusively proves gravity. 5 other people come in, they all start talking, never has to answer my question, and then comes in the next day and says, well, of course we have gravity. We have Cavendish. And it's like, bro, you haven't gotten around. Like, I don't know, dude. I would just like to drill down to the bottom of these fucking debates, but every time these fuckers are like fish. They just slip out of my hands. And it's like, motherfucker, I just want to, like, like, stay here and answer the fucking question and make it make logical sense. And don't fucking run away. Like, but it never seems to happen for me. Ever.
You gotta call 5 minutes with them, bro. That's what you gotta do. Make it exclusive and get your point out. That's the only way.
Right, SE. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Rob? So that's it. Just call 5. Anytime you see them trying to, like, they do that, right? 4 or 5 of them will come in at the same time. Just get a moderator and say, I want 5 minutes with him. That's how you handle it.
So I remember
and
last
then watch
time
them just get flustered and leave.
It was getting pretty good, like one-on-one, and then literally like, because it was something about like, oh, we know this because of gravity. And I was like, oh, gravity. Okay, what is gravity? And they're like, oh, like attraction between masses or whatever. And I was like, okay, how did you prove that? I'm like, Cavendish. I was like, okay, explain how Cavendish fucking. And then people came in, slipped away, and I asked that question like 3 times after I originally answered it, and every time it was just fucking evade the question and slip away into the fucking dark shadows. Like,
yeah, that's a tactic, bro. That's a tactic. They change the subject, and usually one flat earther goes for it, and then they'll completely change like exactly what you said. So at that moment, you got to get a moderator and say, I want 5 minutes with Zanuck, or I want 5 minutes or whatever. That's the only way, bro, because that's a tactic they have.
Did you say 5 minutes with Zanuck? You really think Zanuck will shut up for 5 minutes alone?
Yeah, I could have used a better example, yeah.
bro, it's kind of ridiculous. With Zanuck, bro, it's kind of hard because, like, he's using these, like, hyper advanced fucking debate tactics where you can never fucking get a word in edgewise. And when you do, it's somehow an interruption. It's fucking ridiculous. And then, like, you literally ask the man a question, ask Zanuck a question, a direct question. He does not directly answer it. He goes on to fucking monologue about some random shit for like 10 minutes. You say something in between, you're automatically interrupted. You call him an idiot, you'll be muted, bro. It's just like, I don't know, bro. Debate, like, I really would like to debate. I would love to debate Zanuck because he's such a smart guy, but he's so dishonest with his debate tactics. And literally every time you get fucked over for it. Like, he'll be talking for 5 minutes, you'll interject, and you'll be muted. And it's like, bro, he's like the fucking Floyd Mayweather of debate tactics. You can never fucking, he can never be in the wrong, and you're always in the wrong. It's like fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
I would love to
actually. I picked the wrong name, bro.
But the
Maybe
thing,
like
the
a
thing is,
Jace
he is
or
that paid
Nate.
shield.
Yeah, maybe a Jace, a Nate, somebody like that. But definitely
He's the
Zanuck.
paid shield we're talking about. That's the kind of agent we're talking about. We're talking about an agent there. You don't realize it. He is that agent. But there you go.
Yeah, but no, like
what it is.
He's really smart. Like, he knows a lot of shit about a lot of shit, but like, he just can't answer questions directly. You know what I mean? He can't fucking stop and make his shit. It's like there's a couple things to where I would love to debate him, but it's not even like his intellectual. Like, it's not even his intellect. It's like the way he debates is fucking. You can't beat it. He could literally take any side of any debate, and I don't think you could beat it just through his tactics alone. It's just monologue, drone over you, take more time up than you.
I've beaten Zanuck plenty of times, but you're right. Like you've got to really tie him down. If you let him lead the conversation, he'll just fucking drag you out in the fucking deep water and shit.
Right.
Yeah,
So you've got to
Zanuck doesn't
overwhelm
debate.
him
What
with
he does
your
is
intellect. That's right.
Zanuck redirects. That's what he does. If you understand his tactic, you can beat him at it. What he does is he redirects the convo. So you got to keep him on point. You got to keep him on point, whether it's rotation or whatever. Don't let him change the subject. That's what he does.
Right, and have him define the words he uses because he knows all the little nuances and tricks from the mainstream to fucking deceive. Like you guys talked about geodesics and stuff being an illusory tactic to dismay their opponents. It's no different with Zanuck. He knows all the little ins and outs of the words that'll totally just throw you into their conceptual paradigm that you have to submit to. So that's why you got to hold him on the specifics. You know, whether he's talking about gravity or light or electricity, whatever it may be, you got to get down to the bare nuts of what's being expressed here. Otherwise, he'll take you on a journey of their bullshit. Yeah, that's Zanuck 101 right there.
Yeah, the thing with him, with Zanuck, right? He's a wordsmither, right? That's what he does. He does the wordsmithing and he does the shotgun 20-point thing, right? Excuse me. Now take the Coriolis example, right? He wants you to get into degrees and how you this and how you feel that and this is moving. Just ask him a simple question. It works every time. Just ask him this. Zanuck, are you saying that the ball, you know, when we talk about the merry-go-round example, are you saying that the ball both travels in a straight line and curves at the same time? And he will say yes. So right there, that conversation dies. Now, if you choose to go into degrees and the earlobe and the water in the ear, and if you do that, then he has you. That's Zanuck's trick. And really, all the ballers do that. They want to get you in the minutia of how the ear canal works and how this and how your body can feel the motion and blah. But when the world hears him say that, yes, the ball is actually traveling straight and curving at the same time. And Blue, shout out Blue, also told me that it's stationary at the same time. So we have a ball that's traveling in a straight line, curving while stationary. And that's that. There goes the Coriolis. But no, what flat earthers tend to do is, well, let's do the degree of rotation, and your ear can't feel this because of that and this and that, and then it's just going round and round. Sorry to kill the conversation.
No, that's good. I wasn't responding, SC, because I had to do something kind of quietly, real quick. But yeah, I see what you mean about the whole conversation redirection. That's actually a great observation. It's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that's their techniques, man. Yeah, that's one of their techniques, and it works a lot of times because during that 3-4 minute spiel that he does, right? Another flat earther will pick up another wrong thing that he says, and that's what he wants. He'll say gravity or whatever, right? And then he'll get you over to gravity. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. When they're stuck on one point, they try to redirect. But if you keep them on that point, they'll tell you the craziest things. They have to. That's their model. He has to tell you that the ball is traveling straight and curving at the same time.
Don't forget stationary. It's
traveling. That was...
It's traveling and stationary at the same time too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Blue's addition. Shout out Blue Marble Science. He came up with that one. Imagine thinking that a ball is stationary while traveling in a straight line and curving at the same time. That's all you got to say. And anybody listening in the real world will say, are these guys serious? Is that the model? Is that actually what they think happens? And they look like fools. See, we got clowns like this guy Vive in the chat, right? And that's all they do all day long. Just sit in the chat. They won't come and talk.
He harasses Witsit a lot. Every time Witsit comes in here, I just see like 15 messages from Vive to Witsit. It's kind of funny. Like,
yeah, every time I come on and speak or Witsit, this dude is like, bang, he's like, he's assigned to us, I think.
Is he here to speak or is he just hanging out?
I've heard him. I'm pretty sure I've heard him speak before, but he hardly ever talks in VC. It's mostly just listen in VC and talk in text chat. I'm not sure if he has a job. That's why I'm too.
Just imagine like what kind of life a person like that has, right?
Yo,
he's either a loser, like no friends in real life, probably a fat fuck with pimples and stuff like that in his mom's basement, or he's a paid shill, like we were saying before. One of those two things.
Well, here's the thing with the whole paid shill. Like, wouldn't it make sense if you have, say, an office of like, say you have an office of like 20 people, right? And they're all just shills and they all just have computers, right? And all they're doing is going and listening to forums with their headphones on and then typing shit in the background. It would make sense that none of them could talk, right? Because if one of them's talking, they would pick up the other guy talking to his server in the background. And so it would make sense if all these shills that they're always in the text chat, because if they're all fucking talking, we'd hear that there are a bunch of agents in a room. You know what I'm saying? It kind of makes sense. It would make sense that if you're a bunch of agents in a room, you would never fucking talk. You would only listen with your headphones on and type respond in the fucking text chat. So yeah, I don't know. Does that not make sense to you, SC? Like, it makes sense to me.
Sense.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
I mean, you'd be surprised how much fucking money goes into hiring these types of people, dude.
Yeah, there was like $100,000 gig I seen myself, a posting for a job where it was like, the job was literally just go around on YouTube and like flag videos that are conspiracies. And it was $100,000. It said like salary expectations, like $100,000 a year with benefits. And the job description was like, go on YouTube and report people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You're saying every time I make a fucking dollar, I gotta give 30 cents to Uncle Sam so he can pay some fat fuck 100,000 so he can report my YouTube channel? Are you fucking kidding me? That's fucking ridiculous. These people are honestly, like, these people are despicable in my eyes. Like, I don't even know. Like, you can't even get to a point of like having no morals or honesty to where you're fucking think it's okay for that to be a job and to accept that job.
Now that's one thing, and I'm with you 100%, bro. But imagine the other side of it. Imagine not getting paid. Imagine just doing this for free. In other words, you're Stockholmed, right? You've been beaten down, like you said, the taxes, all this stuff, right? We know what government does, right? You know they're lying, or maybe actually you don't know they're lying. In other words, you're Stockholmed, right? And you're fighting for the man for free. In other words, you're fighting for your captor. It's crazy, man. They don't realize how, like this dude Viv, it's one of those two things, dude. You're one of those two things, and man, either one of them is just strange.
That's what happens when you ditch common sense and logic in lieu of a belief system. You know, they've all been indoctrinated with this belief system. So if they're not being paid to do this, then clearly all they're doing is upholding their beliefs. And that's why they take it so personally, because they've identified so closely with their beliefs to the to the point where they can't discern themselves from their beliefs. They are their beliefs. So attack upon their beliefs is an attack upon them. And there's only two sides of the coin. You're either dealing with a person like this or an agent.
Yep, I agree totally. Yep. You're either Stockholmed or you're getting paid.
Yeah, Blue Marble is one of them. You know,
Blue Marble's a Mason, bro. Blue Marble is a Mason. He's the name of his channel is a Masonic term. Like,
how about paid NASA shill?
I don't know about that guy, but I'll tell you, I don't even think Paid NASA Shill has a YouTube. But Blue Marble Science is literally a Freemason agent. Like, not even no one. Like,
well, then he knows the Earth is flat. If he's a Mason.
Oh yeah, and he knows about water and all that stuff. Level, horizontal, perpendicular. Those three words kill them, bro. Level, horizontal, and perpendicular. It's like a cross to a vampire, you know? Cross holy water and sunlight at the same time.
Ether's another one. You mentioned the word ether, and it's just like nails on a chalkboard to them.
Yeah, that triggers the hell out of them. Yep.
anything but looking into what the greatest scientific minds thought about. Anything but that. Anything but looking into the theories of who you guys claim to be the greatest scientists of all time. Yeah, anything to just keep us from looking at their paradigm. Anything to do that. Isn't that kind of weird, though? Right? They venerate all these guys as like forefathers of electromagnetism and great geniuses of science. But then when you try to look up their paradigm of ether, oh, you're a stupid retard that doesn't know what he's talking about. Word salad. Like, it's kind of like, is that not kind of ridiculous?
That's what they do, man. If you're somebody who's like pretty profound and has like a heavy influence upon a large populace, such as like J.J. Thompson per se, they'll dangle rewards and money in front of you, you know, trinkets and fame. And if you don't accept that, then the next tactic is, fear. We're going to put harm to your family and such until you change your perception and start,
Yep, an offer they can't
dancing
refuse.
to their tune. Yeah.
Well, I think it's more than money. Like, to a lot of these guys, it's about prestige and just rising up in like the community they're in. Being seen as like upholding science and reason, and that's how they see it.
Can I respond to Viv's text chat real quick? I just kind of glanced at it, and the gist was, Noah, the government wouldn't pay to have you on. And no, I'm not talking about myself. Obviously, the government doesn't give a flying fuck about what I do personally. But yes, the government does actually pay top dollar to have info on all types of groups, all types of religious cults, all types of fucking organizations. And so if you think that, the flat earth movement or whatever you want to call it, they don't want to watch us and gain intel on us, that's just kind of a ridiculous claim, Viv. That's just, they literally spend time and money fucking watching the guys in Waco who are by themselves in a desert with no contact to anyone else. And you don't think they're going to watch? Yeah, bro.
It's called trending. You're a trend. Like if you're on any sort of a platform, you're already being, watched and analyzed and stuff. Whether it be from a human or from a system, doesn't matter. You're being cataloged and categorized. And at this point, if you're not a trend, you're just a bitch. Like, like when are we gonna rise up? Like, you just people are so fucking afraid. Like, you got to be aware of what's going on, dude, and be willing to stand against it, dude. And if we can't do that as a collective, we're fucked.
Well, that's the thing too. You coming in here and saying, "Oh, we need to stand up to the authority," whatever, that would directly be in interest of the government to come and monitor groups like that. And so for someone to just come and say like, "Oh, they wouldn't be interested in this," is just fucking kind of ignorant and asinine, honestly. Like, bro, they literally burned children alive in a fucking compound in Texas because they believed in Jesus or whatever. And you don't think that they're going to maybe check up on a bunch of people on Discord? Are you kidding me?
You see, the system is so fixed that they know they're laughing at us because they know the average man, right, cannot do anything. Why? Because the average man has to work, put food on the table. The average man is occupied maybe 10, 12 hours of the day at his job. Then he goes home, he's freaking tired. What's he going to do after? He's going to have a beer, take a shower, eat, and hit the sack, right?
We're overly burdened, and that was the whole point of a community, is to where like one specific individual wasn't to be overly burdened with the commonality of what's required for living and stuff. That's why you had farmers and you had different tradesmen and stuff, so that things can go a little smoother and stuff, and you had time in the day to actually be a father or look into reality, like, in truth. And that's the whole point, is keeping the servants caught up with not only surviving but stupid things like entertainment. Yeah, Disney. And it's all pulling the wool over your eyes and stuff. So that's why I don't fuck with sports and all this other shit.
Not only is it pulling the wolves over your eyes, they're literally using like fucking Pavlov's dog training techniques on you and fucking making you like fucking have response fucking shit to whatever visual stimuli they have on the television. Like, there's a guy in here yesterday talking about hypnosis. I'm kind of interested in that or whatever, all that cognitive stuff. But like, you really don't think that the multi-billion-dollar corporations that provide you all the programming on your TV know about hypnosis, know about, you know what I mean?
Think about what people were doing prior to that.
No, just think about this, bro. You don't think that when you fucking go on your media, and I'm just gonna use like a fucking, like, if you go on your social media and everyone sees the same video, they're not gonna have the same emotional reaction to it, and that they're not gonna all now have the same shared reality. Like they're literally broadcasting what they want you to fucking respond to and what they want you to believe reality is through the fucking television screen. And you think that it's all hunky dory and that they're just trying their best and they're just here for us. And they're not going to try and make profits or control us or make us influence our behavior. No way.
Think about what people were doing prior to all this exposure to entertainment and technology. Like people were pretty fucking bored, and so the only thing to really do is to explore. You know, that was what men did. You know, you're either locked down on a fucking farm or you were out exploring and shit. And that's what they don't want. They don't want people being interested in getting up out of their fixed location and exploring further, you know, the further extremities of our reality. Think about how much land's been closed off by the Bureau of Land Management, you know, around every major city. You know, you can't be in that area after dark. Like you're limited on your path of travel.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
America,
you didn't know
land
that?
of the free. America, land of the free, but you can't go freely on the land. Are you
Yeah, there's
fucking
more.
kidding
There's
me?
more land. There's more land that's locked off from public access than there is free land to roam.
In America, is this in America?
Yeah.
That's fucking wow, wow. Yeah, but then again, like, here's the thing: it's like the types who want to go and explore, like, hey, can we go explore it? The police will be like, the police and the system, and the judges, hell, no, you can't explore there. And then we like, okay, guys, let's just change the government. But then you got all these fucking soy boys who are like, why would you want to go explore it? The government already told us that land needs to be preserved and that humans are bad for land. It's like, well, you've never been to that land. You're just drinking soy and believing what you heard on the TV. Yes, but we can't go against it. It's just so crazy, Dice, though. It really is.
Yeah, we're like rats in a cage, dude.
I can't believe there's more locked off land in America, land of the free, home of the brave, than there is free land to roam on. That's fucking crazy.
And then when you measure the amount of land that's owned by the government and banks versus private individuals, like it gets even scarier. It's just like, oh my god, dude, we're literally rats in a cage.
Fucking
Well,
hilarious.
there's a bunch of land that's just desert, like no one goes there at all.
Big nice cage we got though.
Yeah, it is a pretty nice cage, but what happens when they just, oh, sorry, we're gonna have to fucking slaughter you guys. And yep, everyone, we have some robots and AIs coming out in the next 10 years. Everyone line up for some juice. We
And then
won't
when
know
you
what
look
happened.
at the fact that how illegal it is to go down, because you can't go side to side, it's all blocked off. So what other choices do you have? You got down and up. Can't go down. If you go down past 4 feet, you know, digging, you got to get a fucking permit. If you can't go inside any sort of a cave system without a fucking government guide, like it's pretty fucking frightening. Can't go up. That's fucking illegal.
So basically, America is the land of not free because we can't do anything at all. We just have to stay in our cages, and not brave because these people aren't even brave enough to ask these questions. They just sit there quiet like church mice. Oh no, no, and they don't even mention any of this type of shit. So, in conclusion, not brave, not free, just America.
Nope. And even if you think you own something like your car or your fucking land that you live on, you still got to pay taxes on that and registration. Otherwise, it'll be confiscated from you. So it's like, what do you really own?
Wait, you can't have something you own confiscated from you. That implies
Yeah, if you
someone
don't.
else owns it.
Right. If you don't pay your property tax or your registration, yeah, your shit's gonna get taken, seized.
That's hilarious. So there's no property, no freedom, and no bravery, basically, in America. Nice. We're at a good conclusion here.
It's all an illusion, man.
It's more of just a comfortable cage that you're in. A comfortable cage.
You know
You're
the only
caged,
difference
but it's
between
comfortable.
a prisoner and a free citizen?
Prisoners get free food.
Nope, you're your right to travel. Prisoners don't have the right to go where they want, but as a citizen, you do. But how far and where can you really go? That's the whole point I'm making.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
You're
don't
just a
prisoners
prisoner in
know
a
they're
larger jail
prisoners?
cell.
yeah. So we're
Wouldn't
basically a prisoner. If we are not free to travel where we want, we're prisoners. We
but
don't have the right
prisoners
to
know they're
travel.
prisoners. Then there's other people that don't know they're a prisoner. They don't think that they're a prisoner, but at least prisoners know they're a prisoner.
Yeah, Daiso kind of just disproved the right to travel and property rights in America. So yeah, that's crazy. We have no property rights, no freedom of travel, and nobody's brave enough to even talk about it. It really is just not brave or free.
Numpty, did you see what I posted in there? I'm having a hard time copying and pasting into Discord on my computer, but I can copy and paste in my emails.
You're talking about joint pasting, joint intelligence, whatever. Or
Yeah,
joint
yeah, that
intelligence.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, either you're a coward or you're ignorant, but to just think that the government doesn't have a vested interest in watching groups is just, you only fit into two categories: coward or ignorant.
Yeah, we're
Coward,
the homegrown terrorists. Of course they do. In their opinion. Like the school board parents, they're homegrown terrorists. Newly defined.
you're a parent, therefore you're a terrorist.
Well, yeah, remember all the school boards, with the critical race CRT thing? And the masks. Didn't the White House call them homegrown terrorists? I think they did. Ooh, disruption, operational playbook, infiltration, ruse operation, set piece operation, false flag operation, false rescue, disruption operation, sting operation. I couldn't find this article. I thought I had it stored or filed. I couldn't find it, but I did find it on the internet through DuckDuckGo. I mean, not like that's any better, but still had it.
Move along. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I mean, and there wasn't there something called Operation Mockingbird, and that they can use propaganda against the American people?
Yep. Not only that, they're allowed to spy on American citizens now. Before, they did it underhandedly. What do I mean by that? They weren't allowed, like the States wasn't allowed to spy on its own citizen, and take example, Britain wasn't allowed. So what did these conniving little scumbags do, right? They had the British spy on the Americans, and the Americans spy on the British.
Yep.
And just exchange information.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know this, but now they changed the law, just like Blaze said, and the intelligence agencies, which were designed to just spy on exterior, like out of country sources, are now able to spy on its own citizens.
It's a dark world getting even darker.
Yep. And now they have us, what you're holding in your hand right now. You know, they say the mark of the beast, right? Injections. Well, they don't need it. They have it. I'm holding it right now in my hand right now. They are listening to every move I make. They know every step I take. They know what I'm looking at, who I'm talking to. And that's just not just me. That's every one of you listening to right now. They know everything about you. Even where you go and change your tires.
Yeah, like a few years ago, I was watching this news program where they actually have ping data to track every single phone. and they watch the movements of people and track patterns, and you don't even have to give permission.
Yeah, bro. You know when it dawned on me? I went on vacation to the Dominican Republic. Of course, I had my phone with me. And when I came back, I don't know, I was checking something out, and then I noticed a map. And it showed every place that I've been in the Dominican Republic. Every single place,
Wow.
every tour I took, yeah, everything, man. Everything. And that goes for everybody. You have maps on your phone, it's tracking every step, and I mean every step you take.
That's what the whole
You ever say, hey,
nanotechnology
Google?
was for. Like they wanted to literally spray it in an aerosol form at high altitudes, this nano dust particles to go into every single living entity out there, including all the animals and stuff, and they were going to track it on this data system. Like they openly came out, DARPA came out talking about it. That's what they were working towards.
Those microbots, huh? You must be talking about.
Yeah, nano dust particles technology.
Unbelievable, man.
So yeah, they know where everything's at always. Like it's really weird. I don't understand though. I mean, for me, like if I were to like try to make sense of it, the only thing that would make sense would be like there's some sort of an AI system everything's going into, and that's kind of like the eyes of the AI essentially.
They want to be like God. The adversaries, they want to be like God. They want total control. It goes back to the Tower of Babel. One language. They want one monetary system. They want
so they
one
can control
religion.
it. Yep.
Yeah, just so they could control it. To take away, like I said earlier, the adversaries, they don't really create anything new. They pervert the existing.
Smart.
It's about domination.
Yep. You know when they started this? Well, like in big scale. You remember the free trade agreements? Was it in the 80s or something when they started that shit? And it sounded good, right? Free trade. Yeah, we can trade with Mexico. And yeah, but what they didn't tell you was that along with the free trade agreements came agreements that override government decisions. In other words, a company could take the government to court and win drilling rights or oil exploration rights, or you know what I'm saying? Like to absurd, like to go above the government. Yeah.
That's an interesting point that you mentioned about Mexico and America's trade agreements, because the fact is that a large portion of Mexico's politics is ran by the cartels openly. Like the government openly had to give these people a platform to have some sort of a political say in what goes on, whether it be with the military or whatever portions of their system. So right there, you have an illegal, corrupt entity that's gained a large power play in the government system that our nation's doing business with, which if any one citizen conspired with an illegal entity, that would be grounds for a RICO case. But why is it that our government, knowing that Mexico's already been infiltrated by a corrupt entity, still able to do business relations with the system? I mean, that's blatant. That's disregard for law and blatant corruption, and they're still doing business deals and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's a scary world we live in. Yeah.
It's a spiritual battle. It's just a total spiritual battle.
Yeah, I believe that too. Yeah. They'll use anything against anything. They'll divide Christians, non-Christians, believers, non-believers, any division possible. That's why the gender thing. Yeah. Have you guys gotten a form yet that it says male, female, or other?
No.
I have. I forgot what it was just the other day. It blew my mind.
How does that work when somebody gets arrested?
What about Clapper and Comey investigations? You know who they are, right? They're the heads of the FBI. Why is it that they were found the heads of the FBI? We all know corruption trickles from the top down. Why is it that they were caught doing all sorts of illegal shit and now they're still existing? Like any other business or group of people that were caught doing illegal shit, like, would never be existing after that. But they still are. And who's auditing them? I mean, you got Assange fucking getting arrested and never seeing the light of day, just being locked the fuck away. For what? And all these whistleblowers being attacked, all while the government is getting caught with their pants down left and right. And none of these entities or groups are being shut down.
And it's in your face, bro. You know he was on a 24-hour suicide watch, right? 24-hour camera and person on him at all times. And of course, you know, he passed away, right? Now, so they're telling in your face, no matter who you are, no matter where you are, no matter what protection you think you have, we're going to get you. That's the message there.
Oh, you're talking about Assange? Okay.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
no, not
Assange,
Assange.
Snowden.
The other dude with the child stuff there.
Oh yeah. Nah, that guy's low level when from the names I mentioned, because I'm talking about Comey and Clapper. These guys are the heads of the FBI.
Yeah, well, he would have exposed these people. That's the problem, right? You know who we're talking about, right? The guy that provided you know, sexual favors for high-profile people. Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell's husband or whatever, or associate.
Yeah, presidents were involved in that, so I don't think it gets higher than that, right?
Oh God, yeah, there was all sorts of big names involved in that.
So
but I mean, the list goes on.
24-hour.
Yeah, there's all sorts of shit going on, dude. Like, but they're still existing and still doing their thing. It's just fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, but is that a message or what, bro? You're on 24
Well, yeah,
hour
it's a message to
watch.
me.
Yeah, and somehow you suicide yourself. Uh-huh.
Did we ever even get to see the body, or is this like another Osama bin Laden?
I'm not sure about that. I just remember that he was on 24-hour suicide watch and he suicided himself. Now if that don't tell you something, I don't know what will. If that don't send chills up your spine, yeah.
Yeah, corruption is just fucking everywhere at this point, dude. I don't think there's one government facet of agency that isn't infiltrated through some sort of corruption.
Yeah, it's scary. Might as well change subject because I'm getting depressed just thinking about how much of a sheep we are.
Well, don't ever forget it, dude, because, you know, we don't want to be falling into the Stockholm syndrome, you know, Cogdis fucking Glover's fucking problem. You got to be aware of what the fuck, you know, reality we're living in, because it's up to us to do anything about it. You know, the longer we let this shit go on, dude, and just accept it and concede to the corruption, it's only going to get worse and worse. This is what our forefathers fought for, is to prevent this type of shit from happening. And here it is, dude, right on our laps. And everybody's caught up with their fucking Xbox and PS5 and sports and whatever bullshit they can use to put in front of themselves. And procrastinate from the inevitable. That's going to fall onto the future generations.
Yeah, and it's all about profit. Eisenhower, President Eisenhower warned the American public in the 50s, I believe it was, about the military-industrial complex. In other words, if you make bombs, tanks, and planes and ammunition, and you want to draw up business, right? Well, there's only one way to draw up business for that industry, is to make wars. So fucked up, man. I don't even want to continue it. It grosses me out how screwed we are. It's yeah.
That's right. Every war that's been fought to date has been a banker's war. Essentially, it's all been fought over greed of consuming more land or profits or whatever it may be. But and aside from that, you know, truth and history has just been fucking covered up every step along the way.
You guys out here doing base stuff or what? Like the foundational like principles of life. You know, good stuff. Like I don't know, just like, you know, been doing like cool stuff, like, you know, basically life's a cartoon, like I don't know. You guys live
No,
that
we're
life?
just showing you that you're Stockholmed. We're getting the message out how Stockholmed.
Oh, so you think life is like a cartoon?
No, I think you are people like you are like a
cartoon.
There you go. You see, you proved me right. They rely on people just like this guy that came in right now. That's how they do it.
Hold on, I gotta change my hue. Okay.
Careful, don't hurt yourself, huh?
I'm just gonna put in both at the same time and see what happens. Watch this. All right, twist it. Twist it. Twist it. Hold on, I gotta be patient on the left one. And twist it. There we go. All right, put that on. Turn the light on. There we go. What's up? What are you doing?
You feeling okay?
Huh? What are you doing? What's going on? What color is the culprit?
Hey, somebody mute this guy.
What, are you scared?
Yeah, you're changing the topic of conversation.
I feel like you're scared though. Like, why would you be scared of me?
What color is the carpet?
What color was the carpet?
Like, dude, you're one of the people we were talking about. You're either Stockholmed, you're either paid, or in your case, you're just a young schmuck that, you know, thinks of this as a game.
It is what it is, bro.
So which one are you? Which of the three are you?
What do you mean? Which one am I? I'm everything. I'm all encompassing. I'm all of experience. That's what I am. I am what I am.
But you sound too dumb to be paid, so that's out of the question. That's gone.
What's your most profound experience that you could share with us?
I am who I am.
Wow.
That's a statement. I was asking for a life experience.
I am who I am. Is that what you're asking for, or what?
No, I was asking for an actual, you know, life experience, not a statement. Hello?
Yeah, go troll somewhere else, maybe.
You're trolling? Is that what you said?
Make a statement. Why did you come in today to grace us with your presence? What's on your mind?
I think the main thing is to basically eradicate all pedophilia. That's what I came here for.
Okay.
Well, I just come in to talk about the dodo and Aristarchus, Will Smith, bin Barack Obama, Osama bin Laden. But yeah, oh, sorry, you weren't talking to me. Okay, sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry
Jesus.
about that. A little bit of a
Yeah,
connection.
yeah.
That's a noble cause, by the way. I stand with you on that one. That's
Thank
a
you very
noble
much,
cause.
Jesse Montreal. Thank you very much.
You
We're on the
mean to
fence for
shut me
long
up,
tonight,
huh?
but I'm glad you appreciate my efforts over the years.
I don't think we want to hear your long rants.
Of course,
I don't think we want to hear your
I
long rants
appreciate
and nothingness.
the dodo bird, you know, Mr. Dodo.
God. All right. So we're just gonna let the trolls run rampant today, I guess. All right.
Yeah, we should
I guess that's
keep
my
it
cue
light,
to
I should
leave.
think, anyway. Yeah, let's keep it light.
Yeah, I'd rather we didn't.
Anyways, I just wanted to have a conversation. See how you guys were doing.
You want to have a conversation? Okay, that
Yeah.
sounds good. You gonna just say I am who I am again, or what?
I am who I am. Correct.
Who implies what does who? Why did God say I am that I am? But you say who I am. Who are
Sounds
you?
like a riveting conversation.
Do we know ourselves when we say who I am?
I am who I
Do you know
am,
everything
or I
about
am
yourself?
what I am, or I am where I am. I am where I am, or it's what, when, where, and why. I am what I am. I am where I am. I am why I am. I am who I am.
Why did you just say you are who you are then? Do you feel a special sort of leaning or weight towards that particular descriptive term?
I mean,
Not the
yeah,
thing we
kind
least
of,
know
yeah.
who we are. We know where we are, sort of. We
There
know
was
sort of
there was a child
who
that
we are. That's
there was a child that was saved because of the presence of me, and that and it was like pretty big for me. Yeah, it was good. It was a good thing that that child was saved, you know. And now I'm just searching, like wondering where the fuck Ghislaine Maxwell is, and and you know the whole Epstein thing. It's like, oh yeah.
That's
You
three
know?
things you just said. That this is the scattergunning thing I was talking about before.
See, I think they're all connected somehow. Going back to pedophilia and I guess the advertised scandals. What is it? Mr. Epstein read from the center out of sperm stain. Would you believe that? But also Prince Andrew and just a greater Jimmy Savage, just a greater connection to royalty. It's a big, massive, serious issue. But I'm not sure it's the right time. But I'm not saying I'm not sure it's the right time. I'm not
That's
sure.
another big scandal, Pete. Yes, indeed. Royalty was involved. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything to be. Yeah, I think everyone should have been, doing their own sort of research on it. I suppose there's a special time, not a special time to talk about it, but you know what I mean. Maybe an arranged hour or so, 2 hours or so, if Geo accommodate anyone, but have a specific talk about it because it is so fucking serious and it can change your mood like that. Of course, really, really horrific area of venturing into. But I would say beware fakery. There's many different layers, just different stories. Anything obvious, we were meant to fucking see the obviousness of it. I'm thinking if Jimmy Savile really who he was, we wouldn't get to see any pictures. He would have been kept in a million miles away, secret relationship from the Queen, as opposed to pictures from Balmoral with Jimmy Savile sauntering around and he having a key to the palace, one of the palaces.
Yeah, it's just
anyway.
like anyone under the age of 18.
Americans have no clue who Sava is, Pete. Well, most of them anyway.
Well, our friend here does.
Unless you were born in the 70s or 80s.
Dacian knows who Jimmy Savile is.
Oh, wasn't he that dude that was like fake news and like basically started a bunch of bullshit? But
Told
then
you.
in actuality, he
Actually, I
was
don't know.
actually real, and then it came out to light that he was some fucking weirdo creep.
Oh, well, no, he was Jimmy Savile. Jimmy will fix it. British sort of celebrity, if you want. Come on, man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's the Savile I'm talking about. So yeah, that it goes all the way to the top. But my point is, if there's many different layers to the tale, what do we make of that? Now we have the Prince, or King Charles, in play, but there's pictures of him not frolicking, walking around with Jimmy Savile.
all throughout his life. He has that association. Jimmy Savile, one of the most heinous abusers / possible killers, rapists, etc., necrophiliacs in history, as he's labeled.
Right,
You know what I mean?
This goes all the way back. This goes all the way back to the adversary. It's the complete decline of of God, or you know what I mean, like human life and like the experience. You know, that God does not want, you know, kind of thing. So like we're basically fighting against it, and I don't know about you guys. I don't know what's going on around where you're at, but yeah, it's it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing.
There's loads of scandal, but God sure threw us in the deep end then as innocent children to come to awareness of all of this horror and such a sort of organized power as well. It goes all the way to the very top. God sure threw us in the deep end. What are we supposed to do about it? And by the way, bud, I call out that all the time.
There was a point in the Bible. There's a Bible verse, but it references talking about how to the two brothers. So the two brothers, there's one brother that was basically killing cats, and God was pleased. But then there was another brother that was farming and gave crops, but God was unpleased. And there was a reason for that, I believe, because when it comes to like snakes in the garden and even Eden, it's, you know, that's just you have to like chop the head off of the snake. You have to take a shovel and chop its fucking head off. That's what you have to do.
That's a great.
Or
That's
at
actually
least
a
make
great.
it incapable.
I was
Because
just going to
the
say,
thing
Bud,
is,
that's a great. That's a great, a very deep, not very, what the interpretation you gave there, but obviously referring back to Cain and Abel, and what they presented before Lord God. But that's a very deep area. If we try to decode it somewhat, that seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? Why would you? Why is producing the best of fruits and vegetables of the green land better than killing? Not better than killing, rearing animals for killing and slaughter and offering.
Okay, maybe not killing would be the right term. Maybe dismembering them completely or whatever, and then
Keeping them
whatever.
alive, yeah,
But
like a shark within shark fin soup.
the thing is if you do that, then the story never gets completed, because in actuality, like um, life is like continuous and within like trapped within a soul. So like a soul is an entire experience that someone is experiencing. But so like you have to basically get rid of the soul, then you know, in a sense, like you have to make sure that soul is aware that it's going through traumatic events. So you can't act like the soul's not actually going through that event. You have to actually think that the soul is going through that event. If that doesn't happen, then you become trapped in a box. And there's a reference to Pandora's box. It's when all this evil shit flies out or whatever, but hope stays in the box. The thing is, hope is good, but the thing is, it's still evil because it's still in the box. It needs to get out of the box. So it's like the reference to like Osiris. Osiris, basically, he gets chopped up, thrown everywhere, whatever. But the only thing that was left was his penis. I mean, that wasn't found, at least.
No, can I say this? Oh, Adam and Eve. So if it's representative of us, our story here, you said you're all. What did you say as well? You are that you are. You're aware. Yeah, you went through all of the. You were who did you? Answered yourself in one person, but yes, you're all of these things. So if these stories apply to you, if you're a male of the kind, then your story is Adam's story in a sense, and a female, same thing. Well, we can see easily that we are divided. I'm divided from my female counterpart. So here's what I think. Well, Cain and Abel is the right and the left division within us. So we're not just divided twofold, we're divided fourfold, in quarters, in a sense, if you think about our own composition, our left and right brain, how left controls the right side. So yeah, the obvious division is male from female, but then there's a division within us as well, especially in the internal organs, how everything is twisted around. So why would Lord God, then take precedent or prefer Abel over Cain's gift, and then which led to the ultimate death of Abel, murder of it? Yeah, that's a different question then, isn't it? Who would represent the left, the what do you call it, the sinister side there, and who would represent the right, the righteous or the dexterous side? That's obvious, isn't it? The name itself gives it away. The sinister side, the first sinner. Actually, who's the first sinner? Eve. What's the punishment Adam got for eating of the apple? Eve got to have the snake got to crawl on the ground. Eve got to, what do you call it? I guess he had to toil all the days of his life. He had to work hard. The woman had to suffer in labor, and the snake had to crawl in its belly.
The clones, dude. Remember the clones? What's his name comes in here all the time talking about clones? That's who would do it. To be honest, it's people. It's people that aren't like just like they're sleeves basically. That or they're like jumping all over the place. I don't know exactly, but yeah, it's something. Probably sleeves though or something. Have you ever seen Altered Carbon? Altered Carbon is good. Yeah, that movie is like actually, or the show is crazy. Like the concept though is like I think pretty evident that for some people that's kind of what's going on. And we don't know what kind of technology we have, and I think we need to start questioning that because if we sit here in the dark,
the remnant of the prior state, the crystalline state, is within our pineal. And this is the conspiracy then talking about the fluoride, which calcifies our pineal. But I actually think that our pineal should be calcified. No, I actually think it is
subject on us, Dodo. Like we were having a conversation about other topics.
Okay, yeah, no, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, bud. I beg your pardon, Dice Low. I will back off there. Sorry about that. I just got caught up. So, how you doing, bud? By the way.
I'm doing all right.
I'm doing good, thank you.
Life is crazy right now. I feel like I'm in limbo, but I think I can make it through it. I just gotta have faith in God.
Nice one. Okay, sorry about that, Dice Low. Please continue. And nice to hear it. Yeah, hang on in there, that's him with the proper heart. We'll take you through to the next now, which is all there is, isn't it? So yeah, sorry about that, Dice Low. I know it came in hot there.
Yeah, where is it exactly?
Right.
And it's like where would they put it? You got to ask themselves that question.
What is it specifically?
What is it specifically? What do you mean?
I don't know. You said where would they put it, so I'm asking you what you meant by it.
Probably the root chakra. So basically, if you flip everything upside down, it'd be the root chakra. So if the root chakra is affected, then it would cause a ripple effect, and then that ripple effect would be pretty devastating for anybody that was involved with the ripple effect. So I have really good heart for LGBTQ or whatever, LGBT or whatever. I guess gay people or people that have experienced trauma or anal penetration, basically. So like those people are experiencing life way different than anyone else is. The experience of being penetrated in the ass will actually be a bad thing. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but like when you have that happen to you at a young age, it affects you permanently, and it it can cause a lot of things bad to happen. So you have to evaluate. So when you see a child that is sitting there crying and depressed and shitting himself and stomach's upset and its stomach is like vomiting.
Dude,
I'm
onto you, dude.
You need to like
You
focus
made a
on it. You
penis
need to be able to
reference
focus
before.
on that and pay
Maybe you
attention
thought nobody caught
about
it, but I
all
caught
those
it,
children
dude.
that are sick and ill.
What you're trying to do right now, dude, is not gonna work. You're trying to harm the server, and we're on to you. So just be aware of that.
I don't even know why we're letting them exist.
You know what? It doesn't even matter, dude. It doesn't even matter. I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
No, you do know, and I know, and now everybody else here knows that you're trying to troll. You're trying to sneak in words like before. Don't think I didn't notice the penis thing. I let it go, but now you're talking like this. Yeah. Yeah, this guy is a troll, and he's trying to do his thing.
I thought you. That's why I thought you were having a good conversation. That's why Dice Low came in. You want to get back to the conversation you were having. Well, obviously not, because that was disastrous. Whatever that was about. I say I like what you had to say, Dalcy. Can I say I like what you had to say about if everything is inverted and our head, our crown chakra is in the ground, then, and what does it say about the rest of the order and what we're sort of exposed to versus what we should be exposed to in inverted commas naturally.
What comes naturally? I think at time comes natural.
Time after time. Pazza.
Hey, you alright?
Pazza, is it?
Yeah. How are you?
Todd, how you doing?
Did you see my PM I sent you?
So you sent one.
Yeah, I sent you a PM.
And I just had a brief look at it, and I get back to you on that. But I haven't went further into it because I'm enjoying so much the initial one. I'm just immersing myself in Return to Innocence. As you know, I'm trying to come up with a version of it as well. So nice one, bud.
How's that going? How's that going? You get in there with that one?
Slowly, but I tell you why, because I have to sort of re-immerse myself in it. You know what I mean? I'm also thinking about what my capabilities are in terms of singing and getting all of the ranges. Obviously, incorporating harmonica as well, but maybe other contributors I could put together a greater maybe group effort. Who knows about that?
Sure. Cool. Well, mate, listen, I'll leave you to it then. When you finish it, you must let me listen to it.
Thank you for that, Pazza. I haven't listened to what you presented for a reason.
Yeah, sure. Now, when you do your version of Turn to Innocence, I'd like to hear it.
Small penis.
You like it. You like it.
Return to Innocence.
Turn to Innocence.
See you later.
Just to give you, let's not, hey, Dalcian, let's not go into those darker areas so deeply. I think that's what the objection is. I made a suspicion that you are deliberately trying to affect the forum in some way because you know the censorship rules are in play, and all it takes is someone just to report someone. And before
He's gone, Pete. He's gone.
Well, maybe that's for the best, is it?
We exposed his ass definitely for the best.
I think you can say ass. If he can't say penis, you can't say ass.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is it good as you anyway, hang on, SC. Didn't you not say to him that, well, the one thing you give him, it's a noble cause? Is it just you don't think it's the proper time for it, or is it a proper arena?
No, you didn't hear what he was saying? About, you didn't hear the part where he was talking about anal this and that, and...
Oh, I didn't.
You didn't catch that part?
He was talking about exposing pedophilia, was he?
Yeah, that's how he started it off.
Into detail.
Making us think it's a noble cause, and then he got into gratuitous explanation of, yeah.
Okay.
You didn't catch that, Pete. You're kidding me.
No, I did not catch that. And as I was talking to him, I didn't get that sort of feel or impression. I thought what he had to say, interesting actually.
Well, you weren't paying attention then, Pete, because he explicitly started going over it. Granted, the fact he was being talked over, but he still got it out and exposed, what his intent was to come here and be disruptive and talk about.
Okay, I didn't hear that then.
Disgusting things.
I didn't hear that then. And why would you want to tell me to back off a little bit to get back to that previous conversation? That's
because you're trying to carry this guy on an honest conversation that clearly doesn't want to have an honest conversation. He only came here to do what he was doing, and you were letting him carry on and on as if you were having a conversation, which you weren't. You know,
Okay.
like had you just sat back a little bit, you would have clearly seen what this guy was up to, but you're too busy, you know, talking always.
No. So let me tell you something then. So I took him away from what he was talking about, although I encompassed it by talking about the Jimmy Savile stuff. So fair enough. But he did talk about something very, very interesting: is why did Lord God take preference over Abel, over Cain, and what their offerings were, and how can that apply to us? And he also mentioned something very interesting as well to me, which is what if everything is inverted? What if all of us are in Underland and our chakra system is sort of arse about elbow? Crown should be in the ground, ground, and then all the chakras sort of going in the opposite direction. Yeah, but anyway.
He didn't talk to you about chakras.
Since he's gone then, well, why don't you ban him then if you think he's a troll trying to get the fucking server?
If it was my server, I'd ban his ass right now, but it's not my server, so...
Told you about the ass word, or the A word, SE Montreal.
No, I would ban... See, I have radar, right? I can pick off people like that. Call it whatever you want. So a guy like that, I would just ban him right away. That's just me, I mean.
The ass word.
What happened? I wasn't listening.
Well, he came in like virtue singling. He's against the pedophilia.
Who?
And then he went into like an explicit thing about anal this and that and penetration and like very gratuitous.
Who is this?
Dacian,
you actually, bro, Mango, on a voice changer, possibly you just happened to come in like Clark Kent. I'm walking around the corner. What happened here, lads? What's all the drama about?
Yeah, it was me, Pete. Can somebody just DM me his name if you remember it, please? Thanks.
It's Dacian, Dacion, I think.
Right, cool. Thanks.
Dacian, DAC as in DEC decimal or Dacian, yeah.
Yeah, watch this guy.
Do you want some bread and butter as well? Yeah, no? Just a bowl of soup. You go next, right?
It's like, has Geo got a SC Montreal or Dice Low? Does Geo have a sort of like a red button that you can press if there's dodgy talk? You can just delay.
Yeah.
A pretty good idea in general, just to delay the chat by 30 seconds, 40 seconds before it goes out to YouTube.
I mean, I would assume that there's such a thing. I don't have access to anything like that. I think you'd have to be like a moderator or something.
Okay, well, it'd be a good idea for Geo, or even just put it on a delay. So if something that came up, and of course there's so many rules in play, and there's so much effort gone into these, it's terrible to lose your channel. It's desperate. I lost it myself. Desperate to lose your channel. Desperate to lose your shit. But at least if you have a delay, a minute delay wouldn't make any difference to anyone. And you can just press a red button if you're worried about not necessarily the topic itself, lots of dark topics, but the censorship that's going on in YouTube. You know, just to save your own ass. Save your own A. Hey, Dice Low, what about this then? What about this, Dice Low, to bring us back? So the ether itself is too intense for us. We need some sort of protection against it. And what we can do is develop our own, understand our own system and increase our own frequency, like a umbrella in a sense, an all-round umbrella, an aura around the shower. But here's what I was thinking, right, about the rain. This is where the clouds come in, and it softens the ether somewhat, and it gathers the clouds, and then this healing, this wonderful thing that we can incorporate, encapsulate, and deal with, which is the rain, bathes us. What do you think about that? It makes the ether more bearable, or it's sort of an expression of the ether, but it's just diluted. That's a good one. It's diluted down. What do you think about that?
I don't know, man. Chucky, did you ever get a better picture, or is that the one you're going to die on?
Is right in, by the way. Oh, thanks for that, Dice Low. You delve really deeply into lots of topics.
That picture shows exactly what I said it would. Something beyond the horizon.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're talking about a clear obstruction, you know, intended to deceive what I asked for, because I asked for something beyond the horizon, and you have a false horizon, not an actual horizon, being that swell of water.
How far away was he? How do you know that's a false horizon?
Like if I took a picture of my hand in front of a wall, like is that really providing a picture of something beyond the horizon? No.
That wasn't my hand, was it?
Yeah, it was a swell of water. It wasn't a flat body of water like we were discussing. It was dynamic.
It was a flat body of water.
It was a dynamic body of water. We're asking for something that's not obstructed.
Okay, so you want to just change the goalpost? I figured. That's why I didn't.
Not changing the goalpost. I mean, you stated the parameters. I was just holding you to it.
Yeah, something beyond the horizon. It's a horizon and something beyond it. That's the parameter.
That's not a true horizon.
If you don't like it, you don't have to look at it. I didn't think you would anyway.
What is a horizon to you?
The tangent of your eye and the surface of the
Right.
Of your vision. Sorry.
So is an obstruction? Is an obstruction meeting the air, meaning something that's not the surface of Earth? Is that does that fit the parameters of a horizon? Like intentionally using your hand to block your view?
No, but like a building or something. There is a name for that, but that's not what I consider it.
Well, it kind of is because it's a dynamic body of water. So and you're down at such an acute angle to where it's intending to be deceptive rather than an honest picture of a horizon being seen past the horizon.
That's fine. I don't care if you think it's honest or just.
You're
you asked
muffled,
for a picture. I provided
Brad.
it. You don't like it. I knew you wouldn't.
Brad, you're very muffled, bud.
That's fine.
But just.
Yeah, I'm getting dinner ready, so I only have one.
That's
headset.
okay then.
So if I was standing at the edge of a beach and there was a large wave and I was down at such an angle to where that wave was blocking my view and I snapped a picture, would you consider that a horizon?
No.
Okay. And you don't think that's what happened in this example that you provided?
Correct.
You think that's a flat, stationary body of water?
Nope.
You think that's actual?
Hang on Brad's word, every word, every muffle. Let's all hang on Brad's every muffled word.
Pete, hang on. If you're shouting from the other end of your living room, nobody can hear a fucking word of what's being said. So please let Dicelo and Chunky have a go.
Sure. That's my point, though. 3DP that Brad is muffled and all he's doing is not saying anything.
Yeah, we know this, but let him be muffled. Let him be muffled and not answer any question that's put to him. With you shouting from the other side of your living room, Pete.
Yeah,
please.
That's great listening, though.
Yeah, because the issue I'm having, Chucky, is in the first example you gave was a flat body of water being that lake bed, and then in the next example, now you've got a surge of water being a swell, almost like a half a wave that's obstructing the view, which isn't a horizon. It's just a false horizon. And I asked you for a horizon, being that's what you stated, and now you're moving the goalpost.
No, I have not posted a picture of flat water.
Oh, you did? So that lake bed wasn't flat?
No.
Even though you agreed with 3DP that it was.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he's giving an example of a level, water level.
Level is different than flat.
No, you agreed, Chunky, that the surface of the water adheres to the plane no matter the distance the water is within the plane. You agreed to that.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Don't get confused.
It's all recorded.
Yeah, and I will tell you what I said. The water level, the two ends of the water level, if moved within the plane, are still within the plane.
Absolutely. So the water defines the plane. Yes, we know that is exactly what you agreed to, no matter the distance. the level of the water defines the plane, Chunky. Yes, we know
No,
exactly what you
Ronnie.
agreed to.
Real quick. Hey, Flat T, can you go on mute because you're hot micing and it's creating a lot of feed into the microphone.
My bad, bro.
Hey, quick question. Where's that photo?
Oh
Which
shit!
one?
Where is it?
You can look at any picture of the sun setting to see something beyond the horizon.
No, they said you posted a photo as one as like
It was one of Beeble's load of rubbish observations from a beach in Hawaii, looking at a hotel. Was it 14.6 miles away through a telescope with crosshairs in it?
And you think
was this
the
an actual
horizon
picture posted here, or
is
was it a
farther
link?
than 14 miles away, DP?
Say again, Chunky.
Do you think the horizon is farther than 14 miles away?
Do I think the horizon is further than 14? Well, you can see hotels in the picture, so I'm damn sure the horizon is There's actually, I think there's a topographical horizon in that picture. So yes, the bulge of water that you are claiming is the horizon isn't the horizon, Chunky.
Great. Did I ask that question?
Well, I don't care
Is
whether
the
you asked.
horizon
I don't
more
care
than
whether
14
you
miles away?
asked that question or not.
No, you don't.
I am stating a
You're
fact,
smarter than I give you credit.
Chunky.
I'll give you that. I'm asking you a question. Can you answer it? It's a yes/no question. It's easy. Is the horizon
what's
more
going on
than
here?
14 miles away?
Get the microphone out of your dinner, Chunky, and speak clearly into it, please.
Well,
It
you
was at
repeated the
9:36
question back
a.m.
twice, so you clearly heard it.
9:36 a.m. from Pacific Standard Time. That's when he
This is
posted
great
the
conversation.
picture.
Honestly,
Answer the
we're
question
hanging
you
on
repeated
Chunky's every
twice.
word, though. 3DP, so great.
I can't
Nah, he
hear.
sounds-
I
he
can't
sounds
hear a
muffled.
word Chunky is saying. Please.
Yeah, he does clearly sounds muffled.
Yet you repeated it twice and still didn't answer the question.
Repeat
We
the
can hear
fucking
you. You just sound
question,
muffled.
Chunky.
Do you think, Slim, in the picture that was provided, the horizon is more than 14 miles away?
Do I think Flim in the picture?
Glenn, is it?
What? Say your words clearly, Chunky.
Jesus. The picture provided, do you think the horizon is more than 14 miles away? That's ultimately. I think you mentioned Mick or Glenn or Glenn.
Yeah, it says it in the picture. It states it in the picture. It says 14.4 miles distance from the observation that they're taking.
Right, okay, and forgive me if I am wrong, okay? Does the sky not appear to meet the tops of the hotels? Is this what we would call not necessarily a topographical horizon, but the horizon being the point where the land or the sea appears to meet the sky, this apparent location, is located along the tops of the hotels. Now you tell me, Chunky, how far away are those hotels?
Are you talking about a local horizon?
No, hang on, Hammer. Hang on, Hammer.
Miles,
Hang
that's
on,
not
Hammer.
the horizon.
Chunky, say that again. You're really fucking muffled.
They are about 14 miles away from what you said, but that is not the horizon.
Well, there you go. The horizon being the apparent location where the sky meets the land or the sea. In this case, the land has been represented, shall we say, by the roofline of the hotels, being the only point in that picture where anything close to land or sea appears to meet the sky, Chunky. So, in answer to your question, the horizon most certainly is further than that given distance of 14.4 miles.
Data asked, I believe it was Data, asked me what my definition of horizon was, and I gave it. The one you just gave was not the definition.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you gave and what you didn't give, because you don't give anything, okay? The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the land or the sea meet. Okay? There is no point in this picture where the land or the sea meet that apparent location. So that topographical horizon has been replaced, and I can't believe I have to repeat everything I say to you 2 or 3 fucking times. I cannot believe that you are this. I cannot believe that you are this fucking dense, Chunky. The horizon
is where the land or sea meet what?
Where the land or sea meet what? You tell me, Chunky. What are they meeting?
It's like he's having a shit
You
and he's
said
talking with his
You
phone
said
on,
it's where
the
the land
kitchen
or the sea
table.
meet.
He's talking in a great distance.
There's more
The
to that.
apparent location. It's just an apparent location. It is just an apparition. Okay? You cannot see a land or topographical horizon in this picture. The sea does not meet the sky to give you that over the water horizon, and the topographical horizon has been replaced by the roof line of these apartment blocks. Therefore, the horizon most certainly is further than that 14.4 miles. Thank you very much for playing.
You're asking, you guys are asking for a picture of something beyond the horizon, and then complaining that there's something beyond the horizon blocking something.
Well, Chunky, the horizon
Do you see
is
the goalpost move?
well, that's not the horizon. That wall of water that you are claiming isn't the horizon, obviously.
And if I showed,
because it doesn't touch the fucking sky, you muppet.
So if I showed a picture
Why are
of the
you
sunset,
so fucking dense, Chunky?
if I showed a picture of the sunset, would that be the horizon, or would that be something blocking the sun? And you would call it
Chunky,
unfair.
why do you need two? Pete, please. Why do you need 2 bites at this particular cherry? Why couldn't you get it right the first time?
I did.
No, you didn't.
You moved the goalpost.
You were asked to present a picture of something behind the horizon. Now, we have established that the horizon is on the roofline of those buildings, and the sea does not. The sea does not touch the sky at any point in this picture, or apparently touch the sky. You are a muppet.
Yeah, by
Chunky.
your definition, because I gave you the ability to state what you meant by a horizon, and the criteria didn't match what you provided. You're obviously being facetious in what you're providing as an example.
What was my definition again?
You're saying the conjunction between the sky and the surface of Earth.
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's what you stated. Go ahead and state it again if you'd like.
I said it's a tangent of your vision and the Earth.
One argument again.
The tangent of your vision and your Earth, but that is only you that defines the horizon as that.
Yeah, I asked you to
Chunky.
read the definition, dude, and what you did was provided your subjective opinion.
Absolutely.
How does isn't that pretty much what Euclid defines the horizon as?
No.
What does Euclid define the horizon as?
I don't know. Why don't you cite it? It was your statement. You cite it.
Please inform us, Brad.
I don't know. I'm just finishing setting up dinner, and now it's
Chunky. I shouldn't have called you Brad. Chunky'll do.
No, you can call me Brad. Pete, you're cool.
Ando, let's get serious. It's a serious question for all flat earthers as well. If that horizon line's die slow moves inwards and outwards, what are we to say about what's beyond what it seems to be visible? The bowlers see it and they say it, but what are we to say beyond it? This is where Travis comes into it. Is it an ether band or something, or is it actually water that is just reflecting? Because it has to be if the horizon, according to flat earthers, always tends to rise to eye level.
Yeah, and by true definition, it's the apparent conjunction between the air and the surface. But regardless, I mean, where does this example you provided meet that criteria? It doesn't, and that's what 3D RP or whatever is trying to tell.
But you're not going to get shit back from Brad. He came in with that image 100 times before. Similar. My point
Sorry,
would be
3DP.
my point. Hang on, please. Let me say this, please. My point for flat earthers here would be: imagine that seeming horizon line, whatever picture you're looking at, was, we know it can happen. It was to move closer to us, maybe possibly further away as well, where the sky seemingly meets the ground. Now, remember, obviously, we're flat earthers as well. So on the very, very clearest of days, the horizon would always seem to rise to eye level because we can see over the great distance at an ever decreasing acuteness of angle. But my point is, if it was closer, as opposed to if it was furthest away, what lies in the gap when it's closer? You know what I mean? Is it water? Does it have to be water somehow? Or is there some blockade through the air, the inferior mirage, or some miraging zone, some temperature inversion zone that it just happens to show the water line ending here and the sky beginning here? You know what I mean? Don't think for a second that they don't know what's going on, the controllers of this world.
Yeah, I do know what's going on. Data, I just posted what you said nobody else says.
Die slow. Die slow, not
Die
data.
slow, sorry. I call you Data. Die slow, sorry. I posted what you said nobody else says.
So you've just typed out words, Chunky?
Nope.
And claiming they're somebody else's words. Well,
why don't you go up about 2 posts?
Well done you, Chunky.
Did you go up
Yeah,
2
you didn't
posts?
you didn't even put the resource.
Yes, I did.
Who?
Go up 2 posts. Can you scroll, or is your fingers broken?
No, you can't count either. There's 4 between that.
Awesome. There's 4. Now do you see it? I accept your apology.
Let me ask you a question.
Who's apologising?
When you're ready, let me ask the whole room a question.
Are you
All you did was provide a link. You
Yeah.
provided a link that now I gotta scroll through and hope it doesn't have fucking viruses and all sorts of weird shit.
Okay, listen to me, dumbass.
That's all they ever do.
link,
That's all they
and
ever
then I
do,
told
Dice
you-
Slow.
Shut
All
the
they
fuck
ever
up,
do
DP.
is provide links and expect you to do all the legwork. I
Come
mean,
back
he's
tomorrow,
he's
discuss
he's
it.
I'll
claimed
explain it
this.
for the second
He's
time,
claimed
but
this
DP
bullshit
wants to
about the as-built drawings of lidar as well, and all he ever does is drops a link, and there are pages and pages and pages and pages, and you are useless at providing citations, Chunky. Absolutely fucking useless. The same as you are useless. You are useless putting up a reasonable argument with your bullshit claims.
Can
You're
you post
absolutely
PDFs on
fucking
here?
useless.
Dumbass. Can you post PDFs on here? No, you can't.
I just asked for a
Therefore-
name. I mean, I asked you what the guy's name was, and you sent me on this fucking rabbit hole of a journey to try to find out where the fuck you found this information.
I found the information on the link I provided, and then I copied and pasted the exact paragraph that said pretty much what I said.
I didn't ask for
And
a
you didn't like
paragraph and some thing you found on the internet. I asked you for a source as to who stated this, and this is
his
what you
name is
gave
Bob.
me, dude.
What
Who?
the fuck? You
What do you
said
mean, what the
nobody
fuck? Like,
says
that's
that
not
but you.
significant? Like, that's
You
not
said-
significant. Yeah, everybody's
You
got
said-
an opinion on the internet, but I understand that. That's not the point being made here. We're looking for facts, not something that you're asserting yourself on, not just some loosely found
that?
fucking topic, within the depths of the internet. Come on, dude, get rid.
Loosely found. It took me about 8 seconds. So
I'm just
you
saying
said nobody said it.
it's a loose opinion. It's a loose opinion. I'm asking you who said it, and you're saying that it was typed on the internet, essentially. Therefore, it is.
Isn't that a mathematics website?
That's all he's ever got.
That's how
It's
you're
like-
gonna fucking live your life, dude. That you do you, bro. There's nothing I can do to help you. Okay, that's all I gotta say.
Is that a
Conversation
mathematics
happens.
website?
Is your religion based in mathematics? Yes, Chunky.
I'm
yes.
not religious. I think
Everything
religion's a-
about your religion is based in the maths. This has
think all
become
you are religious are
perfectly
fools.
evident, Chunky.
And
You
and-
believe in the Church of Maths.
No.
That is how you reify your belief system to yourself. Through
Do you know how
calculus
I think there, DP?
and through the mathematics. You have no proof, you have no evidence, you cannot measure curvature, and even you yourself say the surface of water is planar in nature.
I do not.
And then the next second you contradict yourself by saying there's a curve to the surface of water.
It's frustrating as hell.
That is correct. There is a curve to the water. I do not say the surface of the water is plane.
Yes, you did, Chunky. And you're hiding your mic in your beard again, probably.
No,
because you've gone really muffled.
And still you persist. 3D Peter, still you persist. What the heck?
It's been fun. It's been fun today,
How can
actually.
this be fun?
I've been in here most of the
and
day.
There's no challenge at all. This guy has no challenge at all to your brain.
No, none whatsoever.
Right.
And Chunky thinks he's such a smooth talking
Yeah, he does.
operative.
He is capable. He's funny. He is intellectual. But yeah, he is definitely weak in this. He thinks he's making a strong point by just making the same point over and over again, but he's not really. He can't expand upon it, and he can answer in return to your questions back to him after you answered what he delivered to you.
I very easily.
He just has to hide in a world of obfuscation. I mean, that point about the horizon line actually being at the roof line of the hotels. And not he's just taken that horizon to be the surface of the water there. That's not the horizon line. The horizon line is actually the roof line of the hotels.
That's true.
But he's just too dumb to realise this.
No,
he will still stand behind him presenting that picture as something being behind the horizon line.
So
yeah, absolutely,
let's
absolutely.
If you can be quiet for a minute, let's ask this.
Oh, is there a mouse in the room? Is there a mouse in the room?
If there is a picture
somebody
of
else here squeaking.
Is the horizon above the sun, where the sun appears to touch the sky?
I don't know.
Or is it in front of the sun?
Do you want to take the mic from around your tonsils and use it properly?
No. Did you hear what I said?
Stop swallowing your mic and speak clearly into it. Maybe slow down a little bit. Stop getting so emotional. Stop getting wound up. Stop being triggered. Just calm your mind and restate the question, Chunky. Off you go.
Okay, Slim. If there's a picture of the sun being setting. Is the horizon where the sun appears to touch the earth above the sun where it appears to touch the sky?
Okay.
Tell you what, Chunky, right? You present a picture of what you're trying to describe because you can't describe stuff for shit, okay?
Do you know what a setting sun looks like?
You present a picture of what you're trying to describe and then we'll talk through it, okay? Because at the moment, your words are a little bit jumbled. I think it's because you're a little bit emotional. I think it's because you're a little bit triggered because you've tried to come in here all day today and you've been dragged around by the short hairs all fucking day. Must be a bit embarrassing for you, Chunky. So if you can supply an image. If you can supply an image that relates to the question that you're posing, I will gladly go through it with you. But until then, learn to speak properly.
So here's the problem. Earlier today,
strong, but it was good enough.
You claimed
a great burn.
Pete. Earlier today, you wanted to say the horizon appeared to be flat and straight. So I'm asking you, if you have a picture of the setting sun over the ocean,
If a
yeah, and that wasn't even what was discussed. You cut out, by the way.
I paid you.
You cut out, by the way, Chucky, but that wasn't even what was discussed. The contention was about the surface of water, and we were talking about a water level, and you said that you have an example of curvature somewhere. And then it went on from there to, something past the horizon being perceived.
The usual.
Pete's having fun this afternoon.
Yeah, but it's funny. And actually, he broke up at if 3DP, and I was just thinking of one of the verses, the last verse of the song "If" by Bread. I'm sure you know it, but it is, "If the earth should stop revolving, slowly spinning down to die." Well, the earth doesn't revolve anyway. All these people know about it. When was that song out? "If." That was probably back in the 70s. With, what's his name? David Williams? Chunky intellect. Chunky is showing a chunky intellect. It's just bogged down.
He left. He took off.
Was he gone again?
He'll be back. They're always back. Someone will come in and always replace him. I'll probably bring up something similar but not quite the same. You know what I mean?
You all right, Hammer?
Yeah, go on.
How you doing? How you doing, Hammer? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but we were right in the middle of something. Hammer.
No one is coming in. 3DP, and obviously I think you chose that name to be purposefully sort of teasing.
But not at all, Pete. I mean, you know, it was domesticated primate before in a previous life, and then just recently, since the beginning of summer, really, I've got into the 3D printing. So it kind of made sense that I was DP before, so you know, 3D printing. It kind of one rolls into the other.
You sell stuff?
At the same time, you're in the arena. Actually, Brad is particularly good at that. He's sort of making fun of the name Twisted. What did he call you, Glenn? As if he was revealing something about you. But that's okay. I'm not bothered about these things. But he's particularly good at making fun of your name, or maybe decoding your name, or potentially decoding anyway.
But it calls me triple double penetrate. What the fuck? Triple double penetration. What the fuck is that about?
Maybe that's why you come in tomorrow and you'll enjoy the same. I guess it's the other way around. You're delivering the shagging, but I guess, I don't know. How long is it going on for?
That's not really a thought I want to entertain, Pete. Thank you very much.
Hey, blame whoever came up with your screen name, and blame Brad as well, not me. I don't want to go down this path either.
Sorry, Jeremy. Did you say something there?
This is true. I swear to you. We're at Boss Grind. If I need to piss, I have to just go around the corner into a lane where I did yesterday, and just right next to a dumpster, a rubbish bin. It was the biggest shit I've ever seen. Your man must have been somewhere between a fucking a pony and a donkey or something. That size. It was so natural. So I'm thinking now, 3DP, that's the connection. And it's what am I going to do? All I can do, when you mention any words or any connections, a picture paints in all our brains. It does.
All right, Chucky, you're back. So are you willing to provide an example that's actually going to meet the criteria that you specified?
You need another example, because that meets the criteria that I specified. So, again, I'll ask you, if I post a picture of the sun setting over the ocean, will you claim that the horizon is above the sun?
I mean, I thought we were talking about objects fixed to the surface, being that the point of contention was the true nature of the surface, having curvature or not. But now you want to start pointing to bodies that are not attached to the surface to support your false narrative. I mean, come on, like, where does this end?
Where is the horizon in that picture?
Penetration, Brad, and why are you so mean to 3DP? That's a very mean association.
Double penetration. I'm not mean to him.
Oh, there we go. Didn't take him long, did it? Didn't take him long. So where's your new picture? Where's your new picture then, Chunky? Chunky, where's your new picture, right? Because I cannot envision a picture where the horizon, as you claim, would be above the sun. So please supply the picture that you were referring to, so we can have a look at it. Well done.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
good. That's a good response.
You have not seen the sun setting.
Obviously I have seen the sun setting on multiple continents, over mountains, over the sea, on plains, plains and savannas, Chunky, and indeed over a glacier, which was rather quite pretty.
Oh, I'd love to hear about these stories.
If I have never, in all of these sunsets, I have never seen, as you have outlined in your description. I can't make out whether I've got the description that you've outlined wrong, in that you are asking about a picture with the horizon above the sun. Oh, I've even I tell you what else I've seen as well, Chunky. From the tops of mountains where the sun is setting into the clouds. So the clouds are actually forming that horizon line. So yeah, that's really pretty.
Oh, very good. That's a good argument.
Let's let him respond now. Go ahead.
There's no response. I asked him a question he hasn't answered. Where is the horizon in a picture of the sun setting to the
He asked you to show him an image. Be specific. Give the man something to work on that you're talking about specifically. He can answer you. You see many sunsets around you. Specifics.
Ridiculous.
Give him something.
You're asking me.
You don't need a picture of the sun setting to know where the horizon is. Fucking picture.
But you said something about this. Hang on, Pete. You said something about the sun being the horizon being above the sun. Did I get that bit wrong, or did you actually say that?
I asked the question: do you think the horizon is above the sun, or where it appears to go into or behind the ocean?
Do I think?
Chucky, your mic's little.
It's really shit, isn't it, Jeremy? Really shit.
I was just changing lanes. The roads are pretty bumpy. So.
You were changing lanes. That's why your mic's got shit. Fucking hell! You ought to join the first world, Chunky. It's really good.
Chunky the muffled Muppet. 10 out of 10 times. That's a great.
We have the worst roads in Ontario.
Chunky the muffled Muppet.
Go on, Pete. Once more.
I should do it. Honest to God, if I had time, if I had the inclination to do all these things, I'd come up with brilliant ones, brilliant hand puppets of these Muppets.
Hey, how many fingers would you need for DP's hand puppet?
How many fingers could I shove up your arse?
Rogan.
All right, so anyway, go on with your example. Come on, you're disrupting left and right.
Pete, let it. Pete, you're just giving Chunky an avenue to keep worming. So.
It's allowed to give him a big avenue.
Adding for your answer, DP,
Well. Say it again, Chunky.
I said we're waiting for your answer or Dice Flow's answer.
Can anybody understand the fucking word he's saying?
You can't hear me?
We can now.
Okay. I'm waiting for your answer. You're not waiting for anything from me.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to supply a picture that demonstrates whatever it is you want me to agree or disagree on. Because at the moment, I'm kind of thinking that you want an agreement that the sun can be below the horizon in a photograph of the horizon at sunset.
You're trying to imagine
that's exactly what I don't think will happen.
Oh, good. I'm glad I've established what you don't think. So now can you tell us what you do think? Either that or supply a picture that illustrates what you are obviously inept at putting into words. Thank you.
Well, you said you made a different definition of horizon. You said it's where your
Be considerate of
the
the listener here.
the land and the sky meet. So is that above where the ocean appears to meet the sun?
Hey, can you do a decode on that for me?
Yeah, do you know what the sun is?
Man, I tune out. I tune out.
I think it was
It's
mostly
you gave a very
Monk's
good.
logic word.
You gave a very good incorporated answer into his question, and you're looking for specifics. You can speak on many different
And there's my
scenarios. He said he wants you to imagine the scenario that he's presented and how it would work in this place, whereas you would need to see the image that he's specifically referencing, and then you'll comment on that on a case-by-case basis. Because, as you said, you've seen many sunsets around the world in many different continents, which is brilliant. I'd love to hear some of those stories. But can I ask one thing, which is worse to the audience who are listening, as an insult? 3DP, he talked about his three-dimensional programming, and inspiration for his name. The worst thing he's done, as far as always respectful, always tries to answer the question, always provide evidence, information. The worst thing he's called Chucky Brad here is chunky. I think Brad has called, what did he call you? Did you say triple double penetration? That's a bit fucking, I don't know what way your scales lean, audience member. That's a bit harsh. And he never answers any questions. He only gives further questions.
Jesus, dude. There's no moderation here.
I'm done now.
Yeah, thanks for your support there, Pete. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it's true though. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, apparently I don't answer any questions that I'm asked, and I lie all the time. And you know, if you look at the chat when they're talking about
you
me,
take more time than any other man, bud, and you're more polite. You're more presentable. You're more coherent than the vast majority of contributors on the flat earth side I'm talking about, and there are many capable speakers and deliverers on that side.
Well, thanks, Pete. That's nice to hear. Thank you.
Well, it's true, man, and I mean that, and of course I think that's a shared view as well. Maybe you need chunky because you are very specific as well. But you are very specific, and I'll just call you G. How about that? I mean, I don't like to see, because every time you say 3DP, immediately when you say DP to someone, you know, immediately dicks and boobs are going to come into play.
Well, to be honest, Pete, that's all they ever used to call me was DP. Oh, for the last, I don't know, 3 years that I've been on Discord, I was always ever DP. So, yeah, just carry on calling me
Internet
DP.
porn has become all the more sort of accessible and frequent, so for most people, that would associate that immediately. You know, but I'm not saying it's okay. That's why Brad jumped in on the obvious joke.
Yeah.
Obvious joke, but of course, there's more to that. I wonder what you get when you turn your name backwards and invert it. And overlay it over the original.
That would be DP, and then a backward 3. It's
write that down.
It's kind of a palindrome. That if you turn it upside down.
Yeah, we all have an arsehole. So there's obviously many different layers to everything, or at least in potential. And maybe there's even layers that we've chosen our own. I've already given my own evolution for my screen name. Pete Shea, family name Peter Sheehan. Sheehan, just sometimes there's Sheehans and Sheehans in Ireland. My friends just call me Shay from the earliest of times, or going back way. So that's my name. So Pete Shea channel, right? Je suis Dodo. Well, that's a different matter, but similarly, there's a pathway there. With lots of characters, you're encouraged to figure out the name. One of the best names, most intense characters, was Paper Explanator. And in a sense, he gave everything away with his screen name. He overruled the rumpus. If you want to list actually an interesting exercise for all of us, just to think about, or to list in chat as well, because there's many contributors. If you were to list the top 5 Spinning Ball Earth returning opponents, if there was an order of everyone you've encountered and everyone who's played these continuous roles over the years at this stage, thousands and thousands of hours, what would your top 5 order be? Interesting question. Very, very interesting, because we deal with these characters every day. Brad would certainly be in the top. I'm thinking about the top.
I had to time out him for a monologue. Sorry about that, guys. I was just wanting to make sure he was monologuing before I timed him out.
I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Blessings to you and your family. May God keep you safe. Amen.
Thanks, Godric. Don't do Thanksgiving over here, but to all of you on the other side of the pond, and happy Thanksgiving, and enjoy your family time. But Elbow, I was kind of listening to what, what Pete was saying there about because it is interesting what he was saying there about the characters within this. There's something to be said for the names that they choose. I mean, like the Rumpus is a prime example. He's only here to rumpus.
I understand, man, but the he doesn't understand this. You had to have a dialogue, not a, it's not the channel.
Yeah, completely understand that. But nobody else was chiming in, and
I mean, nobody can.
Well,
that's the thing. He just keeps going.
And Pete understands that if somebody's got something to say, then they'll just say it. And
but then it just sounds rude, just having to interrupt in the middle of the sentence all the freaking time. Is this?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I agree with the sentiments he was making, though. Is what I'm trying to make.
I only turned him out for like 60 seconds. So, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he didn't even notice he was in timeout because he's just going on.
Yeah, he's probably still talking to himself. Yeah, which is quite funny.
I mean, somebody brought it up, and I mean that a few seconds before him that Pete, I forgot who it was, the person that was speaking. But I mean, I let it go because I mean, I really wasn't paying attention too much, and I did hear you go with conversation with him for a little bit, but then he just went on from there.
Dicelo, you're talking about Dicelo, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
He
pretty much he left.
Yeah,
pretty much he left because of the same.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit annoyed, shall we say, with Pete's.
So you ever heard of Andrew Tate?
Well,
have you heard of Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
With relation to what, or regards to
just in general, have you heard of him?
Don't think so.
Like, pretty much they tried to like. He was like some kind of MMA boxer. That he's some kind of entrepreneur that he just got a little rich, but he actually tells people how it is. Like mostly females, but I mean, doesn't sound disrespectful, but they kind of try to like pretty much silence him in a way, trying to cancel him or whatever.
In what way?
Just because he's saying that the media trying to say that he's misogynistic or whatever. Like trying to, I mean, he's like some kind of weird millionaire.
Is he kind of like an influencer as well, though?
Yeah. I mean, he pretty much like kind of says that they're trying to pussyfy the male, and like
that's a given.
Yeah, and making females trying to be. He's pretty much kind of like a like one of these guys that says, you know how it is. Pretty much says how it is. I mean, I don't even follow him, but I mean, just kind of heard a few things. But anyways, he's pretty much up there. People like actually follow him, like crazy amount of people. But he was in the plane, and somebody said somebody was talking about flat Earth. He was in in his private jet or whatever. Like somebody was talking about something about about the globe and called somebody a globe-tard in there. So I found that pretty funny. I mean, and it's, dude's like, I think he's like worth like 300 million. And they're a private jet talking about speeds of the Earth or whatever.
And he was calling somebody else a globe-tard.
No, the person in front of him was calling him, calling the person that was next to him a globe-tard. And it was really funny. He was showing a video of his watch, some weird diamond watch or whatever.
He's got a huge following, that guy.
Yeah. Well, what I found was pretty funny because of the whole. I'm gonna post the video, and you hear in the background, he's like, "You're just a globe."
Globe-tart. That's great that that's getting out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I posted the video.
Who was in here earlier saying that he made something go viral? Who was that? He made an expression go viral. Were you here, Jeremy? Can you remember who that was? Was it
You might be looking at the video. I posted the video on the stream. 40 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I wasn't in Discord for a second. Who was that? Gerald was saying that he made the word real go viral from 4chan. But you are a globe-tart. That's funny.
You are a globe-tart. We don't actually know if that's real. That's pretty hilarious.
It's funny, isn't it? It's a phrase that you would think is only kind of limited to Discord and kind of what we're involved with here, but obviously it's slipping into the real world.
Yeah. Did you see that video, Jeremy?
I didn't see it.
Looks like Pete's called it a night then.
He probably still going.
I do find it a bit not annoying, but you know he ought to watch it when he's on the other side of the room, and obviously he's not on a microphone and he's just shouting into
screaming.
Yeah. But you know it's quite frustrating, but at the same time it's quite amusing. And he's been on a bit of a downer just recently, I think, Pete. But today he sounds really, really bubbly and really, you know, that laughing, giggling Pete that's around sometimes. Yeah. What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Albo?
Just here with the family.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's turkey, pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and few other sides.
So, right, because for us in the UK, turkey is traditionally what we have for Christmas dinner. So what do you traditionally have for Christmas dinner in America if you eat? Because I
also
couldn't.
Turkey.
Also turkey.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely do turkey. I mean, other people have like other things, but
because I don't think I could stomach turkey twice in 1 year, let alone so close together.
I mean, I love turkey, especially leftovers, man. Well, we
sides, leftover sides.
No, I like turkey sandwiches, man. Like if you get the chicken breast. I mean, we don't have we don't make our chicken breasts. I know one of the hardest things is to get that chicken breast. I mean, a turkey breast, nice and moist.
Yeah.
If it's dry turkey, I can't stomach it. I can't eat it.
Yeah, I understand that, and it's really easy to dry turkey out when you're cooking it as well. Hammer's in the room. You alright, Hammer? Do. That's probably why it's quiet on Discord, Because it's Thanksgiving. Is Thanksgiving today or?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm just a ignorant Englishman. I don't.
Yeah. When did you guys settle with the Indians?
The same day you did, I think.
Yeah.
You're in EU or?
Sorry.
Well, what part of the country? Well,
Yeah. Like when did the Indians teach your people how to plant corn?
When did the Indians teach us to play cards? Don't know.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in the UK, Elbow.
What do they call like? There's like a side dish that you serve with turkey, and it's made from bread, and then you put gravy on top of it. What do they call that in England?
Stuffing.
Stuffing. Okay.
Yeah.
Most parts of the U.S. they call it stuffing, also. Though I think in the South they call it dressing. For no
turkey
particular
dressing.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah, they call it stuffing because I think traditionally you're supposed to stuff it in the bird and to cook it.
And I'm like almost sure that they don't call it stuffing in Australia. So yeah, it's a funny world.
Do you have like the cranberry sauce and that with your
Cranberry
turkey?
sauce.
Yeah.
Pumpkin pie. I'm religious about that. Touch my pumpkin pie.
Did anybody see the tilt yet?
Somebody came in, but he's
really low. Is that Rev? You're really low.
My bad.
I've just turned you up, Rev. Do you want to say that again? For more punishment, eh? Chaz. Chuck. Whatever you want to call yourself. Yes, Chunky, you are. Amusement. Oh, he's gone again. Bless him.
We need like a flat Earth globe at Earth Thanksgiving. You know, like you know how the Indians and Pilgrims they made up, they were cool. You know what I mean? Like that one time they were like, "All right, but today we won't argue."
Yeah, it's like when they played football in the trenches in the Second World War on Christmas Day. The Germans. Well, that's the way the story goes. I wouldn't like to do that, running the risk of unexploded munitions in no man's land. But hey, the story goes that they played football in the trenches. Germans one side, the English the other. Yeah, we could have like an armistice day.
And they can be thankful for us spreading the truth, you know, and we can be thankful for all of the headaches we receive from them.
Entertainment they give us throughout the year.
Yeah, no, yeah.
The repeated circular arguments they like to bring to us.
They like to look like turkeys. Well.
So what entertainment have you got for us now, Chunky? Which bit of your story do you consider to be truth, Chunky? The bits you have to hide in mathematics formulas to convince yourself that they're right when you can't actually make any physical measurements, or you can't actually Verify your model to yourself. Which part of that is the truth, Chunky? This is true. An elevation profile picture is true. Okay, fair enough.
Last night Zanuck told me that this is no joke. The ground is accelerating up that you're standing on, and there's no change in elevation. He said those words to me.
Nah, that can't be what he meant, though.
Well, we sorted out what acceleration means. That was a change in velocity, so you need movement. So we definitely know that if you have acceleration, you have movement. And he said it's moving up the ground, which is weird if you have two people antipode to each other. Then you'd have a ever expanding Earth. But there's also no change in elevation, so I don't know. It's weird, very weird stuff. This argument has gotten weird.
I'm already having trouble.
I don't think he knows how moving up works, because if you move up, there's an elevation change.
Mm-hmm. Certainly is.
Like you can't move up without an elevation change. Like that's the basics of moving up, is that there's going to be an elevation change.
They are confused. I mean, like points of equal elevation and level. They are really confused with these at the moment.
It didn't just mean it applies the normal force, does it? Jeremy?
We were very clear on what acceleration meant. Movement. Change in velocity. Movement. He agreed. I don't know. Can you have acceleration up without an elevation change? What do you think?
You couldn't have an acceleration up without a force or a change in velocity. So I don't even know why elevation change wouldn't be in there.
Of course. Of course, you would absolutely have to have an elevation change with a movement up. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous to not. Like I said, this has gone into some very weird places. You know, I had Globers denying the counter rotation. We went over to Star Trail shit, saying the cameras doesn't see with your eyeballs. Just very weird places these arguments have gone. He said the Magnus effect was caused by crosswinds. I mean, just all kinds of crazy shit.
Chunky's been doing that himself this afternoon. You know, his water forms and adheres to the nature of the plane, no matter the distance. Well, I mean, we were using water levels as an example. There is a plane formed between the tops of the water levels, yes, and that plane is extendable in any direction to any distance, yes, agreement. And the ends of those water levels can be placed anywhere within that plane, and so forming the plane. And then in the next breath, he's stating that the surface of the water curves. There's just you're right, it's just got really crazy all of a sudden. I mean, for me, it started when I spoke to McToon, and I got exactly what I wanted out of him. And I was just like that, well, how did that happen? And he said exactly what I thought he would never say. You know, and Hammer had got him as well with the conservation of momentum. Was it the conservation of momentum? Yeah. And Jesse Gordon demonstrated that he does not know how to do stadia range finding with an auto level. You know, he stated that the reticule, something 1 foot high, will fill the space between the top and bottom stadia hairs at 100 feet. Well, the 1 to 100 ratio is right, but something 1 foot high and 100 feet away, you probably wouldn't even see it in the auto level scope. So how can it fill the distance between the bottom and top stadia hairs in the reticule? Just craziness at the moment. Not speak of the devil, Jesse's just popped up in the chat, look.
Somebody was like Ned Flanders, but it's not. It's Professor Frang, I think.
Ned Flanders, that's the one. That's the one that he always reminds me
It's
of.
not Ned Flanders, though. It's the Professor.
Dokley neighbor.
Not that. It's the same guy who does the voice. He does both voices.
Which one's the Professor? I hardly never ever watch The Simpsons. Symptoms? That was a Freudian slip. Simpsons. Maybe they are the
Professor
Simpsons.
Frink. Professor Frink.
Hey, DP.
Hey, Rob.
I gotta go, but it was nice
Yeah.
hearing you again.
Yeah. Nice speaking to you again, Rob. You take
I'll
care.
be around.
Yeah, blessings to the family, mate. I like Rob. Nice guy. I better go, really. I've been in here all day, Elbow. Can you believe that?
Can you guys hear me now?
Well,
holding it down, DP. You are holding it down for all us Yanks over here eating turkey. Salute
Crackbelly
you.
wants to be my friend? I don't think he wants to be my friend.
Who wants to be your friend?
I got a friend request from Crackbelly, and I'm like coming in here going like, what? Does he want to be my? I don't think he wants to be my friend.
Maybe he does.
He's got like crosses, and he says has Crackbelly. So either that's completely ironic, or yeah, probably not gonna like me very much.
Why not? Why would they not like you?
Well, I am the nicest mean person, but
Well, you could be the meanest nice person.
I can be.
Uh-huh.
Depends on how much I've had to drink.
So which would be the meaner? The nicest mean person or the meanest nice person? Or do you think on balance their meanness would average out to be about the same?
I mean, I guess it depends on how you perceive meanness.
So would it be nice to be mean or mean to be nice?
Well, if it's mean to be nice, then the nicest mean person would definitely be the one that you didn't want.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. So you definitely want the meanest nice person then. If
Yeah,
it's nice to be mean. Yeah. Yeah.
I would agree with that summation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. So what makes you so mean? Or why are you so nice? I don't
Not
know
really
which way.
mean to be. I mean, I'm not really mean. I mean, I can be mean at certain times. I get frustrated and I yell at people sometimes because I'm like, "Ah, God, you're just being really stupid. So like, you're annoying me.
Yeah. Frustration can lead to bouts of meanness. I'd agree with that.
But I like to be nice because that's my demeanor, generally speaking.
Mhm.
I prefer being nice.
Yeah, it's more important to be nice than it's more important to be nice. No, how does that go? To be nice. Oh, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. There you go.
I think I'll agree with that too. I'm drinking this lovely ginger beer. I used to always get reeds because, that's from Jamaica at least. But this here is just some cheap thing I found. It's like some mixer company. They make like, you know, drink mixes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's really good actually. Like
Like
real ginger root in there floating around and everything. It's nice.
Nice.
It's called Fever Tree with a hyphen.
You have some crazy brands over there. Yeah, I take it you're in America, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Can't you tell from my American accent?
Yeah. But we do get Americans and Canadians modelled up. Same as
Yeah.
the Australians and the Kiwis. I think everybody muddles up the Australians and the Kiwis. So
We just muddle up the Australians for sure.
I think South Africans are quite easy to spot the accent.
At times, yes, I agree with that.
Africans sound like Kiwis from Germany.
Say again?
They sound like they're New Zealanders, but that they're from Germany. That's how South Africans sound to me.
Right, I get you.
Nice. Anybody celebrating over here? I guess if you're not from here, you're not. But
we celebrate Hanukkah.
Thanksgiving.
Oh, Thanksgiving. Yep.
Some turkey dinner.
No, we don't do Thanksgiving over here. I had fish for my dinner.
They're thankless people, the Brits. Thankful for nothing.
Are we thankless?
Should be more like, colonialization day or something like that. Like, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong word, but something similar here in the United States. The day that everything went wrong for everybody native to the United States and South America.
Well, you think like people like Native Americans would like have an anti-celebration of this day, possibly?
I mean, I wouldn't blame them. I mean, what are we really going to say? Oh, come on. We didn't know there were measles in that blanket.
So what? Thanksgiving is the day when you met the indigenous people and they gave you turkeys and you gave them, like you say, measles-infested blankets, yeah?
And alcohol and gambling.
No, I mean, there was a few years separating that, but like generally speaking, we kind of like showed up and some native people decided that they wanted to be a little bit nice to us at least. And then we proceeded to move in and murder them all.
Uh-huh. And
But it didn't happen all in one day, of course.
yeah. And that's
I feel
pretty
like if
much
they're,
that's pretty much the way it's been ever since, yeah?
I feel like if
pretty
there
much.
weren't like the Europeans and they come over and the Indians just evolved on their own, they would have ended up being like the Avatar people.
What, 8 foot tall and blue?
Unobtainium.
That's a film I haven't watched for a while, actually. I might stick that on later. Just veg out.
People said that was one of the worst movies, and I'm like, yeah, like it might not have been the greatest, but I wouldn't call that the worst movie ever made.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. It wasn't the greatest, and not the worst, yeah. It's a couple of hours of entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah. I think sometimes people are just way too critical of like what a movie actually is. It's like yes, you can make a movie better or worse by certain things, but like at a certain point it's like, look, this is a fucking movie, asshole.
Hmm.
Like
If
stop being such a stickler.
If you don't like it, you don't have to watch it.
It's like sometimes I listen to like critics with the movies and I'm just like, what? Like why? Like why were you even thinking about that at first of all in the movie? And like why do you give a fuck? Like it's just a movie. Okay, so there's a few holes here and there, but like who gives a fuck?
What kind of genre of film are you into? What would you like to sit down and watch?
I mean, I like dramas, but I like science fiction movies.
Like space science fiction or like fantasy fiction?
Both.
Uh-huh. So like the Avatar and say Interstellar.
Yeah, I mean all that stuff's good. Like
Yeah.
my favorites sort of like theme of any kind of like movie or TV show is definitely Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
So that maybe that gives you a clue.
Yeah, it's
But, like,
funny.
I love D&D and I love fantasy movies, so I like Lord of the Rings and I like whatever that kind of shit.
What Star Trek? If you had to identify, what Star Trek gender would you be? Deep Space Nine,
Star Trek
original.
gender.
What Star Trek gender would you be? Voyager, Enterprise.
Oh, that kind of. Okay.
Oh god, there's so many to choose from now.
It's a close call between the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
Next Generation wasn't long enough.
I knew you were going to say Deep Space Nine. Do you know that is? I don't like Deep Space Nine at all.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like. I don't care. I don't know why. It's really good.
It's the greatest character ever. No, just kidding. He's not.
What's the greatest character ever?
Probably
Fucking
Data.
Worf, of course.
Worf?
Yeah,
Optum.
Worf. He's the best fucking character ever.
No.
He's got one of my favorite lines in any movie ever.
If you were any other man, I would kill you where you stand. Something like that.
Well, that's one of them, but no.
Well, what's his better line than that?
Little.
Who would
That's
win
a,
in a fight, a Data or Law?
well, obviously we know the answer. It's Data and Lore.
Have y'all watched any of the new ones?
What, the new
Yeah,
film?
I love the Discovery and Strange New Worlds. I love both of them. I also love Below Deck. And
What?
yeah, I love anything Star Trek. I'm a true Star Trek fan. I don't like. I'm not one of those people that like poo-poo Star Trek in any sense. I like the original to the end. I like everything about it.
Those last three, run them by me again.
The
Discover-
ones that are on Paramount Plus, they're not running on regular network TV.
What were they
It's
called?
Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which is actually like Captain Pike.
Okay.
So right before Kirk came in.
Mm-hmm.
And then Discovery is like kind of its own sort of timeline, but it's supposed to be like after all of it. And then
before the
Discovery Strange
menagerie.
World, and then Below Decks is an animated series.
What about Picard? You don't like Picard?
Yeah, Picard. I'm sorry, I did forget Picard.
Yeah,
It's only got three seasons.
The last episode of Picard was fucking crazy. I was like, that gave it a whole need to. I mean, the whole thing was pretty good, but
well, they have to turn it into end it now because there's only one more season. They're not doing any more Picard. It didn't get the views that they thought it would, and it has a bit of like. It has a bit of a forced nature. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Like, I think they wanted to do something to sort of tie things up with some of the classic people and things like that, but like at the same time, it sort of felt a little forced in the story. But all in all, I think it's really good. Like, I like the idea of it, and I absolutely love Patrick Stewart. I think he's awesome.
Classic English actor. He's stage trained, isn't he, Patrick Stewart? He does a lot of live stage work. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, Shakespearean, classically trained.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
No, actually, it's very low.
Yeah, you're still very low, Rev.
Okay, never mind.
Go on, try. What was you going to say?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I mean, we can hear you, but it sounds like you're in a hall, like down on the other side of the house. Like, you know what I mean? It's very low.
Okay, forget it. Thanks, guys. I just wanted to know. Thanks.
All right. So, which adversary do you like out of all the Star Trek films or series?
Adversary?
Yeah. Which one do you think is up there? And I mean, obviously, the Borg is the.
I mean, yeah, everybody says the Borg, but like that was obviously exciting for a while. That and it is one of my favorite Star Trek Next Generation movies. Is First Contact.
Yeah. But that whole thing with like the Borg became like a little sideline storyline, didn't it?
Yeah, I think like this is going to sound odd, but if they would have done the move, like if they would have made it more, I don't know how to explain it. Like if it was more in depth, I really liked Soren and the Nexus. Like I thought that sort of thing because it's sort of real world. Like I like nemesis that aren't just like bad guys. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was fucked up, and like this Nexus thing, it's like I think the best adversaries in Star Trek are not the people themselves. It's whatever the event that they're dealing with. Sometimes,
Yeah, like the Mobius loop with
stuff like that.
Yeah.
like the nerdy stuff where they got to like reason their way out of things, or like this, not just brute force, sort of like, shoot their way out of something or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bubble episode, the best episode from the Next Generation.
Which one?
Which one?
The one with the warp bubble and the traveler.
Yeah.
Western pressure solves the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I like.
I don't know. It's a top 5 for me.
Shit, what the hell's the name of that? The one where the little satellite object like drills into Picard, and like he basically lives out the life of one of the inhabitants of this planet that died.
Like the
he
inner
like
life
learns
or
the
something.
flute and all that stuff. Like
Called,
learns
like,
the
Inner Life or
flute
something.
and like has like a kid and all this other shit. It's fucking great. That was awesome. And of course, like what the hell's the name of that race? Like Darmok, I think is the name of the episode.
Darmok, yeah, that's a great one. Classic. Wait, what about that whole like 47 thing? The
Wait,
number
what?
is it 47? I think.
For what?
It's like everything is like like 4.7 million something, or deck 47. It's just they just use that number I think like all the time, like in the Next
I don't
Generation.
know. It might be. I'm not 100% on
There's
the
like
lore.
there's a video on it if you decide to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll get into anything. Like I used to be in like back in the day when the Star Trek: The Next Generation first came out. Like I would ask for that stuff for like Christmas, like the technical manuals on the ship and everything. It was really cool. They had like the floor plan drawings and all this other stuff.
You would like
make
you in the
models.
book. You have like the shuttle from the Next Generation book.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
you're that kind of Star Trek fan. Okay.
I got a model.
Not anymore.
I got a model of like the Enterprise and drilled out some like really fine holes in it and did some fiber optics with it.
Cool.
Yeah, it did look pretty cool. But like you, I mean, I was late teens, early 20s probably, and that just seemed like a whole different life ago.
Yeah, now we have things like the Artemis and fucking SpaceX doing crazy shit.
Oh, do you hold any value in what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, just as a general furtherance of humans. I mean, I don't agree with just being stationary, eating the leaves on the planet until you die. I think you should explore, do what you can, figure out shit.
Mm-hmm.
NASA should work like 1 month out of the year and apply all their super science and super budget to like actual problems.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
mean,
NASA designed homeless
there's
shelter.
yeah,
So
I mean,
stuff.
there's a certain bit of like complaint I have with like a lot of just general agents, like government agencies, like generally. It's weird because I believe that like agencies should have a very singular purpose or like very narrow purpose, so that they don't get too get too broad and it's like start stretching out into things they really shouldn't be in. But like at the same time, like the certain amount of technology and understanding that can come out of what NASA does, I think that they could probably put some of their budget into more practical means. But at the same time, like some of the more practical means that have come out have come from pushing ourselves to do things that we couldn't do before.
So, what practicalities do you think have come out of NASA that have been applied to kind of
I don't know.
everyday living, shall we say?
I haven't really thought anything about it really. I just know that they do a lot of things from anywhere from like Noah to launching Artemis to the moon. You know what I mean? Like there's a very broad territory. That they do a lot of like environmental sciences and stuff that has helped us. And great means not nobody's ever done anything. Well, not nobody, but like people don't give a fuck, so they don't.
So, from your point of view,
use it for good.
Do you kind of feel that you get a value or a dollar value return on what's invested into NASA and the return you get from NASA? Do you think on balance that's a good return, or?
Like I think I've been saying all since you mentioned something that I think that they could probably do a better job. Like maybe not quite. This might be even out for me. Maybe maybe a little less, but less of a return than what I would expect. But I think I also understand that they're held to a certain standard when they're doing things. They can't just be like SpaceX where they just throw rockets up in the air until they make one work. They have to be right, perfect all on the first try, and if they're not, then people get really pissed off about wasting all their money. But to do that wastes a lot of money, so it's a trade-off there. So yeah, it costs them $1 billion when it could cost like a private company $100 million, but at the same time, the $100 million company don't give a fuck, right? Like they'll just keep launching shit up until they get it right.
By the same token, I mean, you were investing your tax dollars into NASA for what, 10 years, and they didn't even have
Literally, it's like a 10 cent of my taxes a year. So like, I don't give a fuck. That's fine.
Well, somebody actually broke it down the other day, and it's half of 1% that you pay to NASA.
That seems reasonable. Half of 1%. That's pretty good.
Or something. Don't quote me on those figures, but yeah, there was.
I didn't think it would be that much, but maybe. I mean, there's 300 million people in the United States. Probably like maybe pretty close to like 200 million that are pulling in a paycheck. About maybe 50 million that are actually like paying taxes. So I don't know. Who knows? And then, of course, it's not spread evenly. Like certain people pay more taxes and other people pay less. But as far as federal tax goes, I mean, I doubt it's very much. I mean, overall, I would, to do something like the Artemis, I would give more than 0.5% for sure. I'd probably give 2%, maybe even up to 5%, depending on what it is. I mean, they do a lot of other things other than launch rockets.
Well, the point I was trying to make was that if you were paying all those tax dollars to NASA and they didn't even have a way of getting people up or supplies even up to the so-called space station for 10, 12 years that the shuttle was retired? And
probably very close to 12, yeah, something like that.
And when did they start launching people back into space again?
Who, NASA?
Yeah.
They haven't. They're riding on Falcon 9s.
Oh, so they're still not putting people in space?
Well, no, they are. But they're riding on
private.
They're basically leasing rides on other people's equipment. Yeah.
So the space agency can't actually get people to space.
Yeah, they did. They just they do all the time. There's still people up there.
Yeah, but the space agency can't independently deliver those people to space.
Well, when they got rid of the shuttle program, they didn't just like cease to be able to like have people in space. I mean, other space agencies around the world helped quite a bit. And like we would actually go back and forth with Russia, like sometimes, even in the space shuttle program. on
Yeah,
launching Russians into space to theirs, and
I
Russia would
understand
launch
that,
ours into theirs, and
by the same
Canadian.
token, the NASA was still paying
Alexa.
other. You were paying your space dollars to NASA to get people into space, and NASA were paying other space agencies to launch their people into that very place that you were paying NASA.
Well, at a fraction of the cost it would cost us to launch one of our space shuttles, but yes, we were. I agree with that.
But if you had the space shuttle, you would be able, because it was a multi-use delivery system.
Yeah, but it had run out. It had run its
know.
ages. I mean, it was. It was surprising they even had it in the first place, because everything about it was kind of difficult. The most difficult way to launch people into space.
Yeah, when I hear that, I often think of the SR-71 that's been kind of the American backbone of.
They're not really necessary anymore.
You know, they've been
because the
in
Russian
service
treaty that
in
we
the
had.
late 60s, and the B-52 for that matter. You know, that's still in service, and is actually the B-2 is being retired before the B-52. It's quite amazing, I think. You know, all that invested technology, and the old workhorse works the best.
Not always.
Oh. You know, I'm making a comparison with the American government, but the English government is just the same for wasting money, just probably not as much.
You're not going to hear me argue that. I mean, of course they waste money. I mean, there's money to be wasted, but I mean that's true in anything. So like, if you give a certain amount of money for a task, including yourself, there's inherently some sort of waste, either from bad decisions or unforeseen situations, or errors. And I mean, it's just the way it goes. I mean, there's a certain amount of money given, and you would expect a certain amount of loss at the other end.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
It's the way of the world. I mean, it's just the natural course of things. You can't get around it.
Yeah. The idea is to minimalise those losses, though, isn't it?
Sure, absolutely.
Trim the fat.
Most as efficient as you can possibly be. Yes.
Yeah. Maximise return.
I mean, that would be appreciated. That's for sure. Anywho, I'm getting hungry.
The turkey must be a doing.
Yeah. I think it's going to be ready sometime between 4 and 4:30.
That's cool. Are you normally in here? I don't think I've seen you in here before.
Oh, I normally go by Damon E. I'm in and out.
Maybe we have spoken. I don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah, possible.
I always have the same avatar, so if you remember Shrimp on the Barbie, that's me.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's I mean, there's people in here that change their names all the time, and you never know who you're speaking to. You know, when they do that.
I've pretty much been Damon E all the time until like a couple of weeks ago. I changed it to this for some strange reason. I don't know. I think I'm gonna stick with it. I don't know. I might change it back to Damon E.
I see, that's the thing with Discord. You're free to choose. You can have whatever name you desire.
I just wish people would keep their avatar, like their picture. You know what I mean? Like, just you can change your name whatever you want. You have to keep one or the other. You can change your picture all the time, or you can change your name all the time, but you can't change both.
Yeah, my name is the same wherever, and it has been variations of what you see there, but never really changed. Well, never changed. You say 4:30 for food. How long's that? How long you gotta wait? you around, Hammer?
I'm sorry?
Hammer, I was just asking Hammer if he's around.
Oh, pardon me.
No, it's all right. So how long have you got till your turkey lunch is ready?
Well, I think at the latest I'm gonna have to get out of here at 4:30, and it's 3:43. So like 50 minutes.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to go and make a drink, and I've got to go to the kitchen, and I get no signal there, so I should probably start roboting.
I'm gonna travel to another
Is my
room.
mic better now?
It's better.
All right, cool. Yeah, I tried to get. Anyways, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, guys.
It's like too bassy now. Like it seems like the volume would be good, but like maybe if you leveled it out or something, it would work better. I'm not sure.
Oh, the bass of the mic, like the voice is kind of lower.
Well, it's hard to explain. It's everything seems louder now, but for some reason it still feels like you have your hand over your mouth.
Have you
Oh,
got your noise suppression on?
I don't know how that works.
You see, are you on a phone or computer?
Computer.
Right, if you go down the bottom, see your little avatar down the bottom.
Yeah.
The little phone symbol with the disconnect. Next to that is what looks like a waveform pattern.
Oh yeah.
That's your noise suppression. You click on that, you can turn it on or off.
Okay, I just turned it off. Is that better?
Keep talking.
Yeah, I just turned testing 1, 2. There's no difference.
Doesn't seem to be.
Okay. Yeah.
But you're lots better than you were before. Much better.
Good. Sometimes I can put my mic closer anyway, so that's probably far away. Did all the Glovers leave? Did they find or are they still here?
Sorry.
Oh, Crack Villain is here. Yeah. Welcome back.
Yeah, he's probably sleeping.
Damn. All right, whatever. Oh, actually, no. Chunky is here. Yeah. So we have a Glover here. Yeah, Chunky's here. Yeah, we're good. Oh, he's muted. Rip. I was gonna ask him if he saw the tilt recently. That's the best question. That's the funniest question I've ever heard.
You know, it made me think, that Got Milk campaign? We should make a meme that says Got Tilt.
Yeah. Exactly. Because if I can't find the tilt, I'm going to get tilted,
Have you been here all day, Gio?
Sort of in and out, but no, I haven't been around too much in a little bit here.
Okay.
I've been listening for a bit, but not for like the last several hours or anything.
Do you know, today's probably the longest I've ever spent in this server in one go.
It was a good discussion. It was good. I liked it. I think Chunky was trying to. Oh man, I don't want to. Never mind. We don't have to go back into that. We can move on.
I mean, from my point of view, right, it feels like they think they've had us on the back foot for quite a while, right? And now the tables are turned. We've got them on the back foot. And they are running round trying to cover their asses.
Yeah, like, are you talking about like after the Black Swan was, or are you talking about like just like the measurements or whatever.
It's just kind of like maybe it did start with the what's known as the black swan. At the end of the day, the black swan is a logical argument, and the picture of the oil rigs is just a picture of the oil rigs. So
Okay.
when you're saying the black swan, are you referring to what they call the black swan being the pictures of the oil rigs, or are you referring to the logical argument?
The argument. I mean, technically speaking, I guess I am kind of referring to both, actually, because.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. I kind of am referring to both of them.
Right. So, in that, then I can kind of assume that you associate the black swan logical argument with the photograph, then.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But so my question was like, before that, were they on the front? I mean, the back foot. Like before that, what photo was taken? Like, are you saying that we
I
were
don't
on
know.
the back foot?
Yeah, I just feel like over the past couple of months, especially, the argument has sharpened from our point of view. Everybody's become kind of more refined with their points.
Yeah.
The argument from our side is being put across in a more understandable way, I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on our side coming forward with very good arguments. I mean, like Beerman, he's not a flat earther, but he's researching into refraction and miraging. And some of the research he's been doing and the experiments, because they are experiments, they're not just observations. He's making predictions with what he would be able to see.
Yeah, I got a question actually. Do you need when light travels through a medium? Do you need gas pressure? Like for like how when light is going through the air, they always every single debate usually they always say something about the refraction, but my question is you need the air, right? You need the gas pressure, right? For that argument, you need the air there, right? What if it had no medium? Like, what would be the if light didn't have a medium, is it gonna go straight?
Who says it doesn't go straight in the medium we've got?
Right. Yeah, that's true too. But like, hypothetically speaking, I actually don't know if I don't know how it would behave in a vacuum. Actually, I'm assuming it would go straight, but I never actually asked that question. Yeah.
If light travels straight in the medium we've got, then there's no reason to assume that it wouldn't travel straight in a vacuum, I don't think.
Right, exactly. So it probably, yeah, I think it does too. Okay. Because then, yeah. Because then I was gonna say you definitely need the air, but if it goes straight in both, it doesn't matter. But because then you could make the argument like, well, you definitely need the air there, right? You definitely need the gas pressure. Still, you don't even. It's almost like you don't even need to try to refute it. You could just say, how'd you get the air? And it just goes back to gravity all over again. So it's like,
Magic outlaws that gravity is. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Evening, Rakia. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, to you as well.
No, we don't do it over here. I'm afraid we save our Turkey Day till Christmas Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we don't. We're only forced to eat turkey once a year. Thank
They
goodness.
try and get as many holidays in here as they can, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a marketing thing, I think.
Yeah.
But it was nice. Like we had a big lunch with my brother. His daughter hosted it, so it was nice.
Family thing, yeah.
Yeah, a big family thing. But I'm actually the rest of our family's like we're some of them are traveling, some of them went hunting this morning out of town. Some of them are traveling right now, so just left. Me and my son are the only ones at home right now. I'm actually going to meet my workers to load up a trial machine with my Bobcat. So I'm actually working.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you when you're back at work, but you just answered that question or preempted that question, and
Yeah, I'm just loading up a machine. We did a big pour yesterday, so.
Hey, is Thanksgiving like on a set date each year? Or yeah. So
Like,
the day changes through the week, yeah.
it's always on Thursday.
Oh, it's always on
Can I ask Rakia a
Thursday.
question?
Yeah.
It's like
Do you
the
do
third
concrete,
Thursday of the
Rakia?
month.
Yeah, we do concrete. I mean, I do other stuff, but one of my main businesses is foundations and parking lots.
So when you own your own
So do
business,
do
you don't
this-
get Thanksgiving off, Rakia?
Well, normally I do. Normally I wouldn't be. I'm not really working. I mean, I'm still in my Thanksgiving clothes.
You ever
know
used the Spraycrete before?
Spraycrete? Nah. I don't do any specialty stuff, stamping or Coolcrete. We do pool decks, so there's a company that comes in after us and does the cool deck on top of our finish. Yeah, I'm only doing this now, Gio, because I'm leaving either tonight or tomorrow to go out of town. So they needed a piece of equipment I had at my house to load this big trial machine we use.
Yeah.
One of those riders. It takes a piece of equipment to load it. All the excavators and everything I have on site, the guys took the keys home with them for whatever reason. Just about that. Like I got a big excavator on site that I could have loaded it with, but the key's not here. Not good. But this job is like an exit, like 10 minutes from my house. No big deal. Run over here and load it and get out of here. It's fixing to rain here, so trying to get it loaded before it does. But yeah, just happy Thanksgiving to whoever's celebrating it.
Yeah, to you too.
So is that the Thanksgiving? Is it just the one day off work? Is it just that single one day? So you in work Wednesday, off Thursday, back again on Friday?
Most people take a long weekend, like they take Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Like the banks are closed tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
but a bank holiday, but schools are out. And most people take Friday off also, so they have a long weekend.
Yeah, kind of makes sense.
We were going to work tomorrow, but the rain's making us not be able to, so we're going to be off tomorrow. Everybody's going to visit family. All my workers. A lot of them, their families live in Texas. They're going to go home this weekend to see family.
Is there any other Glober besides Chunk? Oh wait, is Numpty? Are you a Glober too?
I don't think Numpty's a.
Sure, I'm a Glober. What do you want to ask me?
You are? Oh, sorry. I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I love the globe. I love balls. All of it.
All right. That's
Emma?
What do you want to know about the globe so I can interrupt you in the middle of your question?
That was funny. That was good. I thought because I'm pretty sure, like the only person today was, I think the only person today was Chunky, but now it's kind of, I don't know. I was just gonna ask, where's the? Have you recently seen the tilt?
Yeah, we observe it by looking at the stars. Obviously, yeah. You can see the tilt by looking in the sky.
So you see the tilt of the Earth by looking in the opposite direction.
Duh, obviously.
No, I believe. Okay, yeah, all right, you win. I can. Yeah, now I'm a Glober now.
Bro, you know what? Being a Glober, it's kind of fun, honestly.
Because you can just make up whatever. Well, I wouldn't say make up, but
well, yeah, you pretty much can.
You could actually.
That response right there was pretty much a Glober response, and it was pretty easy. Like it kind of just comes natural. It's kind of easy. I don't know.
It's great. It's great. It's nice and slippery, you know.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Isn't that amazing how to see the tilt of the Earth? You have to look at the sky. Like, that is the actual Glober response. Like, that is the answer. Like, that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. I tripped over, one time I almost tripped over the tilt, but, because it, slightly, sorry, not the tilt, sorry, the wobble. The wobble made me trip a little bit, but,
Yeah, sometimes like, they should probably have, like, a step here or something. Sometimes when I step over the curve, I kind of, like, misjudge how far
trip over
down
the
it
curve, yeah.
There should really be, like, a warning. Your next is going to be a little lower than your previous one. It's definitely in that level.
Dude, someone should come in here and a Glober should come in here and say, "Hey, I know it's a globe because I tripped over the curve."
But Rakia definitely, he's a concrete guy. He definitely knows about level and stuff like that.
Oh man.
I mean, I've used level quite a few times before. I've never once seen it curve.
Yeah. Imagine
kind of
spherical sea level.
Like, dude, the amount that level, like, it's, I don't know, bro. I don't know if this is true, but I was in Bev's server once, and they said that they had a leveling tool that was precise down to, like, the micro or nanometer. Like, that's how fucking precise the leveling tool was. And then they said they would use it over distances of hundreds of meters, which would just make no sense if the Earth was curved, right? Because you use it.
That's a water level micrometer. It's accurate down to 500,000th of an inch.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if we're supposed to be seeing like an 8-inch drop over a mile or 4-inch or whatever the fuck, it doesn't even matter, bro. It could be a 2-inch drop over a mile. If you got something that's measuring down to the micrometer, your shit should be bending. You should be measuring them, like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the instrument is sensitive enough that the Earth, like, curve would affect